Back in the apocalypse, Subaru was the lightning god, the ultimate powerhouse of humanity. The guy was literally a beacon of hope for everyone, an undefeated war god, right up until his most trusted teammate stabbed him in the back during a final boss fight with a tyrant dragon. It was a cold, brutal betrayal. Fate gave him a second chance, though. 20 years later, Subaru wakes up in a new, totally weak body. Now, that traitor is the world's new savior. Fueled by pure hatred, Subaru starts grinding levels like a total madman to reclaim his spot. With the skills of a legendary general and pure, burning resentment. He is not just looking for his lost power, he is chasing peaks his past self only dreamed about reaching. One day, his lightning will strike again, judging that liar and reclaiming every single thing he lost. Let's get it. Welcome to the 8th floor, a desolate wasteland so cold and empty even the ghosts would probably be too scared to hang out here. In the middle of this snowy landscape, armies are marching forward with high spirits, acting like they are heading to a party. Leading the pack is some flashy blonde guy, strutting with total confidence and a serious look in his eyes. Suddenly, he freezes, throwing his hand up to signal the whole army to stop right there. Turns out it is an old friend, the rank 6 leader of the Blue Zone Guild, Kyojo Kazuki. He starts shouting to hype everyone up. Today, we are back to finally take down the undefeated guardian of the 8th floor. The armored knights listen to their leader's warning. Do not get sloppy just because this is a massive joint raid. If we cannot clear this level, the 9th floor will always be just a pipe dream for us. Mid-speech, Kazuki spins around, sensing someone new. Cold eyes glare through the mist as a freezing voice cuts through the air. So you actually showed up? Wow. A crew of edgy players called Blue Ice rolls up. Leading them is the rank 1 boss of the guild, Narukami Subaru. He is rocking a black and gold mask that makes him look seriously dangerous. Seeing his partner, Kazuki's attitude does a total 180. He runs over to greet him with a huge grin. Subaru, the two bosses shake hands. The masked boy stays polite and apologizes for being late, but Kazuki just laughs it off. You are actually the first one here. Man. While the leaders talk, the grunts in the back start whispering. Rumor says even Takbei Aze is coming. Why is Subaru insisting on leading the charge this time? Some hater scoffs, saying he probably just wants to scavenge for some crappy leftovers. Ignoring the shade, Subaru calmly reaches into his coat. If you are looking for scraps, he says. He shoves an item into Kazuki's hand, leaving the rank 6 leader looking totally clueless for a second. He opens his palm and a glowing red gem lights up the whole frozen area with a blinding light. Kazuki breaks a sweat, staring at the system stats. Archangel's Blessing, legendary rank, level 50 gear. It is the real deal. When fatigue hits 100, it restores half your stamina. One use. He is totally speechless as he tries to process this. Subaru just walks past him. This raid has to succeed, so keep that as a backup just in case. Kazuki spins around, confused. Wait, do not you need this thing for yourself, too? Subaru tilts his head with a smooth offer. By the way, after this, what do you think about joining Blue Arise again? He looks down at the priceless red gem as the masked man makes his calculated move. You can just give it back to me then. Kazuki just smiles. He is totally speechless at how crafty and generous his teammate can be. Seeing his friend quiet, Subaru pats his shoulder. Hey, if you are not interested, just keep it. Before they can finish, the ground shakes hard. A massive surge of killing intent shocks both of them. They look up, stressed. It is here. Kazuki is sweating. Subaru mutters, showing up this early? Yes, get ready for the grand entrance of the 8th floor guardian. A massive shadow blocks out the sky, making the soldiers scream in terror. The comedy hour is over. Kazuki screams at the top of his lungs to get ready. The mist clears, revealing a hideous beast with many heads. The poison dragon Hydra is finally here. But unlike the panicking crowd, Subaru stays cool, exhaling a puff of frost. He just mutters, "You ugly bastard." He clenches his fist as yellow lightning sparks. "This thing gives me the creeps," he grumbles. Lightning surges through your veins as the system screen flickers to life. Surrounded by epic crackling sparks, Subaru draws his steel with a cold threat to end the intro. No more games. Today is the day you die, you monster. The bloodbath officially begins. The monster cracks open a single bloodshot eye, glaring down at the tiny humans below with nothing but pure murderous intent. All three dragon heads reel back in unison, bearing rows of jagged teeth as they charge up energy, forming a massive, terrifying sphere of glowing teal light. Witnessing the horror, Leader Kazuki screams at the top of his lungs. It is a breath attack. Everyone get back. But Subaru just calmly steps forward, ignoring the panic, and coolly mutters, "No need for that." With that, the masked hero lunges at the giant beast, leaving the squad behind him in total shock. What is he thinking? Right then, the venomous dragon spits a beam of destructive green energy from the sky, aimed to wipe everyone out. The storm is closing in, but the Blue Ice leader does not flinch. He stands his ground, hand gripping his sword hilt tight. Lightning starts crackling and surging around his blade. In a flash, Subaru swings his sword, releasing a massive wave of blinding yellow lightning that rips through the sky to meet the incoming blast. It is an epic split. Subaru's electrified strike completely tears through the Hydra's toxic breath, blowing the energy aside and saving every single soldier on the ground below. Narrowly escaping death, Kazuki lets out a massive sigh of relief, looking at Subaru with pure respect. "Subaru, you always," but before he can finish, the Blue Ice veterans step in to ruin the moment. A shirtless red-headed guy flexes his muscles and grins. "That was awesome, Subaru. All that training finally paid off." Meanwhile, a blonde guy clicks his tongue and complains, "Hey, you totally stole my spotlight. I was just about to step in myself." Then, a girl in a stylish crop top walks up, curious about what just happened. "What did you just give Isuki?" The boss stays cool and mysterious. "You will find out soon enough." Cutting the chatter, Subaru turns to look at his crew, his eyes glowing bright behind that mask. "You guys ready?" The whole Blue Ice squad drops into combat stances as a powerful oath rings out. "Let's kill that damn dragon and clear this cursed 8th floor once and for all." Leaving the others behind, the entire team charges headfirst at those drooling dragon heads. Kazuki just stands there, watching in silence. His spotlight is totally gone. He blinks, letting out a petty and slightly salty remark. "Wow, that is just truly touching." Suddenly, an officer with a thick mustache approaches with a status report. The soldiers are in position as planned. Kazuki instantly snaps back into his serious leader mode. He turns to the mysterious cloaked figures behind him. "Perfect. Then let's get this started." The hooded man gives a calm nod. "Understood. I wish you the best of luck." Accepting the wish, Kazuki shoves his hands in his pockets and marches forward with a dead serious expression. The camera cuts back to the fiery battlefield where the Blue Ice mage stands against the freezing wind, aiming at the massive target ahead. The sky turns into a floating arena as the Blue Ice melee fighters use their agility to dash through the air, diving at those hideous heads. A dragon head lunges forward, jaws wide and tongue lashing out for a kill. The girl in the crop top flips through the air, dodging the attack with ease. From below, a teammate shouts a complaint. "Hey, don't just charge in there without giving us a heads up." Ignoring him, her sharp eyes lock onto the target as she swings her short blade, letting out a cold, metallic flash of light. With a fluid strike, the blade tears through monster flesh. Blood sprays everywhere as she snarks back at her teammate. This isn't exactly new, is it? Standing tall on an icy peak, a white-haired guy waves his hands, summoning sharp magic circles while yelling at his joking comrades. "Read the room, people." Elsewhere, a spearman smirks as a violent red aura erupts from his body, loudly challenging his friend to a high-stakes wager. "Hey, Tosia, want to see who deals more damage?" He answers his own challenge with a devastating red spear thrust that pierces the scales, completely shredding a massive, bloody chunk of the dragon's giant body. The dragon howls in agony as blood gushes from its shredded snout. Standing under that rain of gore, a cold voice finally accepts the bet. "Hey, you are on." A dual-wielding guy appears looking fire, his twin blades wrapped in a glowing purple and blue aura. He lunges forward with a wild grin, dropping one very practical condition. Loser buys dinner tonight. He dives from the sky, slamming a bolt of blinding blue lightning into the dragon's head, severing it completely as black blood sprays everywhere. Hit with a lethal blow, the monster's head wobbles and plunges toward the ground. My bad, Chino. The mage looked up, totally lost. Being the ultimate ride-or-die support, Chino swung her staff, conjuring a glowing pink magic orb, and yelled, "Do not worry about me, I have got this covered." Suddenly, a massive pink hexagonal energy shield slammed into place, perfectly tanking all the shockwaves raining down from above. Chino hyped everyone up, screaming, "Team, keep the pressure on." But right in the middle of the chaos, a freezing cold voice whispered from right behind her. Chino spun around, totally shocked. Surprise! It was the handsome leader, Kazuki, somehow sneaking behind her line of sight. He leaned in close with a nasty smirk, mocking her. Did she really think she could block this too? Chino barely let out a gasp. A second later, he struck. Her eyes went wide with pure horror as blood started dripping from her mouth. Her so-called ally, Kazuki, had just stabbed her right in the back. He grinned like a psycho, saying they were way too full of themselves. A dying scream faded into the snow. Subaru, the masked leader, snapped his head around, lightning magic surging through his body as his absolute rage finally boiled over. Losing all her strength, Chino's small body collapsed into the snow, blood soaking through her clothes in a rush. Standing over the girl, the traitor Kazuki casually cleaned his bloody blade, smiling as he watched his ally go down. Looking on, Subaru's glowing blue eyes burned with total fury and shock through the cracks of his broken mask. Wearing that fake friendly smile with blood on his face, Kazuki teased, "Subaru, do not get distracted right now." Totally stunned, Subaru just stood there frozen, ignoring the massive dragon mouth waiting to swallow him whole from behind. Kazuki, why? Right at the edge of death, his memories suddenly came flooding back. A system notification rang out with a world-changing message. You have been chosen by the tower. An image of a massive tower piercing the cosmos appeared. Climb the tower and prepare for the coming beginning. That was the first message every player saw. Was this whole thing a challenge or some kind of blessing? Even now, that message remains a total mystery. The real identities of the sages are kept secret and their goals remain unknown. All anyone could do was follow those orders without asking any questions. So we aimed for the very top of the tower. That old promise echoed in my mind. Warriors from Earth, Murim, Runeterra, and Lucan. People from totally different dimensions, each with their own mission, all pushing to climb the tower. In a flash, the vision vanished, dragging us back to the brutal reality of the blizzard. The battlefield was a total mess. The Great Hydra was torn apart, but dead bodies were scattered everywhere around it. The brave members of the Blue Ice Guild had given everything. Some were stabbed through the chest, others were just bleeding out in the cold snow. Subaru struggled for every single breath. He slumped down, armor in pieces with a spear buried in his side. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him. Level 8 boss, poisonous Hydra. Subaru muttered in despair, "I told you idiots to run, but you never listen." Everyone said this beast was impossible to beat, but here it is, finally dead on the ground. His blurry eyes looked at his fallen team. He whispered, "I do not remember giving you guys permission to die." Blood stained the frozen ground. These idiots were already hurt and then they tried to buff me. The system flashed red. Warning, abnormal status. You are poisoned. Natural healing has been totally disabled. Your fatigue is at a critical level. He laughed bitterly. If I actually make it back, they will say this. A death warning appeared. You will die if fatigue reaches 100. He stared with red eyes, reading the rest of the joke. Exactly what we expected from Subaru. The memories of being called the Lightning Emperor felt like a knife to the heart. The traitor stepped closer, blocking the light. Subaru hissed through his teeth, trying to stay conscious. But that jerk, Kazuki, just put his hands in his pockets and smiled down at him. Subaru let out a broken scream. Why would you do something so pathetic? He casually knelt down right in front of his dying friend. Subaru roared, "Answer me." Kazuki calmly replied, "It has been 10 years. Subaru, you have been running toward this day for a decade. Surely you get it by now." He leaned in close to Subaru's face and whispered every single word. "This was the only way to take you down. I had to make sure you were distracted." Looking at the bodies, he mocked him. "Otherwise, those precious little blue ice friends of yours would have gotten in the way, right?" Kazuki's face twisted with pure envy and hate. He screamed, "You have no idea how much your constant help was suffocating me. That is exactly why I chose this world over you." Kazuki brushed off the salt, his lips tightening into a cold, smug look. Game over. He stood up straight, stretching in the freezing wind like a winner trampling over his best friend. Man, what a shame things ended like this. The grand finale is finally here. He pulled out that legendary red gem from before, tossing it in the air with a mocking laugh. "Oh right, I probably don't need to give this back, do I? Since Blue Eyes is getting wiped out along with you right here." Snatching the gem, Kazuki turned and walked away, his back looking chill while he spit more toxic insults. "Quit making that sad face. Even dead, you're going down in history as a freaking hero. Too bad you won't be around to actually check it yourself. And this tragic little drama?" Subaru's mouth suddenly twisted into a creepy, demonic grin. He whispered in a raspy voice, "Right to the end. Are you still just gonna blabber about whatever you want?" Subaru's bloody hands clawed at the frozen snow, his fingers digging deep into the hard ground. Subaru watched that traitor's back as he strolled toward his army, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. He thought, if it's come to this, I'm not making it out alive. No turning back now. Subaru waved his hand, opening his glowing virtual inventory system. He scrolled through his gear with iron determination. This didn't mean he was just gonna lay down and die like a good little boy. While walking smugly, Kazuki suddenly froze, his eyes wide and sweat dripping as he felt something seriously wrong right behind him. Subaru had jumped back up, casually waving a fancy, royal-looking silk fan in his hand. The system flashed a legendary item, Aeolus, a top-tier legendary gear at level 80. It's an item that triggers a massive cyclone, blasting anyone in its path 10 kilometers away. Kazuki just stood there, jaw dropped in absolute terror. No way. Ignoring the enemy's pathetic screaming, Subaru put everything he had into swinging that massive fan. He unleashed a terrifying hurricane, his face twisting into the grin of a dark god. Kazuki panicked, screaming, "You still have uses left for that thing?" One flick. The Thunder Emperor barked back with zero chill. "Like I'd tell a piece of trash like you anything." Subaru's eyes flared with a predatory glow. The system counter ticked down. 4 uses left. He started doing the math in his head, feeling crafty. "I can use it 4 more times." In the middle of the raging storm, Subaru looked at his few teammates barely breathing in the cold snow. His heart ached for the last survivors of Blue Eyes. "There are only 4 of you left." Determined to protect the last of them no matter what, Subaru swung the heavenly fan once more. A blinding whirlwind erupted, blocking out everything. "Even if it's just you guys." Wind magic triggered. A powerful gust of magic swept up his 4 remaining teammates and launched them high into the sky. He literally threw them out of the death zone. Seeing his prey fly away, Kazuki's fake calm face completely shattered. He started screaming like a maniac, barking orders at his mindless minions. "After them. Chase them down. Now. Don't let a single one of them escape." His goons grabbed their weapons, shouting, "Let's go," as they prepared to hunt them down. But that was not going to happen. No way. The divine fan glowed with purple lightning before slowly fading away. He dropped a cold, final judgment. "No." Subaru stood tall in the snow, slamming his spear into the ground while raising his other hand as lightning crackled. He roared a warning. "You guys aren't going anywhere. Stay right there." Just then, the system popped up with an annoying warning. Fatigue levels were hitting critical. Ignoring the deadly warning, furious bolts of lightning continued to tear through the dark night sky. Fatigue hit 95, a flashing red alarm with a harsh reminder. His Thunder Emperor form was reaching its limit. Suddenly, a massive, blinding flash of light erupted. A giant pillar of bright yellow lightning slammed down from the clouds right onto Subaru, blowing the ground apart all around him. The most epic moment had arrived. The Thunder Emperor had descended. Even while being blinded by that overwhelming power, the shady leader Kazuki squeezed out a smug grin. Sweating bullets, he decided to keep talking trash. Subaru, you really are one stubborn bastard. The camera zoomed in on Subaru's hand, veins popping as he gripped his bloody short sword. Death was knocking at the door again. Fatigue just hit 96. Wrapped in yellow lightning and dark, murderous energy, Subaru took a stance with his long spear. He whispered to himself, I don't exactly know what you people were expecting from this KJO guy when you made your bets. I don't even know if I should be doing this. His bloody spear tip glowed with electric power, pointing straight at Kazuki and his goons. He delivered the final line with a bone-chilling tone, but I hope you're all ready to pay for this with your lives. His blue eyes were now burning like the fires of hellish hatred. Subaru threw the massive spear over his shoulder, laying down the law alone. From now on, nobody goes anywhere without my permission. I won't let you move. Facing that terrifying, soul-crushing pressure, the remaining soldiers started panicking and breaking into a cold sweat. One guy gritted his teeth, barking at his crew. Damn it, if that's it, let's go. The goons charged with spears like moths to a flame, screaming that it was all or nothing. Subaru moved like a hurricane, swinging his spear with golden lightning, splitting a soldier in half as blood sprayed right off the screen. Right after, a big brute swung for a cheap shot, but he stayed cool, calculating his move. A beast like him should never fall to these low-level scrubs. His gloved hand gripped the spear, gathering a massive, blinding surge of lightning energy. He prepared for the worst, but one critical spear strike triggered a light explosion, shredding the soldiers all around him. If Kazuki really gets his hands dirty, this whole situation is going to get way worse. Fighting through the crowd while backing off, Subaru glanced over his shoulder to measure the distance. The system pinged in his head as fatigue hit 97. He figured he had enough safety now, but the absolute killer here was his damn stamina bar. Subaru's face was a mess of pure stress and exhaustion. The death countdown was ticking away fast, and he gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't waste another single second. Just then, some random punk lunged forward, trying to slice him wide open. Pushing past his limits hit him hard and instantly. Fresh blood leaked from his mouth as he tanked the agony, while the system flashed red fatigue was at 98. Seizing the chance, the guy kept rushing Subaru with a piercing blade, causing a massive spray of blood that painted the air a violent red. Under the sunset, he was pinned down by a sword with a mob of enemies closing in. But every weapon has its limit. He squeezed his spear one last time, then finally let it drop. Seeing the monster's weapon fall, a nameless soldier jumped for pure joy, screaming like a total psycho. I did it. I actually killed Narukami Subaru. But before he could finish his bragging, Subaru suddenly loomed right behind him out of nowhere. A hand sparked with lightning, grabbing the delusional guy's shoulder. His eyes were sharp as knives as he hissed, "Who'd you say you killed?" In a flash, a massive electric explosion erupted everywhere. It sent the goons flying like total ragdolls. Fried by the lightning, the soldier screamed in agony before the force of the blast blew him away. In seconds, the ground was covered in charred, smoking bodies slumped in the cold snow. Wiping out the trash, he pulled the sword from his own body, legs failing as the lightning died. He finally collapsed to his knees, surrounded by enemies. Watching the demon fall, the survivors froze, exhaling in relief. "He's down," someone muttered, like they couldn't even believe it. "Did we actually get him?" Then, pure terror surged again as that monster literally ripped right through the whole crowd. Kazuki stepped forward like a total winner. He looked down, coldly calling out Subaru's name. With a smug little smirk, the leader mocked him, saying he didn't expect his era to end so damn easily. Meanwhile, the life was draining out of Subaru. Death notifications spammed the system as fatigue hit 99. Absolute danger. Fatigue was reaching a critical high. If it hits 100, it is game over. Ignoring death's door, Subaru used his last bit of strength to grip his spear. Golden lightning flared one last time. He hissed, "Kazuki, you of all people should know better." His muscles tensed, feet slamming into the snow, launching one final, desperate suicide charge that would last until the very end. With a gut-wrenching roar, Subaru shot forward like a bullet. He aimed his broken spear at the traitor with insane killing intent. The strike carried all his lightning, tearing through space in a blinding flash that slammed into his target. In the face of that sacrifice, Kazuki didn't even flinch. He held up the Archangel's blessing, smirking coldly. "My deepest condolences to you, pal. As long as I have this thing, my life is perfectly safe." But before he could finish his gloating, Kazuki's pupils suddenly shrunk to pinpoints. His face twisted in total panic as his shield shattered. The destructive light instantly swallowed him whole as he let out a desperate scream. "It is impossible," he gasped, as the Thunder Emperor's final words echoed. "In the end, I am the winner." Everything faded into darkness. Subaru's soul was now just a drifting, deep blue shadow. He laughed at himself, talked a big game, but look at me, total loser. He felt a sharp pang of regret. "Kazuki, I at least wanted to see that bastard die with my own eyes." But he told himself his final strike definitely hit home. He sighed. It is funny, thinking about this kind of stuff while drifting toward certain death in the void. He frowned, wondering if this empty state was going to last forever. If so, that is one hell of a torture method. Ugh. Suddenly, a nasty stench hit his nose. What is this? This smell? Gross. Can I actually smell things right now? Then, at that exact moment in another world, the lid of a metal trash can was kicked right off, clattering loudly onto the wet ground. Out of a suffocating, stinking trash heap, a skinny kid in a shredded tank top crawls out. He has got an apple core on his head and dirt all over his face. Looking around like a lost puppy, he mumbles, "Is this actual hell?" Suddenly, a familiar system window pops up. Name: Hosoi Subaru. Home planet: Earth. Level 1. Strength 11. Agility 12. Stamina 11. Focus 14. Magic power 61. He blinks at that weird name, Hosoi. Subaru lets out a massive sigh. What is this garbage? This status board is straight up pathetic. Then, a blinding headache rips through his brain like a bolt of lightning. He grits his teeth and groans as broken memories shatter his mind. He hears the mocking voices of some random punks. Talk about trashing a reputation. You earthlings really are just bottom-tier garbage. What are you even doing here? Oh, right. Narukami Subaru was always an outlier. Trying to play a background character now? Kid, try being half the man Subaru was before he died 20 years ago. His pupils shrink in total shock. He can only gasp out one word. Huh? Staring at his reflection in a glass window, he whispers, Narukami Subaru died 20 years ago? Then whose body am I wearing? Crouched on a dumpster, he looks up at the strange skyscrapers and screams in pure panic. Are you kidding me? This is a dream, right? Before he can think, his legs give out and he faceplants right back into the trash. Ouch! He scrambles to his feet, but his eyes suddenly lock onto something. A rectangular device lies in the filthy dirt. He grabs it, a tiny spark of hope lighting up his eyes. A player kit. Yes, if I use this. His shaking fingers tap the cracked screen, desperately searching for the keyword, blue ice. Holographic articles flash before him. Blue Zone, are they just the unworthy successors of the legendary squad, Blue Ice? The secret behind the name Blue Zone, the naming sense of blue eyes, Narukami Subaru. Blue Zone keeps growing. Following the legacy of Blue Ice and Subaru, the leader Kyo vows to crush the next tournament. 20 years ago today, remembering the heroic spirit of the Blue Ice squad, he stares at the cruel words, totally frozen. Then, he sees at his old enemy's face, smiling smugly on the news report. His heart skips a beat. That snake is still alive? His fingers grip the screen, showing the traitor's face as old memories flood back. Kazuki, we were not always enemies. A flashback pulls him back to a quiet night on the rooftop. Kazuki had whispered, What is up? I cannot believe you called me out here at this hour. I am thinking about leaving, Blue Ice, Subaru. In the memory, Subaru gasps. What? Why so sudden? Kazuki just stares him down. I want you to be the one to tell the team. I am counting on you, friend. He smirks bitterly at the memory. At least, that is what I thought back then. That fake smile he gave me on our last day is still crystal clear. One day you will understand why. Kazuki had promised back then. Do not worry, even if we are apart, I will always be your shadow. But reality hit like a slap in the face. Years later, Kyozo started his own guild and showed up right in front of me, flying a flag with the exact name we used to joke about. Back in reality, he drags his heavy feet down the street. The name Blue Zone echoes in his head. That was the shadow he meant. And you are still stuck on the 9th floor of the tower? It has been 20 years. Have you achieved nothing? Suddenly he stops dead, his eyes wide with pure shock. A massive projector screen shows a huge building. The headline reads, Narukami Subaru Memorial. It is packed with tourists paying respects on the anniversary of his death. The memories haven't faded after 20 years. He gasps in disbelief. My own memorial? Looking up at the majestic building, the Narukami Subaru sign glitters in the sun. He is completely stunned. Gulping hard, he mutters in awe. This place is way more impressive than I ever could have imagined. But then he sees it. Right above the entrance is the mask symbol he used to wear. Walking into the crowded hall, a massive hologram of his old battles plays on a loop. It looks so incredibly official. Standing small among the people admiring his own past, his face goes pale. He wonders, what is the point of remembering me? Looking at the glowing hologram reflecting on the floor, he whispers, why are they even doing this? He looks up at the grand portrait of himself being exploited, questioning his enemy in vain. Why on earth would you do something like this? From the speakers, Kazuki's hypocritical voice drones on. He was always a shining example to all of us. Subaru clutches his face, fighting back the urge to vomit. The fake praise continues. The man who came closest to the top of the tower, the hero of Blue Ice, Narukami Subaru. Eyes peeking through his fingers, burning with pure, unadulterated hate. That traitor's shiny hologram pops up, acting all noble like he's honoring a fallen hero and all my old teammates too. Veins popping on his forehead, he glares with razor-sharp eyes and growls, are you freaking kidding me? Look at Kazuki in that fancy suit, bragging about building this memorial like he's some kind of saint. As the words sink in, his jaw tightens. A white-hot fire of revenge starts eating him alive from inside. Watching that smug bastard's calm smile on the screen makes him scream internally. Kazuki's voice just keeps on droning. Subaru and Blue Eyes might be gone, but this trashy speech claims others inherit their noble spirit. Blue Zone is the only guild left, he claims. Subaru clenches his fist shut up with your fake-ass lies. His eyes turn bloodshot like a caged beast breaking loose, radiating a cold, murderous intent that chills the air. Wasn't killing me enough? Fine, I will crawl back from the grave just to spite you. The speech ends with fake pity. Subaru and Blue Ice ain't coming back, or so they think. He glares at the screen, declaring silent war right there. Just you wait. Kazuki's satisfied. Greasy smirk hangs in the air like a taunting ghost. We will never forget them, the voice echoes. He turns his back, walking away from that jerk's glowing hologram. I am going to rewrite them all from scratch. Carrying a burning will 20 years later, his eyes look lethal. I won't let them pull that garbage ever again. He picks up the pace, ready to tear through any obstacle ahead. Swearing on my life, I am not wasting this. Who gets a second chance like this anyway? Wandering aimlessly, Subaru stops when a kid in red slips and hits the shiny floor. The little guy lets out a whimper. Instinct kicks in. Subaru rushes over, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder and asking, hey, you all right, kid? His gentle smile vanishes instantly. His face contorts, eyes wide with shock as he gasps, what the hell? The kid looks up, wearing a black and gold mask covering half his head. My mask? He mumbles awkwardly. Suddenly, a couple rushes over. The guy is frantic, saying sorry, so sorry. Did he hurt you or something? He turns to the kid, Minato, you okay? The boy waves it off, saying it was just a tiny bump. Subaru freezes. Both the man and woman are wearing the exact same mask. He is completely stunned by the sight. Who are these people? He spins around to scan the hall, his eyes twitching in total and utter confusion. What is this? He rubs his eyes like crazy, trying to shake off this weird hallucination, but it is no use. His pupils shrink as he stammers. Damn it, what the hell is actually going on in this place? In the massive hall, hundreds of people are walking past him and every single one is wearing that mask. Trapped in this nightmare, he wonders how it came to this. Then, Kazuki's fake laugh echoes through his mind again. Such a tragic loss, right? Don't look so sad. The traitor's praise felt like daggers to the heart. Even in death, he sneered, you will always be remembered as a hero. Ignoring the lifeless crowd, Subaru stands paralyzed with white knuckles. He snarls under his breath. Is this what you really wanted? His eyes ignite with a raw hatred, staring into nothingness like he is ripping his enemy apart with a look. Rage turns to action as he stomps forward, cutting through the mindless horde of people in those identical masks. At the end of the hall, a massive memorial appears, but the photo is of himself. Facing his own fake grave, he hisses. Is all this just a sick joke so you can steal all the credit from Blue Ice? Drowning in fury, his eyes suddenly snap to a specific corner of the memorial altar. Among the boring white flowers, a glowing crystal bloom radiates a soft, pulsing blue magic. His pupils shake and his heart skips a beat. This is so familiar. Without hesitation, he shoves through the mourning crowd, ignoring their annoyed shouts and protests as he pushes forward. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Get in line. He ignores them, hunting that flower like a beast. Reaching the altar, he drops onto his knees on the freezing stone floor. He grabs the glowing flower hidden in the pile, clutching the blue memento tight. He looks back with burning hope. Is that you, Shigeru Asagiri? High on a skyscraper, a black boot steps onto a dangerous, shaky ledge. A mysterious guy stands there with arms crossed, smiling down at the memorial below. Looks like another peaceful year without any incidents. He looks back, teasing his partner in the same cloak. You are way too chill. Any later and we would have run smack into the Blue Zone squad. Under a heavy hood, the woman reveals dark stained lips and snaps back coldly. Do we seriously have to trek this far every single year just for one memorial service? If you want to make an offering, daisies are plenty. Hearing that, the man brushes back his messy silver hair, dropping a cryptic line. Who even knows? The mysterious silver-haired man runs a hand through his hair and pulls off his mask, grinning smugly. Maybe Subaru will actually notice these flowers I left for him. Behind him, a girl in a black cloak crosses her arms, sounding skeptical. You seriously think that kid is still alive? I mean, we never actually saw him die with our own eyes. He did not even look back, just let out a long, annoyed sigh. Man, Kyojo will probably find our hideout way faster than we will ever find Subaru. Hearing that trash talk, the girl behind him snaps, screaming and totally ruining his cool vibe. Besides, if Subaru was actually alive, he would never just sit back and watch us get hunted for 20 years. You moron. Ignoring the roof drama, shadows began to stretch across the ground. A flock of blackbirds dashed across the vibrant, glowing sunset sky. Far below that fake memorial site, Subaru is running like he is possessed, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps for every single breath. His sneakers screech to a halt on the dry ground. He winces, leaning on his knees and gasping for air in the silent woods. Could it really be her? Looking at the sunset, he asks with a tiny spark of hope, is she actually still alive? His sweaty hand shakes while gripping the cold crystal flower. He softly whispers the name of his old teammate, Jer. Night falls. Subaru heads back to his trashy room, flops onto a creaky bed, and sighs at his surroundings. Is this really where that loser Subaru lived? Was the guy totally broke or what? This is honestly just pathetic. He slumps onto the edge of the bed and checks his glass tablet, frowning in total disappointment at the screen. I searched for anything on Blue Ice and got zero. He tosses the device onto the mattress. His hand reaches out with pure determination. I know for a fact she is still alive. He grabs his hair, frustrated, desperately trying to piece the puzzle together. She is alive, but she is definitely hiding. It has been 20 long years. His sharp eyes glare through his fingers, flashing with pure, burning rage. This has to be Kyojo. He would never let anyone who knows the truth live. Memories of that massive magic explosion rush back like a slow-motion movie, blasting the whole group into the air. He mumbles, "I do not know if Saiger is the only one who made it, or if any of those 4 people I blew away actually survived." The image of his blonde teammate screaming in the storm pulls him back to this brutal reality. But as long as Kyozo is still in power, trying to contact them right now is basically just suicide. Standing by the window, he crosses his arms, looking at his weak reflection in the glass. Especially since I have 0 power now, trying to force my way back to them would only bring a world of trouble and pain. He looks over at the table where the gold mask and the crystal flower are sitting quietly in the dark. First thing is first. Holding up his thin hands, he strains to feel the energy pulsing through his veins with fire in his eyes. I need my original power back. Now, he grabs a practice sword from the corner, weighing his options based on the memories he inherited from this loser body. 2 days left. The tutorial test to officially become a player is about to start. He points his sharp blade forward, ready to challenge fate itself. His eyes glow with an eerie light. If they are still alive, his yellow pupils reflect on the cold blade, carrying a stone-cold vow. If they are out there, we are going to find each other again. 2 days later, inside a massive arena styled after ancient Rome, the rookie selection test is turning into a total bloodbath. In the center of the ring, a candidate stands among pools of blood and dead goblins. Then there is the judge, her. A buff, bald guy with a goatee watches with his arms crossed over his chest, looking totally and utterly bored. The candidate with the ponytail staggers with a sword, covered in dirt and deep cuts, gasping for air with every step. After barely killing the last monster, he glares at the exhausted rookie breathing hard in front of him. The judge lets out a heavy sigh. "Fine, you barely passed this time." But, he asks with a cold, piercing glare, "Do you actually want to move on to the next round?" The young man snaps his head up in shock, stuttering, "Wait, what? 5 more rounds?" Before he can even process that, a holographic screen pops up, slapping him right in the face with reality, revealing a total nightmare rule. Do you want to move to the next round? For every level you climb, 1 extra goblin will be added. Clear the higher rounds and the bonus rewards will definitely get a lot better. The ponytail guy tosses his pride aside and starts screaming at the top of his lungs. "No way, are you insane? I am not doing that. How am I supposed to take on 3 of them at once?" The judge rubs his temples and snaps back. "Pipe down. My head is killing me. Keep it up and I will fail you right now." The system teleports the guy out in a burst of light fragments, but he still bellows back, "I passed that part, right?" The judge looks at the pile of goblin corpses and clicks his tongue. He thinks to himself that this kid will probably never make it past the tutorial phase. The judge hates the fact he has to let such a loser pass. Looking around at the chaotic arena where goblins are crushing the other rookies, he sets his sights on Isaac, the son of Renhard. Besides that guy, who hit round 20, nobody else looks worth a damn. The old man sighs while typing scores into his digital tablet. This tutorial is a joke. Kids these days are getting worse. Seriously. While wallowing in pure disappointment, his eye suddenly twitches, and he looks up. Steady, confident footsteps begin to echo loudly across the cold stone floor. A young man walks up with his sword pointed toward the ground, moving slowly. The judge strokes his beard while watching him very closely. He skims the file of the new arrival, his experienced eyes lighting up. He narrows his gaze, sensing that this name is going to be nothing but major trouble. He hides his nosy curiosity and tucks his hands into his sleeves with an arrogant huff. Whatever, that is only if he can actually pass this test. Subaru glares at the holographic system screen as the game world starts to boot up. Space distorts as 2 ugly goblins appear. The system announces in a cold, robotic voice that 2 enemies have been spawned. Now, defeat them. The judge waves his hand with a dramatic flair. Let the tutorial begin right now. But before the word could even leave his mouth, a sudden, powerful gust of wind slammed into his face. Subaru blurs into a dark streak of motion, moving with lightning speed as he flashes right past the stunned judge. A goblin's severed head flies through the air right next to him as black blood sprays like a fountain. The old man just freezes there, totally stunned. What the hell just happened? Spinning around, Subaru's agile figure has already landed gracefully on the ground over 10 meters away. He flicks the blood off his sword as the second corpse collapses onto the stone. He smirks to himself with total confidence. Spending 2 days getting used to this body and testing its limits was definitely the right call. This physical form I woke up in is actually incredible. He flicks his wrist, spinning the blade with fluid grace like flowing water. He smiles to himself, knowing these stats have massive potential. Seems like the original Subaru just had no clue how to use it. The system screen pops up, asking if you want to proceed to the next round. Without blinking, Subaru smirks. Obviously. Time is money, so let's keep moving. The judge's jaw is on the floor. He is screaming internally in total disbelief. Rounds pass by in a total blur. Another blue goblin head rolls across the floor and stops right at the judge's feet. Looking around, the massive arena is now a total graveyard littered with hundreds of corpses. Severed goblin limbs are scattered everywhere like a literal slaughterhouse. What the hell is actually happening? He just cannot look away. The judge watches, paralyzed, as Subaru dances through the monsters like a reaper slicing through a crowd. Cold sweat soaks the old man's forehead. He holds his breath while analyzing the fight. This kid isn't just swinging wild. He's planning 2, no, 3 steps ahead. With a stylish spin, he uses centrifugal force to sweep his blade in a perfect arc. In a single motion, he decapitates several unlucky goblins that were about to lunge. His calloused hand grips the hilt tight as black blood flows down the cold steel. The moonlight reflects off the blade while the judge watches the boy's black coat fluttering in the wind. The old man swallows hard. That is not just elite swordsmanship. That level of movement is impossible even for me. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, Subaru looks back with a charming smirk. But his eyes are full of bloodlust under the clear blue sky. The judge's brain is honestly short-circuiting. He mumbles a crazy thought. Unless he is the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru. Otherwise, that level of power simply should not exist. Thinking they have the numbers, a goblin roars and leaps from a blind spot with teeth bared. Piece of cake. Without even blinking, Subaru delivers a sharp reverse slash that cuts right through the air. He splits the beast in 2, leaving a fountain of blood spraying like a waterfall. The system screen flashes. Round 49 cleared. Do you want to challenge the final boss? He looks back coolly, smirks, exhales a cloud of arrogance, and drops a simple challenge. Come and get some. The second he accepts, massive invisible pressure slams down, tearing the air apart. Subaru digs in his sword and braces. The ground starts shaking violently. The arena floor tiles crack wide open and explode into a million tiny jagged pieces. From the depths of the explosion, a massive, pitch-black, veiny hand rips through the earth and slams onto the surface. Turning pale, the old judge starts panicking and screaming his head off at him. Hey, you idiot, wait a second. No matter how strong you are definitely not Narukami Subaru. If you value your life, stop right now. But warnings are too late. A towering shadow blots out the sun as it rises, completely dwarfing Subaru's tiny frame. The massive horned beast lets out a roar that sends chills down your spine. The system's screen flashes blood red. The Goblin King has detected the sacrifice count has hit wave 49. The king is furious. The judge's neck veins pop as he fears for the kid's life. He yells until hoarse. Quit before it is too late. Fighting the Goblin King is pure suicide. The monster's giant shadow looms to crush him. The judge swallows hard and delivers his final verdict. This is straight-up suicide. Do not get greedy. No matter how insane your skills are, you cannot close that massive gap in basic stats. Standing in the king's massive shadow, Subaru looks up calmly, assessing the situation. He is fully aware of the reality. With the current stats of this body, his black, gloved hand tightens its grip on the sword's hilt. He calculates silently. There is no way I can land a decent blow or do any real damage to him. Even so, he mutters something, then suddenly thrusts his hand out and drops a cold, arrogant line. I refuse. Instantly, his only sword slips from his hand, clattering into a pool of blood. He just disarmed himself like a fool. Watching this absolute train wreck of a move, the judge in the distance clutches his bald head in total disbelief. He screams until his eyes go white and veins pop. Why would you throw your weapon away? You crazy? Ignoring the judge's cries, Subaru stands cool with hands in his pockets while the Goblin King lunges to crush him. The judge's heart pounds as he curses under his breath in total despair. I knew this kid was trouble, but as Death's claws descend, a sharp object whistles through the air, burying into the monster. He freezes midair. The Goblin King's bloodshot eyes widen as he grunts in confusion from the sudden, sharp pain radiating through his thigh. A bead of cold sweat rolls down the beast's hideous face. It slowly looks down to find the coward who sniped it. Instead of a coward, it sees that same small kid, and he hasn't moved an inch. Instead, he is just squatting there, casually rooting through a pile of dead goblins to grab some discarded loot. Subaru slowly stands back up with a highly provocative smirk. Between his fingers are sharp, metal pen-shaped darts. He asks, surprised yet, the Goblin King growls in fury and spits the object out of his leg. Facing the boss's rage, Subaru calmly holds up his new weapons and declares, "Want to make a little bet?" His eyes suddenly glow with a creepy golden light, releasing a killing intent that completely overwhelms the monster. He growls, "Let's see if you can take me down first, or if I turn you into a giant pincushion." Subaru snaps into a throwing stance, his arm moving at terrifying speed, turning those darts into lethal streaks of light. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of metal needles bury themselves into the king's eyes and face, causing massive agony. It howls in soul-tearing pain. Blinded and driven mad, its massive body staggers and begins to fall backward. In a total panic, it swings its axe wildly, but Subaru is definitely not just standing there like a statue. Moving with physics-defying speed, he glides through the air, dodging the axe. He lands as silently as a hunting leopard. His hand brushes the ruined stones as his eyes lock onto the target, not wavering for even a millisecond. His pupils constrict, locking onto the fatal weakness of the giant beast as it blindly swings its axe in chaos. In this life-or-death moment, a flood of memories from his past life suddenly comes rushing back to him. He sees a muscular man throwing knives at a target on a tree, but his form is completely wrong. The man clicks his tongue and calls for a woman. Reina, a stunning girl with messy black hair, corrects him. "You are throwing it all wrong." Reina smirks, twirling a metal pen in her hand while giving a lesson. Anything can be a weapon. Her hand snaps forward, flicking power. That pen ripped through the air like a high-velocity bullet. Her voice echoes in my head. "It is the perfect throwing knife as long as you find the center of gravity." Boom. The ballpoint pen slams into the bullseye, piercing wood with surgical precision. Back to reality, Subaru just pulled off that assassin theory perfectly. Cut to the Goblin King's throat. A metal dart just buried itself in his jugular, and blood is gushing out like a fountain. Taking a critical hit, the Goblin King buckles backward, blood spraying from his neck and face like red rain. He spreads his arms, letting out one final, miserable roar. Standing tall in an arena littered with corpses, Subaru spins the bloody darts in his hand, muttering his assassin mantra. Power scales with spin, and hesitation is the enemy of a clean hit. A flash of nostalgia and pride hits his face. He smirks, knowing this was exactly what Rena taught him. In the back, the bald judge stands frozen, staring at this madness. He realizes the goblin corpses and poison daggers won't despawn until the test ends. Who knew this kid could exploit a useless game mechanic in such a totally overpowered way? The judge replays the freakish candidate's cold, calculated moves in his head. He's not just a master swordsman shredding low-level trash mobs, he's blending knife throwing to snipe targets with millimeter precision. This punk is a legit genius. Meanwhile, the Goblin King's massive carcass gives a slight twitch, letting out a final, dying rasp that sends a shiver down the judge's spine. A genius? No way. Is a small word like that even enough to describe this kid's raw power? Finally, the beast's stubborn life force runs dry. Its huge frame collapses onto the cold stone floor, completely still at last. Boss fight over. Subaru casually strolls through the pools of fresh blood, picking up the rusty iron sword he ditched earlier. He flicks the gore off the blade, looking down at the giant corpse with a cold goodbye. Nothing personal, big guy. Just doing what I gotta do. Thwack! He ruthlessly stabs the blade into the monster to confirm the kill, sending another spray of blood flying everywhere. Right then, a glowing purple holographic system screen pops up in midair with a bold notification. You have slain the Goblin King. Right under it, you have cleared stage 50 of the tutorial for the first time. Subaru pushes back his sweaty, messy hair and sighs. This system is trash. How is this still just the tutorial? Don't go throwing a literal nightmare boss into a practice run, man. His complaining gets drowned out as a dozen level-up windows start popping up all around him. Credits received. Achievement points earned. The newbie shop is now open. Note this shop is only available for this round. Staring at his massive haul of 2,425 points, Subaru browses the store. Let's see what kind of loot I can snag. Honestly, this is the first time I've even seen this secret shop interface. He scrolls through the virtual screen, picking out cheap health potions and skill manuals. He rubs his chin, grinning. Looks like items range from 5 points on the low end up to 200 at the top. I've got points to burn. But as he's scrolling, his finger suddenly stops dead. His eyes go wide and he gasps. Right there is an insane, high-tier blade costing 1,000 points, the nameless demon sword. He gulps and mumbles, "Can I really afford this kind of heat already? I didn't expect to find one of the Kin Demon Smith's legendary cursed masterpieces here." The description says it drains the user's body and soul. Subaru breaks a sweat. That kind of power is one hell of a temptation. But using lightning power that eats my own health bar? That is a huge risk. Right next to it is the Holy Sword Miranda for 1,400 points. It boosts stamina and keeps you fighting longer. Subaru asks himself, do I really need a demon sword? Maybe this safe holy blade is the better play. Right? He's at a crossroads. Go for the glass cannon damage build or the tanky survival route? He frowns, overthinking it. Should I grab the demon blade for massive DPS or the holy sword for safety? Weighing both options, he crosses his arms and shakes his head. Neither of these feels quite right. How I spend these starting points is a matter of life and death. I have to be careful. While he's stressing out, he catches something hidden at the bottom of the UI. Wait, what is that? He taps the edge of the system screen and tries a swipe. Can I actually scroll down even further? Deep at the bottom of the list, an F-rank skill worth 1,400 points pops up. It is called the Greedy Steak. This thing is god tier, completely wiping out every nasty side effect from any item or skill you use. A smirk slowly creeps across Subaru's face. His eyes are literally glowing like he just hit the jackpot as he whispers to himself. I have never seen a skill with such a dirty, broken cheat effect in my entire life. This is honestly just plain wrong. Without a single second of hesitation, his finger slams right down on that confirm button. His brain is racing. This setup can totally kill the life drain from the cursed sword. Even better, it might even handle those annoying debuffs from that damn lightning bolt. Talk about being absolutely overpowered. Boom. Transaction successful. The system snatches 1,400 points for the Greedy Steak and another 1,000 to bring that nameless cursed blade home. My bank account is crying, but it is worth it. A flash of cold light cuts through the air. Suddenly, a massive pitch-black greatsword with glowing red veins is resting perfectly in Subaru's grip. He is feeling himself now. This combo is definitely going to be worth a test run. Rolling his wrists to get a feel for the weight, he starts walking casually with the massive blade in hand. This is exactly what I wanted. The skill and the blade have perfect synergy. Why would I struggle with some weak starter skill when I can just go around smashing things with this beast from the start? Snapping him out of his thoughts, the bald old dude claps his hands together in total approval. Looking all serious again, he keeps his voice low, Excellent choice, kid. Those two together create some seriously high compatibility. I have got to hand it to you, but as a judge, I am still a little confused. Whatever, you can just call me Huer for now. Seeing the kid close the deal so fast, Huer strokes his silver beard and narrows his eyes in suspicion. Why did you pick that specific skill? You have zero clue if it even works, and there is definitely no guarantee it will be effective in a real fight. Subaru just heaves that glowing red cursed blade onto his shoulder and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Ha! You really want me to break down every little detail for you? Pissed off by the rookie's disrespectful attitude, Huer starts to change. Huer's body suddenly swells up as a terrifying dark aura explodes around him. The pressure is insane, forcing Subaru to jump back and get ready for a fight. You calling me dude? Is that how you talk to me? Is using proper respect really that hard for you kids today? Realizing he went a bit too far, Huer clears his throat and looks away to save face. Ahem. I guess you're just exhausted from the exam, so I'll let it slide this one time. Don't get used to it. I'm just being the bigger person here. All right? No hard feelings. It's not like I'm taking this personally or anything. Got it? The name is Huer. The old man clasps his hands behind his back, staring off into the distance with a look of pure nostalgia. To think that little brat who could not even wipe his own nose is actually a judge for the exams now. A memory flashes back a shy, polite kid clutching a notebook, looking up with big, hopeful eyes. I am your biggest fan, sir. Could I please get your autograph? Standing across from that kid was a massive guy in a mysterious gold mask. He was surrounded by a crowd and just coldly shut the boy down without even looking. An autograph? I do not have time for nonsense like that. The boy frantically bows, holding out his notebook with trembling hands. Then, could you just write your name for me? Please. My name is Huer. Back in the present, Huer starts his usual old man rant again. Back in my day, manners were the #1 priority if you wanted to be a player. Look at these kids now. One little skill and they are already full of themselves. I do not know what they are teaching you guys, but you are always demanding stuff and calling us stubborn old fossils. It is totally disrespectful. Subaru just smirks internally. Times are changing, old man. Your era is vanishing just as fast as the hair on your head. Look, I am not planning on giving you an answer anyway. Just do me a favor and keep my exam results a secret, okay? Huer rolls his eyes. Here we go again, trying to dodge my questions with some garbage trivia he probably picked up on the internet. Suddenly, Huer puffs out his chest and lets out a booming laugh. Very well then, since you have got no manners, I am going to have to personally beat some respect back into your head from scratch. The old man smiles confidently and drops a heavy offer. So, what do you think? Do you want to join the Knights Guild? Instead of being honored, Subaru just turns his back and tosses a cold not interested over his shoulder while Huer panics. It is incredibly rare for a judge to personally recruit a rookie like this, but Subaru just ignores him, staring at the system screen. The screen asks if he wants to move to the second floor. He coldly gives the command. Instantly, his body turns into shimmering blue light and vanishes. He leaves the bald old man reaching out and screaming in total desperation. Wait, get back here. Don't you dare leave. Looking at the empty space where the kid was, Huer lets out a massive sigh and his shoulders slump in defeat. Seriously, I am so disappointed. The scene shifts instantly, and Subaru's boots land softly on a solid stone-paved street. He has made it to the second floor, the starting city. It is a massive, bustling place with flags flying everywhere and the sounds of merchants screaming for business. We have got fresh deep-sea fish from Runet and local dried meats right here. Come on, just try a little sample. He strolls past stalls, selling all kinds of random junk, from fancy Miram silk to weird jackets imported straight from Earth. Subaru's eyes flickered with a messy mix of emotions. He was finally back. Looking down to hide his cold stare, he felt a surge of raw determination boiling just beneath the surface. I finally grabbed a chance that someone like me should never have been able to get. His boots hit the stone floor with a heavy thud. This was it, a real shot at a do-over. Standing on a main street packed with waving flags, he squared his shoulders. He had lived through this nightmare once already. Time to play it way smarter this time around. In his head, he could still see his old crew laughing together around a warm campfire. But his gaze turned icy and dark. His friends were waiting, and he had a major score to settle. He wanted payback for all those brutal deaths. Snapping out of it, Subaru kicked open the door to a private training gym. It was the perfect spot to grind, test some fresh skills, or see if his gear would actually hold up. He walked up to the front desk where an old guy was lounging around. "Which floor you from, kid?" Subaru tapped his sword and kept it short. "Just came from the bottom. Heading to the spot every serious player needs to visit." The old man smirked, dangling keys for rooms 1 and 2. "Stick with room number 1, rookie. It has straw dummies for newbies like you." Subaru ignored the advice. "Give me room 5. The old man's jaw hit the floor. "Room 5? You serious?" The old guy frowned and waved him off. "Listen, I am trying to help you. Do not be an idiot. You are just wasting your cash. Take room 1. Subaru did not blink. "Thanks for the concern, Pops. I will take 30 minutes. The old man slammed the keycard down and yelled as Subaru walked down the hall. "What? You think you are the main character of some teen drama or something? Whatever happens is on you. And do not come crying for a refund when you quit halfway through." He swiped the card. The system cold-heartedly charged 50 credits. Balance remaining, 10,050 credits. In this place, the higher the number, the deadlier the traps. Everything inside was designed to be absolutely brutal. He glanced next door. Some guy was sprinting for his life as a massive boulder tried to crush him. He smirked. Of course, they would look down on a noob with trash gear. Let them think whatever they want. His black-gloved hand gripped the metal handle. He shoved open the door to room 5. It was a dark, trash-filled wreck that smelled like a graveyard. Subaru cracked his neck and grinned. "All right, let us get started." He gripped the nameless cursed sword with both hands, ready for a gamble. As he channeled his power, the black blade suddenly erupted into blood-red flames. The system chimed. Nameless cursed sword has finally recognized its true owner. A warning popped up. Stats increased, but his stamina and mental energy were being drained fast. A wave of killing intent slammed into him, twisting his face in pure agony. He gritted his teeth and groaned. Right when things got lethal, his cheat code kicked in. The greed stake level 1 skill began resisting the backlash from the nameless sword. His stamina and mental focus were starting to recover, but the sword was too powerful to be fully tamed. The system flashed red. Greed stake level 1 failed to resist. Exhaustion hit hard. He clutched his chest and gasped, trying to think. Just like he thought, level 1 is too weak. I have to push harder. Despite the internal torture, he roared and swung the flaming blade. It tore through the air, draining his life force to activate the tyrant buff notification. His stats shot up as his health dropped. He endured the muscle-shredding pain. Subaru's eyes glowed like a wild beast. With a bloody lip, he let out a crazy, satisfied smile. "So this is my limit. Perfect. Right where I want it." The system instantly sucked out 10,000 credits. The greed stake skill was being upgraded to level 2. The cursed sword started shaking violently as the new power flooded in. Level up lights exploded all around him. The glow wrapped around his body as he collapsed to one knee. Screen update. Greed stake rank E level 2 now kills all negative side effects. Next level up costs 20,000 credits. He ground his teeth and slammed the blade into the floor, causing a fiery explosion. The system confirmed the results. Greed stake level 2 was fully resisting the cursed sword. The resistance was a success. He stood tall, surrounded by a swirling, blood-red aura. Subaru gripped the heavy greatsword. The price the system demanded felt way lighter now. This nameless demon sword totally drains a user's stamina. His eyes flashed with ruthless focus as those stat notifications kept climbing. He felt the raw power surging through him and smirked, spitting out 2 words of pure victory. It worked. Without wasting a single second, he slammed his boot down, smashing the floor and using the momentum to launch himself forward like a high-speed cannonball at full tilt. He swung that massive blade, ripping through the air and obliterating everything in his path with one powerful strike of pure destruction. He screamed in pure hype. Time for a test drive. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful lobby, that old receptionist guy was passed out on the wooden desk, snoring so hard he was literally drooling everywhere, totally oblivious to the absolute chaos happening inside. Right in the middle of a great dream, the old man jolts awake. He lifts his bald head, sensing a massive, overwhelming shadow standing right over him. Huh? His pupils suddenly shrink in shock. His wrinkled face twists in pure horror, sweat dripping down his forehead as he mumbles to himself, wondering if this is still just a dream. The bright light from the exit frames the silhouette of the young man as he walks out. He leaves behind a trail of disgusting, bloody footprints that creep the old man out. Is he hallucinating? Or is this actually real? Rubbing his throbbing forehead, the old man watches that blood-soaked back walk away. He swallows hard and checks the time. Was that the kid who just went into room 5? Don't tell me he could not even handle 10 minutes in there. Getting suspicious, the old man rushes to room 5 and knocks on the thick wooden door, tentatively calling out to the kid. Yo, kid, you still in there, dreamer boy? He waits for a second, but there is absolutely no answer from the other side. The old man swallows hard, slowly grabs the handle, and peeks through a tiny crack to see what is going on inside. The moment the door swings wide, the old man's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He lets out a scream that could shatter glass. Oh my freaking God. It looks like a literal nuclear bomb went off in there. The traps are completely trashed, the giant stone ball is split in two, and a reaper scythe is jammed deep into the rock wall. The whole room is total garbage now. He starts shaking and stammering. What the hell happened here? How did things get this crazy? Cut to a peaceful little apartment that is absolutely soaked in bright sunlight. Subaru groans from his comfy bed, sounding totally exhausted. He lazily sits up and starts stretching out his stiff muscles. His joints crack like crazy after that long sleep. How long was I actually out for? My entire body still feels as stiff as a wooden board. Lucky for me, that demon sword was a total glitched out mess. A normal blade would have definitely finished me off by now. He looks out at the busy cafe downstairs and leans on his hand, thinking back on whether his big gamble actually paid off. The physical drain is way lower now. That is why I can finally tap into the sword's true power. I pull up my pathetic status screen. Strength 17, stamina 16, and only 8 points in mana. He just mocks his own miserable, low-level stats. I really should not even be able to lift that thing, let alone swing a demon sword around like a pro. He thinks back to shredding through every single trap in that training room and nods to himself, feeling pretty satisfied. The compatibility between my greed and this demon sword is honestly completely undeniable. He takes a slow sip of coffee and lets out a devious, calculated smirk. This also means it is going to work amazingly well with all of my lightning-based skills. But he freezes when he sees his current balance of only 50 credits, right next to the notification saying he needs 20,000 to level up. He starts sweating again. The real challenge from here on out is definitely going to be grinding for cash to upgrade this skill. Have I always been this broke? Or is being dirt poor just my new brand? Looking totally bored out of his mind, he laments his tragic fate of having to struggle over a few pathetic credits. Has a great man like me really fallen this far down? Whatever. You already died once anyway, so it does not even matter. Suddenly, a high-pitched, super annoying, squeaky voice cuts right through his train of thought. Subaru looks out the window, completely confused by all the loud, chaotic yelling. He sees a buff guy in a pink crop top and cat ears with bows, holding a virtual screen while skipping through the street. I am currently on a real field trip to the second floor. This seriously brings back so many innocent memories from when I first arrived on the second floor. Right? Today's topic is going to be appraising the outfits of all you stylish young people out there. Let's go. Just then, the live stream screen flashes with bright money effects from some rich tycoon named Alexander, saying he remembers those days too. The cat ear guy immediately starts wiggling around and screaming with pure joy. Thank you, Alexander, for the 1,000 credits. Suddenly, the guy just dumps an entire cup of coffee right over his own head. While the mindless donation sound from the system keeps going off, perfect shot, That was amazing. Thank you a million times. I watched that whole ridiculous circus unfold from the second floor. Sweat was literally pouring down my face. Subaru just stood there looking clueless, thinking, what is wrong with this dude? Is he actually insane? His golden eyes narrowed with pure annoyance. But suddenly, a wild idea for making serious bank flashed through his brain. He was desperate for cash. Tapping the virtual screen, Subaru started hunting for info. A bunch of keywords popped up on how to earn some credits. It is the age of player versus player. Every third person is a streamer. That is how I am going to make millions. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Live streaming? Is that for real? Chilling in a corner of the cafe as the sun went down, he scrolled through his feed. A system where you stream and people give you money? Oh, it is that stupid stuff. Suddenly, an arrogant voice cut right through his thoughts. Yo, is that actually you, Subaru? A tall dude with greasy hair and a fancy gold-embroidered coat came strutting over like he owned the whole place. He smirked like a total jerk. You actually managed to crawl up here? He stomped over to the table with a massive attitude. What a coincidence bumping into you. What are you even doing hanging around this neighborhood? Anyway, staring back at that smug face, Subaru felt his heart race. A cold drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he sized him up. His body was reacting with pure survival instinct. Seems like whatever history they had was definitely not a good one. Getting ignored made the flashy guy snap. Hey, your buddy is talking to you. You really going to just blank me? You just gonna leave me talking to myself here? Meanwhile, Subaru stayed frozen, trying to figure out what he was actually feeling. No, this was not just being annoyed. His hands gripped the table so hard they started shaking. He realized it was fear. Pushing down those old, trashy feelings, he gave a cold response. Oh, is that how it is? I just got here too. Without waiting for an invite, the guy slumped into the seat and crossed his legs with a sneer. He leaned in close with a nasty grin that showed off his teeth, whispering in a voice that sounded like pure trash. I really did not think a total failure like you could even make it through the basic tutorial. The second their eyes met, a horrible memory from the original owner hit him like a nightmare. Subaru realized it was Isaac. The scene shifted to a filthy, dark alleyway. Back then, young Subaru was a mess, bruised up and clutching his arms while crying. Wait. Why? Why would you do something like this to me? Standing over him in the garbage, Isaac had his hands in his pockets, looking down with pure disgust. You asking why? Because you are literal garbage. That is why. He casually munched on snacks while spitting out words that shredded the kid's pride. Just hearing your name makes me want to puke, and you could not even do the simple stuff you were told to. What, you trying to prove you are just some pathetic kid with no parents or something? The old Subaru screamed in total despair, tears streaming down his bruised face. But the credits you gave me were not enough. Before he could finish, Isaac landed a massive kick that sent him spinning. He roared out, "You dare talk back to me? You absolute piece of trash." He laughed like a villain as his prey collapsed. Remember this. From now on, this is your home. He kept chewing his food, his red eyes glowing with a special kind of cruelty. No matter what happens, you are never allowed to leave this spot. You already know what goes down if I find you outside, right? The flashback ended, snapping him right back to reality. Subaru looked down, feeling a massive wave of disgust for this body and how it used to just take the abuse. What an idiot. Do not tell me that is the real reason why I woke up in that literal trash heap. Ignoring Subaru entirely, Isaac started bragging. I cleared everything up to step 20 and even smashed my old man's record. That examiner would not stop talking about how amazing I was the whole time. He said I was definitely the son of Lord Ren. Subaru just gave a totally dead response. Huh? Seeing no reaction, the guy kept boasting and pointed at himself. By the way, I even got a rank B skill as a reward. That is obviously the best reward you can even get from the tutorial. Man, all this talking made me thirsty. I should grab a drink. Subaru casually finished the last of his coffee and grabbed his sword to leave without saying a single word. Yeah, take your time. I am out. Isaac still had that bossy attitude, leaning back and barking out orders. Oh, really? Then, on your way out, grab me a coffee and some snacks to go with it. Whatever you find. Subaru stopped in his tracks, looking back with a cold stare and a flat. What? Embarrassed by the unexpected pushback, Isaac just clicked his tongue. Seriously, you are still as stubborn as you always were. Rage boiled in his brain, his bloodshot eyes widening. He snarled with a low threat. What the hell is wrong with you? Glaring at me with those nasty eyes? You looking for a fight everywhere you go? What, you possessed or something? Ignoring the barking mad dog, Subaru turned to leave and flatly dropped the final word. I am out of credits. Buy your own coffee. His ego was crushed by the very kid he always treated like trash. Isaac's grin vanished, replaced by a cold, commanding tone. Sit down. Subaru just kept walking with his hands in his pockets, his mind racing with lethal, calculated intent. Look, I am sorry, but I do not have any free time to go play out your little revenge fantasies. But if you actually try to get in the way of my own vengeance, well, that is a different story. Suddenly, his eye twitched. His pupils narrowed as he felt a sharp yank from behind. Isaac's hand had already shot out, gripping Subaru's arm like a steel vise, stopping him cold. He stared back with bloodshot, demonic eyes. Grinding his teeth with pure malice, he threatened, Hey, you really want to see how bad things end for a piece of trash like you? With his arm pinned, Subaru glanced back with a cold, half-hearted look, calmly delivering a final warning. Letting go of me right now would be a very smart move for your health. The air in the cafe turned freezing as they growled at each other in broad daylight. Isaac's face darkened, his eyes mapping out red lines of pure fury. He spat every word, Do not get cocky with me. Subaru just clicked his tongue and whispered his name, Isaac. His demonic gaze looked ready to swallow him whole, showing off the wild, lawless nature of a true loose cannon. Facing the blatant provocation, Subaru stayed cool, weighing his options carefully. I cannot start a riot in front of all these people. Making a scene will just bring me more headaches. Suddenly, the tension snapped as he clutched his stomach and laughed like a total creep. Ha! Isaac slowly let go of his arm. Wearing a mocking smirk, he sneered, You scared? I was just messing with you like the old days. Still the same weakling. I see. Wearing an arrogant look, he judged him with total disgust. With your pathetic skill level, you probably barely even crawled through the basic tutorial. I get that you are feeling yourself right now, but his boots slammed against the hard tile as he leaned in, dominating the entire space around them. He whispered a chilling threat. You really think a piece of garbage like you stands a chance against me? If I wanted to, I could make you vanish and no one would even notice. You know who my dad is, right? Done bullying, he turned and walked off with a smug grin, waving mockingly. Take care, pal. Forget the personal drama. In this world, there are two main ways players level up. The first is through the trials of the tower. By diving into tests and snagging rewards as they climb, players naturally get stronger. Plus, these tests happen in a safe virtual space. If you die, you only lose your credits and your progress. But you have to pay credits to play. Then there is the second way, which is way more brutal. Hunting. Players can boost stats fast by hunting monsters outside safe zones or clearing special dungeons on each floor. Growth speed blows the tower away, but since hunting grounds are in the real world, if you die out there, you are dead for real. Standing before the gloomy entrance of the orc nest, the harsh reality of the game becomes crystal clear. That is why most players avoid hunting. There is no reason to gamble your only life for nothing. Sweat rolled down his neck as Subaru frowned, letting out a long sigh. He sat on the cold ground next to a massive, fresh corpse and realized a truth: safety is just slow. Looking at his blade buried in the monster's bloody chest, he muttered, and danger means speed. His black, armored hand skillfully spun a thin tablet through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Turning it on, Subaru squinted at a live stream. Wait. The title said today I reach floor 4 and it was pulling in a massive amount of engagement. He frowned in shock. Narugami Subaru? Hold on. 80,000 viewers? On screen, a streamer in a gold and black mask was posing for the camera. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for. I am about to take on the Floor 3 challenge. While the chat exploded with mocks like, "Eighth time is the charm," it was classic Subaru style. Subaru stared at the screen, face scrunched up. That name? Narukami Subaru, and that stupid mask. How many people are out here ripping off this look now? Right then, a donation alert popped up. Narukami Subaru is an idiot just registered for a 20,000 credit reward quest. The streamer slicks back his hair with a huge grin. "Oh, Narukami Subaru, I would be more than happy to play the fool for you. Thanks a ton for the 20 credits." Subaru's eyes twitch wildly, his jaw tight as he stares in total disbelief at the screen. 220 credits? Since when did they have a quest system that pays out cash? Alerts start blowing up his screen like crazy. Baldy Fanatic just dropped 10 credits on a quest. Then Empty Wallet adds another quest to prove it is real. I am throwing in 5 credits too. Then some high roller dumps 15 credits. The streamer starts throwing finger hearts and winking at everyone watching. Thanks for the insane support, guys. I am definitely going to crush this challenge just for all of you out there. Reality hits him like a freight train, and it is absolutely brutal. While that fake Subaru is raking in the cash on stream, the real Subaru is out here bleeding, risking his life against disgusting, stinking monsters. "Damn it," he mutters, glancing at the pathetic 50 credits listed on his own status screen. It is just insulting at this point. He grits his teeth in envy as they make bank. He snaps the screen off and grips his tablet so hard you can practically hear the plastic cracking. A second later, Subaru slowly pulls himself up and stands tall. He yanks his nameless demonic sword out of the slimy carcass and lets out a long, heavy breath. Finally, phew, black blood sprays as he clears his blade. His gaze turns razor-sharp with pure determination. "All right, let us do one more run before calling it a day." Suddenly, a massive, gross green foot slams down right in front of him, making the entire ground shake beneath his boots. Out of the dungeon shadows, a pack of jacked orcs with glowing red eyes emerges. They are baring their fangs, ready to tear their prey apart. Trailing behind them is a monster even bigger than the rest. The system flashes red with a warning. The orc general boss has arrived. Facing the massive horde, Subaru casually tosses his greatsword over his shoulder with a faint smirk. Oh look, it is another Orosa. Even without the poison darts he used last time, his nameless demonic sword suddenly ignites, glowing with a fierce, burning red light. The system starts spamming alerts about life drain and stat boosts. His level 2 passive skill is working overtime to stop the backlash. Gripping the hilt, he lets out a wild, borderline crazy grin. "I have got a much better toy to play with today. Boys, I am in a rush, so just come at me all at once." Just then, a purple system notification flashes, surging him with new energy. User health and spirit partially restored. He lets out a savage roar, slamming his heel down and crushing an orc's face into the dirt. "I don't have time to waste on weaklings like you." Without a single second of hesitation, he launches himself through the air like a flaming red arrow. He ignores the confused minions and goes straight for the boss's throat. The orc general barely has enough time to look up, its jaw dropping in pure terror as death comes screaming down from above. With a spectacular mid-air spin that looks like a movie scene, he lets out a brutal, devastating swing, wiping out all 7 orcs with a single, massive strike. After the system confirms the orc nest is fully cleared, the scene shifts back to a quiet, dimly lit room. Subaru holds a black and gold mask, thinking how crazy it is that he actually has to wear this thing. Standing before a tall mirror, he smirks. "Okay, now I finally get why these streamers are making so much damn money." He slowly presses the mask to his face, his eyes burning with resolve. If he is doing this, he is going all in using his real skills. The moment that mask clicks into place, his entire vibe shifts instantly, feeling more mysterious and deadly than ever. He shoulders his sword and strides out the door, knowing deep down that he is the real deal. Right then, a system notification rings out loud across the entire world. Narukamu has just started a live stream, kicking off a whole new drama. The scene shifts to the bright, modern office of San Entertainment. A stunning woman in a trendy outfit is scowling, her eyes glued to the tablet screen in front of her. She is literally grinding her teeth, her bright red lips pressed thin in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. She slams the desk, stands up, and grabs her blue-haired coworker by the collar. "Ugh, this is so freaking ridiculous," she screams. Falling back into her chair, she keeps cursing while pounding the desk until it practically cracks. "What an absolute idiot. You useless pieces of trash. 5 of you and you still can't clear one gate?" The blue-haired guy tries to calm her down. "Hey, first one to get censored pays 1,000 credits. Remember? You almost lost right there. Anyway, what is going on? Who is it this time?" she growls. The blue-haired guy just smirks. "Is it that Subkitch guy again? Wait, is he the Narukami Subaru knockoff or the Narugami Subaru fake? Which one?" She glares back. "Who knows? Some weird hybrid of both. Since the original Narukami Subaru has not shown up yet, basically whoever has the biggest channel becomes the real one by default." She sighs in total frustration. Now every random person is out here cosplaying as Subaru and causing absolute chaos everywhere. The live streaming industry is basically trash at this point. The guy waved his hands dismissively. "Hey, don't jinx it like that. We literally live off those streamers, you know?" She kept firing shots, but it's the cold truth, right? These guys haven't even mastered the basic skills yet. Tons of players are literally risking their lives to climb the tower. Their behavior is just totally disrespectful. The guy scoffed. "Another rookie? Then why did you quit climbing the tower just to rot away in this place?" Facing that brutal question, she just stared into the distance and answered coldly. "Because it's boring." Getting annoyed, she yelled, "Hey, I quit because I wasn't good enough. You don't sound like you're joking at all. So can you just shut up for a second?" The guy fired back. "Besides, you quit too. If you actually have enough time to provoke me, then go find some decent new talent and keep your mouth shut." The blue-haired guy sighed softly, his voice sounding just a little bit sad. Man, she only started climbing the tower to meet Narukamikau. Once she lost that goal, she obviously lost all her motivation to keep going. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "What is this?" He leaned forward, shoving the screen right into his coworker's face to get a better look. "There is this totally incredible kid right here." She frowned in annoyance. "What is it now? Did you find another weirdo? Is he some new Narukami high-level cosplayer or something?" The screen showed Subaru in basic rookie gear, wearing a mask and holding a sword in a dark dungeon with 0 viewers. The blue-haired guy let out a weird scream. This guy is a total lunatic. He just kept screaming his head off. "You call this scouting talent? Why are you wasting time on a Floor 2 stream with 0 actual viewers, lady? Are you serious right now?" She just sighed. "Yeah," but she gently touched the screen, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. "Whenever I see someone wearing this specific mask, I just can't help but hold on to hope." Suddenly, she held out her hand to collect a debt with a smug look. "Oh, and you officially owe me 1,000 credits now." The blue-haired guy just bowed and mumbled, "Forgive me." Meanwhile, in another place, Subaru officially entered a new challenge as a bunch of system notifications popped up everywhere. Starting the first trial. Floor 2, clear the rookie dungeon and find the exit. Achievement points will be calculated based on the total number of monsters killed. Strolling casually into the dark cave lit by a few flickering torches, Subaru checked his tablet. He figured this Floor 2 challenge was really nothing to worry about or even stress over. He looked down at the virtual screen, his voice getting lower. But honestly, knowing someone is actually watching does add a bit of pressure. Just then, a comment from a viewer named Lee popped up on the screen. "What floor is this?" the only viewer asked. "Is this your first time?" Subaru answered calmly while keeping his eyes fixed on the screen. "Yeah, this is my first official attempt." The viewer's kindness kept flowing through 2 very concerned text messages. "Are you okay? Should you really be live streaming this right now? Since it is your first time, you probably don't even know your way around this place." Meanwhile, a winged monster lurked silently in the dark, getting ready to pounce. A hideous one-eyed bat bared its claws and attacked. Instead of dodging, Subaru reached out and snatched its entire head with impossible speed, leaving the beast to let out a single confused and totally terrified shriek. Without hesitation, he crushed it into tiny pieces and flicked it away like he was just dusting off his shoulder. The system reported the one-eyed bat was dead. Earning 1 achievement point, he tilted his head at the screen and coldly asked, "Is there a problem?" The system kept showing the floor 2 mission notifications for the rookie dungeon. Performance points are added for every single monster killed. As Subaru casually walked deeper into the cave, the viewer count suddenly jumped up to a total of 3 people. New guests started joining the chat. His reflexes are seriously top tier, man. By the way, are people actually live streaming on Floor 2 these days? Someone replied, I sometimes see them quit pretty fast because their viewer count never actually goes up. The guy advised Subaru to stay safe and not be greedy, suggesting he just wait for a party first. Subaru just smirked and gave a cold, harsh rejection. Thanks for the advice, but that's not happening. He calmly declared, I just prefer to handle things on my own. That immediately caused the chat to explode with a bunch of mocking and skeptical comments. As the viewer count jumped to 6, ignoring the messy comments, he continued deeper into the pitch-black darkness of the cave. He thought to himself, just using the name Narukami Subaru is enough to attract viewers, even if I just sit here and do absolutely nothing. A mud merman monster suddenly rose from the ground, opening its jagged, toothy mouth and charging straight at him. But Subaru simply swung his sword in one perfect, smooth arc. He didn't even look back. He just kept walking while that monster got sliced in half, blood spraying everywhere. My only plan right now is to grind until I drop. The system coldly confirms another mud merfolk kill. 2 achievement points in the bag. The chat is losing its mind. Did anyone actually see that move? Wait, did I just see a mud merfolk or what? From the deep cave, dozens of one-eyed bats shrieked at once, diving at him like a total black storm. But he answers with lightning-fast sword strikes, a dance of death that ends in a literal blink. Standing among the butchered monsters, Subaru just brushes his hands off. The chat is absolutely exploding with shock. 10 viewers already? What the hell just happened? Something insane is definitely going down right now. System reports 2 more one-eyed bats dead. 2 points gained, plus 2 mud merfolk. Easy work. 4 points earned. He tells the confused chat if you actually listened, you'd know what's coming. Surrounded by corpses, he calmly explains exactly how many are approaching and from which specific direction. This total flex flips the chat instantly, turning their hate into pure amazement. We got played. Is this guy a pro? I knew it all along. I could probably do that too. Poison? What level are you anyway? He just smirks, throwing shade right back at them. Since you're so curious, I'll give it to you straight. The chat goes wild once again. Most people can't pull this off. Honestly, it's all about raw talent. Wow. He's really trying to act cool. Trying to chase Narukami Subaru's clout is a bit much. Ignoring the noise, he turns away. He looks lonely but determined. It's still not enough. I need to farm as many points as possible before leaving. He pushes forward while the chat gossips. Has he seriously just been walking in a straight line this whole time? Real men just charge ahead. Didn't you check the map? Keep going and you're gonna get crushed. His sneakers suddenly stop on the dusty ground. Golden eyes flash behind his mask. He's here. He looks up and sees something truly nightmare fuel. Thousands of one-eyed bats are hanging there, completely covering the ceiling of the cave. Among the massive swarm, one giant red eye opens in the dark, locking onto his tiny figure. With the swarm and that boss eye waiting, the chat starts spamming early funeral wishes. See? Called it. Rest in peace, buddy. Catch you back at the respawn point. Suddenly, a quest pops up from a viewer with a depressing name. My abandoned stream just bet 100 credits. Clear them all out. That tiny bet sparks a wave of comments. They think he's a joke. This is comedy gold. Ignoring the haters, he just tips his head to thank the first person who backed him. Thanks for the 100 credits. Meanwhile, at Son Entertainment, a fist slams hard onto a desk. The blue-haired guy screams like a lunatic, ranting about some random failure. What the hell are you even doing? We reached floor 6 and now we're dying? Refund me now. He panics and turns to his coworker. Oh, sorry. I was being way too loud. My bad. But she doesn't care. Her eyes are glued to her tablet in total shock. Seeing her so quiet, he asks what's wrong. What are you staring at? She just mumbles something chilling. Something isn't right. He panics, thinking she's mad about the money. Seriously, it wasn't that much. I can pay you back. Her eyes light up, reflecting the stream. She whispers it's not about that. If I bet again, that's my business. She looks up and says a legend's name, Narukami Subaru. Blue hair is stunned. What? You're actually still watching that garbage stream? He grabs the tablet from her. You've got to be kidding me, right? The screen shows Subaru single-handedly wrecking a bat swarm while the chat goes into total meltdown. He mumbles to himself, like, how many of these things am I taking on alone right now? Surrounded by a literal sea of monsters, Subaru stays chillingly calm. Every single sword stroke is surgical, precise, and absolutely lethal. Suddenly, a hazy flashback flickers into view, two figures standing together in a wide, empty courtyard. A man's deep voice praises him. Subaru-kun, you are incredible. Even when you switch your blade's direction mid-swing, your breathing and your gaze do not even flicker once. Subaru stares straight ahead. Switching directions? To me, it just felt like one smooth slash from the very start. Is he actually reading the enemy's flow and pre-calculating every move? Subaru strokes his chin, lost deep in thought. Honestly, I was not really thinking about anything at all. Hearing that, he laughs. Wow, what an incredible performance. Usually, people can't snap back to the present that fast. Subaru dodges the bat swarm, mumbling explanations to his viewers. Sir, you think this is weird too, right? The key to communication is eye contact and getting your point across fast. When you are fighting a swarm of one-eyed bats, do not waste time aiming for their eyes one by one. He keeps up the lecture while dodging attacks like a freaking dancer. These one-eyed bats always attack by diving headfirst. So, the more of them there are, the more openings they create. See that? With one perfect arc of his blade, he wipes out every single monster in front of him. Just like that. Once again, the chat goes absolutely wild with the most ridiculous comments you can imagine. That explanation literally explains nothing at all. Who was the one calling him a total rookie? Come on, show yourself. Something big is definitely happening right now. Is that all you have to say? He shakes his head with a heavy sigh. Communication is just so difficult. The comments keep jumping up. I am on the 4th floor, yet here I am listening to some floor 2 noob lecture me. It is like saying if you move your feet, you can walk. Right then, Lumani chimes in. Do not forget to accept your credits. Subaru stops, totally clueless. Oh right. He fumbles with his tablet, looking completely and utterly lost. His eyes blink behind his mask, having no clue what to do next. Standing amidst the bloody corpses, he scratches his head. How do I even accept these? That has the entire chat rolling with laughter once again. Talent aside, this guy is a total amateur when it comes to the whole live streaming thing. Lumani comes to the rescue again. Just tap the accept button on the quest at the top of the chat. Subaru follows along and the system alerts him. Quest complete. You have received 100 credits from my abandoned stream. He gives a polite thank you, then turns around to head even deeper into the cave. Alright, the next one is the last one. His status window updates. Credits held, 150. Achievement points, 118p. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the night from outside the Southtown Company building. Inside the office, both managers are clutching their heads, their faces completely pale. She mumbles to herself that it is bad, and all she can think is how bad this situation is. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy is just as panicked. You are the one who is bad here. She shakes her head violently. What? Have you ever even seen anything like this before? The guy tries his best to stay calm. You are totally overreacting right now. This is still only the 2nd floor. You know that, right? She slams the table and stands up, screaming that of course she is overreacting. The guy flinches and whispers a quick sorry. Suddenly, her face lights up like she just hit the jackpot, her eyes full of shining stars. Wait, where are you from? Narukami Subaru, from planet Earth. Could this actually be destiny? She spreads her arms wide, totally lost in her own little fantasy world. Could he be the reincarnation of Narukami Subaru? It happens all the time in those possession novels, like that soul-swapping genre. Oh, thank the heavens for this. The blue-haired guy just sighs. Every single time the subject of Narukami Subaru comes up, she completely loses her mind. She holds her forehead, leaning back in her chair dramatically. Oh, what should I do? I feel so dizzy. Look, if I close my eyes right now, the guy immediately yells at her. Do not even think about doing that. She looks confused. What? I am not allowed to close my eyes? He keeps shouting. That is not the point. You are actually thinking of recruiting him, are you not? She snaps right back. Of course I am. The guy tries his best to talk some sense into her. He might have some talent, but he is a brand new streamer, a total dead end. Do you even realize that? She fires back that she knows exactly what she is doing. He lowers his voice and whispers, No, you do not. If you report this to the boss, we are going to get roasted alive. She slams the table. Did you lose your bet or something? Why are you being so serious? She purses her lips. Fine, whatever, just you wait and see. Her sharp eyes are glued to the virtual screen in her hand, showing a guy in a gold and black mask live streaming. She wants to see right through that mask to find out who he actually is. Meanwhile, in a dark and suffocating space, Subaru's heavy boots drag through the shattered ruins, heading straight toward that blinding white light shining from the very end of the path. He pressed a black-gloved hand against the freezing stone wall, nodding to himself. He finally made it to the very end of this dungeon. Suddenly, the floor started shaking like crazy as two massive stone doors ground open with a heavy thud. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Subaru squinted into the dark, narrating the scene like a total pro streamer. And there he was, sitting right in the middle of the ruins, a massive werewolf with blue-gray fur, chilling cross-legged like a monk. The beast let out a low growl at the uninvited guest. The beast stood tall, blocking every bit of light with his massive frame. This is Wolf Warrior Grey, and the chat is already freaking out over the insane pressure he brings. Seriously, keep it a secret that this dude wiped me out 8 times already. The first time he blocked my path. It took so long I actually thought the game was glitched. Then a purple system window popped up, telling Subaru to earn the wolf's respect to move forward. Then you can finish the test. Blinking at the monster, Subaru started digging through his memories from his past life. See, the Wolf Warrior isn't just some mob you go out and hunt. He is the ultimate gatekeeper, designed specifically to measure the power of players who cleared the rookie dungeon and judge if they are truly worthy to keep going. Right as the heroic vibes were peaking, the system chimed with that sweet sound of money from that big spender earlier. A high-stakes quest has just been registered. 3,000 credits if you take down the wolf. A drop of sweat rolled down our broke protagonist's face. His eyes lit up as he totally sold his soul for the cash. All right then, 3,000 credits. Let us go. With his viewer count crawling up to 20, Subaru stood tall before the giant wolf. The chat started roasting him for being so greedy. Another monster has entered the chat. LOL. There is no way they are actually going to pay him. LOL. Heads up, my wallet is officially closed. Besides, this guy isn't even a monster you are supposed to be trying to kill in the first place. LOL. He began to study the beast very closely. After sizing him up, the beast stepped back and flashed his deadly claws. The system gave him a tag, Wolf Warrior Grey, the gatekeeper of the second floor. His glowing yellow eyes narrowed with sharp focus. Then he spoke in a voice like rolling thunder. A player, standing in that massive shadow, Subaru looked like a tiny toy lost in all that thick fur. It was honestly terrifying. The werewolf bared his sharp fangs and growled with total disbelief. You came here all by yourself? His ears twitched as he looked at him with pure curiosity. Are you seriously alone right now? Subaru just shoved his hands in his pockets and gave a cold reply. See for yourself. The wolf leaned in, growling with respect for that attitude. You are an interesting human, You have the scent of a legendary warrior. The chat was once again speechless at how much the game favored him. What the hell is a legendary warrior scent anyway? Are you saying that I actually stink? Those guys said I smelled like a rotting goblin corpse. Subaru narrowed his sharp eyes, quietly trying to figure out why the script was acting so weird. See, wolf warriors can actually pick up on very specific scents. The wolf put his snout right against his cheek, breathing out heavy, hot air. It was not the nasty smell of a decaying body, but a scent that revealed his true nature. You have proven yourself worthy to pass through this place. He stepped back and pointed toward the massive carved doors behind him. The trial is over. You may proceed. This sudden peaceful twist left the viewers totally confused and wondering what the hell just happened. What is up with this guy? Where is the discrimination? So there is actually a script like this in the game? While the NPC was being super easy on him, Subaru just scratched his head. He was actually sweating because he hated this peaceful outcome. This never happened in his past life. That is too bad, because you are actually my target. The wolf's friendly smile immediately froze. He pointed to his own chest in total confusion. Me? You don't want the door behind me? Subaru looked up, his golden eyes turning cold with murderous intent behind his mask. Yeah, my orders are to take you down. Veins popped and sharp teeth clenched as the beast let out a wild roar filled with pure excitement. Just what I thought. You have the soul of a true warrior. While the battle for 3,000 credits was about to kick off on the second floor, the scene suddenly cut to a lush green plant soaking up the sunlight back in the real world. Inside one of the most expensive and luxurious corporate offices you have ever seen, a feisty female manager and a blue-haired guy were standing there nervously, giving a report to a massive, muscular man who looked like an absolute powerhouse CEO. The manager's veiny hands hammered away at the keyboard, his voice dripping with so much pent-up rage he could barely speak. The boss looks up, and the vibe in the room gets heavy. How many viewers does that loser streamer have now? Under that soul-crushing pressure, the green-haired kid starts sweating bullets. It is like 20 people, sir. But the manager next to him scowls and jumps in. Ignoring her coworker's panic, she shoots a confident smirk and says, "It just hit 30, actually." But the boss just scoffs. "You idiot, how does that change anything at all?" Totally ticked off, he leans forward, his cold eyes digging into his two terrified subordinates like knives. "You guys think this is a joke?" Cornered and trembling, they both have to take the boss's absolute fury. "Mr. Hyan, are you really gambling with company time right now? You think I am some kind of blind idiot? I told you to find a rising star, and you bring me some nobody with 20 measly viewers." Refusing to back down, the manager narrows her eyes and corrects him with a stubborn look. 30 viewers. That sparks another scream from the boss. But that is not even the real issue here. His blood is boiling now. He points right at her face. "Hasuka, why don't you just go stream it yourself? You have got the skills. You would definitely get fans instantly." But she cuts him off. "Boss, listen. I just took a quick peek and it is already over 40 viewers now. Hey, are you two even listening to a word I say?" While the office is in total chaos, the scene suddenly flips to a brutal battlefield. A young kid is staring up at the massive, terrifying shadow of a giant boss. Without even a second of hesitation, the werewolf bares his fangs. He unsheathes razor-sharp claws and charges like a maniac. Facing that wind-splitting strike, the kid grits his teeth, rips his demon sword from its scabbard, and tries to keep his cool. Do not think, just move. The second that glowing red blade clears the sheath, the system warns him. This nameless demon sword eats the user's stamina for lunch. Every single stat spikes as his energy drains away, forcing him to take deep breaths to steady his racing heart. Just stay calm. At that same moment, his eyes flare with determination as a support skill kicks in. Greed level 2 completely kills the nameless demon sword's recoil, giving him a massive surge of confidence. Even if this is your first time, just as the beast lunges from above for the kill, he braces every muscle to fight back. Just do what you always do. With some insane reflexes, he swings that demon sword to parry those giant claws, triggering a blinding explosion of pure magical energy right there. Blown back, The werewolf lets out an angry roar and charges his claws with glowing blue light for extra damage. Attack after attack, the beast throws his whole weight into it, forcing the kid to hunch over and tilt his blade to survive. That physical pressure is absolutely insane, sliding his feet back and crushing the solid rock under his heavy heels into dust. Caught in a brutal power struggle, his hands start to shake. He thinks to himself, "This guy is way too strong." Sweat drips down his forehead as he frantically tries to analyze the situation. Just as I thought, taking his raw physical power head-on is basically impossible. But on the enemy side, the werewolf's beastly eyes are glowing with a sense of pure, hype excitement. He growls with satisfaction at his prey's toughness. Exactly what I would expect from a real warrior. With that, he slams a massive, earth-shaking strike into the ground, but the kid's agility saves him as he leaps backward just in time. Catching him right as he lands, the beast lunges with a claw swipe that rips the air, mocking him arrogantly. "You are still no match for me." Backed into a corner, he grips his sword so hard his veins pop, forcing even more magic to explode from the blade. Spinning with the force, his flaming blade parries the wolf and counters with an epic slash, making the live chat go absolutely wild. Wait, is this even possible? Either way, this is totally insane. This guy is just terrifyingly strong, man. Taking advantage of the boss's brief stun, he jumps back to catch his breath while the viewers keep buzzing in the chat. If he tries a couple more times, he might actually pull it off. The guy who posted this quest must be regretting it. He could have just cleared it normally, but this looks like a serious struggle for him. His eyes narrow as he starts plotting something, answering the mockery with a calm smirk. Sometimes, there are ways that work better than raw muscle. "You are starting to interest me, warrior." The giant wolf rears up, claws raised high, ready to drop a massive finishing blow. This is the end. But through the thick dust, the kid's eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent. He blocks the attack perfectly and drops a cold, final statement. "Actually, that should be my line." Instantly, the beast's confidence shatters into pure, total shock as the kid dives right under its massive arm with a smug grin on his face. His attacks follow a single, basic pattern. Honestly, this is way too easy. With a smooth, ghostly dash, he glides past and slashes the wolf deep, mocking him. "See, I can dodge your hits without even trying." Without letting his prey recover, he leaps high into the air and delivers a fatal strike right down the giant's chest, leaving it screaming in agony. Riding the momentum, he grips the hilt with both hands, pouring power into a demon blade burning with bloodlust. A massive crimson energy wave crashes down, ruthlessly tearing through the wolf warrior's frame. Through the red mist, the kid's glowing gold eyes narrow with intense focus. Viney hands keep a death grip on his weapon, ready for anything. But it is game over. The werewolf howls at the sky, blood spraying everywhere, still managing to gasp out some final words of respect. "Impressive. You are a real fighter." Then the massive shadow collapses into the rubble. The system coldly announces that the wolf warrior has been defeated. Suddenly, a wave of glowing purple notification screens pops up, completely blocking his view. Level up ×2, strength up by 2, agility up 1, focus up 1, and magic up 2. Stepping over his enemy's blood, he gets 500 achievement points while the chat section goes absolutely wild. "What? Wait, did he actually take that guy out?" He's dead on his feet. This stream is legendary. Laughing out loud. Is this the first time someone actually beat him? Yeah, probably. Blood and sweat all over his face. The guy just smirks. He exhales a breath of victory, making the solo run audience lose their minds. Props to whoever posted this quest, man. You guys did not think he would actually pull it off, did you? A satisfying ping rings out as the system confirms mission complete. Snagging 3,000 credits in safe assets, he checks his virtual gear menu. "I am putting this to good use." Safe assets. Current credits are 3,150. Achievement points are at 618. The massive carved door at the dungeon's end swings open, revealing a blinding light. But the second he steps forward, his eyes go wide. The ground beneath him starts shaking like crazy. The chat is losing it too. Something big is definitely moving down there. Suddenly, a massive system tree pops up with paths branching everywhere: ice trials, earth trials, fire trials, and a ton of other elemental options. This insane sight makes the live viewers drop their jaws 13 times over. You kidding me? The known record is 16, right? The highest ever? I only got 2 choices because options depend on how much talent a player has. In that sea of paths, the system highlights one bright purple slot. Will you take the lightning challenge? And the chat is chanting, I choose you. That is the spirit. If you do not pick lightning here, you gotta change your name. He smirks with total confidence and makes his move. Heck yeah. And the system instantly logs his choice for the lightning trial. Right then, a pillar of blue lightning slams down, engulfing him before dragging him into a brand new challenge zone. Meanwhile, we cut to a big screen in a fancy office. That epic fight just finished playing. The whole room is literally exploding with hype. Meanwhile, we cut to a big screen in a fancy office. That epic fight just finished playing. The whole room is literally exploding with hype. The manager and some colleague are screaming and jumping for joy, hugging the boss who is actually grinning for once. Yes. Finally, Hasuka's eyes are glowing as she points at the screen and starts yapping. He did it. 60 viewers. Boss, can you believe that? Have you ever seen a streamer's numbers blow up this fast before? Usually people get 2 or 3 choices, but he had 13 of them pop up. Keeping his cool, the boss strokes his chin, looking impressed and thoughtful. Beating that wolf warrior was no joke. As far as I know, that guy has not been beaten even once. Still, he is sweating a bit while staring at the analysis screen. Regardless, he is still just a rookie streamer sitting on the second floor. Recruiting him right now is a huge gamble for us. Seeing her chance, the feisty girl leans on the boss's chair with a smirk. Boss, you want to make a bet? He raises an eyebrow. A bet? Her grin gets more devious by the second. Her coworker in the back looks terrified when he hears her announcement. If this Subaru guy fails to grab the lightning, Sion Hyen and I will take a 5-year pay freeze. But if he gets it, you have to sign him immediately. No more questions asked. Freaking out over a bet that stakes their future, the coworker starts waving his hands in total protest. Whoa, wait a second. Why me? I do not even know who this guy is. Ignoring the noise, the boss smirks with interest, his sharp eyes darting toward the manager. You really think he can do it? Even if he is in the testing phase, the only player to ever get lightning was Narukami Subaru. Unfazed, she just tilts her head and flashes him a big, mysterious grin. You won't know the outcome unless you roll the dice, right? The big guy finally leans back and nods. Deal. Fine. Bet. I'm taking it. Let's go. I totally ignore the staffer desperately trying to muzzle her loudmouth coworker in the background. I'm out of this noisy office. The camera cuts back to the cracked, desolate battlefield. That's where the system text floats among blue lightning bolts ripping through space. The trial begins. Landing on the weird soil, the kid looks around at the dead trees. Where the heck am I? Suddenly, a scream shreds the air. Before he can even move, an armored dude tackles him, slamming him right out of the blast zone. At that exact moment, a massive explosion hammers the spot where he just stood. Rocks fly everywhere as he gasps in total shock. When the dust settles, a bald giant covered in creepy black veins appears, gripping a brutal stone mace. The mercenary who saved him is fuming. He glares at the confused rookie and starts barking right in his face. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to die? Kneeling on one knee, his eyes go wide seeing the red mission text. Defeat the giant shard. He sweats, muttering, why is this thing even here? The monster lets out a wild roar and swings that heavy mace of death straight down. Even the chat is losing their minds. What's happening? Isn't this supposed to be the lightning trial? Exactly. This beast belongs in the giant race section. So why is it showing up right now? His eye twitches and he's soaking in sweat as his brain tries to solve this deadly paradox. A boss monster this early? It should be in the second half. One thought hits him. Did killing Gray change the game? Before he can finish that thought, the giant smashes the ground, triggering a massive, bone-shattering blast. But the kid is fast, leaping back to avoid the pressure. He's moving like a literal ghost. He glides across the cracked ground, keeping his cool while leaving that oversized meathead in the dust. While moving, he sizes things up. He's just a big guy. His level is way below Greg's anyway. Lucky I knew this was coming. I worked hard to save you. The mercenary yells, telling him to run. He channels mana into his flaming sword, thinking, I better wrap this up before someone gets in my way. The system flashes red. The nameless magic sword is now draining the user's stamina. Every stat starts climbing as his energy drops to pay the price. Level 2, greed kicks in to handle the sword's recoil. Without wasting a second, just as the giant swings that massive mace through the air, he lunges forward, swinging his glowing red blade to block the hit. Pure power play. The monster gets pissed and stomps his massive foot, trying to blow the little guy away. Dust flies after that second brutal stomp, but the kid's already airborne before the ground even caves in. He uses the enemy's own attack against him. His boots land perfectly on the stone mace stuck in the dirt. It's the perfect springboard. Using that momentum, he turns into a red streak, sprinting up the giant's muscular arm toward the sky. He rockets into the heavens, leaving the boss staring up like an idiot. The mercenary NPC below just gasps, huh? At the peak of his jump, he flips in midair and grips the hilt with both hands. He drops his whole weight like a divine hammer. Mana explodes into a glowing red cross-slash, ripping through the giant's steel-hard skin and spraying blood everywhere. Leaving the monster gushing blood, he lands coldly on its neck like some kind of god of death. His glowing red eyes glare down at the beast. He grinds the blade deep into the bone, teeth clenched. Shut your mouth, he growls. He ends the monster with one cold sentence. Stay quiet, forever. A second later, the giant's body shatters. Blood pours from its throat as it lets out one last moan. The violent light in its soulless eyes fades away, officially ending this short and brutal slaughter. As the massive corpse slams into the dirt, the system announces the giant shard is dead. Stage 4 cleared. The chat is losing it. Stage 4. A high-level win that brings a massive rain of rewards. Level up ×3. Power +2. Agility +1. He's gasping, leaning on his sword for support. He quietly takes the rest of the loot. Stamina +2. Mana +1. 40 achievement points unlocked, and it's not over. 2 glowing chests drop down. Giant's heart obtained. Thunder's voice obtained. Seeing how crazy generous this game is, that merc's jaw hit the floor while chat spammed 4,000 points. Rewards for stages 1 through 4 just dropped all at once. Man, that is insane. So crushing the Frostwolf warrior cleared stages 1 to 3 just like that? Shaking with fear, the NPC crept toward his blood-stained back and stuttered out a terrified greeting. You are, and chat is losing it. Look at this guy. He switched to polite mode real fast. Anyone would be on edge if a beast like that crashed stage 4 out of nowhere. Swallowing hard, the soldier shakily asked, Who exactly are you anyway? The kid just shot him a cold look through his mask and muttered, Can't you tell? He turned, red killing intent still bleeding off his blade. He flexed his title, I am here to slay giants. Chat is already roasting him for being a tryhard. I am the one who came to defeat giants. Real, original. Man. Suddenly, the smoke cleared and revealed a peaceful storybook town. Red rooftops glowed in the sun. It was just a normal day by a small log cabin, with NPCs acting like a bloodbath hadn't just happened. Tucked away behind those shut doors, inside the sunny room, the killer was gone. He was just chilling on the bed, scrolling through a holographic screen in his hand. He smirked behind the mask as he watched the viewer count skyrocket and the comments pour in. Show us the loot. Give us the goods. Bet it is at least magic tier. No, definitely rare. Happy to please the fans, he reached out and tapped the glowing menu. I am hyped too. Let us see what we got together. A glowing red ring appeared on his palm. Giant's heart. A rare accessory. It gives you +2 stamina. A ring carved from a literal giant's heart. Boosts your stamina and healing. He nodded. Accessories are bankable. Plus, I could always use more stamina. Then there is the black and gold armor. Rare tier, thunder sound, +5 defense. Armor charged with lightning can fire off thunder once a day. You get debuff immunity too. 3 charges left. He grinned with total satisfaction. I needed some new gear anyway. Chat was losing it, saying he could keep rocking this stuff until floor 5. Nah, that giant's heart is an endgame item. It is worth whatever someone is willing to pay. He tried on the sleek, form-fitting armor. A high-paying quest popped up. User Love Subaru just registered a mission for 5,000 credits. Get that lightning. Man. He played it cool, thanking them like some idol star. Thanks, Love Subaru. But the system interrupted him with another alert. Iban just registered a mission and dropped 5,000 credits on a similar bet. Then the donations started flooding in, literally burying the whole screen. Villa input up 3,000 credits. Then that regular whale, Safe Assets, stepped up and registered his own quest. I am throwing in 700 credits. Watching the money rain down, he threw on his coat with total confidence. Thanks, guys. I am gonna show you what real lightning looks like. But his golden eyes dimmed in thought. Everyone was hyped for the lightning, and that is a lot of pressure. This thing is really blowing up now. He started to wonder about it all. Straightening the collar of his jet black coat to match the fierce mask, he thought about a legend from his past life. Narukami Subaru was a bigger deal than he realized. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, he grabbed the door handle while chat kept trolling in the background. Perfect timing. Were you eavesdropping behind the door? There is no doubt about it. This guy is obsessed with missions. For real. The door swung open and there was the Merc, acting all shy while standing next to a blonde knight decked out in polished silver armor. The Merc scratched his head and laughed, breaking the tension. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Captain Peleus, head of the village night squad. The captain nodded politely. It is an honor to meet you. He stayed cool while Peleus broke down the situation. Good to meet you. Lately, those giant attacks have been happening way too often. The Merc crossed his arms and chimed in. For their own safety, we have asked all the villagers to stay inside until this is over. Our knights are locked and loaded, pulling guard duty 24 hours a day, every single day. He forced a grin, sweating as he tried to explain his sudden appearance during the last quest. That is exactly why I am reaching out to a stranger like you in the middle of this mess. Cutting the excuses, Puss bowed low to show some real respect. I heard you held down the fort while I was gone. On behalf of everyone in the village, thank you so much. Even with the praise, the kid stayed cold. His eyes were sharp as a blade as he scanned the captain. Just doing my job. Peleus figured the system had already labeled him as the primary face of the entire village. A brave knight standing tall, not even flinching at the giant race. The boy listened to the report. Lucky for us, the scouts found the giant leader hideout during the last scouting mission. The knight's blue eyes lit up with a serious do-or-die look. We are putting it all on the line to end this giant nightmare. Suddenly, the captain and the Merc dropped to their knees, begging and swallowing their pride. Please, save our village. Help us. The kid just stared down at the two desperate men while his chat went absolutely wild with spoilers about the future. Vous, don't die. Wet, is velues toast? Stop with the spoilers. Behind the mask, his calm eyes blinked as memories from his past life came flooding back to him. If memory serves, the next part shows this proud knight with his armor in pieces and his body totally broken, covered in blood and fading fast. He shook off that dark vision, reaching out a black-gloved hand to help the kneeling knight stand back up. His voice was chill. Hey, keep your head up. Morning light hit as he smirked behind his mask, ready to flip the script. I get it. I am going to help you guys out. The captain's eyes teared up, gripping the boy's hand like he was some kind of messiah. Thank you so much. The system pinged. Stage 5, Survival. The world shifted into a burning sunset as the heat really started to turn up. A squad of heavy knights led by Peleus began their march up the jagged and dangerous mountain paths. Tucked in the ranks, the masked kid trailed behind, looking totally bored with it all. He kept his eyes on his glowing device. The viewer count was blowing up and the chat was moving way too fast. He just sighed at the chaos. Comments are flying. The views are through the roof right now. Trying to talk like this is impossible. While he dealt with the massive headache of going viral, Peleus suddenly reached out and signaled the troops to halt, stop and take cover behind the trees. Peleus pointed toward a sun-drenched clearing, his face dead serious as he spoke. There he is, the giant leader. A massive beast with a snow-white beard and ink all over his muscles was just lying there, totally passed out and snoring away. The captain unsheathed his silver sword and whispered the plan. I will bait him out and distract him. Savior, circle around to the back. But before he could finish, a black-gloved hand landed firmly and calmly on his shoulder. Hold up, wait. Peleus turned back, confused. The kid was staring a hole through the giant's massive body, his voice dropping low. That thing. Right then, the earth shook under the weight of massive footsteps pounding toward them from every direction. Peleus and his knights went ghost white. Cold sweat poured as boulders above them started cracking and raining down on them. Through his mask, the kid's predatory eyes narrowed at the ugly truth. That thing is not human. Suddenly, a pale, wrinkled face with a twisted and psycho grin tore through the air right in front of the team. Its eyes scanned the whole army. Then, a bunch of bald, tattooed giants started crawling out of the shadows, looking exactly the same. A whole legion of giants charged down the mountain like a freaking avalanche. It was a total nightmare surrounding the tiny humans. Hope vanished as the destruction hit them way too fast. Peleus's eyes went totally bloodshot as he screamed out in pure rage. Damn it, why? But before anyone could move, a giant snatched a knight and hauled him high. Stop! Ignoring the screams for mercy, the monster's hand crushed the life out of the poor soldier. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, painting the ground red while the rest of the squad watched in pure, unadulterated horror. The brutal scene reflected in the captain's watery, panicked eyes, breaking his spirit completely. The brave captain's will to fight just went up in smoke. The killer giant bathed in blood, showing off a sick, twisted smile to celebrate. Panic exploded. The knights' line shattered instantly as they scrambled. They shoved each other, running for their lives and screaming. Everyone retreat to the base of the mountain. Get moving now. Behind them, a pack of massive freaks is on a rampage, mouths wide and screaming for a taste of fresh meat. One unlucky knight trips and gets crushed before he can even stand. Blood stains the cold ground in a total mess. His buddies are frantically pulling each other along, sobbing and screaming at death to just stop, but it is all for nothing. Towering over the fallen soldier is a cold-blooded giant ready to kill, ignoring the gut-wrenching screams of the guy's younger brother. Big brother. Peleus realizes he cannot run anymore. He charges forward, raises his shield against the horde, and screams out an order with everything he has got. Everybody get out of here right now. That is an order. With tears in his eyes, the captain bellows to rally the men who are starting to lose their nerve. Think about your families and your village. This is not the end. We can rebuild. He looks back, trusting the lives of the survivors to the mercenary. Look, I need to hand this retreat over to you, but in that life or death moment, Peleus freezes as he sees the masked kid dash past him, heading straight for the enemy. Ignoring Peleus's frantic warnings, the guy calmly draws a glowing red demon sword, radiating pure killer intent from its blade. You need to run too. Please, go rebuild the Knight Academy. The giants tilt their heads, their cold eyes slicing through the dark. He cuts off the dramatic goodbye with a smirk. Actually, I think that is supposed to be my line. He casually walks toward the beastly horde, covered in a crimson glow, leaving Peleus standing there totally confused about what is happening. You are not running? Wait, what do you mean? Still acting cold and arrogant. The kid tells him to beat it without any hesitation. Look, I cannot move freely with you hanging around. If you insist on staying, we are both just going to end up dead. His pride as a knight has Peleus stuck between a rock and a hard place. But running away and leaving an outsider behind feels wrong. Suddenly, a sharp glare cuts him off. Do not make me say it twice. Crushed by the pressure, Peleus turns and bolts, trying to save whatever dignity he has left. Fine, I will go gather the soldiers. Try to hold them off until I get back. All he gets is a cold, sarcastic reply. Thanks a lot. Tears glisten in the twilight. The captain shouts out in gratitude while leaving his young savior behind. I owe you my life for this. Please, stay safe. Once the weak prey vanishes, the giants stomp the earth in a frenzy, roaring as they charge to tear the lone survivor apart. A total contrast to the panicking NPCs, the kid just smiles, grips his demon blade, and rockets straight into the middle of the crowd like a bullet. Seeing his opening, he swings that glowing red sword high, his golden eyes locking onto the target. I am the one you are fighting now. The demon blade easily slices right through the lead giant's tendons, sending blood spraying everywhere in the dirt. Without missing a beat, he pivots on one foot, spinning into a brutal arc that slams right into the second giant charging his way. Ripped open by the surprise attack, those two massive tanks of flesh stumble back, eyes rolling as they roar in pure agony and rage. Back in a defensive stance with his flaming demon blade, he calmly watches the cold system alert. 2 giant remnants have been destroyed. Earned 20 achievement points. Even with that red mana eating away at him, his eyes flash with pride. Even if this is just a trial, I am not used to being left behind. Right now, Captain Peleus is hauling ass down a dirt trail, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. After a while, his conscience starts to kick in. Peleus skids to a stop and looks back over his shoulder, looking totally worried. Sweat pours down his face as his blue eyes show the pain of leaving his savior in a death trap. But feeling helpless against this nightmare, he bites his lip until it bleeds, forcing himself to turn away and finish the mission. Leaving behind that conflicted NPC, the sight of the guy alone against those hideous giants has the live chat absolutely exploding with arguments. Is he seriously going to fight? That is basically suicide. There are way too many of them. He just needs to survive. Exactly. Why send the help away? The score changes based on how many soldiers survive. Wait, is just surviving not good enough anymore? This game is way too hardcore. Ignoring all the noise from the viewers, his tyrant eyes glow through the slits of his mask. In the original story, Peleus was supposed to die right here, but with my current power, I might actually be able to save everyone. Snapping out of his thoughts, he swings his red demon blade to block a massive punch from 2 giants charging in like maniacs. He turns into a blade of blood, slicing right through their throats and coldly watching the system notification pop up again. Giant remnant destroyed. Earned 10 achievement points. Without giving them a chance to react, his boots hit the dirt again. He spins in a perfect arc, taking off another head. Then comes that familiar sound. Giant remnant destroyed. Earned 10 achievement points. But then, the demon sword system flashes a warning about the deadly price. This nameless blade literally eats stamina for breakfast. Every stat point spike as his energy drains away. Catching his breath, he figures taking these goons down one by one is actually a piece of cake. He grips the hilt so hard his knuckles bleed while his body hits zero. Gritting his teeth, he tests his limits. The real question is, how much longer can he keep borrowing this crazy demon power? It is go time. With insane agility, he launches into the air and brings his sword down, literally splitting that giant right in half. He needs a better view to spot the boss. Instantly, he parkours onto a giant's arm, using it like a trampoline to rocket out of that suffocating mosh pit. Hanging there in midair under a blood-red sunset, he swings his blade in a massive, bloody crescent moon. Then he nosedives like a freaking meteor, ripping through the air to slam right into the middle of those swarming creeps. The giants just stand there like idiots, looking up and hoping to catch him in one big bite. But he just mana charges his boot and delivers a brutal curb stomp right to the leader's ugly face. He is literally dancing across their heads like he is hopping over river stones, putting on a god-tier aerial show for everyone watching. Seeing those high-level acrobatics, the chat goes absolutely nuts, knowing just one tiny slip-up means it is game over for good. Aerial combat used to be Naruto Subaru's signature move. Dude is actually flying. LOL. While he is gliding through the air, the system kicks in just in time to save his empty stamina bar with level 2 greed, tanking the demon sword's recoil. His stamina and spirit finally start to recover, letting him catch a much-needed breath of relief. Having top-tier gear really makes all the difference when you are trying to handle that transformation drain. Breath recovered. His eyes sharpen like a hawk hunting prey as he locks onto his only target. He needs to find that big boss before he hits his absolute limit. Cutting through the low-level mobs, his eyes light up when he finally spots a massive figure with white hair and a beard. Found him. In the distance, the giant leader is grinning ear to ear like a psycho, letting out a weird, creepy growl to mock him. Without saying a word, the leader swings a stone mace that is literally the size of a whole building. He is totally ready to swat this little bug. While dodging the massive arms of the minions, he pours every single ounce of strength into a desperate, final charge. If I do not end this right now, I am the one who is going to get finished. That massive mace, packing enough power to level a mountain, screams through the air as it slams down toward the kid. Destructive light reflects in his wide, terrified eyes. He holds his breath, praying in total desperation. Please, just let this crazy move work. Instead of blocking with his sword, his gloved hand reaches out and delivers a sharp, confident snap of the fingers into thin air. In that life or death moment, a blinding golden lightning aura explodes around him, and a game-changing notification pops up. Use thunder. As that epic notification appears, the roar of thunder shakes the entire battlefield. A brilliant pillar of golden lightning strikes down from the sky, wrapping around the kid while the monsters just stand there in absolute shock. The blinding light and terrifying thunder pressure force the two lead giants to cover their eyes, screaming wildly as they are temporarily blinded. Even the arrogant, white-bearded leader has to shield his face with those beefy arms, stumbling back a step from the sheer destructive power. Pushing through the shock, the leader's pale eyes bulge with absolute and pure rage. He grinds his razor-sharp teeth and spits out one hateful word, human. Ignoring the threat, he uses the lightning's momentum to rocket upward just as the system drops a cold warning. Nameless Demon Sword is now draining the user's stamina. Right in midair, his eyes glow a menacing red. He grips the hilt with both hands and pours in his entire life force for one massive, sky-shattering slash. Instantly, he dives down and crushes the giant's head in a total blink. His gaze gets colder and sharper as he locks onto a fatal weak spot right on the leader's neck. The giant immediately coughs up a spray of blood after taking that fatal hit. His building-sized body freezes as he stares at the sky with his mouth wide open, unable to even mutter one single final word. As that massive corpse slams into the ground, kicking up a giant, thick cloud of dust, the system victory bells chime, confirming he has finally taken down the giant seed. A flood of glowing notifications fills his entire vision. Survival Stage 5 cleared, and you have achieved a truly legendary and incredible feat. Standing tall on the bloody battlefield, he exhales and accepts a shower of rewards. Level has increased by 2 times, strength up by 1, agility up by 2, stamina up by 2, and mana up by 1. While the kid casually flicks the blood off his blade, the chat is absolutely exploding in total madness. Has anyone ever actually beaten this monster before? No way. How in the hell did he manage to pull that off and kill it? Wait, this wasn't even supposed to be a kill mission. Since when did I get a shot at a finisher? Chat is losing it right now. Dude is literally hunting something off limits. Total chaos energy. God, I hate having such a glass cannon body. Inside, he is just dying of cringe. If this were some basic manga, he would strike a pose and wrap this up. Real life? Not so much. But reality bites, and those thoughts get crushed instantly, especially when the sky decides to go pitch black. Massive ink-black clouds are rolling in while blue lightning shreds the atmosphere. That horde of giants was ready for revenge, but they just froze. They are staring up at the sky like they have seen a ghost. Right at the worst possible second, his legs give out. He is sweating buckets. The system drops the hammer. Level 2 greed just could not handle the kickback from that nameless magic sword. That recoil is no joke. He hits the deck, dragging that heavy blade through the dirt, his face twitching in pure pain. He mocks his own recklessness. One hand keeps him steady while he gasps, trying to figure a way out of this total disaster zone. Even if he clears this, Massive shadows are still everywhere, closing in on their tiny, exhausted prey like a pack of wolves. These freaks are not going anywhere until this whole test is officially over. Gomin jams his blade into the dirt just to stand up. He grits his teeth. That cheap mechanic he used before is literally blowing up in his face. Cold, sweat, and iron-scented blood are dripping right off his chin. It hits the dry ground, drop by drop. Those demons are grinning, waiting for a taste, and his vision is finally starting to blur. Damn it. I'm empty. I have got nothing left. Just as despair is about to swallow him whole, the sky goes nuclear. Those black clouds swirl into a massive, roaring pit of lightning. A blinding, brutal explosion drops straight from the heavens, bringing a purifying power that completely rips the gloomy night apart. Brilliant golden light hits his sweaty face, forcing him to look up. His eyes go wide, completely stunned by the massive power unfolding above. A massive bolt of lightning slams right into the middle of the giant horde. Rocks fly everywhere as the monsters get blasted back by the blinding light. The rage vanishes instantly, and the bloodbath is suddenly replaced by a quiet, ancient forest full of massive trees. All that screaming and rage, it just completely vanished. Nothing but total peace remains among the old, rough trees, all hidden under a thick morning mist. That fiery, hellish battlefield is just gone in a blink. Under a sun-drenched wooden porch, Hasuka is just chilling in a rocking chair. Her eyes are totally glued to the virtual screen in her hand. Her usual sass is gone. Her face is buried behind messy black hair, looking way more quiet and a little bit sad today. That peace gets shattered when this massive guy with long, ice-white hair pushes the door open and steps out into the light. He slowly walks over, using that deep, boss-level voice to snap her out of her screen time. "What exactly are you doing out here?" She just brushes him off with the coldest tone ever. "The weather is pretty nice today, don't you think? The air is pretty fresh, too." She sighs, scrolling through her screen while just whispering to herself. "Gotta enjoy it while I still can." That little comment makes the silver-haired guy stop in his tracks. He looks out at the fiery horizon and adds, "Yeah, it is almost time. Anyway, one more year, tops." He smirks, his razor-sharp blue eyes narrowing as he drops a massive truth bomb that kills any leftover hope she had. The time to wrap this whole thing up is getting close. She just ignores his shade and stays in her chair. She is not about to get dragged into another pointless argument with him. Her attitude seriously pisses him off. He storms over, frowning. "Again? I am trying to have a real talk here. What are you even looking at on that thing?" "Oh, that?" Turns out that tiny screen is just a close-up of our favorite mask guy in the middle of a fight. She gives a little smile. I think his name is Narukami Subaru. The second he hears that name, the platinum-haired guy loses his mind, shouting like he just got electrocuted. "Subaru? Did you just say Subaru?" She just rolls her eyes and hits him with a brutal reality check. Obviously not that Subaru. On the screen, the kid is still out there swinging his sword like a maniac. She stays cool, just some random using the name. He is busy with the Floor 2 test, completely ignoring the global chat that is currently going wild. His moves are top tier, but honestly, it is also totally confusing. And he is a rookie? No way. The big guy just stands there making a totally stupid face. Suddenly, her face drops. She looks genuinely hurt. She whispers quietly to the man's back. "You already know the truth about this, don't you?" The girl spat out words that were cold and harsh. If Subaru actually survived that mess, Kazuki Kyozo would have been wiped from this tower ages ago. He snapped back, visibly annoyed. "What the hell are you even trying to say right now?" With a cold, vacant stare, he cut through her defenses with 2 lines that hit her harder than any blade. "Subaru is dead, okay? Just face the facts." Triggered and fuming, the girl glared at him and screamed Seer's name at the top of her lungs. But Seer just turned his back on her, cold as ever, warning her to drop the subject for good. Refusing to back down, she leaped off her rocking chair, clutching her phone and screaming at his back in pure frustration. "How much longer are you going to keep hiding in that kid's shadow?" Huh. Saiger froze in his tracks. He turned halfway, throwing a sharp, hateful look her way before firing back. "Oh, and what about you?" It wasn't just a shouting match anymore. He stormed over, aggressively swatting her hand away from the phone screen and growled in her face. "Why the hell are you even wasting your time watching this absolute garbage?" Cornered so suddenly, she awkwardly pulled her hand back in defense. Sweating bullets, she looked away and tried to play it off. "I'm just killing time, okay?" But right then, her eyes went wide with shock. Her pupils were twitching as she stared at the screen, her mouth hanging open in a silent, terrified scream. "Huh?" Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Sigurd rolled his eyes and kept complaining. "Now what's your problem? What is it this time? Especially at a time like this." But the second he glanced at the screen, the silver-haired guy's face went totally pale. Sweat started dripping down his forehead, and his voice began to shake and stutter uncontrollably out of fear. "What is this thing?" Right then, a massive explosion of golden light tore through the earth, shredding the ground. Right in the dead center of the blast stood that same masked kid, looking absolutely unbreakable. Under the brutal force of that explosion, two bald giants charging in were suddenly sent flying backward by the shockwave, their faces twisted in a pathetic look of pure helplessness. Standing in the eye of the light storm, his ragged, bandaged hands gripped his sword hilt tight. A small smirk played on his lips as he whispered. Just as the system flashed a high-power warning, lightning began surging into the nameless demonic sword. Gripping the massive blade as it overflowed with sinister red lightning, he unleashed a powerful backslash through the air and made a boss-level declaration. Time to tear this entire hell to the ground, just like the good old days. That single swing unleashed a massive, blood-red lightning storm. It hit like a shockwave, splitting the entire battlefield in half and vaporizing every single obstacle in its path. A whole swarm of unlucky giants were swept up in that brutal energy. Their massive bodies were tossed around and ripped apart like broken toys inside a swirling vortex of glowing red fury. Once the storm finally passed, the young man stood there, back turned and shoulders slumped, gasping for air. Smoke was literally pouring off his body and the tip of his sword as it rested on the ground. Through the cracks in his mask, Subaru's eyes were bloodshot, dripping with sweat and pure exhaustion. He let out a curse under his breath through sharp, heavy pants. "Damn it, I was supposed to save enough juice to at least crawl home." The camera pans out from above, showing him standing tiny and alone among a mountain of creepy, mangled giant corpses. The kid just hunched over, trying to justify his overkill. "Man, I really misjudged the power level on that one." His hands were shaking pathetically as he leaned on his demonic sword just to keep from collapsing. His pained, ragged breathing was the only sound left in the heavy, blood-scented air right now. Just when it seemed over, a shadow emerged from the thick dust cloud. A squad in silver armor, armed to the teeth, suddenly appeared. They crept onto the battlefield with confused looks, clearly having no idea what just went down here. The blonde captain leading them stared with wide blue eyes, breaking into a cold sweat while stuttering out a single, confused word. "Huh?" Realizing the kid had solo-wiped the entire map, the knight suddenly lunged forward. He leaped over the giant corpses with his arms wide open like a total fanboy, screaming, "Our savior," at the top of his lungs. Startled by all that obnoxious screaming, the exhausted teen craned his neck to look at the newcomers with the most fed-up expression you have ever seen. He let out a long, heavy sigh, looking like someone who was completely done with life and just wanted to go home and sleep. Huff, meanwhile, that idiot knight was still sprinting toward him at full speed, looking like he was having the time of his life. On the other side, the kid just closed his eyes and accepted his fate, thinking one final thought to himself. What an absolute moron. Completely ignoring our hero's total lack of interest, the blonde knight kept charging forward with everything he had left, his face a teary mess. "You actually came," he cried out. Suddenly, we cut to a bright, sun-drenched, modern room. In there, a super-thin smartphone was lighting up with notifications on top of the desk. The brown-haired manager was curled up on the sofa, burying her face in her hands from pure embarrassment. The silence in the room was getting seriously awkward. The bearded director, sweating bullets, turned to his blue-haired subordinate and asked, Was all of this drama really worth going this far for? Blue hair shrugs, dodging responsibility with a deadpan face. Don't ask me, man. I don't get the female heart at all. Ignoring her boss's yapping, she clutches her burning face, losing her mind and whispering to herself, "This is so bad. This is terrible." She looks up with tomato-red cheeks and teary eyes, panicking like a total mess. "What am I supposed to do?" she cries out. Then she slams her face back down, drowning in self-pity. She tortures herself with a million what-ifs. Was I too cold? Did I sound like a total ice queen? What if he thinks it's just a work text? I should have used way more emojis. Now I look like a robot. Watching her meltdown, Blue Hair folds his arms and drops a major truth bomb right on the sofa. Hate to burst your bubble, but it's literally just a work message. Are you actually crushing on this guy for real? She's speechless, and the boss just sighs in pure disbelief. Unbelievable. First, you say you want to be a streamer's manager, and now look at you. Called out and exposed, she snaps upright like a spring, waving her hands wildly with a bright red face to argue back. Look, I was a diehard fan long before I became a manager. I can't help it, okay? It's in my blood. Still hyped up, she invades the director's personal space, making the old man jump as she screams her case loud and proud. Besides, I already told you, uncle. She puts her hand over her heart, rambling on and on with eyes blazing with pure passion. That lightning used to belong only to Subaru Narukami. Now, it's the kind of power only he and his own kind can ever hope to wield. Ignoring the blue-haired guy's heavy sigh of defeat, she thinks, well, at least our paychecks are safe for now. Hearing that, the director rubs his chin, sporting a smirk that's half cunning and half cold calculation. No wonder nobody else can touch that level. This kid is definitely someone we need to keep a very close eye on. Right in the middle of the tension, a phone alarm blares, making the manager jump nearly out of her skin. Her face lights up instantly. She spins around, shouting for the boss while pumping her fists in the air with pure joy like she just struck gold. It looks like he finally read the email we sent to Narukami Subaru. But before her smile can even finish forming, a second later, her face turns into a gray, soulless stone statue. Her pupils are blown wide in total agony. Yep, left on red. The no-reply shock is so brutal her soul literally leaves her pale body and starts floating toward the ceiling. Leaving the unlucky manager behind, we cut to a deep, gravelly voice. A guy is sitting with his back to us in front of a massive PC rig. Shall we get started? Meet our guy, a professional streamer who spends his life tearing apart and analyzing every move players make. He's built a solid reputation using his sharp instincts and pro-streaming secrets to mentally crush countless opponents in the game. And he goes by one notorious name, Hokuai. On the flashy livestream screen, Hokuai is busy dissecting footage of some jacked-up muscular dude. He's analyzed tons of players with surgical precision, including Kurakawa Amon, the new face who just joined the Blue Zone. Hyping up the future of the Blue Zone, he dives deep into Kurakawa Amon, the dark horse currently smashing through the tower rankings with insane momentum. People are even hailing this guy as the second coming of Narukami Subaru. But wait, there's more. The screen shifts to another pro, Kyojo Kazuki, an OG member of Blue Ice who's also under the microscope. Hokuai keeps baiting the views, asking if this guy can truly become the strongest man in the entire Blue Zone. Kyojo Kazuki is the face of all Earth players right now. The pressure on his shoulders has got to be massive. But today, let's look at his skills. And of course, the timeless legend himself, Narukami Subaru, won't be escaping our analysis either. Hokuai makes a bold claim. No matter what anyone says, the lightning still belongs to this man alone. Narukami. If I asked you to name the one player who remains absolutely undefeated, who's the first person to pop into your head? It's the guy you're all thinking about right now. That's right, Narukami Subaru. Now, let's get this live stream officially started. Hokuai grins wide, bursting with energy. What is up, chat? Hello everyone, I'm Hokuai. Thanks for tuning in to the stream today. Today, we're locking our sights onto the absolute hottest topic in the community right now. Narukami Subaru, The name sends the chat into a total frenzy. His hand, rocking black rings, gives the mouse a sharp click. The streamer lowers his voice, acting all mysterious to calm the noisy crowd. Chill out, boys. Stop with the complaining already. The screen plays a leaked clip of our hero dropping lightning strikes that vaporize giants. Hokwai stares at the screen and whispers, "Whoa, insane. What the hell is even happening?" Meanwhile, the chat keeps losing its mind with a mix of insults and total shock. He wipes a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, looking completely stunned. The streamer's face contorts into a forced, awkward smile, overwhelmed by the power. He can only manage 3 broken words. "Oh my God! No! Check that insane focus. No ordinary human could master a brand new skill this fast. It is totally cracked." Rocking that same sly grin on the facecam, Hokwai adjusts his headset and breaks it down for his losing their minds chat. He has mastered the flow. He is funneling the perfect amount of energy into that blade, wasting 0 power. It is pure efficiency. The guy just keeps dropping these deep, pro-level breakdowns. His focus and tech allow for insane microcontrol, paired with the perfect judgment to time every single move. He did not slip up once during that whole fight. The streamer sits there thinking, where did this monster even come from? Honestly, I bet half the people watching right now do not even realize how high-level this play really is. Finally, the streamer covers half his face, pulling off a super edgy, main character energy pose for the camera. This kid is definitely going to be a massive deal. I am going to keep a close eye on him as Hawkeye. This endorsement sends the chat into an absolute frenzy, spiking the hype to levels we have never seen before. No final summary today? He taps his silver rings against his chin and smirks. Oh, that is right. I almost forgot my signature one-liner. You guys know how Hawkeye likes to wrap things up. If we are talking about pure, raw control, this guy might actually be better than Narukami was back in his prime. Meanwhile, our main man suddenly bolts upright on his cheap mattress, gasping for air like he just finished a marathon. Right then, a cold system window pops up. Notification stage 6 is currently on standby. Those pale purple windows keep stacking up in his face. Fatigue is fully restored. Then, it hits him with the big choice, an option to suspend the exam. He looks at this massive list of rules just to take a break from the test. 2 conditions must be met. You have to pass the previous stage, and the next one cannot have started yet. Plus, your fatigue level has to be at 0. The kid just grabs his head and starts groaning. Even if my body is back to normal, this mental exhaustion is no joke. I seriously need a break from this game. But then again, I wonder. While wallowing in self-pity, he glances at his paper-thin phone and nearly jumps out of his skin. His eyes go wide behind his mask. He quickly tries to sign off with a super awkward smile. Thanks for watching today, everyone. He stares in shock at the 742 viewers on screen and the mountain of spam. He is breaking out in a cold sweat. What the heck? Since when did the viewer count blow up like this? He leans into the screen to apologize. Sorry guys, but I am actually taking tomorrow off. Catch you all the day after tomorrow. Right then, the notice pops up. Narugami Hao has ended his live stream. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light explodes, filling the entire room and swallowing the kid whole in an instant. When the flash fades, his sneakers hit a cold white floor. He is standing in a place that looks completely alien. The system says stage waiting room. Our hero is just standing there in the middle of an infinite white void, and he is completely and utterly speechless. Out of nowhere, a massive ancient stone door starts floating in the void. He spins around, his guard up and ready for anything. Before he can even get close to the door, his phone buzzes. He just got a brand new email. Urgent message from San Entertainment to Narugami Hao. I am HS from the management team. Please review this important message. We offer full support for streamers with the highest payouts in the industry. The kid is left speechless all over again. He pulls the phone right up to his face, sweat dripping down his cheek. He peels off half the mask and just scowls to himself. Is this some kind of boss spam or what? He looks up, squinting at the weird name in his inbox with a totally confused face. What the hell is sound entertainment even supposed to be? Suddenly, we are at a gorgeous vintage cafe, soaking in the bright morning sun under a perfectly clear blue sky. Inside, the kid has ditched the mask, revealing his messy black hair. He is chilling with a hot coffee, but his eyes look totally exhausted as he stares at his phone. He searches for info and finds a sleek, modern office building labeled as San Entertainment. It is a major network that manages streamers and is blowing up fast thanks to some massive financial backing. He reads the details and sighs to himself. Companies like this actually exist now? Man, the world has really changed. Squinting his eyes, he keeps digging and trying to size them up. Plus, the scale of this place is actually pretty huge. They operate as a major management network and look like a real top-tier industry player in the game. Scrolling through the comments, he sees people fighting like crazy over whatever that Hawkeye guy said about him. So he is Hawkeye's next target? Haha, everything that guy says is just total trash anyway. Namni? I think his analysis is actually spot on. And Hawkeye is famous for being a total savage. Thinking back to Hokuai's smug grin, he wondered if that streamer also signed a contract with Tanstar. A streamer who got famous for being brutally honest? No wonder the comment section looks like a total war zone. Even though he hated all the noise, the young man squinted and clicked his tongue, forced to admit it. But you gotta hand it to him, those eyes are incredibly sharp. Right outside the coffee shop, those shiny black combat boots were slamming hard onto the rough stone pavement in a fit of rage. The owner of those steps was a massive guy wearing dark gear with gold trim. He froze in front of the cafe and stared at his phone while a cold vibe radiated from his back. He stared intensely at the Hawkeye quote displayed right there on his phone screen. When it comes to pure control, this kid might actually be better than Narukami Subaru in his prime. He growled through gritted teeth. It is not like he is some sage, right? Just some low-level player on paper who barely crawled his way up to floor 2. His face twisted into a psycho grin, eyes glowing red with bloodlust as he growled deep in his throat. That bastard has totally lost his mind. I swear I will gouge those eyes out the second I get up there. Unable to contain his fury, he tilted his head and spat a glob of spit right onto the stone pavement. After spitting, he spun around and kicked the cafe door open, letting out a loud, angry curse as he entered. Damn it, there is absolutely nothing that could ruin my morning mood more than this total piece of garbage. But the moment he stepped inside, a dark, low chuckle escaped from deep in his throat. Ha ha. He marched straight into the cafe, eyes locking onto the back of the guy sitting in the corner, muttering bitterly, "Is this day cursed or what? Can I ever catch a break?" As for the hero, he just kept staring at his phone, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Without saying a word, the guy in gold trim loomed over him, standing right next to his table. He radiated an incredibly heavy pressure. Suddenly, acting like a total thug, he slapped the coffee cup off the table, sending dark liquid splashing all over the floor. Startled by the sudden move, the kid jumped back to avoid the mess and snapped. Ha! Recovering his cool, he glared up at the jerk, while the big guy let out a fake, sarcastic line. "Oh, my bad." Staring him down, the guy slicked back his hair and smirked, pretending to be totally shocked. "Oh, Subaru." He looked down with pure arrogance, continuing his petty trash talk. "We sure run into each other a lot lately." He clicked his tongue. "Floor 2 is smaller than I thought." Ignoring those cheap insults, the young man calmly placed his phone on the table, maintaining a state of absolute silence. Seeing no reaction, the man turned away, shoved his hands in his pockets, and acted all superior. "You gonna pay for that coffee?" He kept mocking him. "I know you are broke, so I would really appreciate it." He glared down with bloodshot eyes, radiating enough bloodlust to make it feel like he wanted to eat the kid alive. Not even caring about the boring bullying, the young man stood up and walked toward the door, making the other guy snap. "Hey!" Mid-step, the kid turned his head to listen. "I warned you last time, did I not? Got a loose screw or something?" Fuming, the man grabbed his collar and spat out a curse through gritted teeth. Facing the guy's rage up close, the kid stayed cool as ice, even while the psycho continued his crazy threats. "Apologize. Do not think you can just walk away so easily. If you want to die, Just say the word. In response to the aggression, the kid slowly reached up and grabbed the hand on his collar, his voice remaining calm without a hint of fear. Sorry. Suddenly, he crushed the guy's hand with terrifying strength, forcing him to let go in pure agony, then coldly added, I really do not have time for this. Clutching his hand, which was trembling from the shock, the man broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide with shock, wondering, since when did this kid get so strong? With the trouble handled, the kid casually strolled away, hands in pockets, leaving the guy stunned with a cold final word, let's call it even for the coffee. Thanks for the treat. Left in total humiliation, veins popped on the guy's forehead as he roared like a mad beast. As the kid pushed through the wooden door, the guy refused to give up and screamed after him, stop right there. But the only response was the bell chiming as the door closed, hiding the kid's silhouette completely. Standing alone in the cafe, he gritted his teeth and let out a bitter, frustrated breath. Clenching his fists, his bloodshot eyes burned with a look of pure, concentrated hatred. He muttered angrily, I tried to climb this tower peacefully, but first it was Narukami Subaru, and now this other Subaru. He stormed off, fumes practically coming out of his ears while muttering some death threats. Honestly, these guys are really pushing my buttons today. Meanwhile, out on the street, the kid is just chilling, checking his phone when he suddenly remembers something. Oh yeah, that reminds me. His fingers, wrapped in fingerless gloves, fly across the screen as he fires off a quick text message to someone. Cut to a bathtub overflowing with white bubbles, where a slender finger is poking at a cute little yellow rubber ducky. The finger belongs to a gorgeous girl with soaked brown hair, just soaking and enjoying some serious relaxation time. She glances curiously at her phone sitting on the edge of the tub. It is a text from Narugami Who saying, we should meet up sometime. Say goodbye to the cozy vibes because we are dropping straight back into a dark and damp dungeon. Eerie green water flows past a pile of lizardman corpses rotting under the dim light filtering down from a sewer grate. The kid grips the hilt of his nameless magic sword, instantly triggering a surge of crackling golden lightning that rips through the pitch-black darkness. Standing tall in the massive cavern, a purple system window pops up, signaling that a death match is about to begin. He enters the dungeon boss room, the hidden lair of the exiled lizardman tribe. His gaze turns sharp and icy as the system confirms a level 3 greed upgrade to resist the sword recoil. He lets out a confident smirk, thinking he is finally getting used to this body. But right in front of him, a tiny spark suddenly flickers to life in the middle of the deep shadows. That little spark explodes instantly into a massive, towering lizard monster made of pure, raging fire. It dives from above with terrifying speed, claws out and teeth bared. The beast lets out a deafening roar from its jagged maw. The system locks on. The salamander boss has officially entered the chat. Lightning fast, the kid takes a stance and draws his blade back, eyes locked onto the charging prey. His brain is doing the math to avoid another screw-up like last time and use his lightning efficiently. He drops into a low stance like a loaded spring, muttering his real goal for this fight. He needs to test his limits and find out what his absolute maximum output looks like. At the climax, he kicks off the stone floor, shattering it into pieces. He forces all that raging electricity into his legs while the system coldly confirms it is channeling lightning into his feet. In a flash, Subaru launches himself into the air, aiming a direct strike right at the dragon monster head. High in the air, his gaze turns sharp. Suddenly, a murderous phantom of a grown man representing his past life power appears, merging perfectly with his current form. Two souls are now one. The beast's jagged fangs snap shut with a sickening crunch. Instantly, it unleashes a massive pillar of fire aimed straight at Subaru's head. Seeing the flames, he grips his sword for a counterattack. Without wasting a second, the system activates and begins channeling lightning into his nameless blade. Blinding yellow sparks crackle and pop, wrapping themselves tightly around the pitch-black sword. Charged with lightning, Subaru charges right through the wall of fire with insane speed. At that same moment, a notification pops up saying Level 3 Greed is successfully resisting the lightning kickback. But as his sword slams into the beast back, the system flashes red. Resistance failed, and his fatigue levels are skyrocketing. Even with the backlash, Subaru fighting spirit only burns brighter. That past life phantom glows again, giving him the strength to grit his teeth and overpower the monster. Under that sheer force, the fire salamander body is completely crushed. It collapses onto the stone and stops breathing. Another quick deathmatch finished. With the fight over, a bunch of purple windows pop up to celebrate his victory. The dungeon lair of the exiled lizardman is cleared. Level up. His strength, stamina, and magic stats all went up by 1 point. After cleaning up, the pace slows down as Subaru strolls through a misty underground forest like he is just taking a walk. He checks his status screen while walking, muttering that the fatigue reduction is working better than he expected. Fatigue is at 61, so he still has plenty of gas in the tank. But his eyes lock onto the 40,000 credit price tag for an upgrade, and his face immediately sours. Doubling the credit cost for every single upgrade? Seriously, isn't that just a little bit overkill? He sighs deeply while looking up at the ceiling. The broke kid starts wishing for a miracle. Man, I wish someone would just show up and offer me a sweet gig. Maybe some bounty hunting or something. Right then, a chill runs down his spine and his pupils shrink. He stops dead in his tracks as a figure appears through the fog. A massive dark shadow stands there with folded arms, blocking the path and watching him like a predator. The shadow starts walking forward, heavy boots thudding on the ground, before speaking in a mocking tone. So, you are looking to get into bounty hunting, are you? In the dim light, the stranger reveals a dangerous smirk that absolutely reeks of trouble. The guy blocking the path? None other than that cocky jerk from the cafe. He grins like a total psycho. We go back a ways, but man, this actually caught me off guard. Seeing that punchable face, Subaru doesn't even try to hide his annoyance. He glares and lets out a heavy sigh. Man, you really are persistent. Ignoring the attitude, the guy keeps acting like he's the big boss. I've been thinking it over, but honestly, my patience has finally run bone dry. He stomps forward aggressively, closing the distance to make things even more intense. He gets right in Subaru's face, wearing that same punchable grin. He growls, trying to provoke him. After this, can we just stop seeing each other? Faced with that bloody threat, Subaru stands still like a statue. He just glares with dead eyes, cursing the guy silently. Just like that, the tension breaks. The scene shifts to a bustling street with a heavy steampunk vibe. A massive airship floats lazily across the sky under a brilliant, glowing sunset. Outside a high-end tavern, a blonde guy with dangling earrings a streamer pushes the door open and steps inside the joint. The second he walks in, a man raises a hand and gives him a big, casual wave. Waiting at the table is a buff older guy with a massive scar across his face. He's rocking a shiny purple suit, sitting there like a total mafia boss, nodding slightly. The scarred man speaks up in a deep, friendly voice. Hey there, it has been a while, right? How has your streaming been lately? Leaning forward, Hake flashes a creepy, ear-to-ear grin. He just shrugs and gives his answer. It is okay. The chat has been pretty dead lately, so my viewer count hasn't really moved much. The scarred guy calmly takes a sip of his hot tea, offering some calculated advice. Honestly, this way is actually much healthier for you. The things you worked so hard to build are not going to collapse that easily. Not wanting to waste time, Hawkeye rests his chin and asks, So, why did you call me out here? You are definitely not bored enough to just grab tea. Spill it. Seeing he's caught, the man smirks. Damn, you are sharp. You really do live up to that name of yours. Hake. Dropping the playful act, his face goes cold and serious. It is about that kid, Narukami Subaru, the one you were just reviewing yesterday. You were actually serious when you said all that? Hearing the protagonist's name, Hake calmly sips his tea and replies, Oh, that rookie? Yeah, I meant every single word I said about him. I think his raw talent is even higher than Narukami Subaru was back in his prime. As he sets the tea down, one of Hake's eyes glows with an eerie gold light. His gaze is sharp as a razor, full of intense judgment. But whether he can actually reach the same heights as that guy, well, That is a completely different story. Hearing that, the man strokes his chin and nods with satisfaction. I see. So that is your official take on him. Hake squints suspiciously. Why do you care? The director doesn't hide it and drops a bombshell. I am planning on recruiting him into my company. Hake just bursts out laughing, throwing his hands up in pure excitement. As I thought, you have got a good eye. But for a scout to recruit him, his current viewer count is way too low, right? His online presence is basically a big fat zero. The man's massive hand grips his cup tightly as his voice drops low, sounding more determined than ever before. That is true, but after hearing your breakdown, I am officially 100% sure about this kid. The director's eyes gleam like a seasoned pro. He crosses his arms and lays out the final plan for the big move. Set up a collaboration between you and Narukami Subaru. Our mission is to boost his viewership and get his name out there to everyone. In a blink, the scene snaps right back to that dark, gloomy underground forest. Forget those big business plans. This arrogant jerk is grinning like a total lunatic, threatening Subaru. It is just the two of us down here now. Facing that cheap intimidation, Subaru keeps his cool, his face completely blank and expressionless. Yeah, I guess you are right, he says indifferently. Thinking he's won, the guy laughs, mocking him with hands on his hips. This is what happens when you are too cocky in a dungeon. You don't even have a single scratch on you. You probably got scared and ran for it immediately, right? That is why I told you to just stay put and be a good boy. He doesn't stop there, leaning in close with his face twisted in pure envy right at Subaru. He spits out bitter insults, as if you actually got here on your own merit. You really think you are the next Narukami Subaru or something? Are you trying to imitate that bird guy? Suddenly flying into a total rage, he grabs Subaru by the collar, veins popping out on his hands. Narukami Subaru. That bastard is dead and he should have stayed rotting in the ground where he belongs, back to the dust. His eyes turn bloodshot as he roars like a total madman, sounding like some kind of wild beast. Anyone connected to him makes me sick. You are all just trash. Suddenly, Subaru just turns around and walks away. That icy rejection left him totally stunned. Huh? Subaru just rolled his eyes and sighed, hating his miserable luck and fate. Seriously, I never thought I would end up in an era crawling with Narukami Subaru posers. No more talk. He yanked the arrogant jerk closer, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Let me ask you something. Why are you so obsessed with picking a fight with me? Subaru's vibe crushed him. Before the guy could breathe, Subaru hit him again. Is it just my name? Why do you hate that name so much anyway? Usually, people actually like it, right? That hit a nerve. His eyes shrunk, cold sweat dripped, and he gnashed his teeth in pure rage. Insulted and humiliated, he completely lost it. He lunged forward, screaming, and trying to hide behind his family power. Do you even know who my father is? Subaru just gave him a look of pure disgust. What does your dad have to do with this? You are a grown man, yet you still drag your daddy into every little argument. Pathetic. The second he mentioned his father, the scene shifted to a memory of a powerful man sitting on a throne of broken swords. A glowing notification popped up. High ranker Ren of floor 9. Subaru's eyes widened as the puzzle pieces clicked. Could Ren actually be Renhard, the one/sword saint? A brutal memory ripped through time under a sky choked with smoke and ash. The legendary Narukami Subaru was standing there with his back turned, holding a sword that radiated pure, destructive power. The world shook. This was a massive deal. Something absolutely impossible had just gone down. The camera panned down to the dirt. A bloody blonde guy was collapsed there, looking totally pathetic. History doesn't lie. Narukami Subaru from Earth's Blue Eyes was the one who absolutely crushed Renhard, the ranker of Runeterra. Just look. A massive crater with jagged cracks everywhere proved that his power was completely inhuman, and all of that happened with just one single slash. Ren's face was a bloody mess. His eyes were wide with shock and pure desperation. The announcer's voice echoed. It was over in 30 seconds. Ren could barely even whisper. Wait, I can still fight. The sword saint's trembling hand reached up, trying to grab onto anything, but his efforts were totally useless. His body finally gave out. He slumped into the broken stone of the deep crater. That was the end of a legend. Flashback to reality. The loser's son had turned into a literal wild animal. His eyes turned blood red as he screamed at Subaru, the veins in his neck popping out. "You piece of trash. Don't you dare say that name." Subaru watched him, finally putting it all together. He tilted his head, exposing the truth. "So, you hate me because of the one/sword saint?" "No, wait. Is it because of your father's nickname?" Subaru's gaze darkened as his anger started to boil. "Do you have any idea how much pain the real Subaru suffered because of that stupid name?" His fake pride shattered. The rich kid lost it completely. Flames started exploding all around his body. "Shut your mouth. If you say one more word of that garbage, I will end you." He stomped the ground, sending out a massive fiery shockwave while screaming. Subaru just stood there casually with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even flinch. The fire started pulling together into one spot. His right arm turned into a massive, burning demon claw. His face twisted with nothing but blind hate. "Just stop talking and die." He hurled a massive fireball while screaming about how much he hated the name Narukami Subaru with all his soul. "Just hearing that name makes me want to throw up. He is nothing special, yet everyone treats him like some kind of god." Subaru narrowed his eyes while the guy kept talking and talking. That idiot president tricked those blue-eyes losers into following him straight to their deaths. The fire swallowed Subaru whole. The guy just stood there laughing like a total maniac. Serves them right. By now, that loser is probably rotting away in the deepest pit of hell. He pointed right at the center of the explosion. "Your luck ran out the very second you were cursed with that pathetic name." A blinding blast ripped through everything, sending smoke and debris flying in every single direction. Standing casually, he smirked and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He looked satisfied while stroking his glowing arm. He faked an apology. "Oops. Looks like I lost control of my power for a second. Since we were technically friends once, maybe I went a little too hard on him?" He licked his lips, already plotting something new. "Next up, I think I'll go wreck that masked streamer kid." But that smug grin vanished instantly when a familiar sound made his pupils snap shut in total shock. A mask? He spun around toward the center of the raging inferno. A dark silhouette tore through the flames. As the smoke cleared, Subaru stood there without a single scratch on his skin. He calmly dusted off his glove and asked, "You talking about this?" His ego shattered instantly. He backed away, drenched in a cold sweat. "No way. This just isn't happening." Fear shook his soul. He stammered, "You took my fire head on? Why won't he just let the poor guy breathe?" Subaru scraped his boot against the concrete, sparking a bright yellow lightning bolt. His voice was stone cold. "I really hate that tone." Moving like a ghost, Subaru lunged faster than anyone could track. "Listen up, brat." A lightning hand gripped his face. The rich kid's eyes went wide as total power crushed him. His eyes rolled back as he choked. Slam. Zero mercy. Subaru smashed his face into the cracked dirt, pinning him down like helpless prey. The impact was brutal, making him cough up fresh blood everywhere. Looking down at the loser, Subaru's eyes flared with rage. "You really thought you could trash talk them?" He struggled in total despair, coughing hoarsely. "Why, how? Damn it. This just isn't possible at all." Subaru sheathed his blade, took a step back, and shoved his hands in his pockets, looking down with pure contempt. "Let's do a quick review of the basics." He pulled out the familiar mask and asked, "Who exactly is standing in front of you? Is it Hosoi Subaru, the coward you bullied, or the masked streamer, Narukami Subaru?" He pressed the mask to his chest, eyes burning with the authority of a king. Or maybe Blue Ice's Narukami Subaru? Choking on the pressure, the guy knelt, trembling and trying to spit out one last insult. "So you're saying you're that streamer?" Blood dripped from his chin, but he still tried to act tough. "This is just pathetic. What's so special about lightning?" He secretly gathered fire in his palm against the ground. "You think a nobody like you can win with that trash skill?" His eyes gleamed with pure, delusional madness and complete insanity. "If a total loser like you can use lightning, Then I'm even better than the real Narukami Subaru, right? He lunged with a cheap shot from the dirt, aiming right for Subaru's face. Die, you total bastard. But you can't play a pro. A red lightning bolt sliced through the air. The magic blade swung in a lethal arc, cutting the fire and the attacker's arm in a single, quick blink. Blood sprayed everywhere. He froze, pupils shrinking, unable to understand what just happened. Huh? Subaru stood in the embers, looking at him like a piece of garbage. Wrong. How can you even spout that trash out loud? A bloody blade pressed against his throat. The rich kid's ego was officially dead. Sweating buckets, he stammered out. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Pure terror shattered the loser's mind. Subaru's eyes were as cold as a frozen lake. He spat every word with pure fury. Do you have any idea how much Hosoi Subaru suffered because of your ego? I really don't like that. And suffocating pressure radiated from his body. And I especially hate punks, like you who insult them. Facing death, his bloody, swollen face twisted in pure terror. He muttered in total despair, no way. It's impossible. The sword's glow hit Subaru's sharp face as the terrifying truth finally sank in. You're the legendary Narukami from Blue Ice. Before he could finish, a merciless strike fell with lethal precision. Sheathing his sword, he dropped a cold final judgment on the loser. The game's over now. The massive strike made his legs buckle, and he collapsed onto the dirt, completely knocked out. Subaru coolly put his mask back on, fixed his hair, and figured that was enough fan service for today. Standing in the ruins of the fire, he looked down and whispered a thanks to the departed soul. Think of this as a loan and a thanks for everything you did. Very shortly after, he made his way to a cafe. His gaze turned sharp. He'd stick to the plan and keep his masked streamer identity a total secret. Not knowing my face is a huge advantage. Right in the middle of his cool moment, a girl with long brown hair suddenly jumped up as Subaru arrived. Sorry, I kept you waiting so long. Up close, she was blushing hard and acting totally flustered, stammering out, it's really, really nice to meet you. I am the one who reached out to you. The girl crossed her arms, trying to look professional. My name is Hasuka, manager. Reaching across the desk, Subaru politely replied, Hello, I am Narukami Subaru. Hearing that name, Hasuka grabbed his hand and started shaking it like crazy. It is such an honor to meet you. Staring into his eyes, Hasuka's face turned bright red as she froze, screaming internally with excitement. He looks exactly like him. The image of the fallen hero overlapped with the masked teenager standing right there. She wondered if Narukami Subaru had actually returned safe and sound, and if that is the real reason he hides behind that mask. Realizing she was staring blankly, Subaru tilted his head and asked, Is something wrong? Snapping back to reality, she jumped and let out a loud yelp. Yeah. Suddenly, the face of her scarred boss appeared in her mind, screaming orders and barking directions. Gaining a client's trust at the first meeting is vital. Got it? Don't you dare look unreliable. Her boss's voice echoed, making her want to cry inside. Ugh, I blew it from the very start. This is so embarrassing. Hasuka grabbed her head and messed up her hair, creating a vibe of pure, chaotic panic. Subaru just stood there, speechless, with 3 massive exclamation marks over his head. To break the awkward silence, she leaned forward, her eyes glowing. Were you ever a fan of that Narukami Subaru? Yeah, a total hardcore fan. Overwhelmed by her intense energy, Subaru wiped his brow. I am not the real deal, so just calm down. Plus, I am pretty sure I am younger than you, manager. But Hasuka immediately snapped back, No way, because I am your fan too. The chatterbox mode was fully engaged as she leaned in and started rambling. Actually, I have been following you since you had 0 viewers, which basically makes me your very first fan in the entire world. You have no idea how shocked I was when you took down that one-eyed bat guy. Passing Greg's test but still choosing to challenge him fairly was just insane. And even when you chose the Trial of Thunder, that whole sequence of events is exactly what led me here today and everything after. Listening to her rapid-fire monologue, Subaru was stunned while she kept going. My heart was racing when you encountered that massive fragment. The way you suppressed it in seconds with those smooth moves seriously gave me goosebumps. Subaru was speechless. She really is my first viewer. How does she remember the details better than I do? Underneath the mask, Subaru's lips curled into a warm smile. He could not help but appreciate the love from his biggest fan. I was still pretty green back then, so it is cool you stuck around. Being praised by her idol made Hasuka's world sparkle. She clenched her fists and cheered. It is crazy how much time has passed, yet everything still feels like it was just yesterday. It is weird. I think it is destiny too. That is why I begged the agency to let me personally manage Narukai-san. And then, like a magic trick, Hasuka blinked and immediately sat up straight, doing a total 180-degree flip. She told herself, okay, from now on, act like a professional and earn this guy's trust. Striking a powerful pose, she said softly, I have the contract ready. I know you are busy, so I will keep this brief. Her slender hand slid the folder towards Subaru, her voice now sharp and full of persuasive business energy. Commercials, event clips, and so much more. Our company will help you build every possible piece of value. From the Narukami Subaru brand. Taking the contract, Subaru calmly looked up and asked, so, what is my job? Flashing a bright, confident smile, Hasuka dropped a simple requirement. You just need to keep streaming like you always do. Watching the manager smile while hyping him up, Subaru thought to himself, is being a live streamer always this easy? Meanwhile, Hasuka kept up the sales pitch. Look, you are the first one with the lightning skill. Plus, the department head and the whole company have really high expectations for you, Narukai-san said, while she cheered herself on internally. Great job, Hasuka, just give it one last final push. Leaning forward, Hasuka held out the contract and pushed. What do you think? Are these terms acceptable? Before she finished, Subaru coldly cut her off with a killer question. Are all the managers behind the scenes like you? Hasuka-san heard that and jumped, waving her hands around wildly while panicking to explain herself. No, everyone else is way more reliable and professional than me. Not that I am not professional, but seeing her overreact, Subaru clarified. No, that is not what I meant. Under his mask, Subaru narrowed his eyes to size her up. He analyzed her, judging by the aura she was putting off. She definitely was not just some ordinary player. Has the player level increased so much that someone with these kinds of skills is only working as a manager? Close up on Subaru's sharp profile. The man is on high alert right now. Simply put, the monsters I am facing from here on out are only getting deadlier. No time for breaks. I have got to kick this into high gear. While our hero plays the big picture game, Hasuka is over there tearing up. She is sobbing and hating herself. I am such a flake. What if he says no? Do I have to pull a move and force him to sign this? Just as she hits rock bottom, a steady hand suddenly reaches out, making Huka jump back in total shock. Hold on, Subaru drops a serious truth bomb right then. Look, I can clearly see that you are someone I can actually put my faith in. Hand still extended, Subaru closes the deal with that classic, ice-cold protagonist energy. I am looking forward to working with you. Hasuka explodes, cheeks turning bright red as she shakes his hand like a maniac. Yes, me too. I am totally stoked to work with you. Suddenly, the scene flips to a glowing red-like button as the stream kicks off. Subaru shows up with his sword and that killer mask. The chat goes absolutely wild instantly. He is here. The stream is live. We have been waiting forever. Oh, check the new guy behind the mask. He is still rocking the same old one, huh? Is he serious? That is just his style. The camera pans straight to the screen. 703 viewers. Subaru's jaw drops. 700 people the second I go live? Hasuka must have been working some serious overtime on the promos for this. A cute chibi Hasuka appears, humming a tune while she clacks away at her computer keyboard. The stream schedule notice pops up. Put the gear away. Subaru takes a deep breath and makes his big announcement. All right, let's get this show on the road. The system flashes a bright purple message instantly. The legendary level 6 finally begins. We shift to a dark, rainy night where heavy storms hammer the tents of a military camp deep in the silent, spooky forest. The sound of boots crunching over old wooden crates. Shadowy figures trudge inside the tents to escape the heavy downpour. Inside, under the flickering candlelight, a group of fully armored knights stands around a table covered in battle maps, looking completely stressed out right now. The blonde captain, Peleus, frowns and asks, "Has our savior not arrived yet?" A scarred knight standing right next to him just grumbles his very annoyed reply. "Not yet." A brown-haired knight crosses his arms and loudly voices his total frustration. Should we really trust someone who is not even a knight? An anonymous soldier nearby immediately chimes in. Exactly. Look, it is hard to believe some random outsider just showed up and soloed a giant boss. A knight with slicked back hair starts taking shots at Peleus. Unless you saw it with your own eyes, you are probably getting played. Was that really a giant boss? Or just some low-level weakling? He is insulting our savior. Peleus slams the table in a rage, glaring and shouting, "How dare you say that?" The crowd tries to stop him. "Hey, Peleus." Right at the peak of the drama, the tent flap opens. The scarred knight beams. Our savior is finally awake. Behind him, Subaru looms large with a sword on his back and that menacing mask on. Peleus rushes over to try and give him a helping hand. "Savior, how is your body holding up?" Subaru waves off the help and coolly replies, "I am fine. Thank you. I can walk just fine on my own without any help." Whispers start echoing from the corner of the room. Is that the hero who took down the giant boss? The skeptical knights start judging him with their cold stares. He does not look strong at all. Even if he talks polite, that mask looks completely suspicious to me. For real. Hearing every single whisper, Subaru glares back from under his dark mask, mocking them in his head. "Seems like you do not believe I beat it. Or maybe you just do not want to." Suddenly, we see a quick flashback of Subaru and Hasuka looking at a phone. Subaru explains the secret trick. "By using a saved pose, I can tweak the mic frequency so only my viewers can hear what I am saying." He smirks. A pretty useful feature for boring moments like this. Back in reality, Subaru snaps at the knights right in front of all his hundreds of viewers. So arrogant. The chat is losing it. Do not sleep on him. Did he just laugh under that mask? This is epic. Incredible confidence. Suddenly, a majestic armored hand reaches out and cuts through the heavy tension in the air. "First, allow me to thank you personally." It is an old knight with gray hair and a very serious, stoic vibe. The man speaks, "I am Dali." Subaru shakes his hand and gets straight to the point. "Nice to meet you, I guess." He says, "Yeah, I was protecting the village, but everyone there got totally crushed." Hearing the crazy news, Subaru's eyes go wide. "Crushed?" Dale just nods his head calmly. "That is right." Then he drops a bombshell. Subaru breaks a sweat and asks, "You mean there is someone more dangerous than the boss?" Dale just gives this icy cold one-word answer from under that mask. Yeah, the vibe gets heavy as Dale starts dropping ancient legends. You already know about the real giants who actually fought the gods. Glowing stone shards show how they were sealed away in some hidden spot before vanishing from history forever. Cut to these creepy white giants wearing absolutely hideous smiles. Delay explains that most giants around here now are just illusions or leftover junk they left behind. The old knight clutches his head, sweating buckets and freaking out. But that giant that showed up after you took down the boss? He is different. He is basically on the level of those legendary giants. I cannot believe a beast like that is even still alive. While the tent is thick with tension, the stream chat starts going wild with theories. So is this guy like a floor 8 monster or what? Nobody has even made it that far yet. Who knows? If that is for real, how are we supposed to even beat it? Ignoring all the chaos, Subaru's profile looks totally locked in. He just smirks and drops a line that sounds way too casual. "Then I will just have to beat him." That cocky talk instantly triggers all those stuck-up old knights. They turn around with these sarcastic scowls. "Real confident, huh? Look, we need help. But isn't what you are saying basically impossible? You are only talking big because you have not actually seen that thing with your own 2 eyes yet." Captain Puss is not letting his men insult their savior anymore. He yells at them to shut up and show some respect. Peleus gets serious and shares their last shred of hope. There is an ancient legend about something called Millennium Mountain. Right at the peak of that massive mountain, a hidden thunder shard is being kept safe. Sweating buckets with eyes full of hope, he tells him, "Va, you are the one who can find it." Subaru turns back silently, looking totally cool as he takes in Peleus's intense and epic final words. "It is you, our savior. I truly believe that." Suddenly, we flash back to a total nightmare. A village is swallowed by flames while terrified people are screaming and running for their lives. Those massive white giants are absolutely trashing the place, stomping on everything while making these creepy, low growling sounds. Through the flames, we see this one massive giant with terrifying long hair. His voice just booms and echoes everywhere. "My son." Facing that insane power, the knights get tossed around like toys, screaming their heads off in total panic. "Hey, knock it off." The giant leader, his eyes glowing in the dark, just casually scoops up a knight in his hand. He starts to say something, but before he can finish, he just crushes that poor knight into a pulp. Blood sprays everywhere as he reaches out his hand, dripping with gore, right toward the camera. He just grins, promising to send them all to hell using human blood. That bloody nightmare is burned into Subaru's cold, glowing eyes under his mask. Back in reality, he is struggling on horseback against that massive giant monster. He mumbles, "It is him." Meanwhile, the chat is going crazy asking, "Wait, did you beat his son last time? He is absolutely massive. Is that a real deal giant or what?" Under heavy fire, Subaru yanks the reins to dodge, sweating while he sizes things up. This guy is legitimately trying to kill us. The chat joins in on the fun. "This test is totally trying to kill you. Man, everything is insane. Moderation is the key here." Puss's warning starts ringing in his head. It is going to take about 3 days for those giants to reach this place. If you cannot find the Thunder Shard by then, you have to run. It is the only way you are getting out alive. Our hero. After dodging death, Subaru makes it to the base of Millennium Mountain. He starts cooking up a plan to take that giant down. Getting that thunder power is priority number 1. It has got to be the key to passing this whole trial. He ignores all the fans telling him to restart. Like, come on, you should at least try it twice. But with his massive ego and a super cool aura appearing behind him, he confidently drops his ultimate pro gamer flex for everyone. "There is not a single trial in this tower that I cannot beat." He sounds like a total boss, but then he immediately starts sweating. "Oops, used my old catchphrase again." Now the fans in the chat are dying laughing and getting all curious. That confidence is insane. I have definitely heard that before. Is it some kind of signature catchphrase? Suddenly, donation missions from the whales start popping up. Safe Asset just set a goal. Win this and you get 3,000. Another user joined the goal. I am putting more into that pot. Jobbit just added 100 coins to the mission too. Subaru breathes a sigh of relief. Nice. They did not notice and the reaction was solid. Cash is the best motivation. Time to go. Subaru grips the reins with both hands. His horse gets the message, neighing and rearing up on its back legs before coming to a stop. He hops down, his boots hitting the ground hard and splashing rainwater all over the jagged rocks. Patting his stallion, Subaru stares into the night and whispers, "So, a shard of lightning is buried here." Right in front of him stands a massive, towering cliff face. Giant jagged rocks pierce the sky above. He walks up slowly and touches the slick, freezing stone, lost in his own thoughts. Memories of Peleus flood back the ancient legends about the legendary lightning shard. Is it a raw power, an item, or even a person? Honestly, we have no clue. When he asked how to claim it, the only answer was a helpless look. Sadly, all we know is the mountain's location and that old myth. But the way Peleus stood firm and pointed ahead definitely gave him a boost. One thing is for sure, though, the one who controlled lightning wiped out the giants. Suddenly, reality hits. Back at the office, someone holding a clipboard looks around, totally confused. What just happened? All they get back is a suspicious, heavy silence. Over in the corner, Hookah is literally jumping for joy, waving her phone and screaming out loud. The deal is finally signed. "Manager, we did it." The voice on the phone sounds shocked. "Wait, seriously? Pure hype, Huka skips back to her desk with a stylish, happy smirk. Hey. Her boss is practically floating with excitement. Gaha, great job. Finally, Huka is acting like a real professional. She grins brightly into the phone and asks, right? I am finally a respectable person now. Wait, was that actually a compliment? Then, her tone suddenly turns very dead serious. Of course, I actually met Hoai. A finger taps the screen off, cutting the call short while the message is still playing out. He wants to talk to you soon. Dropping all the work stress, Hasuka collapses onto her bed feeling refreshed, holding her phone up and shouting, hell yeah, work is done. Time for the stream. She's glued to the screen, cheeks red and eyes sparkling, humming a happy tune for her idol. On the phone, our hero Subaru is majestically riding his horse through a blizzard. Hasuka squeals with her intense fangirl passion, watching him on screen while standing him in real life. This is the ultimate otaku dream right here. But then, a cool side profile of a masked Subaru appears with a bold declaration, there is no test in this tower that I cannot conquer. The manager's eyes go wide, blinking like she just discovered a new world. She bounces off the bed like a coiled spring. Hasuka sits there dazed, sweating and whispering to herself. Huh? Her face freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as she realizes the insane truth. He just casually dropped a line from 20 years ago. The scene flashes back into the game world, where lightning is ripping the dark sky apart and striking the sharp rock peaks. Standing right in the storm, Subaru lets massive yellow electricity surge through his body. The chat is losing it. Is he insane? He's acting totally desperate now. Ignoring the chaos, Subaru clenches his fist, channeling massive lightning into his hand. He challenges the rock. Let's see who's tougher. He winds up and throws a punch that rips the air. Let's settle this once and for all. The lightning-covered fist slams into the massive boulder, triggering a blinding explosion of light that sends stone shards flying everywhere. The recoil is so strong that Subaru's heels skid back, carving deep grooves into the stone floor beneath him. Before the dust even clears, Subaru looks up with a wild, triumphant grin under his mask. Found it, he says. Fixing his stance, he stomps his combat boots onto the cracked ground, standing tall for the next step. With his fist still sparking, he glares at the chaotic chat. Wait, what? What was that? Don't call this some meathead playstyle, he thinks with total smugness. Of course they're confused. How could they ever understand this intense feeling? The camera zooms in on the hero's sharp profile, where his eyes lock onto the hidden goal. A massive lightning source is resonating perfectly with my own power. Behind the shattered rock, a giant stone door appears, covered in eerie, weird carvings of ancient giants from the old myths. It's definitely behind that door. Without hesitation, Subaru marches forward, stepping through the puddles left by the rain. Standing before that massive gate, he looks as small as an ant. The chat is buzzing again. That door is huge. Definitely giant tech. How is he going to open it without a key? He'll just smash it. That's his specialty. Ha ha ha. But seriously, how does he get in? Ignoring all the trash talk, Subaru calmly raises his gloved hand, slowly pressing it against the freezing surface of the door. The second he touches it, bright gold lightning bolts surge from his hand into the cracks of the rock. He smirks to himself. It is a dead giveaway. Basically, the system screen keeps flashing while generating lightning, so level 3 greed is fighting off the intense electrical recoil right now. Subaru charges up that swirling black and gold thunder energy, takes a step back to gain momentum, and winds up his arm. The real test is starting and the chat is losing their minds. Bring the thunder. He is actually about to smash this thing to pieces. Subaru's fist is now totally wrapped in thick black lightning mixed with brilliant gold, with his power finally peaking at the absolute max. Unleashing pure destruction, Subaru launches forward and punches the door straight on with a cocky little comeback. Since I have been given such a warm welcome, after all, his lightning-wrapped fist slams violently into the center of the door, creating a blinding gold shockwave that lights up the whole zone, so I might as well return the favor. Under that terrifying power, the surface of the massive stone door starts cracking into a messy spiderweb of fissures, unleashing a blinding light from within like a tiny sun. Finally, the massive gateway begins to slowly creak open. Our main hero struts in looking like some legendary god. The giant stone door shatters, leaving a deep gap that disappears into the pitch-black darkness. Standing before the epic glowing hallway, Subaru's small frame looks totally fearless, triggering a storm of comments in the chat. He is just charging straight in. Is a huge boss about to spawn? Let's go. Ignoring his shouting fans, Subaru keeps that ice-cold, edgy look hidden behind his assassin mask, silently scoping things out. He lifts his heavy armored boots and takes his first steady steps into the heart of the mysterious zone. Our hero walks alone, fading into the deep shadows of the endless, narrow hallway, carrying an intense aura that literally blows the dust and smoke right out of the air. The moment he passes through the giant human-shaped gate, the system flashes a scary purple alert saying he is entering the path of thunder. No escape until the trial is over. Suddenly, the scene shifts, taking the viewers back to the knight's camp drenched in a cold, miserable rain. In contrast to the gloom outside, things are actually getting pretty lively inside the tent. Knights are huddling around a map table, each holding a wooden beer mug. Old Man Dale knit his thick eyebrows, looking skeptically at the young Captain Puss. Do you really believe that guy can actually grab the thunder? Ignoring the doubt, Peleus raises his mug with a confident grin on his face. Can he do it? I am positive. Dale still grumbles, making a face. You are putting way too much faith in a total stranger, you know. But Peleus shuts him down immediately with hard facts. He already proved his strength to us. There is no room left for doubt. Losing the argument, the old knight Dale turns away, sweating bullets and shouting in total, pessimistic despair. Even if he gets the thunder, so what? We are all going to die anyway. The mood in the room instantly tanks. The brown-haired knight who was trash-talking the newbie earlier is now hanging his head in shame, shaking and muttering, "You guys have no idea." His face goes ghost white. His eyes roll back, and he starts biting his nails in pure terror. That giant thing, the power it has. I saw it firsthand back at that village. It was insane. Seeing his soldier collapse in a mental breakdown, Puss walks over and leans down, asking in a calm, warm voice, "So, are you saying we should just give up?" Putting a hand on the shoulder of his panicked comrade, the captain gives a soothing smile. "Let's just try trusting him for once. The young hero is risking everything for us." Despite the pep talk, the knight is so scared he bites his thumb until it actually starts bleeding, glaring back with teary eyes. Talk is cheap. Suddenly, the whole argument gets cut short. The tent flap is ripped open out of nowhere, making every single knight whip around with a stunned look. Total panic sets in. Someone drops their mug, splashing beer everywhere and soaking the tactical map spread out on the table. A guard rushes into the tent out of breath, pointing outside and screaming about the absolute worst-case scenario. Something is wrong. He is here. Hearing death's doorbell ring early, the faces of the 4 lead knights go pale, eyes wide with horror as they break into cold sweats. Putting the camp drama on hold for a second, the scene smoothly transitions back to Subaru's point of view, revealing a massive, glowing crystal ice cave plunging deep into the earth. Taking slow steps along the path covered in white snow and ice, he scowls while overthinking things in his head. What exactly does this test want from me? All he sees is a wide, endless ice tunnel with nobody around, leaving the chat completely speechless. It is totally empty. Seriously, there is absolutely nothing here at all. Close up on Subaru's sharp eyes beneath that mask, the chat's buzzing with theories that the lightning is just moving way too fast for anyone to catch. He nods along, thinking it makes total sense. Before the big spark hits, lightning is just a bunch of charges floating around in the air. Standing in the glowing cave, he stretches and looks around, finally hitting that big genius epiphany. Of course you can't see it. This isn't about looking for something with your bare eyes, is it? Subaru shuts his eyes, letting his mind go totally quiet while he starts piecing the puzzle together. The name of this trial is the Path of the Lightning. Energy explodes as golden sparks surge around his clenched fists. His thoughts are sharpening by the second. The massive power of the storm is calling him from deep within. Suddenly, his eyelashes flutter, and his eyes snap open with the brilliant light of a total genius realization. Right then, Subaru drops low and crouches down. He slams his charged palm onto the freezing ice floor and smirks. Looks like this whole test is about moving without any hesitation. Subaru flings a rock straight ahead. As the debris flies, he watches the electricity surrounding it and starts his analysis. You can't see the lightning in the air, but the deeper you go, the crazier the reaction gets. Suddenly, a massive bolt of golden lightning drops from nowhere, vaporizing the rock in a flash while the chat goes wild. Whoa, what the heck was that? What kind of crazy test is this supposed to be? Behind his mask, Subaru scoffs at just how brutal this system is. Even though it's rough, I've got no choice but to face this test and keep moving forward. What a twisted hobby. He gets his head right, stays low, and bolts straight into the heart of the storm. Guess I'm being tested on my endurance this time around. Vicious lightning bolts rip through the air, smashing into his face with painful stings. He has to face the brutal truth: if I can't endure this pain, I'm going to die. In this intense life or death moment, the system flashes a joke donation of 100 credits from ENLG. Wait, what are you actually scared of? Subaru risks it all, dashing through the lightning storm while big spenders throw cash his way. Mission Villa Inn has registered a new task. No choice but to hand out missions. LOL. 1,000 credits for success. You got 1,000 from Naru Kamisubaru. Seriously, dude, you should just stop. You could lose that lightning power you just learned. Living Player has registered a new mission. Let's go. 2,000 credits. Seeing the money makes him forget the pain. Subaru's eyes are sharp and full of grit. Thanks for the mission rewards. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a cozy cabin where a pot of soup is bubbling over the fire. It's the total opposite of that in-game blizzard. This white-haired dude is chillin' on the sofa with his legs crossed, totally glued to his tablet. He's squinting with some major focus, staring at the screen without saying a single word. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening makes the white-haired guy jump out of his skin. Heart racing, he spins around to see a cool black-haired girl standing there with her hands on her hips. Meanwhile, the white-haired guy tries to act smooth and hides his tablet under his thigh. Oh, she gives a mischievous smirk and walks over to mess with him for being so awkward. Why are you hiding that? You're watching something dirty, aren't you? Whitey breaks into a cold sweat, scratching his head and looking away to hide his face. I'm not hiding anything. My eyes were just tired. That's all. She just pouts back at him. Oh, is that right? She plops down on the sofa right next to him, pointing and giggling. You know what? I heard that hair grows way faster for sneaky perverts like you. The guy blushes and waves his hands frantically. Stop. Don't say such crazy stuff. That's not true at all. Munching on some bread, she starts complaining about how bored she is. Since you told me not to, I've been avoiding the streams. But seriously, I'm dying of boredom over here. I get it. So, what's the plan now? Seeing her attitude, Whitey starts waving his hands and defending himself way too loud. What kind of reaction is that? Are you telling me I can't even chill on the sofa? Out of excuses, he shows his shark teeth and starts yelling. Fine, I'll just endure it until the very end. You don't even need to say that. Getting yelled at right in the ear, she covers them and snaps back. Geez, are you trying to burst my eardrums or what? Stop just yelling out of nowhere. Hidden under his shirt, he quietly mutes the tablet while he keeps on arguing with her. Look, just relax however you want and stop stressing over every little thing I'm doing. The black-haired girl gives him a total death stare. Usually, he's so stubborn that he never listens to a word anyone says. This weirdo is making him break out in a cold sweat. She stands up, ready to head out. Seriously, you are so annoying. Whitey calls out, sounding super awkward. Wait, where are you going? Afraid of being caught, he reaches out to beg his roommate to stay. Look, you don't have to go yet. Grab a bite to eat or just crash here for a bit, okay? Ignoring his fake-ass offer, the girl cold shoulders him and stomps up the stairs, slamming the door so hard the silence actually stings. Once he's sure the door is locked tight, Whitey finally whips out his tablet like it is top secret. He breathes a massive sigh of relief, wiping sweat off his forehead. Total close call. On his screen, Subaru is currently streaming live. He mutters the cold truth: if she catches me watching this stream, she is absolutely going to lose her mind and start screaming. Ha! I cannot even imagine that drama. His blue eyes dim for a second, clouded with some deep, old-school nostalgia. Even if our roles were flipped, there is no way Subaru would ever forget about us. Glued to the screen as Subaru survives a brutal lightning storm, he smirks and repeats that old line basically: if I cannot hack this, I am dead meat. The vibe, the way he talks honestly, this kid is the spitting image of Subaru. But when the main character's face lights up over some donation cash, the guy just scoffs. Thanks for the quest reward, buddy. Though that thirsty grab for credits isn't like him at all, he kicks back in his chair, grinning, his eyes totally locked onto the screen. Haha, seriously, what is the deal here? And who even are you? Suddenly, out of nowhere, an ice-cold hand clamps down on his shoulder. A dark, creepy voice whispers right in his ear, shutting him up faster than a heartbeat. Think I would not notice? The brunette is back already, face shadowed, her eyes bulging and glowing like she is possessed by a literal demon. You are 100 years too young to be playing me like that. The scene cuts back to our hero's life or death gamble as the system issues a command. Carve a path through the lightning behind that mask. Sweat drips down Subaru's face. He bites his lip, locking in with some serious focus. He stays low, sliding across the ice before exploding into a full sprint, dragging that massive greatsword along with him. Every time his armored boots slam into the frozen snow, bright yellow lightning sparks fly, surging with raw power. Pushing into the eye of the storm, aggressive bolts of lightning hammer Subaru's body. The system coldly pings progress at 2.3%. Pushing past the bone-crushing pain, his muscular arm swings forward with everything he has got. He literally catches the screaming electrical currents swirling around him. Those amber eyes are glowing with pure confidence behind that demon mask. Subaru crushes the lightning in his palm, totally owning the moment. This feels way too familiar. I have handled this kind of lightning countless times before. Behind that dark mask, Subaru's ice-cold eyes track the golden bolts reflecting clearly through the narrow slits. The system ruthlessly pings a tiny update progress at 3.2%. Subaru's body is twitching from the shocks as he gasps for air. Looks like there is still a long way to go. Even with his legs being shredded by the surrounding lightning bolts, he slams his boot onto the cracked ice, pushing through the storm as his progress hits 5.1%. Subaru tells himself, at least it is being nice enough to show me the finish line. Meanwhile, the chat is blowing up with complaints. Like, why isn't he just running for it? Wouldn't running be faster? Speed it up, man. Please. Lightning pops right in his face, making him click his tongue. I do not think I can keep up with the chat anymore. He ignores the fans yelling at him to run. It is obvious he is too beat up to even look at the screen. Nice self-defense there. LOL. Instead of dodging, he just reaches out and grabs the lightning while calmly planning his next move. Of course, hitting the goal is a given. Even with electricity searing his fingertips, he lets out an ambitious little smirk. But if I can, I am going to aim for something way bigger than that. At the same time, in another room, some guy is sitting with his arms crossed, eyes glued to Subaru on his screen. A guy in a flashy jacket scowls while sinking into his gaming chair. He remembers some big dude asking for a collab with Naruki Subaru, making him do a total double take. How long has it been since you actually got involved in the content yourself? John slams his coffee on the table, and Joe answers back with pure confidence. Have I not always told you? Joe leans way back and starts preaching his pro-streamer philosophy. He says that when it comes to a successful broadcast, you really only control about half the outcome. The blonde guy rubs his chin while his partner confirms, I know exactly who is being judged here. Popularity is decided by the kind of players in this era. With a smug grin, Zoe points out the main character's weak spot. Exactly. Narukami's stream does not feel like a chat with old fans. It is more like watching some random vlogger just rambling to himself for an hour. Then he seals the deal. Narukami is just a rookie streamer, but he just needs to stick to his usual content. The blonde guy is speechless as Zoe leans in with a tempting offer. This right here is your big break. Use this rising star to your advantage. The blonde kid's eyes go wide, totally sucked into his rival's ambition as they climb the ranks together. Back to reality, his pupils twitch, burning with straight-up hunger while he is glued to the screen. Dude wants that spotlight bad. Watching Subaru, the guy flashes a psychotic grin and whispers to himself, "You bailed and ran this way because you're too chicken to climb the tower? Man, I used to want to be just like that." Everyone goes through it. Suddenly, his gaze turns ice cold, staring into a deep galaxy. He imagines himself just drifting out there in the middle of the cosmos, tilting his head back to whisper some cheesy lines to the stars while reaching out like he is trying to snatch a planet. He wonders, will I actually end up like those legends? But his daydream gets wrecked by a loud cuckoo sound from the speakers. It scares the crap out of him. He faceplants off his chair like a total klutz and scrambles to get back up. Drenched in sweat, he is thinking, what the hell am I doing during work hours? He glances back at the monitor and his face goes ghost white, jaw dropping. Wait, is this guy for real? The camera cuts straight to the eye of the storm. Subaru is getting absolutely hammered by a massive lightning bolt, screaming in agony. The shockwave slams into his face, literally ripping his skin open and drawing blood. But his lips stay curled in a determined snarl. His arms are shredded and covered in gore from the pressure, but under that mask, he has zero plans to quit. The electricity tears through him, forcing Subaru to grit his teeth until they bleed and let out a choked roar. Ignoring the pain, he slams his heel into the ice and keeps pushing forward. No backing down. He stomps again, refusing to let his legs give out for even a second. A violent blast of lightning explodes under his armored boot. Fresh blood mixes with the sweat pouring off his chin as he forces another step. Subaru stumbles, gasping for air behind his mask. Haha. While his hands glow with lethal voltage, he embraces the numbness tearing his cells apart. The stronger the lightning gets, the deeper it sinks into his bones. Standing tall in the middle of a literal electrical nightmare, he reaches out to control that raw power and mutters something totally insane. This is plenty. Instantly, golden bolts pierce his skin, snaking through his veins and lighting up his pounding heart like a neon sign. The thunder is officially flowing through every inch of me, starting from the conception and governor vessels. This is getting wild. The system keeps pace, numbers flying as it signals a violent breakthrough. Body modification progress is at 20.7%. Clearing the minor meridians now, lightning dominates the body, magic power +1. He grips the lightning with pure willpower, forcing himself through the agony of opening his core vessels and those tiny meridian channels. He is going to own this power, no matter what it takes to survive. Subaru starts glowing like an exploding star in the middle of the blizzard. He has got a pretty crazy reason for being this suicidal. In other words, it means his inner energy has been unleashed into every single corner of his entire body. Staggering through this brutal purge, he mocks the gap between him and his old master. He is clearing out impurities from channels the old Subaru never even touched. You could say, I am taking a massive shortcut here. The system cold-bloodedly announces the electrocution effect has begun. Blood starts dripping onto the white snow as our hero grits his teeth and accepts the reality. Normally, you are supposed to do this using your own magic power. Subaru winces, paying the price for his little shortcut. Using actual lightning to force it open brings a world of absolute physical torture. Even though he is about to collapse, leaving a long, dark red blood trail across the ice, this stubborn jerk just keeps dragging himself forward. Suddenly, we cut to a dark bedroom where a brunette girl is tucked under her covers. She is dead quiet, lying on her bed with a worried look. Her eyes are glued to her phone. Watching the hero get absolutely wrecked by lightning on the livestream, she grips the screen tight and lets out a pained whimper. Cuckoo! Her green eyes go wide with pure shock and horror. She realizes just how insane this guy is for trying to clear his meridians this way. Is he seriously trying to do that right now? Back to the storm, where Subaru is still white-knuckling his way through that deafening electrical current. The girl shivers, analyzing his move. He is moving his body and using external force instead of his own magic or inner energy. That is just plain crazy. She clutches her forehead, stressed out and covered in a cold sweat. She can only imagine how bad it hurts. The pain must be off the charts. Normally, you wouldn't even be able to sit up. You would just pass out. Meanwhile, blood is still pouring out from under Subaru mask. Even if dying in this test doesn't kill you in real life, the pain feels completely real. It is a total nightmare scenario. Her eyes tear up with a mix of anger and pity. She can't help but wonder as she stares at her device. Why is he doing this? You seriously had to go this far? Ignoring everything, Subaru armored boots stomp the ground again, sending sparks of lightning flying everywhere. The system pings, progress is 50.3%. Still clearing the meridians, and lightning dominates his body. Magic power +1. But he suddenly doubles over as black bolts start mixing with the golden electricity. This is all my fault. He is shaking violently now, half his face hidden by messy black hair. It is like I literally killed them with my own hands. Didn't I literally always tell you? Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak appears against the snowy wasteland, standing tall with his back to the group as if no challenge is impossible. Then, he slides his mask off and looks back with a massive grin. Hey, don't worry about it. Images of the smiling squad pop up. In the end, the one who takes the victory is gonna be me. He jolts awake, blood seeping from his eyes and soaking into his mask. If I hadn't been such an arrogant jerk. He lunges forward, slashing through the air as bolts of lightning rip his entire body apart. Why was I so overconfident? His face completely vanishes into the dark, leaving only glowing red eyes and 2 streaks of fresh blood. Is everyone really gonna die because of me? The enemy appears with a face covered in gore, wearing a creepy smile. Suddenly, his grin widens, showing off pearly white teeth in the shadows. You guys lost because you were too cocky. Back in reality, Subaru jerks as yellow lightning slams into his back. Everyone is stuck in a frozen tunnel covered in blood while he absorbs the electric shocks frying his skin. This is all my fault. He loses his balance and faceplants into the bloody snow. Even pinned to the ground, his mangled hands keep twitching from the static electricity running through him. Then, all of a sudden, the scene flips to a lush green field under a clear sky. A man in a black cloak stands still while Subaru looks around, totally confused. Where on earth am I? He spots the squad hanging by a campfire under an ancient tree. Covered in sweat, he opens his eyes wide and heads toward them. His pupils shrink. It's them. They all look back as he mumbles their names. Soa, Sai, Iori, even Saiger and Rina. He sprints through the tall grass, charging toward the fire. It was all just a bad dream. But their silhouettes start fading in the wind. Tears flow as Subaru smiles. I knew this was the real world, right? He reaches out to touch a shoulder. Man, I just had the most disgusting nightmare ever. Fine, tell us all about it. Right then, a massive red shape appears and a deep voice growls. Subaru. The bodies turn around with rotting faces and falling eyeballs, grabbing him. How could you just let us die? I don't want to die. Subaru gasps for air, sweating buckets as the mournful voices echo from the red darkness. Subaru. Under a sky turned deep crimson, a woman sits with her back to him and speaks. After all those arrogant words, she turns around to reveal a giant, bleeding hole right in her stomach. Why didn't you protect us? His eyes bulge as a pillar of blood-red energy explodes from the fire, swallowing everyone. Why didn't you protect us? His eyes bulge as a pillar of blood-red energy explodes from the fire, swallowing everyone. He tilts his head back and screams. Tattered black shadows wave their arms in the red flames. Without hesitating, he lunges forward, sticking his hand into the energy. Hey! His arm sinks into the blood-red light as he reaches out. Don't go. Everyone, wait for me. Tears keep rolling down his sweaty face. Subaru loses his footing and falls backward into a pitch-black void. Please! The vision shatters. Subaru is back on his knees on the ice, gasping for breath while lightning surrounds him. Ha, ha. Is this that hallucination everyone warns you about during the Meridian opening? I almost went totally insane there. The system shows 97.87% completion. The lightning meridians are finally taking over his body. Mana +1. He glares upward. I seriously want to know who designed this pathetic and trashy test. Standing tall, he takes a massive lightning bolt head-on. Thanks for the reminder, jerk. Under the blinding light, he sees the enemy clearly. Why am I still alive? In the meantime, back at the village, dozens of armored knights and civilians are huddled together under the cover of night. In the back, terrified villagers clutch their tools and tremble in fear. Suddenly, a pale, muscular monster slams onto the fortress wall. The crowd immediately starts pushing and shoving to get away. The monster glares with glowing eyes and lets out a wide, toothy grin. A soldier screams, "Which one is the actual boss?" That guy in the mask definitely ran away already. A blonde knight in front clenches his fist. Our benefactor will definitely come back. The guards behind him look shocked. He pushes past the two soldiers and barks, "You'd really trust the village's fate to a complete stranger? And now you're doubting him?" They stutter and back away from him. He scowls right at those soldiers. "Do you guys even know shame? And you actually call yourselves knights?" An older knight with a thick mustache puts a hand on his shoulder. His voice is steady. "You are right. Before we blame anyone else, protecting this village is our #1 mission." His hand moves to his sword hilt, and a surge of blue energy begins to gather. Drawing his glowing sword from its sheath, he declares loudly, "Knights are not the ones who get protected. They are the ones who do the protecting." He slams his armored boot down, cracking the cobblestones wide open. Leading the entire squad, he charges forward with a massive battle cry. "Today, we go down fighting like true knights." Meanwhile, in the snowy wasteland, the system screen flashes a progress message of 99%. While Subaru is getting swallowed by a golden lightning storm, a bright yellow energy orb forms from countless bolts of electricity right there. Suddenly appearing in midair, Subaru staggers toward the orb. He has no clue what it is, but based on the progress bar, it must be the target. A bright red warning pops up, "Fatigue at 97. Blood keeps leaking from the corner of his mouth. He whispers through his total exhaustion, stumbling forward, his legs shaking as he takes one more messy step ahead. Despite the system warnings about needing rest and the next move being dangerous, he just keeps going. Ignoring every single alert, he gears up for one last desperate, reckless leap. Meanwhile, back at the village, the old knight slams his heavy steel gauntlet elbow right into the monster's face. He spins through the air, his entire body wrapped in a swirling vortex of bright blue energy. His hands grip the glowing sword tight as he swings a brutal, savage/upward, leaving a blinding trail of light across the beast's body. Black blood splatters everywhere as the wound immediately rips open, spraying out like a dark fountain. The monster throws its head back, mouth wide open in a silent, agonizing scream of pain. As the old knight hits the ground, the monster staggers back. Seizing the perfect moment, the blonde knight yells out, "Leave the rest of this to me." He slams his foot down, using the momentum to launch himself forward like a bullet, soaring through the air and spinning around to aim directly for the creature's massive eye. His sword starts glowing with a pale blue light as he begins the swing. With fire in his eyes, he grips the hilt with both hands, putting everything into the final blow. A white storm of sword strikes explodes, surrounding and shredding both of the monster's heads to pieces. Its punctured eye shuts tight as it growls in pure agony. Its head finally explodes in a disgusting rain of blood and flesh during one last scream. The blonde knight lands safely as the monster's massive body collapses right behind him, making the entire ground shake from the impact. A soldier sees this and cheers with joy. "We actually did it. Lord Peleus and Lord Dale finally took it down." The other knights rush in, hacking at the giant corpse while shouting at the top of their lungs, "Die! Just stay dead, you disgusting beast. How dare you show up here?" Another soldier adds, "This is all thanks to Lord Dale." The blonde knight smiles in relief. The most dangerous threat he was worried about is dead. We can finally relax. But the old knight shakes his head. No. His face turns serious, and his voice is filled with urgency. "This is not the one I was talking about. Another soldier puts an arm around his buddy and laughs. What is the big deal? It is nothing. Lord Lee and Lord Peleus are totally amazing. The soldier keeps on grinning. Now we just need to finish off the rest of these giant freaks. Right as he finishes talking, a massive shadow suddenly looms over them all. The two knights look up and scream in terror. It's him! Dale's jaw drops as he breaks into a sweat. This thing is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Subaru's system clicks to the final number, 99.99%. His hand is about to touch the energy orb. He tenses up, putting every bit of strength into his flaming fist. I am going to make you apologize in hell. His eyes flash with pure hatred behind the mask, blood trailing down his cheek. Kyozo, I am bringing you his head as a gift. He turns to walk away as a golden vortex of energy swirls around him, and then everything just explodes, forming a massive pillar of lightning shooting straight into the sky. Standing in the center, he gasps and mutters, finally looking down, sweat and blood mixing together as his whole body gives out. Haha, is it over? Suddenly, his eyes twitch and a bright light flashes. His body glows one last time as a bunch of system notifications start popping up. Small meridian clearing is complete. Mana amplification is up 20%. Skill casting speed is up 20%. All stats increased by 2. He throws his head back, blood spraying. If there is one more hit, his bloody arm hangs helpless. You could have at least given me a heads up. He falls backward onto the shattered ground. The notification screen shows that he has finally completed the legendary 6th stage. Meanwhile, a guy named Jay rests his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at the screen. Watching the screen, he mutters, "You are pushing yourself way too hard." Meanwhile, the chat blows up. That difficulty is totally insane. He is down again. Wonder when he will finally wake up this time. He killed the screen. This guy is definitely not built for streaming. Then his phone buzzes. Joe picks up, ear to the receiver. Just caught Narukami's stream, a voice says. It was high on the other end. Wait, you saw it too? Joe is straight up losing it, right? Joe stays cool. Chill out, kid. Break it down for me. High just grins. Trust me, this guy is about to be a superstar. As a pro gamer and a streamer, Joe adds, honestly, I always thought Narukami was more of a pure player. No matter how you slice it, he acts like a pro, not some content creator, High concludes. Exactly. That's what people want to see. The realist version of Narukami. No filters, just raw skill, man. A blurry image of Subaru flickers as the thought hits. Narukami isn't just some streamer chasing views anymore. He's a true player. Joe stands up, staring at the dark screen. We are watching the birth of a legend. Sweat beads on his forehead, eyes burning bright. While the real world goes on as usual, history is happening. Rich suits are busy overanalyzing the hype, but over on the live stream, things are getting very real. A bloody hand grips the frozen ground. Our hero struggles to push his mangled body up, every breath a heavy gasp. Chat is losing it, a mix of trolling and relief. Wow, he actually woke up fast this time. Yo, he is actually alive. Finally decided to join the land of the living. Behind that cracked mask, a glowing gold eye snaps open. He glares through messy hair, chest heaving from pure exhaustion. He grabs his head, trying to kill a splitting migraine. Dang it, he groans, checking his stats. That fatigue is real. The status board pops up. Fatigue level, 81. But his core stats just got a massive power boost. He rolls his shoulders, checking himself out with a smirk. Nice. As my stats climb, the exhaustion actually starts dropping. That last bolt of lightning was definitely a curveball. But honestly, everything else is going exactly as planned. Like a payout for his suffering, the system starts throwing cash at him. Reward notifications are dancing across the screen. Mission complete. Mission villain sent you 1,000 credits. Live. Player live sent you another 2,000 credits. Mission clear. Band Squad 1 sent 500 credits. All objectives are finally checked off the list. Looking at that sweet total, 20,400 credits. A smirk hides beneath his mask. Not a bad little nest egg. But a pro ambition never stops. He eyes that greed skill. It costs a massive 40,000 credits. He runs the numbers. Still not enough for the level up. If I take down that giant, maybe then? He acts fast, summoning a blinding ball of lightning. His eyes flare with total confidence. This is the key to winning. The item window pops up. It is the legendary lightning spear, one use remaining. Chat is absolutely losing their minds. A legendary? No way that dropped here. But wait, that thing does not look like a spear at all. Ignoring the doubters, his battered face glows in the golden light. He knows exactly what he is holding. He smirks. Only one shot left, but you won't even see this kind of loot on floor 8. It's rare. Crazy it dropped here, right? And yeah, I know. Does not look much like a spear, does it? He stashes it away, keeping them guessing. Then he cracks his wrists, getting ready for the final death match. He explains it like a total pro. High-tier items can shift their shape depending on specific field conditions. Basic stuff. Chat is floored. How does he know that? Man sounds like he has been playing since day one. Veteran vibes. Ready to go, he throws his greatsword over his shoulder and marches toward the glowing exit of the cave. He drops a cold line. All right, time to end this thing. The crowd is hyped, screaming for blood. Fry that beast. Let's get it, Subaru. While our hero is feeling himself, Night Da is currently losing his mind. He is standing there in total terror. A massive shadow looms over them, blocking the light with one creepy, glowing eye. The knights are whimpering in fear. The dust settles, revealing the monster's true form. It has this wild, matted white hair hanging over its face. It throws its head back and lets out a roar that rattles the air. Its massive, muscular frame towers over the wreckage. The pressure it is putting off makes it hard to breathe. The beast snarls, its face twisted with rage. A red alert flashes. Boss spawn. Grok the Giant King has arrived. Seeing that absolute nightmare, the knight drops all his pride and starts shaking. He bolts like his life depends on it while everyone else screams and chases. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The rookie knight has officially lost his mind. He is crying, laughing like a maniac, and totally spiraling out. Hee hee, I told you guys. I told you, but you idiots have no clue what you are dealing with. Throwing his pride and sword away, he drops to his knees right before the monster's massive toe, begging like a cult member. Oh God, please. Unlike the other fools, he keeps slamming his head against the cracked stone, desperately begging just to keep his pathetic life. Please, show some mercy. In response to that joke of a performance, a massive shadow blocks the sky, and a bone-chilling voice booms. God. The Giant King's glowing gold eyes widen with pure, unadulterated rage. He glares down at the coward like he is looking at a pile of absolute trash. You dare compare me to those filthy, low-life peasants. Right then, an old bearded knight rushes over, grabs the coward by his collar, and roars in pain. Hey, what is wrong with you? Get up now. The battlefield is turning into absolute chaos. Orders are flying everywhere as people fight for their lives. Peleus, hurry up. Everyone, get as far away as you can. Peleus's face hardens, his eyes bloodshot with the kind of look that says this is his final stand. Seeing the danger, the kid screams his head off. But it is too late. A massive blow slams into the earth. A bloody explosion of flesh goes flying, and a terrifying shockwave sweeps the area, blowing everything away. The blast sends Dale flying back. Covered in sweat, he stumbles and looks at the carnage behind him, whispering in total despair. I do not see any way we win this. Gritting his teeth so hard his veins pop, he realizes the brutal reality. There is literally nowhere left to run. No joke, right in front of him, a wall of giant minions has blocked the town exit, standing tall and immovable. They are trapping the poor civilians like a swarm of panicked bees. We are totally caught in a trap. Da's eyes are twitching like crazy. He is speechless, staring straight into the mouth of a dead end. Faced with death, his scummy survival instincts kick in. He bites his lip until it bleeds, cooking up a dirty escape plan. Better to be a traitor than a corpse. Da spins around and screams at the top of his lungs. I know who killed your son. I know the truth. That cheap stalling tactic actually works like a charm. The Giant King stops the slaughter mid-swing. He glances over his shoulder with a voice that drips with murderous intent. Who killed him? The monster turns his entire body, pressing his massive killing intent down on the shivering little lord. He growls, "Tell me who." Drenched in sweat and shaking like a leaf, he still manages to yank his sword out of its sheath. Da commits to the snitch roll, pointing his shiny blade towards some random direction in the distance. He yells out, trying to redirect the monster's fury onto someone else. Over there. The human who killed your son went that way. He is gathering power to kill all of you. The coward grips his sword, cold sweat pouring down his face, silently praying in total, pathetic desperation. Please don't see through me. Just go that way. Luckily, his trashy acting works because the monster actually turns toward the dark sky. But before a smile can even touch his lips, Dale's fake little script falls apart. The Giant King snaps back, glares down with those crazy eyes, and roars, "You are lying. Your words are full of deceit." Dale's face turns pale as a ghost, eyes wide with panic as the pressure ramps up. Is the person who killed my son not even here? Are you just pointing that pathetic sword at nothing? Answer me now, or else. Suddenly, a flash of lightning strikes in the distance. Under the crushing pressure of the Giant King, De Leon just stands there frozen like a statue. His teeth are chattering uncontrollably, and he can't squeeze out a single word to save himself. At that exact second, a massive bolt of gold lightning explodes in the distance. The blonde knight stares at the blast, whispering like a drowning man grabbing a rope. A savior? In response to that tiny spark of hope, a cold system window pops up. Initializing lightning storm. The scene cuts to a high cliff overlooking the burning town. The main character watches from afar and speaks. All right, this is the last one. Meanwhile, the chat room is going wild. Is it bigger? It is still growing. Looking at the massive silhouette below, he calmly notes that if something stronger than that shows up, this isn't even a floor 2 test. The chat keeps spamming. Run for it. Are you really going to fight that thing? Isn't the point of this quest to just escape? Ignoring the haters, he cracked his neck and muttered, "It is fine." Then he pulled up his UI to pick a weapon. He whispered, "Stop thinking. All I need is to land one solid hit and it is over." He summoned a pulsing ball of golden lightning. Under his mask, his eyes were locked onto the target ahead. This thing is way out of my league. I have got to drop it before it gets a chance to strike. Decision made, he thrust his glowing hand toward the dark sky. The system chimed, initiating the spear of lightning. A massive pillar of electric mana shot from his hand. The screen read, launching the spear of lightning. The black clouds lit up instantly as thousands of yellow sparks began colliding and crashing together. That energy swirled together, forming a massive, terrifying lightning storm right in the center of the sky. Standing in the eye of the storm, he reached up. The system progress bar started moving, 10.1%. But the bolts backfired into his palm. A warning flashed. Fatigue levels spiked all the way to 84. The mana was too much. His hand was practically exploding with blinding light. He leaned back, struggling to stay upright. Gritting his teeth, he focused the current into a spear. The progress bar hit 33.1%. He grabbed his own wrist with both hands to contain the leaking black and gold energy. It was pure chaos. The system displayed level 3 greed resisting the kickback. But a second later, it flashed. Resistance failed. It just was not enough. The skill was weak. Result? Fresh blood started oozing from the corner of his mouth. Just like I thought. My level is way too low to be messing around with legendary items. He stumbled as activation hit 50% and fatigue reached 88. He forced himself to stand tall. I have to endure it. The chat blew up. Talk about deja vu. This guy has been suffering since he got that lightning. Is he addicted to the pain now? This is some seriously twisted hobby he has got going on. He ignored the trolls. Under his mask, his glowing gold eyes sharpened with pure focus. In the distance, the Giant King sensed the energy on the mountain and turned. He realized, I am here. The chat fired back. Why would he not notice? Even my grandma could see that light from a mile away. He gripped the pulsing black lightning sword, knowing they were right. It was hard to miss. Being this flashy was asking for trouble. Meanwhile, activation climbed to 78.5%. The giant heard the boom and looked toward the blinding light on the peak. He muttered one word: lightning. He took a massive step forward and roared, "You are the one who murdered my son." He lowered his hideous, aged face, eyes glowing as he glared at the mountain. "It is you." Seeing the beast leave, Nightdale swung his sword and screamed, "Hey, where do you think you are going? I am your enemy." But even as he yelled, Dale's body just froze. Sweat poured down his face in total terror. Ignoring the taunt, the giant king stomped through the burning town. A knight below panicked and yelled, "This is bad." The villagers were running away. The monster kept his eyes on the glowing mountain, whispering his son's name under his breath. His wrinkled face was a map of pure grief. He whispered, "You must have suffered so much." Then he stomped down. That grief was heavy. He stomped so hard the earth shattered and rocks went flying. He used that momentum to launch. The monster lunged forward, white hair flying behind him and eyes turning a deep, bloodshot red. He opened his mouth and screamed, "I will pay you back for every single bit of it." The giant king moved like a hurricane, tearing up the ground. His hideous face grew larger as he closed the gap. Up top, Subaru was still fighting to hold that lightning spear. As the beast charged, the system read, "Launching spear. Progress 88.5%. In a flash, the giant king grabbed the edge of the glowing cliff. Watching the monster close in, he figured this was a 50-50 shot. The chat was exploding. How could he hit that? He is too fast. One miss and it is game over. Hit or miss. That is all there is. He focused everything. His gold eye sharpened. He told himself, "Do not look away from the target." Suddenly, a memory flashed. A man standing in the woods with his arms crossed. He said, "Do not look away." In the flashback, the man reminded him, "Do not look elsewhere." The launch of the spear started right then. The man lectured him, "Throw straight, aim for the parabola. Clear all those useless thoughts out of your head. Predictive math? Man, you do not need any of that noise. Forget the trajectory and just send it. Forget how heavy the spear is or what it looks like. Just let it go." The man turns back, grinning at his student holding the weapon. "You are not like the other guys. You are built different." His memory flashes back to those steady, piercing blue eyes full of pure grit. Subaru snaps back to reality. Subaru hauls that glowing lightning spear over his head with everything he has got. System alert. Lightning spear charging at 95.2%. His eyes flare through the sparks. He looks back at his old man in his mind. "So, what now?" The answer echoes in his head. The man smirks. "It is not like you are throwing some regular old toothpick. Anyway." His master gives one last cocky grin and the ultimate tip. "It is simple, kid. Do not just throw it. Blow it away." Right then, the giant king charges in, reaching out with razor-sharp claws to snatch Subaru and his glowing spear. A massive hand closes in on his face. The chat is losing it. What is he doing? Just throw the damn thing. Hesitate and you are dead meat. Holding his stance, Subaru grits his teeth and mumbles, "Just one more second." Below the cliff, the giant king is scrambling up like a maniac, making these weird, choked-up groaning noises. Suddenly, a massive foot stomps the cliff edge, pulverizing the rock. Using that momentum, the beast lunges forward with a face full of pure rage. Its massive body flies through the air, heading straight into the zone where gold lightning from the spear is sparking like crazy. At the same time, the lightning energy in Subaru's spear starts exploding, sending out these wild, blinding electric sparks. In the final second, the system screen pops up. Charge at 100%. Sequence complete. Subaru gets the signal and wins back, putting every ounce of strength into his flexed muscles. He hurls the lightning spear forward, eyes blazing with pure determination. "I only get one shot at this. I have to make it count." The blade carries a wave of destructive magic, ripping through the wind and slamming straight into the monster's gaping maw. Subaru screams as he unleashes everything he has got, ending this in one shot with a blinding streak of light. The spear punches through the Giant King's skull and out the back of his neck. Subaru's arm drops, exhausted, with stray sparks dancing across his bloody skin. Right in front of him, the monster's eyes go completely wide and empty. There is a glowing electric hole right in its forehead. The massive beast wobbles, loses consciousness, and tumbles backward into the deep abyss. A blinding explosion erupts from the bottom of the canyon, blasting pillars of lightning way up into the sky. In the middle of the bright blast, the Giant King's face starts to fade, and its mouth lets out a faint whisper. Its massive body shatters into a million pieces, calling out his son's name one last time as he goes. Up on the peak, Subaru's heel slides back, digging into the rock. He casually turns around and walks away from the smoking ledge. The chat is absolutely exploding. He actually hit it. This is insane. He is too cracked. I finally lived to see this. At that exact moment, the system screens flash. Confirmation. Seed of Life has been officially destroyed. Lightning Swallowed achieved. Stage 7 Lightning Trial clear. Rewards start flooding in with stat screens appearing one after another. Level up ×3. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 2. The status window keeps updating. Stamina up 3. Focus up 1. Mana up 1. You have received 5,000 achievement points. Amidst the shower of rewards, a bright gold crystal drops right in front of Subaru. Alert! You have collected the Heart of Lightning. He reaches out with a scratched hand to catch it. Heart of Lightning? Is this the one? As soon as it touches his palm, the stone erupts in a blinding flash of light. The light is so intense that Subaru has to wince and shut his eyes tight, letting out a soft groan. Boom. When he finally opens them, the whole world has turned into this weird, purple void. He just stands there, totally stunned. What the? He is standing on a glass lake reflecting a massive purple night sky. He asks himself, where the hell am I? Out of nowhere, a massive shadow with 2 glowing eyes slowly looms up right behind his back, scaring the absolute life out of him. Subaru scowls, trying his hardest to turn around, but it is no use. He wonders what is going on, then realizes something is very wrong. He cannot even make a sound. He looks down at his frozen legs. Panic sets in. He cannot move a muscle. Weird shadows start appearing everywhere, and the system keeps warning him. Something is staring at you. Those creepy notifications saying something is watching him start swarming around his frozen body like a bunch of digital flies. Trapped by these invisible shadows, Subaru looks up at the light above. Are they trying to tell me something? He wonders to himself. The image of a clenched fist in his mind shatters into a million blinding sparks of light. That trippy scene shatters as clouds peel back, letting those bright rainbow rays finally punch through the sky. Reality hits hard, and Subaru's totally exhausted body just collapses onto the jagged, precarious cliffside. The system gives a fresh order. Main quest. Let the lightning storm begin. Use the Heart of Thunder for village clues, but his head is down. The chat is losing it and wondering why. Is it over? Why is he just sitting there like that? The stream auto-ends, and the audience finally realizes that Subaru has fainted again. Everyone is wondering what is going on with him. A little while later, Subaru wakes up on the cliff at sunset, totally dazed. He looks around, wondering if that whole thing was just a cutscene. He pushes himself up and mumbles, "Right. Sorry guys, I blacked out for a minute there." The chat blows up instantly. How many times are you gonna faint in one single test? Is that your new hobby? 50 Shades of Subaru, for real. But you gotta admit, that exam was absolutely legendary. Subaru clears his head, stares at the blurry system screen floating in front of him, and just nods. Okay. He reaches out with scratched fingers to touch the control panel. Time to claim these credits while I can. He taps the screen, and a flood of reward alerts start popping up right before his eyes. The quest is complete. You received 3,000 credits from the safety stash, another 3,000 from Narukami Subaru, and 1,000 extra for that urgent rush job you finished, pushing his total bank account to an insane 40,120 credits. Suddenly, the brutal chaos shifts into something else. Now the scene shifts to a posh, quiet cafe. A A pretty manager greets him with a warm smile and tells him he did a great job on that last exam. Subaru just shrugs and replies, "It was no big deal." He glances at her. "Was it really okay to end the stream like that?" She just smiles back and acts totally confident. "It was perfect, actually. Yesterday you topped over 3,000 viewers." She teases him with a little wink and a big grin. "You missed it? Over 3,000? Subaru scratches his head, looking totally confused by the news. "Sorry, I was too locked into the exam to check." She laughs. "No, I meant it as a total compliment." Internally, she is tripping because he just pulled his mask back a little to take a drink. He can actually take that thing off? Getting serious, she points a finger and starts breaking down the stats. Hitting over 3,000 viewers as a total rookie streamer is a massive win, you know. Plus, that feint? Perfect timing. Your exhaustion actually worked in your favor and kept everyone hooked. Behind the metal mask, Subaru replies calmly, "Oh, so it was like a cliffhanger ending, right?" She gives him a mysterious smile. "Exactly. Like keeping fans hooked on what happens next in a drama. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Subaru doesn't let her guess, he just shares his master plan. "I plan to check the rewards with the fans on the next stream. Unscripted, real reactions. That's the goal." She stares at him in total shock, her eyes going wide. Seriously? This guy actually gets it. She looks at the kid and feels totally satisfied with his vibe. Boss Joe was worried for nothing. He is a pro. She thinks about her cranky boss and laughs. Things chill out. She slides her hands across the table, gives a big smile, and changes the subject. "I actually have a gift for you today." Subaru blinks, sounding a bit surprised. "A gift?" She crosses her legs, looking all mysterious and confident. Her whole vibe says she has a secret. "This is a gift you cannot refuse." She leans her head on her hand, giving him a sharp look and a smirk that says she has something big planned. Something special. "Go look up a streamer named Hi for me. Would you?" Subaru nods and swipes through his virtual panel to find the guy. "Got it. No problem." A blonde guy pops up on screen with 9,120 people watching him live. He sounds smug. "All right, like the title says, here is what we are talking about today." Or maybe he is the real deal? This guy Hi is just lounging in his chair, waving his hands, trying to calm down the fans so they stop complaining about the stream content. No more whining. We have to watch this first before we can really start the show. I will explain everything step by step. Chat is buzzing about more Narukami content. That otaku's exam was crazy. Outside the cafe, the golden afternoon sun glows through the glass. Subaru squints under his mask as the analysis keeps playing on the screen. He listens closely as the guy named Hi keeps breaking down every single move he made. While enduring a painful exam, this guy was also challenging something else. Basically, he decided to take on an extra personal challenge for himself while grinding through the test. Hearing those over-the-top, flattering words from the video, the manager's face turned bright red as she looked at Subaru, speechless. On the screen, this dude Hi scratches his neck and points directly at the camera with a smug look. "My bad. Sorry. Let's get back to the recap. No need for a long explanation here, so I'll just sum it up in one single sentence." Hoai's voice sounds rock solid as he confirms the identity of the guy in the clip. This guy is Narukami Subaru himself in every possible way. The screen zooms in on Hawkeye's arrogant face flickering under those flashy neon lights. He smirks and drops the mic. No more talk needed. Cut the video. Subaru crosses his arms, looking at the flustered manager with a chill voice. The manager probably felt it too, right? It makes her jump and start stuttering out a nervous, Shaking off the awkwardness, she leans forward and asks curiously, "Can I ask you something that might come off as a bit rude?" Subaru calmly tells her to go ahead. The manager's face tightens up as she hesitates, trying to find the right words. "I know it's weird for a manager to ask this. I realize it's pretty impolite, but I seriously have to know." The atmosphere goes silent as she bites her lip and swallows hard with nerves before finally dropping the big, deciding question. Under the cafe's warm lights, her serious voice cuts through. "Narukami, why exactly did you decide to become a streamer?" She stares intensely at the young guy's mask, looking like she's searching for some kind of noble ideal or something. It's not just for the money, right? Facing that huge expectation, Subaru crosses his arms and tilts his head, thinking, Her green eyes are glowing as she waits with bated breath for an answer about serving the community or something noble. He doesn't keep her waiting. Subaru crushes her dreams with a cold, hard, and extremely realistic statement. Nope, it's for the money. There is no other reason. That reality check makes her face turn bright red like a tomato. Her jaw drops as she gasps. Oh, she awkwardly shrinks back into her chair, forcing a fake laugh to save face. Money is important after all. Sorry for asking such a weird thing, but Subaru just calmly replies, No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Sensing the awkward vibe, she quickly slaps her leg and laughs out loud to change the subject. Right, let's talk rewards. She suddenly slides a folder across the table toward him and gets straight to the point. That Hawkeye guy you just watched is with Azure Sky. He's a reliable streamer in his 6th year of his contract. He specializes in analysis content and has a massive, loyal fan base. The guy's judgment is usually spot on. Leaning on the folder, she happily delivers the good news. So, you need to understand this part. Regarding his recent stream, we've arranged for you to share the profits from that one and any of his future broadcasts too. Subaru wonders, profit sharing? With who? She spreads her arms to explain it all. With you, of course. Narukami? Since it's a derivative work using your content, this includes everything from ads to super chats and the video archives. Picking up the contract to flip through it, Subaru nods with a happy grin. For real? It's been nothing but good news since I joined this agency, which makes her blush again. Twirling a lock of hair, she smiles with so much pride. You think so? Yeah, it's a nice surprise bonus. She looks at him expectantly and makes a pitch for a collab. So, as a sign of our new partnership, how about this? Do you want to try a collaboration with Hawkeye? A few hours after wrapping up the negotiations, Subaru pushes open the door to his empty room. He's totally drained. He pulls off that heavy metal mask, rubs his forehead, and lets out a long sigh while realizing a very practical lesson for himself. Maybe I don't need to wear a mask for offline meetings. Setting the mask down on the table, Subaru rubs his forehead and realizes his mistake. He really didn't need to emphasize the money part that much. Before the regret can even fade, he turns around and stares at his own reflection in the mirror. His tired eyes drop as he builds more new relationships. Cold sweat starts beating up on his temple. Subaru freezes up thinking about the future, not knowing what he should hide anymore. To kill the anxiety, he immediately opens the virtual system window and mumbles, "For now," as a notification pops up saying 40,000 credits were used. The level for the greed stake skill just went up. Without letting him rest, the status window hits him with a brutal new blow showing more updated stats. Greed stake, rank C, skill category level 4. It cancels out the side effects of any skills or items the user activates. Skill, rank, and level can be increased. Required credits, 80,000. Seeing that massive number, Subaru goes pale and slumps over looking at his pathetic credit balance. 120 C. 80,000 credits for a measly C rank? My bank account is dead and cash is the priority. There goes my last shred of hope. I am broke. He flops back onto the bed, arm over his eyes, trying to stay sane and comfort himself. At least that collab with Hai is in 2 days. He is my literal savior. I should pull in a massive payday from that gig. Right in the middle of his breakdown, a blue light flashes in his palm, sparking one seriously crazy idea. Subaru's eyes go cold. He lifts a crystal flower to his face, smirking like a villain. You might just hear some rumors about me very soon, lady. Meanwhile, in another room, Hasuka the manager is face down on her bed, smothering her face in a pillow, trying to contain herself. She snaps her head up, face red as a beet, staring into nothing with watery eyes and zero words. 'Cause inside her head right now, Subaru is posing in a field of roses, acting all cool and dangerously charming. Her heart is racing. She can't take the hype anymore, so she slams the mattress just to vent. Exactly. The delusion goes full throttle. She imagines her idol covering his face, whispering something dark and moody. Behind this cool mask lies a secret you won't believe. If you dig too deep, I might just end up hurting you. That mental damage finishes her. She rolls around the bed, clutching her head in pure bliss. I won't ask, even if I'm dying to know. I'm no snitch, but wait, there is more. Imaginary Subaru leans in, looking at her with those deep, romantic eyes. Hasuka, everything changed for the better once I met you. That is it. She snaps, head back, eyes shut, screaming her lungs out in total excitement. Me too. Her total obsession turns into pure violence. She drops to her knees and starts beating the pillow like a pro boxer until feathers explode and fly across the entire room. Ignoring the absolute war zone she just created, Hasuka grabs her burning cheeks, totally lost in a hopeless crush. Narukami Subaru, the man with a secret no one knows. Honestly, he is even more incredible in person than on screen. Cutting away from the crazy, we head to the 7th floor. A spooky Gothic castle sits there under a freezing moon. A dim yellow light spills from a massive tower window, signaling that someone seriously scary is waiting inside. Inside, a jack dude is crushing pull-ups. Sweat is dripping off his muscles while his eyes stay glued to a glowing TV screen. On the display, that streamer Hawkeye is still running his big mouth. There is no need for a long explanation here, so I will just sum it up in one sentence. Hearing that arrogant tone, the big guy scowls, gripping the iron bar until his veins pop out. He growls as he looks up, his heavy breathing making it obvious how pissed he is. I am not feeling that. Still hanging there, he looks back with a glare. Decide if you are being polite or just talking trash, kid. First off, who even is this dude? In the back, a guy in a black suit bows and reports. He is a streamer going by the name of Hai. He brags about averaging 8,000 viewers. The tank drops to the floor, slicks back his wet hair, and smirks. A streamer? Huh. What? I actually did that gig for a while myself. Realizing his boss is getting sidetracked, the assistant steps in to get the conversation back on rail. Forget Hawkeye. Please focus on Narukami Subaru from the stream. The big guy just smirks at the mention of the name. Oh, so this is the fake who supposedly mastered lightning? Right then, the TV shows Subaru dropping a massive lightning strike. The guy freezes, eyes wide with total interest, speaking in a deep, gravelly voice. Wow, now that is actually impressive. Is that so? The tank's eyes go dark as he brings up a story from way back in the day. Sako Su from Blue Eyes once said keeping your eye on the target is everything for spear throwing. The assistant's jaw drops. What? Amon? You actually remember a random comment like that? Amon just replies coldly. I learned everything, from how they breathe to every tiny detail. Memories flood back of those legendary players who once stood at the very top of the world. Amon grinds out each word with pure respect because they were the true legends of the game. Back in the now, he wipes the sweat off his chest, his eyes burning with pride and a little bit of salt. Everyone ignores the basic truth. Blue Eyes was the strongest team ever. It was not just about Subaru, it was about every single member. His lip twitches as he grinds his teeth, dropping a dark hint. There are some seriously shady things about how they died. Meanwhile, on the tube, Hawkeye is still hyping up that fake like he is some kind of god. He says he is the real Narukami Subaru in every way. End of story. Suddenly, Eamon's rage just explodes. Eamon glares at the TV like he wants to melt it. What right does that flashy little punk have to use that name so casually? That is the biggest issue with these streamers. For a bit of clout, they are willing to throw away all their pride. He could not take the insult anymore. Swinging his arm, he slammed the remote and ruthlessly killed the screen in an instant. Tossing the remote aside, Aeon glared at his servant and snapped. This is absolutely disgusting. Why would you show me that? The sweating man in the suit tried to justify it. It was not my call. The henchman explained the source. Boss Kaijo ordered me to show you, which made Amon narrow his eyes and mutter under his breath with caution. Ignoring his master's doubt, Kazuki, the assistant, stepped back to take a cart from a guard entering the room while he kept explaining. Lightning is the symbol of blue ice, and blue ice was the predecessor to our very own blue zone. The guard shoved the black cloth-covered cart into the center of the room. The assistant then dropped a total bombshell. We got word that this streamer is nothing but a sellout obsessed with getting paid. He ripped off the black sheet to reveal the secret stash right in front of his boss. Eamon's pupils instantly shrank in shock. He stared, completely speechless. Behind him, massive stacks of gold bars were glowing so bright they lit up the whole room. The assistant smirked, sealing the deal. The budget is fully secured. He told me to bring that guy in, no matter the cost. Facing a literal mountain of cash, Eamon gaped in disbelief and stammered out, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Rubbing his chin with sweat dripping down his face, he felt broken. Is this guy really just a slave to the money? The scene shatters and shifts to the virtual world. A ruined village is buzzing with people as a system notification drops down, beginning the second-floor trial. Amidst the wreckage, the blonde knight Peleus swings his sword while shouting orders at the crowd. Gather all the wounded people into one spot right now. Treat the critical ones first and give meds to the rest as soon as they are available. The knight panted, looking visibly exhausted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his mouth curled into a huge, joyful grin as he let out a shout. Oh, from the distance, Subaru walked up quietly. Peleus dropped everything and rushed over to meet him immediately. Savior, you are finally awake. The knight cheered, charging forward. How are you feeling? We were so worried when you collapsed. We thought you might never wake up. Subaru took a step back and firmly raised his hand to stop him. I am still a bit dizzy. Peleus scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, really? Well, it has only been one day. Subaru took the lead. Can we talk later at the inn? There are a few things I need to ask. He nodded eagerly. Of course. Ask me anything. He gave a bright wave and turned back to keep cleaning up the mess. See you later then. Watching him walk away, Subaru mumbled to himself. Peleus is so sincere, even though the chat is trolling hard. You should probably just marry him already. Oh boy, congrats on the wedding. Back at the inn, Subaru flopped onto the bed in the morning light. He waved his hand to summon the virtual menu. Time to check the loot. A glowing gold crystal dropped into his palm along with a brand new system notification. Heart of Thunder, non-tradable. Unique rank, lightning resistance plus 30%. Lightning attack power plus 20% with increased paralysis resistance. After reading the stats, Subaru's eyes went wide as he gasped. What? The chat immediately started going absolutely wild. What do you mean? Disappointed or impressed? Probably both, lol. Holding the stone high, his eyes flashed with a cold, sharp look. The stats are perfectly optimized for a lightning user. His hand gripped the precious gemstone tightly. Subaru smirked victoriously. This thing is insane. A sudden knock made him quickly hide the item and look over his shoulder. Yeah, come in. The door opened, and an armored hand shyly pushed a basket of fruit into the room first. Subaru had no clue what was happening, matching the confusion of everyone watching his stream. Huh? Fruit? Peleus peeked in with a goofy grin. Did you rest up well? The chat exploded. Is this some kind of lover's visit? Looks like he could not wait to see you. What is with the fruit? Lol. Subaru finally invited the guy inside. They sat across from each other at the wooden table. The fruit basket sat between them as the mood turned serious. Subaru crossed his arms and cut straight to the chase. Those legends are real, aren't they? Peleus's eyes lit up instantly. He clenched his hands together, replying with pure excitement. Yes, I saw that light too. Thanks to that, the village was saved. Subaru opened his bag and calmly dropped the news. This thing was found inside the corpse of the giant. Peleus stared intently at the glowing crystal in Subaru's hand. He turned pale with fear. That is the Heart of Thunder. No way. Is that golden electricity actually flickering right through your fingers? Subaru narrowed his eyes behind his mask, glaring at the knight. You know something about this? Peleus's face suddenly went rigid. He gritted his teeth and dodged the kid's eyes with a clumsy lie. No, I have no clue. The vibe in the room turned awkward fast. Subaru just stood there looking totally helpless. Meanwhile, the chat went wild calling out that obvious lie. It was clear as day he knew everything. Fine. He could not handle the pressure. Peleus looked down, guiltily rubbing his armored hands together like a kid caught in a lie. I am sorry. At the end of the day, everything I know is just some old legend. Whether they are actually real or what exactly happened after those legends took place, I have absolutely no clue. Subaru gave a gentle, encouraging nod. It is fine, just tell me whatever you know. Velius looked up and met his eyes. I only know of two legends. Two legends, Subaru repeated softly. Ancient mythical images flashed through his mind, a god swinging a lightning spear to strike down a massive, powerful giant. The first story says it was used back when lightning was used to wipe out the giants. The knight rubbed his chin while thinking. The knight looked at Subaru with pure worship, exactly like the savior who crushed the giant using that powerful thunder. Then there is the second myth. A vision appeared, gods and giants all scrambling to grab a blinding bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. One legend claims that the gods and the giants actually went to war just to control the lightning. Subaru leaned forward, resting his hands on the table right next to the glowing gem. So, they fought over it. Peleus nodded immediately. Exactly. The knight spread his arms wide, getting totally lost in his own passionate explanation. For this one, it is probably more accurate to call it a legend hidden inside another legend. Word is, the gods and giants threw down in a massive war over the lightning, and the giants ended up losing hard. Subaru's fingers tapped the table right next to the brilliant jewel. If the stories are true, then someone must have created this thing. His sharp gaze locked onto the golden glow. He analyzed it coldly. Who would even think to create something like this? That specific detail is not in the legends, but I think its actual purpose is pretty obvious. Voss looked down, raising his hand to reach a final conclusion. It was made to let humans control the lightning. And the reason humans had to use it? His face tensed up, eyes looking sharp as a knife. Both the gods and the giants. That image of massive entities with total destructive power returned. These beings were so grand and ancient that human strength could never, ever hope to compete. Amidst the total despair of humanity, a glowing figure stepped forward, reaching out to grasp that infinite source of energy. A vision of the blinding crystal sitting right in the center of a glowing, powerful palm. This thing was built specifically to fight and take them down. Just as the story finished, a bunch of blue system screens suddenly popped up in front of him. Subaru had witnessed the entire history of the Forgotten Ones and conquered the Trial of Thunder. The next notification hit him immediately. His lightning skill level was jumping up based on his achievement points. The stats board started jumping around like crazy, signaling a massive and sudden boost in power. Achievement points 17.50p, lightning skill level 1 increased. Lightning skill level 2 increased. A second later, golden bolts exploded violently, completely wrapping around Subaru's entire body. Everything nearby got blasted away as Peleus watched in shock. He reached lightning level 3 and was moving to the third floor. Voss screamed in pure terror amidst the storm of light. Oh my God, Savior! What the hell is happening right now? A massive pillar of light ripped through the inn ceiling and snatched Subaru up. The knight was left kneeling on the wooden table, totally dazed. The world shattered, revealing a gorgeous city with a massive Roman Colosseum standing tall among the mountains. This was the third floor. A bright golden beam shot straight from the sky onto the huge teleporter in the plaza, catching the eyes of every player nearby. The light faded, and Subaru stepped out looking like a boss, with golden sparks still flickering around his heels. The chat immediately blew up. Finally, the third floor. Wait, what do you mean he just arrived like that? Two players standing nearby crossed their arms and gave him a dirty look. Look at this guy. Another Narukami cosplayer. Seriously? Wonder how long this lame trend is gonna last. Ignoring the whispers, Subaru just kept walking. Suddenly, the system chimed with a super chat alert. Love Subaru donated 1,000 credits. Congratulations on reaching the third floor. How are you feeling about all this? He glanced at the message and mumbled to himself. How do I feel? Honestly, how am I actually feeling? Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes went dark as he stared into the empty space, whispering to himself. It was right here, right at this spot. Memories flashed by. showing a man turning his head to give a shaky and hesitant answer. Yeah. Then came a girl with a ponytail, pointing at her own face with a shy laugh. Rena, you looked pretty scary at first, you know? She scratched her head, laughing off the embarrassing truth. Honestly, I ended up getting totally separated from my friends. Ren stood on her tiptoes and reached her hand as high as she could to describe someone's height to the man. Have you seen anyone about this tall? The guy rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Probably taller than you. Maybe by about a head? He dropped his hand and gave a firm nod. I saw them and Rena's eyes lit up immediately. For real? The guy points down the road. They definitely went that way. She starts chirping with pure joy. Whoa, thanks a ton. Without a second thought, Rena spins around and bolts off, waving goodbye to the nice guy. But after just a few steps, she slams on the brakes like she just remembered something life or death. Looking totally freaked out, she hunches over and moonwalks back in total silence. It is super awkward. He laughs at that. The man starts walking. Let us go. I am headed the same way anyway. That day is all coming back. Rena looks up with excitement. Is that really okay? The man strolls along, acting all casual. Yeah, I do not have anything special on my schedule today. A voice echoes in Subaru's head, blaming himself for not just leaving. The girl follows close, grinning. That helps a lot. These streets are confusing. These alleys are a total maze. I am Rena Iosioka. And your name is? The man glances back. Naruki Subaru. Their backs fade into the sun-drenched street as they walk side by side, leaving him with a heavy heart. I wonder if everyone is even still alive. Back to reality, Subaru hangs his head low until a donation alert ruins the heavy mood. Love Subaru donated 100 credits. Under that metal mask, his eyes show a deep, stinging pain. He looks back at the empty square and lets out a bitter sigh. I feel like I have lost something really freaking important. Chat goes wild. Did you seriously leave Peleus behind? Since when did you get so emo? Laugh out loud. Feels like the stream is ending out of nowhere. Cutting off the weak vibes, Subaru smashes a button on his virtual console. He drops one final update before vanishing from the web. By the way, my next stream is a collab with Hi. Chat starts screaming. You gotta be kidding me. That was too short. Everyone, please keep it civil in the chat. The system window shuts down coldly with a message saying Naruk Subaru has ended the livestream. Cut to a fancy cafe where massive chandeliers light up rows of tables packed with people. Subaru slides into a chair and breaks the silence. Sorry to keep you waiting. A buff guy in a blue suit stands there. He smiles. Hasuka is on her way here. Moving between zones takes way more time than just climbing floors during a test. So he says, reaching out for a polite handshake. Nice to meet you. I am Joe from Sky Entertainment. Subaru looks him over. Oh, so you are that grumpy boss guy. Joe snaps back, flustered, but Subaru grabs his hand for a firm shake. No, my manager told me about you. It is an honor. Joe sits down across from him with a knowing smirk. Normally I would let Hasuka handle this, but I wanted a look at you. I was curious since you are only the second player she has ever praised this much. Subaru frowns under his mask. The second? Joe nods with total confidence. Exactly. The first one is a legend, right? Before he can react, that familiar name drops. Narukami Subaru from Blue Ice. Subaru's pupils shrink. He lets out a dry gasp. Joe leans back and crosses his arms, grinning. I was shocked that someone with her crazy high standards would actually be interested in you. A guy with the exact same name as Narukami Subaru. Feeling exposed, Subaru rubs his neck and laughs awkwardly. Ha, wow. Can I ask something that might be a bit out of nowhere? Joe leans in, eyes sharp. You interested in a guild called Blue Ice? The question hits like a lightning bolt. Subaru's eyes widen in shock. The boss smirks, knowing he won. That look tells me you are definitely interested. Subaru gets defensive. Why bring that up now? Joe leans back slowly, holding up a glowing blue virtual ticket. That is actually why I am here. He slides the ticket across the table. 5 days from now, be there. This is the prize for the tournament held on the third floor. Subaru's eyes turn dangerous. He growls under his breath. No way. His fist clenches as bright yellow sparks explode, tearing through the air around him. Meanwhile, in a different place, a hand holds a device showing the text that Narukami Subaru has ended his stream. Silence fills the room. Rina, the thief, sighs, staring at the virtual screen with total boredom. Is it really over? She turns and walks away, looking up at the dark, cloudy night sky. I wonder if this nightmare will ever end. Rhythmic footsteps thud as high-heeled boots crush the grass in this pitch-black forest. The air turns ice-cold as her heavy heels crunch through a thin layer of snow. Rina marches deeper into the frozen woods. A picture of pure solitude. She stops right behind a guy with long white hair flowing down his back. You done yet? She snaps. He slowly turns his head, his breath puffing out like a cloud of white smoke. Yeah, finished ages ago. Rina stomps closer, totally annoyed. Then what the hell have you been doing all this time? Just thinking, he says. Right in front of him, an image pops up of a soldier frozen alive and screaming in agony. An entire squad turned into ice statues in the middle of this freezing, silent battlefield. Should we just end them or let them live and send them packing? Back to now, Rina says coldly, just kill them. You already know who sent these losers. The white-haired guy shuts his eyes. Not sure yet. That is why I am thinking. His icy blue eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous look. If Kyo sent them, he would not use such weak, small fry. But letting them leave alive would be a total pain in the neck. If our location gets leaked because of these punks before she can even finish, her boot stomps hard into the snowy ground. Instantly, sharp ice blades explode out of the snow right where she was standing just a second ago. Rina floats in midair, surrounded by a swarm of deadly ice darts. Her hand sweeps through the air with style. With a simple flick of her wrist, the ice blades obey and hover in a perfect circle around her. She reaches out, claiming the ice as her own weapons. Sensing her killer intent, the white-haired guy yells out, "Hey, wait!" Ignoring him, she stays ice-cold and unleashes a rain of blades that scream forward at a terrifying speed. The frozen statues get peppered by the blades and shatter into a million tiny pieces. Frozen bodies get shredded and pulverized into dust. The weapon storm sweeps through without mercy, erasing every single trace of the enemy squad from the woods. Standing in the wreckage, the white-haired guy steps forward and waves his hands in a total rage. Why the hell did you do that? Rina spins around, her sharp eyes staring him down. It does not matter if Kyo sent them or not. If we let them walk away, they will find out we are alive, right? She leans in close and growls, "Your indecision is not doing us any favors. You need to be more ruthless." He sighs and apologizes. "You are right. Sorry." The tension cools down as he quietly pulls a vibrating comms device out from underneath his heavy coat. Rina checks it and her face goes pale. She swipes the glowing virtual screen over. "Look at this." Staring at the data, Rina's eyes go wide as she screams out, "What?" Rina's eyes burn with rage as she grips the screen. "Those absolute bastards," she says through gritted teeth. The guy just crosses his arms and smirks. "Makes you pretty mad, does it not?" Rina lets out a roar. "You are damn right it does." She points to a pair of combat boots on screen. "Is this my shoe?" He grabs the device, his gaze turning sharp. "This is bait. A trap meant to lure us out into the open." Rina turns away, her teeth grinding at their sneaky move. He figured out we might still be alive somewhere. She turns back to her partner. "Even so, we cannot just sit around here doing nothing at all. We have to get our gear back." The white-haired guy shuts his eyes and nods. "I hear you." He opens them with a smirk. "I am not great at sneaky stuff, but you have always been the pro at those games." Rina walks off, annoyed. "You talk too much. I already decided I am going to do it anyway." The guy quickly grabs her sleeve. "Hold on." He steps out to block her path, looking dead serious. "I am not saying you should just charge in." He grabs her wrist. "Let us try a bolder plan. Wait for a winner to be decided. Then we steal it. It is much safer." Meanwhile, at a fancy cafe, Joe too holds up a ticket showing some boots. These are personal items from a Blue Ice member. They are called Talaria. It is the prize Blue Zone is offering for this tournament. Interested in these? Z? Subaru answers instantly, I am. His body suddenly erupts with a red-killing aura. A cold voice comes from behind his mask. Totally interested. Joe lets out a loud and very hearty laugh. Really now? That is great. I never expected you to bite the hook quite this hard. The whole plan depends entirely on your will. Narukami Subaru frowns and asks, what plan? Joe just calmly explains the whole situation. Since we are streaming under the name Narukami Subaru, I think a script targeting Blue Eyes' gear will make for some seriously killer content. For a split second, Subaru's eyes flashed a wild gold behind that mask of his. He screamed inside, how dare they? His body surged with blinding yellow electricity as his fists clenched until they bled. Seeing them use X's relic as some cheap marketing stunt. Noticing the vibe suddenly got way too heavy, Joe asked nervously, is something wrong? Anything bothering you? Subaru looked down, choking back a wave of pure rage before muttering in a low, gravelly voice, yeah, I will do it. Hearing that confirmation, Joe let out a huge breath and grinned wide. Awesome. Seriously. Subaru stood up abruptly, shoving his chair back. Then I am heading out. Joe stood up too, seeing his guest to the door. Yeah, totally looking forward to working with you. As he turned to leave, he heard the boss's voice calling out from behind him. I am always rooting for you through the screen. Subaru's silhouette faded into the dark. Two clashing thoughts were screaming inside his head. Nobody else is getting that thing. No way. Back in his room, Subaru kicked back on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with his hands behind his head. He thought about the days ahead, wondering what the tournament format would actually be. A solo event would be ideal. He sighed, coming back to reality. Well, I guess I cannot really afford to be picky right now. Right then, a knock came at the door, followed by a familiar voice outside. It is Hasuka. He went on high alert instantly. Subaru sat up, hair all messy and eyes still half asleep. Facing the door, Subaru sat dazed on the edge of the bed, hair wrecked and looking totally sleepy. His eyes drifted to that familiar mask sitting neatly on the desk. He blinked once, his golden irises flashing with a sharp, focused look, instantly shaking off all that leftover drowsiness. The room door swung open. There stood Hasuka, looking awkward in a flashy red gown, while clutching a small handbag. Her face was flushed bright pink with embarrassment, letting out a tiny gasp of surprise. Hasuka stared at the guy, thinking to herself, does he really wear that mask even when he is just in his room? Before Subaru coldly said, come in, she jumped, startled, and stammered back in confusion. Wait, you mean I should actually come inside? Subaru casually gripped the doorknob and gave a little shrug. If you want to talk in the hallway, that is totally fine by me. Huko waved her hands frantically. No, I am already here. Might as well go for it. She shyly squeezed through the doorway, her voice sounding super awkward. Sorry for the intrusion. The air in the room suddenly felt weirdly suffocating. Hasuka sat stiffly on a wooden chair, while Subaru casually slumped down on the edge of the bed. Her emerald green eyes darted around, hesitantly taking in the whole place. Looking past the old fireplace and the empty desk, she thought about how simple and plain it was. Pulling her gaze back, she stared at Subaru's solid, steady back, her hands unconsciously gripping tight onto the small handbag resting on her lap. Behind the mask, Subaru's eyes narrowed with suspicion. I knew it, he thought to himself. Her mana pool is way deeper than I can even measure. Watching the girl in the red dress nervously giving off that faint aura in front of him, he was more certain than ever that she was definitely not just some normal manager. Getting goosebumps from his intense stare, Huka smoothed a strand of hair behind her neck and asked shyly, is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Subaru immediately looked away towards the wall. He cleared his throat and replied curtly, no, nothing. I heard you have the reference materials for the tournament. Remembering why she was there, Hasuka fumbled around and quickly pulled a stack of documents from her bag, chirping excitedly. Oh, sorry about that. Snapping back into professional mode, she smiled brightly while handing him the papers. This tournament is going to be a full survival battle royale format. Right away, images of tactical boots with gold armor flashed in his mind, followed by a dark vision of a bloody battlefield waiting for him. The thought hit him. This is the kind of setup where players slaughter each other for the grand prize. Subaru flipped through the documents, nodding as he muttered, "So it is a solo competition." Puka confirmed it right away. "Exactly. There is only one reward, so things naturally have to go down like this." Looking at the glowing virtual tablet in her hand, she just kept on talking. "The stage will be a virtual reality arena hall. Players must be at least level 3. The entry fee is 1,000 credits, and there is no limit on participants." Subaru turned on his device while listening to her instructions. "I will send the files from previous Battle Royale matches to your device, Mr. Narukami. If you scan through them, you will get the hang of things in no time." A bunch of folders with video data popped up on the virtual screen as Subaru's fingers scrolled the list. He thought, so all of this is about. He closed the device and glanced at the manager sitting quietly. "I will use these for reference. Thanks for making the trip all the way out here." Hasuka replied with a squinty smile. "Do not mention it, it is just part of my job anyway." But the grin fades fast. She scratches her head, acting all awkward. Did you get any messages from the big boss today?" Subaru just frowns, totally lost. "Say what?" His golden eyes glow behind that mask as Hasuka spills the beans. "To be honest, I just got a text myself." Over at Blue Zone, the vibe gets heavy again. A vision of Subaru's worst nightmare pops up, sporting that same punchable, smug grin. Hearing Kyojo Kazuki's name makes Subaru's blood boil, surrounded by a fierce, glowing red aura of pure rage. He growls, "Blue Zone, huh?" Shadows suddenly creep in, swallowing every corner of the room. Hasuka looks at him, totally stressed. "They want a meeting, Narukami. Since they couldn't reach you directly, they spammed our company email instead." Subaru stays silent, gears turning in his head. "So, those snakes have finally started making their move?" She leans forward, looking totally stressed out while she tries to explain the situation. "They probably want to negotiate. You know, bigger paychecks or fancy perks to steal you away. Just ignore them." He nods along at first. "Yeah, I get it." Then she freezes, eyes popping as she screams. "Wait, what? Just ignore them?" Subaru stays cool under his mask, his voice steady. "Exactly. I've got zero interest in Blue Zone or any other guild." Hearing that final answer, Hasuka loses it. She pumps her fists in the air, cheering like she won the lottery. "We did it. This is huge." She's beaming now, her cheeks turning bright pink as she gets all hyped up. "Honestly, I was debating whether to even tell you, but I'm so glad I did. Best move ever." She hums a little tune as she skips toward the door. "Anyway, get some rest before the big collaboration starts." The door clicks shut, leaving Subaru alone. He just shakes his head. She's celebrating like she's the one who won. He pulls off that annoying mask and lets out a smirk, looking totally intrigued. He mumbles to himself about how someone could be so obsessed with their company job. Meanwhile, out in the hall, Hasuka lets out a victory screech. Inside, Subaru knows for sure this girl is something else. The scene cuts to a massive virtual arena where two figures are standing tall, right in the dead center. It's that flashy director, Joe 2, looking sharp in his suit, standing next to a spiky-haired kid in orange. Joe 2 scrolls through his virtual screen and smirks as he reads the title. "So, this is the big show? A talent showdown between the original Narukami Subaru and the brand new version." He raises an eyebrow at the kid, sounding totally smug. "Well, sounds like a good time, doesn't it? I like that you're going all in, but if you lose, things are gonna get ugly. You ready for that?" Hake just stares down as a blue light flickers. "Just bring it. It's all going live anyway, so I'll deal with whatever happens next." To win over the crowd, his eyes suddenly ignite with a glowing, golden ring of light. He looks up, full of himself. "By the way, have I ever lost?" Joe 2 just laughs at that ego. What's with the attitude? At the end of the day, it all comes down to Narukami, doesn't it? Hack-A shrugs with a goofy grin. Guess so. Suddenly, loud footsteps echo, making them both whip their heads around. Hack-A yells out for his manager while Joe too looks stunned. Hasuka struts in wearing a bright red dress, with Subaru right behind her, sword and all. "Good evening," she says. "Oh, hello," they reply. Hack-A stares daggers at Subaru, swallowing hard as he dreams of finally hitting the big time. "This is my shot at becoming a total superstar. So, we finally meet face to face." Subaru just stares at the massive, empty stadium. This place is huge. They really rented the whole thing for this? Suddenly, a high-pitched voice cuts in. Hack-A walks over, flashing a big grin and offering a handshake. "I'm Hack-A, the streamer." Subaru shakes his hand back. "I'm Narukami Subaru. Nice to meet you." The streamer starts hyping things up. "Man, I really feel like I'm meeting the legend himself. Total honor to meet a celebrity like you. I'm a huge fan." Subaru just breaks into a nervous sweat. "Look, I'm still just a total rookie streamer. I'm nowhere near your level yet, Mr. Hack-A." Joe too jumps in with a fake business smile. "Hey, let's save the small talk for when we're actually on air. That's how streamers really bond, right? So let's take this conversation straight to the live broadcast." As soon as he finishes, a giant blue system screen glows, signaling that the live stream is officially rolling. The two of them flip the switch instantly, waving and shouting at the camera. "What's up? It's Hack-A. Thanks for tuning in today." Meanwhile, the viewer count starts exploding and the chat is absolutely blowing up. The viewer count is straight up exploding on the screen. It jumped from 1,300 to 3,000, smashed 7,000, and then rocketed to a massive 120,000. Even Hack-A is sweating bullets. He stares at the numbers in total shock. He knew this collab was trending in the community, but hitting 12,000 right at the jump? That is just straight up insane. He swallows hard. He quickly pulls it together, pointing at the masked guy beside him. "Today is the day you have all been waiting for. We actually got him here." Following that over-the-top introduction, heavy footsteps echo as Subaru steps forward in those black armored combat boots. The screen flashes his name. It is the one and only Narukami Subaru. Subaru just coolly raises a hand. "Yo, I am Narukami Subaru." Meanwhile, the chat is losing its mind with questions and doubts about who he really is. Catching the vibe, Hack-A gives him a sly smirk and nudges his shoulder. "Look, even I haven't seen his face yet, but his manager says I can. Narukami, my guy, you are definitely hiding something from us." Why else is the chat spamming theories? Either you have some dark past or you are just super ugly. Subaru does not even flinch. He just taps his finger against that iron mask and confidently snaps back. "No way. In fact, I am actually way too handsome." That flex immediately triggers a massive donation storm. Credits are flying everywhere along with people daring him to take off the mask. Another massive donation bombs the screen. Seeing how much the fans are dropping, Hawkeye starts sweating and gasps in shock. "Man, this stream is way more hype than my usual stuff. For real though, this guy's clout is absolutely off the charts." He feels a sting of jealousy. "Look, I am not losing to this guy. Definitely not in a straight-up street fight. Stay cool. Pull it together." Hack-A grins, totally satisfied. "This vibe is way better than I ever expected it to be." He mumbles back at a troll in the comments. "A girlfriend? Nah, man. I do not even have a single friend right now. No way." Offstage, Joe too is standing there with his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug about the whole thing. Hasuka just sighs in total relief that her streamer has not done anything to ruin the show yet. Once viewers hit 19,000, Hack-A claps for attention. All right. We have messed with our VIP guest long enough. It is time to actually get down to business." Right as he says that, a piercing beep echoes out. The giant, virtual screen behind them flashes to life, displaying the words, "Start the test," in bright, glowing letters. Right then, the high-intensity spotlights hanging from the stadium ceiling all kick on at once, blinding the whole area with pure white light. Under that harsh glare, the sharp, cold metal on those weapons starts reflecting a deadly shine, signaling that some major danger is about to go down. From the shadows, A swarm of heavy-armed robots with their swords drawn comes rushing in like a total flood. Right as the chaos erupts, Hake is still acting all cool. Why exactly did I choose this specific test? Let me break it down for you. There are two big reasons why we are doing this test right now. At that moment, a robot's heavy metal footsteps slam onto the floor as the streamer explains the very first reason. First off, this test is perfect for measuring your total control. Down below, an army of robots armed with everything from battle axes to sledgehammers is closing in fast. The spiky-haired guy just smirks, flashes a proud grin, and finally speaks up. And two, because I can prove what I said right here and right now. Suddenly, the giant screen lights up again. It shows the leaderboard. First place is Narukami Subaru with 43 points. Second is 36. Third is Kyojuki at 33. And fourth is Futasa at 32. A 100 credit donation pops up with a troll message. Seriously? Do you really think you can beat that high score? Subaru just cracks his neck and relaxes, snapping back with total confidence. Look, if I was not confident, I would have never said yes. The vibe suddenly gets ice cold. All those robots start gripping their scythes and sledgehammers a whole lot tighter. Their eyes glow with a deadly red light, locking onto the young guy standing right in the middle of the arena. They all charge at once, swinging their weapons and creating a deadly circle right around Subaru. That massive leaderboard is still shining bright, looking like the ultimate challenge for the guy standing on the stage. The chat is going wild now. This guy's confidence is just insane. LOL. Do you really think he can break that record in one run? Down on the floor, those 7 robots are still silently closing in. Ignoring the noise, Subaru stands tall right in front of that digital board. Suddenly, the fans are changing their minds. He might actually do it. The hype is getting real now. Suddenly, a viewer named Gekaram drops a massive challenge. Hit 43 points in a single run, and you will win 10,000 credits. But if you fail, you have to show us your face. Subaru quickly waves it off. Man, it is way too early to risk taking off the mask. But the money just keeps raining down as more missions bomb the screen. Amphetes bets 2,000 credits. Sweet. I want to see your face too. Toilet Press drops 3,000 more. Scared yet? Then Lava Monster dumps another 3,000 credits, complaining that this pocket change is not enough for a real bet. At this point, Subaru just gives a thumbs up and sighs in defeat. Thanks for the Donnan ATE cash, guys. If I lose, I will show my face. The chat goes wild instantly. Wait, was he actually about to say no? One smart comment pops up. Why is only New G taking the hit? If he fails, why split the cash 50-50? Hai stands next to Hookah and scratches his head. Yeah, you actually have a point there. He watches Subaru warm up and makes a call. For this quest, I am letting Narukami take the entire prize pool. A massive golden coin flashes on the screen. The deal is officially sealed. Hookah pulls a stopwatch from his pocket with a wild, creepy grin stretching from ear to ear. All right, let's go. His thumb, sporting black nail polish, is hovering right over the start button. He screams in pure excitement. It is showtime. The massive digital board flashes, the timer starts at 3 hours, and the enemy kill count begins at 0. A robot army surrounds him, swinging blades and hammers, ready to shred the lone boy standing in the center. Just as things look impossible, the system notification flashes bright. Lightning power is being activated right now. Subaru's eyes glow with a fierce gold light under his mask. Powerful surges of electricity crackle and hiss through his entire body, moving as fast as a lightning bolt striking down from the highest heavens. He launches forward, shredding the enemy line in a golden blur, and slams into the unluckiest robot in the pack. Subaru's hand sparks with blinding electricity as he grabs the robot's armored face with brutal force. He slams the machine into the arena floor, shattering the stone tiles into a million pieces. The scoreboard ticks up, target neutralized. The chat room explodes in absolute shock and disbelief. Just a blast? He didn't even use the magic sword. Talk about easy mode. Down in the seats, Hookah breaks into a cold sweat, muttering to himself in confusion. I never thought I would get to witness real lightning in the flesh like this. Before the crowd can even pick their jaws up off the floor, Subaru reaches back and unsheathes a black blade covered in glowing red lava veins. He swings the sword in a perfect arc, creating a massive golden crescent of energy that blasts the charging machines into nothing but piles of smoldering, burnt scrap metal. He flickers in and out of the blinding light, slaughtering everything in his way, while the timer only shows 2:39. The fans are losing it. He is so fast. Theoretically, this guy is on track to take out 70 enemies. It only gets harder from here on out. Right on cue, a terrifying upgraded robot with a stitched-up red face and a massive axe slowly starts to emerge from the shadows. The camera zooms out, revealing a brutal and heartless reality for our hero. It is not just one. Thousands of assassin robots are swarming in like a colony of hungry ants, creating a massive ocean of steel that is about to swallow Subaru's tiny silhouette right in the center. The clock hits 2:03. Subaru tears through the wind, sword pointed forward, leaving trails of golden lightning in his wake. He pulls off a perfect mid-air flip, wiping out a squad of robots while the chat loses its mind. This is such an iconic comeback. This circus is crazy. Aerial combat is the OG Subaru's specialty after all. He spins through the air like a lethal drill, leaving the robots below completely helpless as they stare up at the incoming golden lightning strike. While suspended in the air, Subaru's hand grips the hilt of his glowing black sword with veins bulging. He raises the greatsword high, funneling every bit of golden electricity into the razor-sharp edge of the blade. With a massive overhead strike, Subaru slams his blade into the floor, creating a giant shockwave that blasts everything back with powerful, swirling black and gold lightning. The shockwave explodes, tossing robot bodies into the air like they are nothing but a bunch of broken toys. Meanwhile, the screen coldly displays 122, and the number of enemies destroyed has already jumped to 26. The sharp blade shreds through steel armor, sending a robot's head flying while the entire Legendac audience gasps in total horror and disbelief. Holy crap! Subaru vanishes into a lightning storm again, leaving the trio, Hai, Hasuka, and Ju, frozen in shock as they watch from afar. The comments are pouring in. Dragon Skola says he is definitely going to beat the rank 2 score. Chickensker thinks he might actually pull this off. Looking over Hai's shoulder, Subaru's storm of carnage looks like a brilliant dance of death, making every single viewer lose their minds. Rest in peace to the guys who designed this quest. A cold drop of sweat rolls down Hookah's cheek. His orange eyes are shaking because he is just so overwhelmed. The countdown is almost over with only 13 seconds left, and the kill count has already hit 41. Without hesitating for even a single second, Subaru flips through the air and unleashes a powerful spinning slash that decapitates the red-eyed robot. The metal slab snaps in two with a massive spark, hitting 42 on the scoreboard with 9 seconds left. He sticks the landing and calmly wipes his mask as the countdown ticks past 5 seconds. Sharp gold eyes stare from behind that mask, locked in with a level of focus that is totally insane. 3 seconds on the clock. Suddenly, a massive bot lunges forward, swinging a giant blade right at Subaru with everything it has got. But lightning fast, he kicks off the floor, streaking like black lightning at 2 seconds left. They blur past each other, and his blade punches straight through the enemy's heavy chest armor. 1 second remains. The digital board flashes that final digit, hovering precariously at 42 as the clock hits its limit. Then the system locks. Time stops at 0, and the record is officially tied. 43. Standing tall amidst a graveyard of scrap metal, Subaru sheaths his sword. The system blares out, test complete. Target destroyed. 43 kills. The leaderboard updates instantly, showing 2 names sitting at the very top of the rankings. Rank 1, Narukami Subaru. Rank 1, Naruk Subaru. Views hit 38,543. Subaru is gasping for air under his mask. Meanwhile, the chat is losing it. What? 43 is insane. Dragon Master cannot believe it, only 1 left on the board? You serious right now? HCI rushes onto the stage, pointing at the kid who just pulled off a miracle. He tied Narukami Subaru's record. 43. He throws his arm around Subaru, grinning at the lens. It is a tie game. That was crazy close. Right? Everyone, Views just spiked to 39,500. The chat is buzzing like crazy. Honestly, I thought he would only hit second place. LOL. I didn't think he'd even crack the top 2. This guy is definitely not just some random player. Huh. A money storm hits. 100 credits donated. I almost lost it. Just subscribed. HC, I rushes to thank the generous soul. Thunder, thanks for the 100 credits. Another 200 rolls in. No wonder Hai can't stop praising this guy. LOL, the streamer scratches his head and sighs. Another girl? You should change that username, but thanks for the support. Suddenly, 1,000 credit bomb drops. HC, I yells in mock annoyance. You guys think this is Subaru's stream or something? No way, not even close. But then, a massive donation alert pops up, literally covering the entire screen. Reinhardt sent 10,000 credits. HCI is totally frozen. Sweat is pouring down his face as he points and stutters. His eyes go wide as he gasps out Ren. Meanwhile, the chat is a total whirlwind of hype. For real? Is that the real Reinhardt? Must be a fake. Why would a top-tier swordsman be here? The legendary one-shot king? LOL. No, it is the real deal. Just checked his profile. It is him. LOL. A legend appeared. Well, maybe not quite a legend yet. Honestly, he is just mid-tier right now. But who cares? LOL. That is Reinhardt we are talking about right there. The streamer quickly wipes his sweaty neck and looks at Subaru in total awe. Reinhardt, thank you for the 10,000 credits. It is unbelievable. A top-tier pro is actually tuned in to this stream right now. A powerful image flashes in his mind, a jacked warrior sitting on a throne, surrounded by 1,000 swords stabbed into the dirt. The one-shot king strikes again. More money. Ren sends another 1,000 credits. I am a regular at Hai's streams. Naruki-san's playstyle really moved me. The chat goes wild while HCI points at the screen, beaming. For real? I am so honored. Meanwhile, Subaru just walks past silently. HCI keeps grinning, but he's sweating bullets and glancing at the masked kid with pure fear. He shudders inside. Why him? Don't tell me he figured out what I did to Isaac? No way. Another notification suddenly slams onto the screen right in front of them. Reinhardt sends another 1,000 credits. Subaru, want to team up? The chat explodes as everyone freaks out over this massive life-changing opportunity for the rookie. But Subaru just stands there, staring at the invitation without saying a single word in response. HC, I shoves the virtual screen in his face, pressuring him. Behind them, Ju and Hasuka are holding their breath. Subaru crosses his arms and hesitates. Hearing that hesitation, John2 and Huka both make huge O signs with their arms, nodding like crazy. Their faces are pale with panic. They are totally speechless. Ignoring the desperate warnings from his boss and manager, Subaru looks right at a terrified HCI and stays ice cold. I want to focus on my tests for a while, so it is going to be tough. The camera zooms in on Z and Huka's totally distorted, shocked faces. Their souls have left their bodies. Chat is stunned. What? Dropping a total bombshell, Subaru casually bows to the frozen streamer. Sorry about that. I think I used way too much energy. Hi, can you handle the rest of this? The spiky-haired guy just stutters. Huh? What did you say? Not even waiting for an answer, Subaru turns and walks away. HCI finally snaps out of it and calls out desperately. No way. Hold up. Narukami. After seeing his boss and manager standing there like statues, Joe snapped out of it and started yelling in regret. Narukami, why would you say no? That was a massive chance to blow up your ranking as a streamer. Man. Hasuka stood there clutching her chest. Honestly, I am totally losing it too. The kid stopped, tilting his head at his sweating boss with a confused look. Was this really worth the drama? Joe started desperately begging him to understand. Collaborating with a high-tier pro like Jan is a once-in-a-lifetime shot, you know? Subaru smirked, that classic cocky vibe leaking through his mask. Is that all? If rankings matter that much, I will just become a ranker myself. That arrogant mic drop left both Joe and Hasuka completely speechless. The air went dead silent, like 3 huge exclamation points were over his head. To break the awkwardness, Hai laughed it off and signaled toward Narukami. Seriously, that was an epic stream. I will send over your cut as soon as the revenue hits. His grin vanished. The playful act was gone, replaced by a sharp, piercing stare at the guy in front of him. Since the stream is over, can I ask you something? He rubbed the black paint under his eyes, his voice dropping into a deep, suspicious growl. When you were fighting just now, you seemed a bit off. Are you out of shape or dealing with some injury? Hasuka was standing right there, breaking out in a cold sweat. She nervously glanced at Subaru's profile, thinking, did Hai really catch on? Is his condition that bad? Is he actually injured? Hidden behind his armor, Subaru sized up his rival. I thought I masked it, but this Hawkeye guy is as sharp as they say. He replied calmly, saying that whether I win or lose, it still ends up being a loss for me. The streamer looked confused, rubbing his chin. A loss? Subaru decided to break it down for him. My channel is blowing up because people want to see if I can take down Narukami Subaru. That is the bait. Standing tall among the arena ruins, his long shadow stretched out, reflecting a very cold and calculating ego. Winning the test only grabs attention for a moment, but the hype for Narukami fighting me would just disappear. He kept thinking while Hai listened closely, if I lose, everyone will just write me off. The streamer Narukami just cannot beat the real Subaru. He stared at the scoreboard, where their names both sat at rank 1. He thought to himself, for this test, I need a result that levels up both of my personas. Facing them all again, Subaru dropped 2 simple but heavy words. A draw? That is the best move. The confession left them floored. Joe gave a shaky laugh. So, you could have beaten him if you wanted? Subaru did not bother explaining. He turned on his heel, his tactical boots clicking against the metal floor. Who knows, he tossed back. Joe looked up at the glowing scoreboard and sighed. Well, the results are already in. The drifter stopped and looked back, eyes full of mystery. That all depends on how people choose to see it. Subaru's lonely and proud figure slowly faded away as he walked toward the glowing stairs, leaving 3 small people standing frozen in the middle of that scrap metal battlefield. The scene shifts fast. A scarred fist clenches so hard it turns pale, shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He slammed it down like a hammer from heaven, smashing the stone table into a million tiny pieces. Standing in the shadows of a golden lion banner, the massive blonde guy growled under his breath. That little punk, rank 121, golden lion leader Ren. On the floor, the screen still glowed with a cold message. Hai has ended the live stream. The massive oak door creaked open, and a terrified lackey poked his head in. Master Ren, he stammered, walking in with a fake smile and a forehead dripping with sweat. Is something wrong? Ren glared with bloodshot eyes, his entire face hardening with a terrifying and murderous intent. He hissed through his teeth, about that Narukami Subaru you mentioned. The boss stood there, his room a total wreck. Yeah, that punk streamer Narukami Subaru. He actually had the guts to reject my personal offer. The lackey flinched. Oh, right, that streamer guy. Standing in the rubble, he tried to look offended for his boss. He rejected your offer? What an arrogant piece of work. I was going to crush him publicly to stop those annoying rumors, but now everything is totally ruined. Ren's face twisted under the red lights. He hissed that the wasted credits did not matter, but having his pride wounded by some rookie was absolutely unforgivable. In the heavy, tense silence, the lackey bowed low, carefully reaching down to grab the glowing virtual device lying in the dirt. He hunched over, shaking like a leaf while handing the gear to the massive boss with both hands. Here, Reinhard ripped the device out of his hands. He looked down with ice in his eyes and growled a question. What about the other job? The lackey scratched his head, desperately trying to keep the boss from exploding right now. Regarding Master Isaac, we are searching everywhere with everything we have got. Even so, beads of sweat rolled down his face. He rubbed his neck with a nervous laugh. But honestly, for a kid his age, dropping off the grid for a few days isn't exactly weird. Before he could finish lying, Reinhardt's jacked hand glowed with a terrifying red aura as he reached out and palmed the poor guy's entire face. With pure brute strength, the boss hoisted the grown man into the air. He started kicking and gasping for breath. A strangled cry escaped his throat. Ack! Magical flames erupted around Reinhardt like a scene straight out of a nightmare. He squeezed his throat, eyes burning with a murderous intent. You think you can just play me for a fool? Choking so hard his eyes started watering, the minion struggled to force out a few words. Please, boss, I beg of you, forgive me. Fed up, Reinhardt tossed the guy aside like a piece of garbage, sending his heavy body flying across the entire room. The lackey slammed into a stone table in the corner, shattering it into pieces. A massive cloud of dust filled the air. While the guy was hacking up a lung and crawling out from the wreckage, Reinhardt's shiny leather boots stepped closer as his deep, gravelly voice echoed. Since when? The boss's massive, demonic shadow covered in magical fire completely engulfed the trembling man. He spat each word out like a threat. You really think you can start questioning my orders now? Pure terror. The minion flipped over and slammed his head against the floor, begging for his life while shaking uncontrollably. Please, show mercy. I will find him right now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a quiet hallway where digital flower petals are drifting through the air. A phone sits there, vibrating like crazy. The caller ID displays a very familiar name, Annoying Boss. Manager Hasuka glanced at the flashing screen. Her eyes dropped, looking totally over it and exhausted by this nonstop, annoying call. She leaned lazily against the fancy wall and finally brought the phone up to her ear with zero enthusiasm. In a total slacker voice, she muttered, "Hello, boss? You there? You sound pretty wiped out, Mr. Manager." On the other end, Joe 2's avatar was practically screaming, "Do you really hate my calls that much?" The boss wouldn't stop whining, dumping his stress right into her ear. "Where is the energy? Why do you sound so dead inside? Why can't you talk to me all sweet and nice, like the way you do with Narukami?" Her ears were hurting. Hasuka winced and muttered to herself, here he goes again with the same old song." The virtual screen actually shook with every single angry word Joe yelled, while the call timer on the screen slowly ticked past the 25-second mark. Even as the boss kept rambling on, talking about how they had so much history together. You know, all those years we spent building this career together. Even if we are strictly professional now, it counts for something. Wait, didn't you call to talk about Reinhardt's collab offer? Hasuka clicked her tongue and cut him off right there. Look, we really cannot let a golden opportunity like this just slip through our fingers, right? Her face showed she was totally stuck as Joe 2 kept on analyzing the deal. But we can't just sit here doing nothing, can we? Even if you know him well, at the end of the day, he is still just a streamer. As his personal manager, why don't you try talking some sense into him one more time? Show him how huge this chance actually is. Hearing those convincing words, Hasuka's red lips moved slightly as she whispered the name of that stubborn guy, Naruki Subaru. On the other side, Joe 2 was tossing an egg in a frying pan over a hot flame, holding the phone with his shoulder. Look, his top priority is definitely conquering the tower rather than dealing with all these messy business collabs. As a pro player, I honestly think that is the right attitude to have. Don't you agree? Feeling called out, she snapped back with a sharp tone. Oh, please, boss. You only act full of life when you get a chance to argue with me. Fed up, Huka turned toward a closed door and coldly said, I am hanging up now. She completely ignored the helpless yelling coming from her speaker. Hey, wait just a second. Staring at the disconnected screen, Hasuka's eyes took on a deep, thoughtful look. She sighed, thinking it through. Even though she just talked back to the boss like that, she really couldn't deny this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot for Narukami. Gathering her courage, she raised her slender hand and gave the wooden door a light knock. She told herself that maybe she should try talking to him just one more time, just in case. She called out to him, Narukami? Suddenly, the door swung wide open. Subaru appeared, looking chill in a sleeveless hoodie that showed off his toned arms. He looked surprised to see Hasuka, which made her jump and stammer out a confused reply. Hasuka's eyes were locked on that piece of metal hiding half of the guy's face. She hesitated, totally curious. That mask, do you just never take it off? Subaru tilted his head, acting chill. For now, honestly, I just feel way more comfortable like this. He stepped out, his shadow looming over the hall. Arms crossed, he smirked at his manager's awkward face. What is it? Are you dying to know what is under here? Busted. Hookah turned bright red, stumbling back and waving her hands like she was in total denial. Oh, really? I mean, definitely not. Hasuka fidgeted with her fingers, looking down all shy. That mask is the reason everyone links you to the legend, Narukami Subaru. Well, obviously you are him. But one day, maybe the real you. The hallway lights flickered, glinting off the cold, hard metal. Subaru cut her off with a question that felt heavy with hidden meaning. Why is everyone so obsessed with Narukami Subaru anyway? The manager touched her lip, her eyes shining with some old memories. She spoke slowly. Look, I think there are a million reasons, especially from a player's perspective. Coming from Earth with trash skills but still being a total boss, he was just legendary, you know? One way or another, Subaru was our only hope. The words just kind of slipped out of his mouth unconsciously. Hope? Hookah's face went dark, shadows stretching across her features. She looked way more serious than she usually does. You probably don't know this. She started describing a world that was totally wrecked and desolate in her story. A long-haired wanderer standing alone in a wasteland. When I first hit this tower, there was absolutely nothing here. Monsters everywhere. No food, no money, no nothing. It was the farthest thing from a stable life back then. Her voice grew firm. To survive, you only had one choice. Keep climbing and never look back. Grinding the tower earns you credits. That is the only way to actually make a real life for yourself. People started hoping. We actually thought we could take this whole world and make it ours. The top-tier players from that era left us with a message we would never ever forget. They told us this tower was ours to conquer. A swordsman sliced a giant monster in half, proving this was a world we could win. And then, standing on the very peak of those jagged, broken rocks, we saw him. Subaru slammed his black flag into the ground, letting it rip in the wind. Subaru was the absolute peak. He did not just explore new floors, he changed the whole game for everyone. A close-up of that cold iron mask. He was a living legend, and honestly, kind of intimidating. He was the first one to show us what was actually possible. Suddenly, the vibe snapped back to reality. Subaru stared at her, raising an eyebrow. You really think so? Things suddenly got way more intense between them. Hasuka leaned in with a smirk. Just like your mask, my reasons are a total secret for right now. She left the sentence hanging playfully. Maybe one day I will actually tell you the truth about it. Before she could gloat, Subaru swung his door open. Oh, you are back again? So you must want something, right? Sorry for all the questions. Come inside and let us talk. She totally froze up right then and there. Caught off guard, Hasuka stumbled back, waving her hands like she was fighting off a swarm of bees. Her face was bright red. It is nothing important, really. I am just going to go. Good night. Subaru stood there, watching his manager bolt down the sunny hallway like her life depended on it. Finally, back in her room, Hasuka leaned against the door, panting with her face still totally flushed. I talked way too much. Now I am too embarrassed to even ask him. Why is he always trying to get me into his room? This is so awkward. Back at the door, Subaru just smirked and whispered, Hope, huh? Back to the grind. Subaru stood in the middle of a massive, glowing white virtual reality space. He swiped through floating screens, reading out donations. Welcome back to Love Subaru. Thanks for the 1,000 credits. Good luck with the win today. Massive amounts of cash started raining down on his screen like crazy. Golden Leon sent 500 credits. Are you really not going to team up with Reinhardt? Then another donation dropped. User 3 minutes sent 5,000 credits. Hey, I am Mon from the Gi Guild. Let us talk business. Got a second? With over 2,000 viewers watching, the chat was blowing up, telling him to pick a side. Subaru touched his mask, already doing the math. A partnership like this would be absolutely massive. If the view count and donations keep climbing like this, his eyes flash with the gritty determination of a pragmatic bounty hunter. I will give the crowd exactly what they want and take those credits as my reward. Meanwhile, the system chime sounds off. The third floor trial begins now. A massive selection screen appears with two rival icons, the Osman Kingdom and the Conrest Kingdom. The chat is blowing up, begging him to choose Osman. System alert. The third floor test changes drastically based on which kingdom you decide to sign up with today. Depending on your faction, groups may be hostile and offer totally different missions. Subaru does not hesitate, slamming his finger onto the Conrest Kingdom icon as energy explodes outward. The system confirms it. Conrest Kingdom has been chosen. A sub-info panel drops a grim truth. Only 3% of players pick this side, and there is a very good reason why so few join. Reality warps instantly, dropping Subaru into a rowdy tavern that reeks of cheap beer and bad attitudes from every corner. Clinking glasses and the roars of beefy mercenaries fill the room. The location tag confirms the third floor rest stop area. The new mercenary of Conrest steps through the rotting wooden door. A masked kid carrying a giant sword looks totally out of place, immediately catching the eye of a local creep looking for trouble. This guy Mao, with slicked back hair and a bare chest showing off a cheap gold chain, smirks. His grin stretches ear to ear, showing jagged teeth. A fresh recruit? Perfect timing. I was actually starting to get bored. Without a word, the thug starts stomping toward the rookie with a menacing stride, moving like a hungry beast ready to pounce on its prey while he walks. He lunges forward, invading Subaru's personal space with a suffocating pressure that would make most people freeze. The punk's nasty grin twists into something psychotic. Before he can even blink, Subaru's shadow slips right past him like a ghost. Subaru's boot flickers out in a flash, delivering a perfect trip that catches the thug right in his mid-stride. Caught off guard, the thug stumbles forward, eyes bulging as he tries to stay upright. His face turns bright red with embarrassment. He snarls, You little jerk." He aggressively rolls up his sleeves, glaring at the guy in the mask. "Watch where you are going." Subaru slowly turns around, his cold gold eyes staring down the troublemaker with pure contempt. The guy keeps pushing. "What? You got a problem, kid?" Unfazed, a flat voice escapes the metal mask, saying it looks like you are the one with the problem here. He raises an eyebrow, calling him out for the setup. Caught in his lie, the creep loses it and grabs Subaru by the collar, his face burning with pure rage. "You are just an E-rank mercenary. You really think you can mess with a B rank like me?" The scuffle immediately draws the attention of every drunk mercenary in the pub. They all crowd around to watch the free show. What is this? A fight? A rookie? Who is that kid? The crowd laughs mockingly. Look, Vancher is bullying rookies again. Facing the B rank's arrogance, Subaru lets his hands hang loose, his eyes narrowing as he plots his next move silently. B rank, huh? Perfect. Mind if I test something out on you? Vancher scowls, confused. Test out what? What the hell? Suddenly, a skill notification glows bright under his feet. Electricity surges through his legs, charging up for the impact. Before Vancher can even process the question, Subaru's knee, wrapped in blinding yellow sparks, flies up like a high-speed drill, smashing the thug's jaw with insane force. His face contorts, blood spraying everywhere in slow motion. He lets out a pathetic grunt before blacking out completely. The sheer power of the strike sends the big B rank flying through the air. He flips a few times before slamming into the floor. A flash of electric energy explodes as he lies there motionless, face a bloody mess. The room goes silent as death. The guys who were just laughing are now frozen in shock. What the hell? Did he just get one shot? No way. The crowd parts for a middle-aged man with a perfectly groomed mustache and a stylish beard. He looks like a pro. He strokes his beard, scanning the scene. Is he not feeling well today? You do not just fly across the room because you feel sick. The tavern air turns icy and tense. High-rank mercenaries begin to surround the rookie. One brute snaps. "No, I saw that kid blast Vancher away while acting all high and mighty." He steps up aggressively, declaring, "I am going to rip that mask off your face along with all your skin." They draw their weapons, circling Subaru. "Rookie, I will make this your grave today." The boy stands his ground, slowly reaching back to draw the sword strap to his back. Those golden eyes behind the mask are sharp as razors, focusing on the attackers. The scene blurs, and suddenly Subaru is standing tall in the bar. All around him, the tough guy mercenaries are scattered across the floor. The leader from before is now at his feet, sobbing and shaking in terror. What the hell is this? This guy is not even human. A classy guy with a mustache steps up, clapping slowly. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all." Subaru tilts his head, staying guarded. The man smiles and holds out a hand. "I am Raymond, the rank evaluation officer." Shaking Subaru's hand, Raymond asks, "So, Rookie, how many missions have you actually pulled off so far?" Subaru shrugs. "Look, E-rank mercs can hardly get any work." Meanwhile, the live chat finally wakes up and starts exploding. Dustmite says, "What a waste of time. Bring another box." Chicken, please asks if starting beef is a mission skip. Banter rank has been exploited. A mission notification pops up, clear as day on the screen. To pass the third floor, a merc needs to grind various jobs and stack 10,000 achievement points. Subaru's eyes narrow as he crunches the numbers. Raymond starts spilling the tea on the tower's hidden rules. Here is the catch. A bottom-tier E-rank only gets 50 points per successful mission. High-rank mercs are trashed at his feet. One poor soul is literally embedded in the wall from a kick. Raymond says players rot here for over a year. Surrounded by chaos, Subaru decides he needs to carve out his own shortcut. "I do not have a second to waste. There is no time to rank up the slow and steady way." Raymond strokes his mustache, looking intrigued. "A shortcut, huh? By the way, are you one of those otherworlders? They are getting rare these days." System notes pop up. Otherworlder is tower slang for those who call themselves sky people. The officer crosses his arms, and his whole vibe gets dead serious. "Do not expect special treatment, kid. There is a process for everything." Subaru steps up to challenge that logic. "There has to be a way to speed this up. Why would we give special perks to people from another world? To people who will just leave one day?" The mood suddenly gets heavy. Subaru stands tall, eyes blazing. He is about to attempt something he never even dreamed of in his past life. He speaks up, "I will make your dream a reality. It is the only way to beat the third floor instantly." Raymond frowns, his cool composure starting to crack. "What exactly are you talking about, kid?" Behind him, a massive vision appears, a cave glowing red, surging with deadly bolts of lightning and raw, threatening power. Subaru's voice is rock steady. "The Thunder Cave. I will claim it for Conrad." Raymond is absolutely stunned, jaw hitting the floor. "What? You are going to conquer it?" He shouts a warning only a rank mercs can even touch that mission. Zero flinching. Subaru just cuts him off with total, calm confidence. "I know about the war between Osman and Conrad over that impossible dungeon." We see a wide shot of the cave. A legendary dungeon on the third floor that not a single player has ever beaten. No merc or knight has ever conquered it in all of history. The floor 3-world map unfolds right now. Between the kingdoms of Conrad and Osman lies a brutal mountain range, clearly marked with a lightning bolt symbol. The map confirms an impassable mountain range separates the two kingdoms, a place where they have been at war for many decades. Strategic notes pop up, showing how they want to block invasions and finally gain the upper hand in this war. Taking the Thunder Cave would create a direct path through the mountains, which has been their ultimate goal for a long time. Back in the tavern, Subaru stands tall amidst the wreckage and reaches his hand out to the officer. "Give me an A-rank certificate, and I will go conquer that Thunder Cave for you. I promise not to abuse the rank." Raymond strokes his chin, carefully weighing this impossible offer from the mysterious and masked young man. Silence fills the room. Subaru stands there, face half hidden in shadows. He drops a soft threat, "Denying me is going to be a problem. Then I guess I will just have to take you down too." The chat goes wild with worry. "Raymond, get out of there now or you are going to end up like Banter." Faced with that kind of cold, heavy pressure, Raymond just sighs and gives in. Fine. I will write you a recommendation letter so you can join the expedition team. The officer points a finger. Besides, the raid group really needs more personnel. The chat exhales with relief. Phew, you just dodged a major bullet, old man. He has no clue he almost crossed the Sanzu River. Raymond turns and heads for the door, leaving the high-rank mercs groaning and crawling on the floor behind him. The raid team moves out in exactly 5 days. I will go grab that letter now. Just hang tight here for a bit. As the officer disappears through the door, Subaru is left standing all alone in the middle of the tavern. Virtual quest alerts from the viewers kept popping up until they lit up the whole corner of the room. One challenge stood out. 20,000 credits if you solo the Thunder Dungeon? Sounds like a pretty safe investment, right? I will put up 10,000 credits for that same mission. 5,000 credits for the same job. Don't be a wuss and chicken out now. LOL. Subaru stared intently at the glowing green system screen. 5 days left, he thought. That is exactly when the third floor tournament finally wraps up. Is the Blue Zone squad rigging the schedule with that in mind? Officer Raymond stepped closer, the steady rhythm of his boots tapping against the wooden floor. He pondered for a moment. Taking on the Thunder Dungeon? To be honest, I am still not buying it. Looking totally lost in his memories, he clutched a scroll and kept going. Back in my youth, I also challenged the Thunder Dungeon, and I lost half my team on that fateful day. Subaru snatched the recommendation scroll and shot back with a firm answer. That is not going to happen. The officer looked totally stunned. Huh? Then why did you ask me to write a recommendation letter in the first place? The rookie gripped the paper tight, eyes locked in, and declared, I plan to tackle it solo. Instantly, the live chat went wild. Hold up, is he actually taking the quest? This guy did clear the second floor all by himself, though. Haha. But everyone beats that eventually. This right here is a dungeon that has literally never been conquered. Hearing that, Raymond panicked and grabbed Subaru's shirt, screaming, Are you crazy? The Thunder Dungeon is meant for a team of 20 people. And you want to go solo? I heard the Conrad Kingdom is shorthanded compared to Osman. Could you even gather a full 20-man team anyway? He let go, wiping his brow in total frustration. To be honest with you, this whole thing is going to be very difficult. I figured you had a crew with you. The guy calmly replied, I do not. Subaru's golden eyes flashed with a sharp, icy gaze through his mask. He followed up with, well, at least not right now. Scene shifts to a remote and rugged area. A figure struggles across rotting wooden stairs suspended over a steep, jagged cliff. Wow, this is seriously no joke. A figure in a black hood muttered to themselves while climbing through the howling wind. Are you really planning to beat it solo? This guy is just like Subaru, except for the fact that this is a live stream. A mysterious girl stopped in her tracks, holding a glowing gadget that was broadcasting Subaru's live stream. You not taking other challenges? You are asking me? I am just not interested in that stuff. The stream clearly showed Subaru's cold face to over 4,000 people watching live. He bluntly repeated his stance. I am just not interested. The chat started screaming again. This again? What a total noob. Come on, man. I was watching that. The screen suddenly cut to black, making the amber-eyed girl gasp in shock. Wait, are you kidding me? The system interface flashed a cold message. Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream. The girl clicked her tongue in disappointment. I thought he would at least be a fun way to kill some time until I reached the third floor. Regardless, thanks for watching today. She pulled down her hood, letting her black hair fly in the wind, and laughed out loud. Haha, he really is a lot like him. A bright smile spread across her lips as she whispered, no matter what anyone says, he walks his own path. She looked up at the gray sky. It felt just like I was watching the real Subaru's live stream. Putting the device in her coat, she thought, he is in the tournament too, right? Suddenly, she crouched down. She launched into an incredible jump, shattering the wood beneath her feet. With excitement in her eyes, she thought, I might want to talk to him. Her body shot into the air like a rocket, piercing through the stormy clouds. Though, I would rather he did not walk away with the win. Back in the sunny, busy streets, Subaru was walking with Hasuka. She chirped happily. That is exactly what I expected from you. Hasuka tilted her head, giving the masked guy a bright, glowing smile. After all, since you are Narukami Subaru, that is exactly how things should be. It feels so authentic, and that is just plain awesome. Even if it means dealing with a massive storm of hate from the viewers. While they walked, Hasuka excitedly analyzed everything. If you only took normal quests, wouldn't that make your live stream feel way less special? Subaru softly replied, You think so? Then I should thank you for the advice. The two strolled casually down the gravel path. Hasuka asked curiously, What are you doing next? Subaru calmly replied, Until the tournament actually begins, I plan on doing some hunting. Since I do not know who I will be up against, I need to level up. Subaru's eyes turned serious. He began mapping out a plan. I want to see how much lightning I can wield with my current stats, and I need to check the Lightning Heart's performance too. Underneath that heavy metal mask, his golden eyes shimmered with a rock-solid sense of determination. I am not going to let anyone steal Hasuka's memento from me. Meanwhile, in a hallway soaked in golden sunset, a punk with platinum hair slicked back and a flashy white suit struts along with a face full of pure, unfiltered annoyance. This has got to be a joke. System identification says this chump is Blue Zone player Nato Jinzaki. He growls under his breath while gnashing his teeth together. When the Blue Zone calls, you are supposed to wag your tail and come running. Get it? But no, you had to make me come find you personally. Nato stops in front of a heavy wooden tavern door, wearing a look of total arrogance and looking down his nose at everyone inside. I do not give a damn about lightning or whatever. Why am I stuck here taking orders from some third-rate player on the third floor anyway? He kicks the door open and storms inside, staring at his glowing phone while barking out in an irritated voice, Hey, I just got here. I am finally here. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from the back of the room, grabbing his attention immediately and cutting the silence. Nato sees a massive blonde guy in a sharp overcoat sitting at a table, waving him over. Nato just narrows his eyes and lets out a cold grunt. The tavern is drenched in late afternoon sunlight. The muscular blonde man offers a calm and steady greeting to the frustrated newcomer standing before him. You must be Jinzaki from the Blue Zone. I understand you have some business to discuss with one of our top streamers today. Nato slumps back into his chair with a sour look on his face. Yeah, right. So where is this guy we are talking about anyway? The blonde guy flashes a polite smile and folds his hands. He is not here right now. He stepped out for some other business. Nato smirks, resting his chin on his hand. Pretty cocky for a newbie. Are you saying he actually has something more important to do than deal with this? The blonde man stays cool. That is a personal matter, so I cannot give you an answer. The polite smile on the blonde man's face slowly begins to fade away. He adds, Look, I believe his wishes were already made clear to you. That is exactly why he is not showing his face here right now. Pissed off, Nato glares at him, but the blonde man just keeps talking. I plan to discuss that point directly after I met with him. Unfortunately, I think a meeting is going to be very difficult. Nato sneers, face turning red. You just do not want us to meet, do you? Damn it, if I head back without seeing Narukami, I am the one who is going to get penalized by the higher-ups. Losing his cool, Nato slams his hand on the table and jumps up, screaming right into the other man's face. You are only doing this because you do not want to lose your golden goose, right? You better think long and hard about this. From Narukami Subaru's perspective, joining a massive guild is way better for his career than just being some random streamer. The two men stare each other down, the air thick with tension. The blonde man smirks. You do not agree with me? Then, it is hard to say. These days, top streamers make just as much bank as the elite pro gamers at the top level. The blonde man closes his eyes and smiles gently, acting like a teacher. You know, there are people out there like that. Players who have a major bias against the streaming profession. I have met your type before. Nato makes a nasty face and sneers. Humph. You are acting like you want to make an enemy out of the Blue Zone. The blonde man replies calmly. Just listen to me. He folds his hands together with a dead serious expression. We always prioritize the personal opinion of the streamer themselves. Since I have already shared Narukami's wishes, All our company can really do is support him with everything we have got in our power. Nato busts out laughing. You are so old, yet so unbelievably naive. Do you really think the blue zone is just going to stay quiet? Nato's eyes turn cold and ruthless. He threatens the man. It looks like you are the one who does not understand how things work. In this world, there are some people who are not going to be moved by brute force or empty threats. Suddenly, the blonde man towers over him, a terrifying dark aura swirling around his body. He growls out, "If you are done talking, then get out." Nato's arrogant face turns pale instantly, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead as he freezes in terror from the overwhelming pressure. The platinum-haired guy stumbles back, his hands shaking as he points at the man standing in front of him. What was that? Where did that insane magic pressure come from? Nato tries to yell, "Get out? Do you know who you are talking to?" But in the blink of an eye, the blonde man pulls back all his bloodlust. He waves a hand gently and smiles, as if nothing had happened. The next second, Nato bolts for the door, but he cannot help looking back to throw out a weak excuse. Was I just imagining things? You will regret this. The blonde man casually crosses his arms, watching with a mocking smile as the punk runs away like his life depends on it. Oh man, I am so scared. The screen flickers as a cold system notification pops up, changing the scene entirely. 3 days later, the third floor of the Heavenly Serpent's Nest dungeon. Under a gray sky, a massive snake with snow-white scales and glowing red eyes lunges forward. Its jagged teeth are wide open as dust clouds fly. Subaru leaps away with a perfect dodge, the sword in his hand glowing with a brilliant light. His golden eyes are sharp, locking onto his target. The blade carries the terrifying power of lightning as it slashes down, tearing right through the monster's thick and hardened scales. Monster blood sprays across the dirt as the massive serpent writhes in pure agony, unhinging its giant maw to let out a desperate, soul-shattering roar. The beast's massive body thrashes around in a total frenzy, blood gushing out like a damn waterfall, turning the dungeon floor into a total nightmare. Then, boom, everything's finished in a blink. Subaru sticks the landing like a boss, tosses his bloody blade over his shoulder, and stands there looking cold as ice. He shifts the massive greatsword on his back, eyes sharp and focused. All right, that was enough of a warm-up. Without a word, he drops from the sky, his blade glowing with yellow lightning. He yells, "Time to end this joke." The impact literally shatters the ground. Before the monster can even blink, Subaru's already launching back into the air. A second later, he drives his glowing blade straight down the throat of the giant sky serpent's gaping mouth. A massive explosion rips through the air. Deadly lightning tears through those tough scales, putting the beast down for good. As the massive corpse hits the floor, system alerts start popping up everywhere. Boss defeated, level up, you know the drill. Strength and stamina stats are shooting through the roof. The battle's finally over, and Subaru's just chilling on the bloody corpse, casually checking out the sweet loot he just snagged. He stares at the glowing red tooth, muttering to himself, "Sky Serpent Fang. This should bank at least 10,000 credits well if we're talking 20-year-old prices. Level 35 now? Not bad. 9 levels in just 3 days. Can't get too greedy now. Let's call it a day right here." He stretches out and smiles. All done. Cut to a fancy restaurant where CA is waiting for him. She waves him over the second he walks in. "Hey, over here." Subaru sits down, wondering why she's acting so hyped up. What's the big news? He's playing it cool, but CA leans in, eyes literally glowing. "Did you see it yet?" Subaru's just confused. "See what?" She's shocked. "You haven't watched the video?" Subaru's like, "That's why I'm asking you." CA claps her hands. "The collab video." Subaru just scratches his head. "My bad, I was busy hunting." She just laughs it off. "Whatever, I've said it before, but you're fine. Even without that video, you've still got that Narukami Subaru vibe written all over you." She slides a folder his way, looking mysterious. "But there's one major difference between you and the original. Check it out." He opens it up and starts reading. She explains it's the revenue report from that collab slot with Haw the other day. 49,780 credits, way more than expected. Suddenly, her smile vanishes. She's dead serious now. I can give you that report whenever. But honestly, the real reason I wanted to meet today is something else entirely. She tells him, I've got this friend Sion. Total gambling addict. I mean, a betting enthusiast, I guess. Because of him, I found out about this. She looks a bit embarrassed to even mention this specific friend to anyone else. Subaru's curious. So what about him? She explains the betting logic. If people bet on a winner for a payout, the higher the win rate, the lower the actual return will be. Meaning, you get less profit, but the bet is a sure thing. Subaru crosses his arms, listening. Her voice goes cold. Right now, your payout rate, Narukami, is sitting at 6.1. But check this. There's another player with a payout rate of only 1.2. An image shows the scales tipping heavily towards some massive guy dominating your 6.1. Things get tense. Subaru gives her a sharp look. He's basically the guaranteed winner. So, who is he? A buff guy wielding a giant spear in a thunderstorm appears. She says his name like it's poison. Snyder. She's pissed. Some player from the blue zone who's been rotting on floor 3 for 10 years straight, totally obsessed with finally conquering the Thunder Cave. He's famous, but not as a top streamer or ranker. People know him because he's just incredibly, stubbornly persistent. She looks Subaru in the eye. Snyder is probably out there right now, plotting some scheme to come after you. All because you told everyone on a live stream that you'd conquer the Thunder Cave yourself. Snyder's ghost appears, looking murderous. It's like Subaru's claim is a giant middle finger to everything he's done for 10 years. Getting worked up, CA gets right in Subaru's face. He breaks a sweat and backs off. Hey, you're a bit close. She freezes up. Her face turns bright red and she jumps back, totally embarrassed. She starts waving her hands around to play it cool. Anyway, just watch your back. You're probably gonna run into that guy while you're taking on the Thunder Cave challenge. Whether it's the tournament or the next test. Scene shift. Night falls over floor 3, quiet and dark. You can hear footsteps on the empty street as a black carriage quietly rolls through the shadows. Inside the carriage, the lackey smirked, saying, "Boss, tomorrow you finally get to see that punk face to face. That arrogant jerk actually thinks he can solo the lightning cave." The redhead waved his hand, laughing. Total joke, right? I mean, who does this guy think he is? He's only talking big because he has no clue how terrifying that lightning cave actually is. It's a total death trap. The bald guy chimed in, "Don't sweat a loser like him, sir." But Snyder just sat there, chin on hand, completely silent. The tension was thick. One guy whispered, "Captain Snyder?" Snyder slowly opened his cold, sharp blue eyes and stared them down. "I'm not worried. He's earned the right to brag." He flipped a gold coin, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. Pure evil. Even with such a short career, the kid is the new master of lightning. It's impressive. He's exactly what we've been looking for. The goon stammered, "Sure, but sir, the guy's totally delusional. He thinks he's a god or something. Don't you agree? Just because he learned a few lightning spells, he's acting like he's the legendary Narukami Subaru. He's totally full of himself." Suddenly, Snyder's voice boomed, cutting through the chatter, like a knife. "That's enough." The mood shifted instantly. Snyder growled, "This isn't the time for petty jealousy or envy. Get your heads in the game." He leaned in, stressing that disrespecting the kid's actual achievements was strictly off limits. No more trash talk. The bald guy's jaw dropped in shock. "So, you're saying we should actually respect him?" Snyder leaned forward, his voice cold. "If that's what it takes." As he spoke, his armored fist crushed that gold coin into dust. "It's not impossible," he hissed. The lackeys were terrified. They stayed quiet, but they were sweating bullets, realizing just how scary their boss really is. He says that, "But man, the captain's pride is definitely hurting right now," they thought. Baldy swallowed hard, glancing at his terrifying leader. That streamer kid has no idea what kind of trouble he's in. Snyder's eyes went pitch black, making his men shiver in fear. How is that kid gonna survive this monster after running his mouth like that? Scene cuts to the dead of night. A gold and black mask sits next to a massive sword on the table. In the dim moonlight, Subaru sat on his bed, frowning at some files. "This guy's a total weirdo," he muttered. He started making waves 5 years ago. Subaru realized that was right when he joined Blue Zone. Interesting. His eyes sharpened with intense focus as he flipped the page. A massive headline jumped out at him immediately. A late bloomer stands at the center of the Lightning Cave trial. Oma Snyder of Blue Zone has finally reached the cave's end. Just one step left. Subaru whispered his enemy's name. Putting the pieces together, he closed the paper with a smirk. "I thought he was pretty bold for hosting a tournament like this," Subaru thought to himself. "But it makes total sense if they've already got a star candidate from their own ranks." A cold, sharp grin spread across his face. "Too bad for you, Kyojo." Subaru's bloodlust filled the quiet room. "Unlucky for you losers, because I am back. I wonder if things are actually going to go according to your little plan." Suddenly, it's a busy, sunny morning at the Central Market. At a stall, a merchant is trash-talking some goods to lower the price. Doesn't matter how good this is, the condition is trash. Sloppy hunting. This hide is covered in scratches and marks. The hunter was shocked. The price tanked to only 1,500 credits. He gasped, "What? Are you kidding me? That's it?" The merchant just stroked his beard, being totally ruthless. "Take it or leave it, kid. That's the best offer you're getting." The hunter grit his teeth and caved. "Fine, I'll sell it. I'll sell it." Clutching the red hide, the shady merchant smirked to himself. Today's his lucky day. Red Cho hide is incredibly valuable because it has the power to self-heal itself. Tons of people still have no clue about that. But just as he's celebrating, bam, a glowing red fang slams onto the table, making him jump. He stares at the masked guy. "This is a sky serpent fang," Subaru asked coldly. "How much for this?" The merchant started sweating like crazy. He inspected the item wildly. It's a perfect S-rank material without a single scratch anywhere. But his greed kicks in, and he gives a wicked, toothy grin. "I'm a master negotiator, kid. Sucks for you that you're up against me." Clearing his throat, he started his act. Excellent condition. B rank, maybe A rank. You've got some skills, hunter. I'll give you that. If it weren't for these tiny flaws, I'd call it S rank." He held out his device, lying through his teeth. "Problem is, the timing is terrible. Supply for sky serpent fangs is way up, and demand is tanking. It's a tough market right now, kid." Ignoring the garbage talk, Subaru just calmly tapped on his device. The merchant gave a fake smile, throwing out a lowball number. "Look, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a special one-time deal. 800. Subaru rubbed his chin. "Since it's been 20 years, this isn't actually too bad." Out of nowhere, a deep voice cuts through the air. "For gear in this condition, I am not going lower than 15 credits." A massive shadow looms over, blocking out the light. Sky snake fangs are hard to find, so the price is pretty much set. The shady dealer turns pale and stammers. "What kind of trash are you talking?" This massive cloaked figure looms close, with lightning sparking constantly across his rippling muscles. Subaru slowly looks up as the giant's sharp blue eyes pin him down. "You are Narukami Subaru, right?" Those golden eyes behind the mask do not flinch as Subaru coldly calls out his enemy, Snyder. The scene suddenly shifts to an incredibly grand and fancy cafe where rose petals drift through the shimmering light of the luxury space. Sitting across from each other, Subaru crosses his arms and says coldly, "Just get straight to the point." Nearby, the maids are all sneaking glances and whispering to each other. Is that guy really the famous Snyder? Not wasting any time, Subaru stares him down through the mask. "Look, we are not close enough to be sitting here on some casual date." Plus, he cannot help but notice this massive, scary dude carefully eating a cute little bear-shaped ice cream parfait. Subaru is totally speechless. A parfait? Are you serious right now? What is up with this guy? After swallowing a bite, Snyder finally speaks in a deep, gravelly voice. "You said you were going to conquer the Thunder Cave, right?" Subaru raises an eyebrow and asks back. "Yeah, so what?" The giant growls. "You have got some serious nerve. A drifter, His eyes pierce the young man. At least, that is what I thought at first. Some guy just hits the third floor and starts acting tough, claiming he will solo the Thunder Cave by himself. He points his spoon at Subaru and asks, "So have you changed your mind?" Subaru calmly replies, "Maybe, maybe not," as he takes another scoop of ice cream. Snyder lowers his voice. "But I am recognizing half of your strength because you have talent. A whole lot of talent, actually." He stares straight into Subaru's eyes. "Still, it is hard to believe you are mentioned in the same league as Subaru Narukami." Seen through, Subaru's golden eyes flicker for a second. He thought the guy was just a weirdo, but his eyes are dead serious. Getting his cool back, he asks, "So what? You did not stop me just to give me a gold star, did you? Right?" Snyder sets his spoon down. "I have a proposal for you." His face suddenly turns terrifying, radiating an intense, killing intent. "Take back that claim of yours, and do not get Subaru involved." He growls every single word. "Apologize for that solo conquest claim you shouted out the other day. Admit it was just pure arrogance born from your own total ignorance. Start up a live stream and apologize from the bottom of your heart." Despite the heavy pressure, Subaru stays indifferent. "That does not sound like a proposal to me at all." Snyder smirks. "Of course, I am not making you do it right now. If I beat you in the upcoming tournament, you will have to humbly admit how immature you really are." He pushes himself up, his massive frame casting a shadow over the entire table. "That is when you will have to bow your head." Unfazed, Subaru looks up and gives a short reply. "Fine. In return, if I win," he leans back and sets his terms. "You will have to hand over every bit of info you have on the Thunder Cave. Since you started this, you have to accept at least that much as a condition." Without hesitating, Snyder turns to leave. "No problem. There is no way I am going to lose." He looks back over his shoulder with a proud closing remark. "At least, not to the version of you that exists right now." With that, his massive figure swings his cloak and vanishes toward the sunlit hall. Looking at the half-eaten parfait on the table, Subaru falls into deep thought. He silently acknowledges his enemy. "It looks like you did not waste those 10 years for nothing." At the same time, the scene cuts to a high-rise office building with the sound entertainment sign shining under a clear blue sky. Inside the office, a blue-haired guy named Sigon is glued to his device. Suddenly he screams, "What?" Then he starts mumbling in total shock. 10,000 viewers. Swiping through the tournament rewards, he nods. "Well, there is a reason they call these rewards. The number of participants is no joke either." Sigon laughs with delight and leans back in his chair. "Man, if this tournament existed back when I was still on the third floor, I definitely would have signed up at least once." But right after that, he focuses entirely on the betting odds. Looking at the two rivals, he starts sweating while analyzing Subaru Narukami. The volatility is way too high. The risk is massive. On the other hand, Snyder is like a proven blue-chip stock with a verified profit margin. He taps his forehead, his brain crunching numbers non-stop. With this many participants and Snyder at 1.2 times odds, the actual result is basically already decided. The answer is too obvious. A little thought flashes through his mind. Gambling is a shortcut to self-destruction. He reassures himself that a pro gambler like him values reliability over just some basic probability. Decision made, his finger trembles as it slides across the screen. He mumbles, "All right, then I am going all in on Snyder." Suddenly, his phone lights up with a call. He clicks it, but then a piercing scream blasts through the speaker. Sion jumps back, slamming his hand against the desk in total shock. "Geez, girl, you almost gave me a heart attack." Staring at the caller ID, he breaks into a cold sweat. "You are totally stalking me, aren't you?" Before he can even breathe, a sharp voice snaps through the receiver. "Hey, what the heck do you think you're doing?" Fumbling with the phone, Sion stammers out a weak hello. On the other end, Hookah catches him immediately. "You're gambling again, right?" Busted. His face goes stiff. Covering his mouth, he whispers to himself, "I freaking knew she would find out. Where did you hide the bug? My office? My ear?" Hasuka is just confused. "What are you talking about?" You are such a weirdo. More importantly, tell me what you're up to. Sion's eyes go wide. Wait, are you trying to get into gambling too? She just shrugs it off. I was just thinking of placing a little bet on Narukami. Hearing that, Sion freezes before losing his mind. Are you insane? Do you even care about your credit score? Walking through the city, Hasuka just scowls back at him. What, you think Narukami is actually going to lose? Sion immediately shifts into his expert analyst mode. It is not about disrespecting Subaru Narukami. You have to look at the stats, the combat patterns, and the actual payout ratios. Okay? He keeps ranting. Look, Snyder is not just some random rookie from the 3rd floor. Word on the street is he has more wins on floor 3 than the original Subaru did. So you think some viral streamer is going to take down Snyder? A guy who has been grinding for 10 years? That is pure fantasy. Huka just rolls her eyes and clicks her tongue. This guy is so annoying. She smirks, throwing down the gauntlet. Fine then. Want to make a real bet for old time's sake? Entire next paycheck goes to the winner. Done. That is exactly what I wanted. Hasuka's eyes burn with pure, icy determination. She turns to walk away with total confidence. No backing out now. Sion is left fuming at her attitude. Hello? The dial tone hums in his ear. Seriously? Do not just hang up on me like that. His face suddenly clouds over with worry. But wait, why would she suddenly bring up a bet? Is something going on? Meanwhile, in the crowded city center, Snyder parts the sea of people with his massive spear in hand. Without even looking back, he growls. So, what is the word? His bald sidekick is sweating bullets, still feeling that bloodlust from earlier. This kid is definitely not a total amateur. Seeing the silence, the sidekick gulps nervously. You don't actually think you'll lose, do you, Captain? Snyder stops cold and snaps his head around. His eyes are sharp as razors, dripping with confidence. Seeing him in person made everything very clear to me. He starts marching forward again, declaring his victory. There is no way I lose. 0% chance. Up on a towering rooftop, a woman hidden in the shadows looks down at the chaos below. Watching the giant move, she sizes him up. So that is Snyder, the top-ranked champion. She lets out a mysterious, playful smile. His power is actually kind of sexy, isn't it? Seems we don't have to worry about any upsets. Banners with proud emblems whip back and forth under the clear blue sky. A few days later, blinding lights wash over the massive stadium. It is finally time for the arena tournament. Deep inside, Subaru marches down a dark tunnel. His boots tap rhythmically until he reaches a set of massive iron gates. Without a second thought, he shoves them open. A wall of blinding light hits him as they swing wide. Stepping into the center of the arena, the crowd immediately starts buzzing with whispers and deafening cheers. People in the stands are already pointing. That mask, is that the legendary streamer Narukami Subaru? Is he really fighting today? The voting pools are already closed. I heard his payout rank was number 2. Wait, then who the heck is in the number 1 spot? Subaru's eyes lock onto the opposite tunnel. Out of the darkness, Snyder emerges into the light, dragging his massive spear behind him. His gaze is savage, pure killing intent locked onto the masked kid. It's like dropping a match into a gas tank. The fans start screaming their lungs out. Snyder! Snyder! The chanting echoes through the stadium like rolling thunder. Snyder! Snyder! Fireworks explode across the sky. Amidst the chaos, a female host floats down from the clouds, smiling brightly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your patience. Gripping the mic, she speaks with authority. I'll be your host for this main event. I am Mizuha, a player from Blue Zone. So good to see you. The tournament is split into qualifiers and the main event. Subaru looks up while the MC's voice blasts through the arena. Now, check out the legendary prize for our solo main event winner. The ultimate reward for the sole survivor of this main event. Her hands glow, holding a legendary deep red relic, the very boots once worn by the god Hermes himself. She hoists her glowing mic and yells, "The pride of our Blue Zone, a relic from the legendary blue-eyed Sabaki." Suddenly, a pair of gold-trimmed armored boots appears floating right in midair. She screams, "The Talaria, These literal boots are right here. Down in the pit, the crowd just absolutely loses it. Subaru stares at the legend, thinking, just you wait. See. His golden eyes burn with pure grit behind that mask. Those boots belong to you, and I am taking them back. He snaps out of it and glances toward the packed stands. Up in the bleachers, C is blushing with hype. Master Narukami should be starting his stream back up any second. But then she scowls. How dare they? Suddenly, C jumps, her heart hitting her throat. Cold sweat drips as she notices a creepy shadow standing right next to her. Under a black cloak, a masked freak is silently watching. Sei shudders, remembering she saw him earlier. Right then, a blue system window pops up, glowing bright. Subaru Narukami is now live. The camera cuts straight to him standing like a boss in the arena center. The chat goes wild instantly. All right, let's get it. Big W on the way to victory. Long time no see. Close up on the hero as he plays it cool. Hey everyone, it has been a minute. Fans start spamming. Long time for you, maybe. We have been waiting right here, streamer. Wait, is this really the legendary Thunder Slot in the flesh? What the heck is a Thunder Slot? Sounds like some slang from the new kids watching those cringe highlight clips. Newbie Jericho is watching from the stands. Imagine being at the live event and still watching the stream on your phone. Subaru glances at the screen, eyes twitching. This chat is moving way too fast for me. It is hard to track. Suddenly, a quest notification flashes in his face. A fan just set up a support mission to back him. 30,000 credits if you win. No hesitation. Subaru draws the massive sword off his back and shouts back. Thanks for the 30,000 credits. The chat keeps screaming. Go hard for the win, or maybe just take second place. Lol. I am just here to watch you lose. Cutting the vibe, the MC smirks, her eyes glowing as she screams out. Floating in midair amidst a sea of fireworks, she swings her arm and bellows, let the tournament begin. Instantly, a massive ball of green energy gathers in her hand, with black lightning crackling all over it. She hurls that swirling energy right into the arena center. The magic orb explodes, expanding with insane speed while the fighters below stare in pure horror. That black and green energy sweeps through, building a magic wall that swallows up the entire space. Some player starts laughing like a maniac. Whoa, this scale is on a whole different level, just like I expected. Amidst the chaos, Subaru calmly watches the massive spectacle. So this is what the blue zone looks like. There is no way they set this whole thing up in just one night. The artificial sky turns pitch black, sealing the arena inside a creepy green cage. A beep rings out as the system gives a cold alert. You have entered the preliminary round. From the outside, the entire Colosseum is now buried under a massive magical dome. It is totally cut off from the city. Space starts warping, and Subaru finds himself in a thick, foggy forest. Rule notifications pop up all over the place. The preliminary round is starting right now. Death means you are officially disqualified. Everyone except you is an enemy. The round ends when the number of survivors hits 1,000. Life and death stats flash before him. Fight and survive until the end. Survivors remaining, 10,259. Subaru grips his sword hilt. This is a solo fight. Melting into the shadows, he quietly assesses the situation. Since it is just the preliminary round, maybe nobody will target me specifically just yet. I can save my energy for later, but then the system ruins my plan with a mission alert. An irresistible life or death battle. 100 credits for every player you crush. Mission registered. The death match is the only way out. I will pay 100 credits per player too. Another mission registered. 1,000 credits for dropping Dancio. 10,000 for Oma Snyder. Before he can even process that crazy bounty, Subaru's ear twitches. Sensing a bloodlust, he whips his head around. His golden eyes glare sharply from behind the mask, ready for war. As the round starts, a figure blurs past at insane speed. Whoa, he thinks, this is getting intense right from the jump. Subaru Narukami is a total beast. With a smooth pivot, Subaru half draws his greatsword, his cold gaze locking onto the enemy. Wait, that spot's worth 200 credits? Man, the system is cold. Look at those survival numbers ticking down. 854 left. Somewhere else in the forest, a heavy armored boot stomps down hard on the damp earth. Completely ignoring the chaos around him, Snyder props a massive spear onto his shoulder. He marches forward with powerful strides, eyes burning with pure contempt. He growls under his breath, "These little pests aren't even worth my time. My eyes are fixed on only one target." His icy blue pupils flash with a sharp, dangerous light that spells certain trouble. He spits out the name Subaru Narukami. Suddenly, an ambush strikes him from behind. But Snyder just tilts his body and dodges. He stops, looks back at the attacker, and smirks. Wow! Behind the bushes, a green-haired archer is drawing his bow right at him. The archer squints, acting all smug as he locks onto his target. Too close. Instantly, a bunch of shadows leap from the brush and surround Snyder completely. The archer shouts out in triumph, "All right, everyone who bet on this, pay up 100 credits each." Another guy with a sword growls, "Don't move." Someone else huffs with jealousy, "You lucky brat." One of the ambushers starts to get shaky. "Hey, this doesn't feel right, man." Another one freaks out, "Listen, if we didn't take him out with that first shot, we're not going to get another chance." But the leader waves his sword to calm them. "Relax, it's fine. We've got him outnumbered." A bald guy with an axe joins in. "Yeah, exactly. He's just some loser who's been stuck on floor 3 for 10 years straight." Trapped in the middle, Snyder tightens his grip on the spear, his voice sounding ice cold. "Your strategy isn't bad, but you picked the wrong fight. You're out of your league." The swordsman charges in, trash-talking, "You've got a big mouth, don't you? Acting tough just because you're about to die? Is that it?" But before he can even finish, a blade slices through the air. His head goes spinning into the sky while blood gushes out, leaving everyone frozen in pure horror. The headless body hits the ground with a heavy thud. The archer stands there, eyes wide with terror and sweating bullets, barely able to get a single word out. Wait, what the hell just happened? He backs away in total despair. He wasn't even close enough to reach him with that spear. Not giving them a second to breathe, Snyder starts spinning his massive spear. It creates a violent magical vortex. He delivers his cold judgment, "I've seen plenty of idiots exactly like you before." Pumping his power, his muscles bulge as his blue eyes flash, unleashing one final, destructive swing. Instantly, a massive wave of energy tears through the ground, wiping out everything in its path like a grim reaper's scythe. The whole ambush squad gets blasted into the air, their bodies shattered by pure power before they can even make a sound. Standing tall in the middle of the fading magic storm, Snyder's booming voice rings out, "Listen up. Shortcuts don't work in this tower." He's wrapped in a heavy, oppressive purple and black aura. He walks right over the corpses, coldly declaring, "The only thing that's ever going to protect you is your own inner strength." Watching from a distance, the other players are just paralyzed. Their faces are totally twisted in a state of absolute, pure terror. At the same time, massive screens light up all around the arena stands. They're all broadcasting Snyder's insane display of power. Back in the forest, the giant keeps swinging his spear, wrecking everything in sight. His roars echo everywhere. In other spots, the chaos is hitting a boiling point. One guy snaps while chasing his enemy. "Hey, stop running. This is just a test. Don't be a coward and give up." His enemy dodges the blows in total desperation. Seriously though, this doesn't even feel like a fair fight anymore. Away from all that carnage, a masked woman in a black cloak just sits there calmly, cross-legged, watching every single thing. Her amber eyes glow as she evaluates Snyder. He's clearly on a whole different level compared to all the other players here. No doubt about it, he'll hit the top of the rankings if he makes it to the higher floors. But then she scowls in annoyance and mutters a complaint. "Ugh, whatever. Let's just put that aside for now." The camera cuts to the stands. CA is clenching her fists, screaming her lungs out at the screen. "Listen, there's one thing I can't stop thinking about. Fight with some actual dignity. You guys are all just a bunch of cowards." In the stands, Hasuka is focused on Subaru's stream when she suddenly freezes. "Huh?" A cloaked figure is sitting right there next to her, golden eyes gleaming. Subaru Narukami. Hasuka turns, looking surprised. Oh, you know him? She immediately starts chatting with excitement. Oh, with that mask. You must be a fan too, right? The stranger calmly replies, well, I guess. Totally. Hasuka gets all friendly, pointing to herself with a proud look. I'm Hasuka. I've been a huge fan for over 20 years. What about you? But the cloaked figure just stays silent. Meanwhile, back in the Forest of Death, the survivor count on that cold system screen keeps ticking down. Survivors left 1342. Subaru stood in the carnage, muttering, how many did I just drop? The chat did the math instantly. Visual Manager got 97 kills. Final Resort took 8. Make that 98 for Spitu. He capped the runners too. Watching the sky fade to black, Subaru figured this whole mess was finally coming to an end. He stretched, looking bored as hell. 200 credits per head? Honestly, feels like a bit of a ripoff, right? But then, a light bulb went off. His golden eyes flared with some seriously shady vibes. He pulled out a crackling golden bolt and smirked. Maybe I should just announce I am here and bait the rest of these players into the open. The chat went wild. 5 minutes left. What is he pulling now? Jenny thinks he hates grinding, so he is playing mind games. Hilarious. Everyone else is camping like cowards. And then there is this guy. Absolute legend energy. Without a second thought, he threw his arm back. A barrage of blinding gold lightning shot straight into the sky like a giant flare. Destructive energy waves collided, triggering a massive electrical blast that lit up half the forest. The entire woods were suddenly drenched in a brilliant, blinding golden glow. Ancient trees snapped and crashed as the ground buckled under the weight of that insane power. Shockwaves leveled everything in their path, creating a terrifying sea of electric fire. All through the woods, the thick mist was shredded by those lethal lightning bolts. Out of the heavy fog, a massive figure in a cloak emerged like a nightmare. At his feet, dozens of unlucky players lay scattered across the blood-soaked dirt. Total game over for them. Snyder wiped the blood off his face, his blue eyes gleaming with pure madness. Found you, punk. But Subaru just stood his ground in the clearing and snapped back coldly. Nah, I found you. The chat went berserk screaming. We finally hooked a big fish. Lol, yeah. This kill has gotta be worth 10,000 credits. Snyder is a massive payday, and Subaru was not giving him any room to breathe. Subaru locked in his killer intent. Perfect timing. I am ending this right here, right now. No flashy stuff needed. Just then, a quest notification popped up on screen. 1,000 credits for dropping Dancy. 10,000 credits if you manage to take out Oma Snyder. He smirked. 10,000 credits. Looks like I am getting paid a lot sooner than I thought. The two faced off in the empty clearing, the air thick with the smell of death and gunpowder. The death toll kept ticking. Survivors remaining, 122. The system says 202 more players need to go before the prelims end. Subaru squinted, doing the math. Suddenly, Snyder lunged with his spear, but the kid dodged it like it was nothing. A roar of purple-black magic formed a massive slash, tearing through space as it hurtled toward Subaru. Snyder gripped his spear tight, muttering that there were still 202 left. Plenty of time. He stood before that devastating attack. Subaru gripped his glowing red demon sword with both hands, realizing that last move was pure martial arts, not some skill. Snyder went wild, swinging his spear in a blur of dark slashes that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe. He roared internally, "If you lose track of my spear tip for even a second, it is game over. My weapon can easily bridge gaps that should be way out of reach." The ground shook and debris flew everywhere under the terrifying force of those brutal slashes. Subaru dropped into a defensive stance, his demon sword beginning to leak a thick, swirling black aura. A system window popped up. Nameless cursed sword absorbs user health. All stats increase based on the amount of life force drained during combat. Greedy stock level 4 is currently countering the backlash from the nameless cursed sword. Subaru was wrapped in a red and black aura, eyes glowing gold with intense killing intent. This time, he did not dodge. A massive slash came right for him. He swung the demon blade, shutting down the enemy attack with one hell of a powerful parry. The two forces collided, sparking a massive explosion that rocked the entire forest. In an instant, Subaru's eyes flashed with a lethal, deadly light. Snyder caught him off guard for a split second, spinning around to deliver a brutal spear thrust. The spearhead was aimed right for Subaru's skull, but he reacted instantly and slipped out of the way. Using the momentum, Subaru spun around and put everything into his legs. Mid-air, they clashed, their weapons sending sparks flying everywhere. A perfect block, followed immediately by a counterattack that showed absolutely zero mercy. Subaru swung his sword instantly, but Snyder reacted just in time, using his spear shaft to block the hit. The impact sent him flying back through a wave of red energy. The second they landed, they both reset their stances. The air went deathly quiet around them. After testing each other out, Snyder spoke up, looking confused. "Why are you not using your lightning?" Shrugging the dust off his shoulder, Subaru kept it short. "It is a waste." With that, he turned his back and started walking away like it was over. Well, it almost was. Snyder froze. Suddenly, the big guy's eyes went wide as he saw the survivor count start dropping fast. Survivors left. 107. He spat the words out. "You think using it on me is a waste?" Putting it all together, he let out a furious roar. "Don't tell me you're just stalling for time?" He stomps hard. The ground shatters, and Subaru rockets off like a lethal arrow. No hesitation. He swings his spear, closing in on Subaru with terrifying, nightmare speed. Snyder struggles while the countdown hits 1,003 survivors. Subaru smirks mockingly. "What is wrong? Don't tell me you're actually trying." Snyder growls, calling him a bastard, just as a bell rings. System notice. 1,000 survivors left. The preliminary round is officially over. Before vanishing, Snyder glares at Subaru. "Be ready for the next time we meet." Fading into blue light, Subaru stays cold. "Fine. Those 10,000 credits will just have to wait." Darkness falls. The system moves him. A flash, and Subaru is in a white void. A window pops up. "You have reached the lobby. A 30-minute break has been granted." Leaning against the wall, he pants, clutching his shoulder. At the end, they actually pushed me back. His stream is exploding with 11,000 viewers. Pure fire. Wish there wasn't a time limit. Savis Rose forgot to breathe. He wonders if it lasted longer. 10,000 people watching. Back at the office, he remembers C pointing at the screen. The manager called it the streamer wall. They say if you break 10,000 once, you might actually survive in this cutthroat industry. Checking his device, Subaru mumbles. 10,000. I finally got their attention as a streamer. The stream and the fight went okay, but his face suddenly turns dark. Even a beast like Snyder couldn't clear the lightning cave on the 3rd floor. The scene shifts to a cozy cabin in a lush, green forest. Looking at the sky, a platinum-haired guy complains. "This isn't the game I wanted. What the hell am I doing every day?" He screams at the sky. Snyder is still winning. Why is a guy with that kind of power stuck on floor 3? He runs a hand through his hair. Lower floors make the level gap impossible. If Subaru has any kind of edge over Snyder, it's definitely his lightning skills. Squinting at the screen, he thinks, if he has that person's talent, a comeback is possible. He frowns. Looking at this, that is probably not happening. Quest log opens. 9,800 credits received from Ana Fudasu. Another alert. 9,800 credits from Bongo Pasta. The chat goes wild. Crisis or not, he's chasing the bag. This guy is a greedy legend. Tapping the virtual screen, Subaru shrugs. If they're giving it, I'm taking it. Thanks. The system sucks out 80,000 credits. Greedy Stake level 4 is powering up. 16,029 credits remain. He turns and reads the new skill info. B. Rank Greedy Stake. Level 5 classification. Cancel side effects from items and skills. Rank can increase. Next level costs 160,000. Subaru clicks his tongue. B. Rank already? A devious look hits his eyes. I can do it now. Audience is roasting him. Why so quiet? Plotting a new scheme? Pure greed. But honestly, he looks cool. laughing out loud. Under a bright moon, a giant Roman Colosseum appears. Inside, Mizuha stares at floating mechanical boots. Is this real? She whispers. A thief is actually here for this treasure right now. Sweat drops as her face turns serious. And that person is, suddenly, a voice from behind cuts her off. Mizuha turns. A man bows, saying reinforcements arrived. She gasps in shock. A giant figure enters. It's me. Mizuha stumbles back, totally panicked. Why did you come all the way down to the third floor? Kurakawa grumbles that the president is in a trash mood. Is it because of Subaru? Kurakawa shoves his hands in his pockets. Even if it's Subaru, Narukami and Snyder are straight-up problems. He stops, glances back, but a whole different kind of trouble just showed up. Meanwhile, in the hyped-up stands, some gorgeous babe is casually chatting with a total creep hiding under a heavy cloak. Under that hood, a pair of glowing yellow eyes are scanning the area, looking for a way in. She drops a smirk, sensing his massive mana. The cloaked guy is sweating buckets, wondering what a high-level threat is doing here. He pulls back his hood to reveal a dorky student face, forced smile and all. I am Tam Me. Being called a lady is kind of awkward, you know? CA giggles, but her energy is straight-up legendary. I can tell you have been grinding and training for a long, long time. Her eyes narrow sharply. And hey, Tammy, that face, you are using a high-level disguise spell, aren't you? System note: disguise magic. A classic technique used to completely change one's physical appearance. Exposed. Tammy starts sweating buckets, thinking, what is wrong with this chick? Is she an elite assassin sent by Kaijo? Even so, she is acting weirdly calm for someone in this crazy situation. Noticing how tensed up he is, she just smiles calmly. I am sure you have your own reasons for hiding. The stronger people get, the more they have to hide. Suddenly, her smile vanishes, replaced by a cold, deadly look. Her eyes go dark with a sharp warning. Just in case, let me say this. You aren't here to wreck this tournament, right? Tammy smirks, his gold eyes glowing with a wild, defiant fire. And what if I am? Suddenly, a massive red aura of bloodlust explodes around her. Her voice drops into a deadly growl. I will stop you no matter what it takes. Back in the waiting room, a sudden flash of danger makes Subaru snap his head around, his eyes wide with total shock. The system notification pops up coldly in the blinding light. Break time is officially over for everyone. The kid barely lets out a sound before getting sucked into a whirlwind of battle madness. The main event starts right now. Nearby, some random player freaks out. Wait, what is this? Subaru glances over, sweating. He thinks, this guy is right next to me, and I didn't hear a single sound. A massive screen flashes the fateful words, Main event King of the Hill. Please capture and hold all enemy territories. People look up in shock as a tiny winged spirit flies out, smiling as she explains the rules in detail. What is King of the Hill? Once we start, every player gets their own designated territory. Illustrations pop up with the system voice. A maximum of 2 players can hold 1 territory. The spirit waves her wand and continues, capture other players' lands while protecting your own home turf at all costs. A red alert appears. Defeating a player allows you to take over that specific opponent's entire territory. The spirit circles around excitedly, max 2 players per spot. Take them down, and that land is officially yours forever. The final rule: the player with the most territories when time runs out will be crowned the winner. The spirit raises her arms, hyped up. Who will be the new owner of Terraria? We will find out in 2 hours. To wrap it up, the spirit swings her arm wide. Now, let the battle finally begin. Instantly, the whole massive arena lights up, splitting into colorful squares. Every player is teleported to their starting positions. Standing still in his colored square, Subaru scans the area around him. The others are just staring each other down. As I expected, absolutely nobody has made a move yet. His cold eyes glint with strategy behind the mask. Fighting now only nets you 1 single square. He smirks. Later on, beating just 1 person could net me a ton of land. Standard strategy is to wait a bit. But that silence is shattered by a sudden bloodbath. Blood sprays everywhere as some unlucky dude gets his head chopped off. Subaru swings his glowing red sword, looking at the collapsing body behind him with a cold stare. Or that is what I would like to say, but I am paying 300 credits per person. Right now, Snyder rockets forward at insane speeds, leaving flashes of light trailing through the air. Big man Snyder starts his own massacre, swinging his massive weapon to split an enemy in half. People are clashing hard. A dark shadow leaps into the sky, slamming a spear right through a defender. One guy holding a short sword is freaking out, pale as a ghost, screaming for mercy. Wait, I haven't done anything. Begging is totally useless. The attacker cleaves him in two, blood spraying everywhere. That monster only has one thought. Where is Subaru Narukami anyway? Bodies hit the deck as Snyder stalks forward, his wicked blade still dripping with fresh blood. The big guy is absolutely fuming, radiating pure lethal energy. His glowing eyes scan the carnage, hunting for his next victim. From a bird's-eye view, this grid arena has turned into a total slaughterhouse. Battles are popping off everywhere. Bodies and blood stain every single tile while the total chaos reaches its absolute breaking point. Dark shadows are just tearing each other apart in a frenzy. Red, bloodthirsty eyes are everywhere. Both Snyder and Subaru are mopping the floor with their rivals without an ounce of mercy. Pausing for a second, Subaru glances at the chaotic melee nearby, looking all deep and pensive. He pivots and heads off in a different direction, sword at the ready. From across the way, Snyder catches sight of him. The giant lets out an angry roar. Hey, why are you going that way? You running? Meanwhile, the chat is roasting him, saying he has lost his mind. Wait, what? You want to chat now? Big guy, you should probably just play along for a bit. Ignoring the growling, Subaru just keeps on walking. He drops one cold line. Not right now. With his face shadowed, he is only thinking about the grind. I need to stack those credits. Naturally, the audience starts poking fun again. You know exactly what kind of person you are. His greed is honestly disgusting. Shush, the man is busy working right now. The sharp blade comes to a halt, fresh crimson blood dripping right onto the hair of a limp corpse. He stands tall, claiming the territory of his latest victim. Subaru realizes the players on the third floor aren't nearly as tough as he originally thought. He glances at his sword, surprised there is such a massive power gap between him and Snyder. Suddenly, a system warning flashes open. A player named Joe Chow has officially entered the zone. Subaru's brow furrows as the system clarifies that since two players are currently present, you cannot move to any other territory. A pair of heavy boots stomps firmly onto the dirt, blocking Subaru's path. The young man just stands there casually with his blade lowered. The newcomer is some bald guy with a little goatee. He skillfully spins his staff, whipping up gusts of wind. He tilts his head back and asks, "So you're Subaru Narukami, right?" The chat goes wild instantly. Wait, Joe Chow from the Green Zone? I heard he is one of Snyder's lackeys. Interesting. The bald guy gives a fake smirk, already doing the math on the rewards. If I take him down here, the boss is going to lose it. Picking up on the chat info, Subaru tightens his grip on the magic sword and shifts into a defensive stance. The Green Zone, huh? Joe Chow lets out a triumphant shout as he lunges forward, thrusting his staff directly at Subaru. Sorry, Captain, but I am ending this now. However, Subaru easily deflects that wild attack. The blade and staff collide with a massive roar, sending bright sparks flying everywhere. Losing his momentum, Joe Chow immediately launches himself high into the air. He tries to land a fatal blow from above, but Subaru gracefully slides back, dodging the follow-up attack. The moment he lands, his staff is suddenly sliced clean in two. Joe Chow's face completely twists in shock. He stares in pure horror. Taking the full force of that perfect, devastating slash, he falls backward, his brain unable to process the reality of the situation. His weapon is literally in pieces. Before his back even hits the dirt, the sharp tip of the magic blade is pressed against his forehead, freezing him in absolute terror. Subaru stands tall over his defeated enemy. He leaves Joe Chow gasping, filled with a sudden, Late regret just before the blood starts spraying. I am taking back what I said earlier. Looking down at the body at his feet, Subaru lets out a tired sigh. Seriously, what was that guy's deal? Chat is having a field day roasting him. A one-swing swordsman? More like a garbage swordsman. Unbelievable that he made it to the green zone with those skills. Suddenly, a loud beep rings out as a bright red system notification pops up right next to him. The player, Snyder, has entered the territory. Chat immediately flips the script and gets hyped. Looks like we have quite a few guests today. It is finally his turn. From the shadows, a glowing eye glares with terrifying killing intent, followed by a massive roar that echoes through the entire area. Snyder doesn't waste a single second, charging at Narukami like a wild, ferocious beast. He swings his weapon down with everything he has got, growling that he finally caught him. Subaru reacts instantly, raising his sword to block the impact. Those two forces collide violently, setting off a blinding explosion of light right in the middle of the zone. He grits his teeth in pain, his sharp eyes intensely focused behind that mask while sparks fly from the point where their weapons clash. With a powerful surge of strength, Subaru shoves Snyder's massive spear away, successfully pushing back the lightning-fast attack. Snyder immediately launches another strike. He glares at the energy surrounding his opponent and taunts him, telling him to use his lightning. The tension is through the roof as Snyder radiates killing intent. If you don't, my very next strike is going to end you. The stream audience is buzzing with debate. Is he actually trying to kill him, or is he going to spare him? What a gentleman, actually waiting for him to transform. LMAO. Responding to the threat, Subaru slides his foot back into a solid stance. Both fighters break away and reset their combat stances. Right then, his hand brushes the hilt, ready to unleash lethal power. Subaru lands and turns his back, making Snyder sneer at him with pure arrogance. What is it? Running already? The kid casually raises two fingers as golden sparks go wild. His voice stays flat and ice cold. I will give you what you want. System alert lightning activated. His hand explodes into a sea of sparks. Message logs flood the screen confirming his god-tier power. Lightning heart resists lightning. Lightning skill buff 20%. Paralysis resistance active. Subaru stays calm. One final alert appears. Greedy Stake level 5 resists all knockback. Subaru is now wrapped in black and gold lightning, shattering the earth. He glares at his foe. Running is only for the weak. Watching this madness, Snyder flinches, sweating bullets. He is panicking. How can this kid turn pure energy into a weapon? Subaru lifts a spear made of pure thunder. Does this look like I am running? Facing certain death, Snyder braces himself. Subaru cuts right through him. Now it is mid-turn to ask. A massive black bolt strikes like divine judgment. Subaru's voice rings out. Are you planning to run now? Snyder loses it. He grits his teeth. If I crush this, I finally win. A wild grin spreads. He roars. No, the scene fades into a flashback. On a quiet street, John Chow approaches Snyder. Captain, can I ask you something real quick? Snyder snaps. Asking that is already rude. John asks anyway, sweating. Why are you so obsessed with that lightning cave? You could easily hit floor 6. Snyder looks away. Well, who knows why? John Chow is baffled. They keep on walking. Guys like me get so obsessed we forget why. What kind of answer is that? Snyder smiles. Faith or obsession. But one thing is for sure. He turns back with total focus. Whether I win or lose, my life is changing. That is why I can never quit. Dark purple energy swirls around Snyder's fist. He roars, wrapped in a black aura. He grips his weapon tight. You might be my next obsession. His eyes turn cold. He swings his dark spear. Snyder charges like a rocket, bringing total destruction. Subaru stands his ground to honor those 10 years. He rockets upward, a golden bolt tearing through the dark. Mid-air, gold and purple energies collide head-on. Spear meets sword, creating a massive, terrifying shockwave. Through the blinding light, both roar with pure killing intent. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the entire area. The aftershock expands, shredding the arena in a mana storm. All that power releases a pillar of light. The crowd watches, breathless. Under his hood, T's eyes widen in shock. Beside him, a beautiful woman smiles with pride. She stands up. I am Naruki Subaru's manager, actually. She laughs. If the tournament breaks, my streams are ruined. I just cannot let that happen, okay? That stone-cold killer just flipped into a total fanboy. Face blushing, eyes glowing, he covers his mouth and gasps. Are you for real? You're actually his manager? No way. No shot. I don't believe it. The manager starts sweating bullets, forcing a weak smile as the past hits her. Is this actually happening? I went through hell to land this gig. Shoving past all those blind haters and their garbage opinions was a total nightmare. Honestly. Forget dignity. Tammy grabs her hand, vibrating with pure hype. Dude, that is absolutely legendary. Seriously, I'm losing it right now. I've been grinding his streams like a madman. Ever since that insane clash with the Wolf Warrior, and the manager just nods along, totally shocked. Wait, so you're an OG, right? Did you start out as a stand for blue-eyed Narukami Subaru too? Tammy is totally geeking out. Suddenly, their hilarious fangirl session gets nuked by a blinding pillar of light blasting straight up from the arena floor. The battle hits its peak as a massive shockwave of light scrubs the stage clean. The crowd goes dead silent while the manager and Tammy stare at the flickering jumbotron. Sensing something's gone south, the manager panics, staring hard at the screen of the device she's clutching in her hands. Face pale and eyes wide with shock, her voice trembles. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Back on the wrecked battlefield, thick smoke mixes with gold lightning and dark embers crackling across the shattered, broken ground. Through the choking dust, two silhouettes slowly emerge. One is still standing tall, looking like an absolute boss amidst the chaos. The other guy is completely trashed. Snyder coughs violently, a mouthful of fresh blood leaking from that once arrogant smirk. Against all odds, the giant tries to force himself up, but it's a horror show. There's a massive, burning hole right through his gut. It's a total kill shot. Drained of every ounce of life, Snyder's legs finally give out. He collapses into his own blood, ending the death match. Subaru coldly turns and walks off, leaving Snyder's broken, bloody body behind in the dust without a second look. Total silence. He just glances back through his mask with one eye, golden lightning still crackling and surging all around his body. He drops one final parting message. See you real soon, Snyder. A system alert pings right in front of him. Captured 283 nodes. Victory text splashes across the massive virtual screen, lighting up the entire arena. The winner glows in bright neon, crowning Narukami Subaru the king with 283 captured nodes under his belt. Under the lights, Subaru's eyes flash with a cold, satisfied gleam. Suddenly, fireworks erupt, painting the arena sky in a chaotic explosion of color. The whole stadium goes absolutely nuclear, screaming their lungs out for the new champion. Up in the stands, the manager clutches her chest, jaw on the floor after witnessing that total, one-sided slaughter. She glances over at Tammy. He's hunched over, eyes locked onto the ring with a look that's way too intense. Those glowing yellow killer eyes narrow in pure disbelief. No way. Tammy's gaze flashes with a sharp, calculating vibe as he mutters some dark plan. And now, your grand championship prizes. Right then, the fairy MC zips into the air, buzzing with hype. She shoves the mic up and shouts, "All right, everyone, listen up. Let me say it one more time." She points at the glowing ring, her voice echoing. The glorious champion of this tournament is, under the blinding spotlights, Subaru stands tall, soaking in the roar of the crowd chanting his name. Narukami Subaru. The MC throws her hand up, sharp claws glinting, cranking the hype in the stadium to an absolute breaking point. And now, a cube holding those mechanical boots floats down from the sky. The MC screams, "This is what you've all been waiting for. The grand prize for our champion." Up in the stands, the second that prize shows up, Tammy hunches over and bolts upright from his seat. Ignoring the chaos, the guy in disguise pulls his collar up high and vanishes into the shadows. The manager just stands there, totally confused. Back at the ring, the protective cube starts to fade away into nothing, revealing the prize. Pure mana surges around the loot. Those sleek black and gold armored boots drop right into Subaru's bare hands, fitting perfectly. He stares at the relic in his hands, his mind starting to spiral back into a maze of old memories. First time in 20 years. Behind the mask, his eyes go wide, pupils dilating as they reflect the glowing light of his victory. A childhood memory hits him hard. Some jerk is screaming at him, face twisted with pure rage. Ugh, just shut up already. Stop it. Flashback to little Subaru on the ground, clutching a book while the guy looms over him. I told you, don't you dare touch my shoes. Other harsh voices start dogpiling on him from every side. Who wore my kicks? Step out and face me right now. This huge dude with messy hair steps in to block the guy, laughing his head off. What's the deal? Losing your mind again? He's chewing on a toothpick, rubbing his gut with a smirk. Relax. Man, you're way too tense. Man, I am stuffed. Turns out the big guy is actually wearing those expensive shoes, even crushing the heels down. The young man's eyes pop as he screams in total agony. My shoes. That was the last straw. The guy lunges forward to snatch them back. I told you not to wear them. They'll get ruined. Without warning, he drives a brutal knee straight into the guy's gut, sending him flying backward across the room. How many times did I tell you? The memory fades, snapping Subaru back to the real world. A bitter but proud smirk curls on his lips. He looks down at his treasure while the chat box starts blowing up with excitement again. Narukami Subaru used to be dirt poor, but now he is becoming way too overpowered because of this item. He is probably greedy enough to sell it, right? It would go for an insane price. Ignoring the crowd, Subaru just turns and walks away while tossing back a cold comment. Not selling it. The host is stunned. What? Subaru explains it naturally. The fans think this prize will sell for a crazy price. She shoves the microphone in his face and plays along. Yeah, I bet it could easily sell for a few million credits. Subaru stays cold as ice. No matter the amount, I have zero intention of ever selling this thing. The greedy vultures in the stands lose their minds and start screaming. Sell it to me right now. I will pay your price. If you want gear, I have much better stuff in my personal inventory. A chaotic auction immediately explodes right in the middle of the arena. 2 million credits? 2.1? I will give you 2.5. No. 3. 4 million. The deafening screams hit his ears. Subaru looks totally annoyed and mutters that they are being way too loud. Suddenly, bright yellow lightning mana explodes, crackling and surging violently all across his entire body. The lightning boom sounds like a massive threat echoing straight into the stands. Standing in a sea of roaring lightning, Subaru glares at the panicking crowd with sharp eyes, cold-bloodedly crushing their hopes. Let me be perfectly clear about this. I would not sell this even for 10 million credits. Terrified by his aura, the host forces a fake smile for the audience. Well, that is what he said. In her head, she is crying. Why did I get dragged into this mess? Chaos handled. Subaru casually turns his back and walks off the stage. I am taking this with me now. The champion fades into the dark tunnel, holding his priceless reward close with both hands, ending a totally insane and arrogant performance for the world. Meanwhile, across town, night falls over the old brick buildings while the quiet festival banners wave in the breeze, signaling that a secret underground event is about to happen. The street is empty except for yellow light from a few windows, creating a fake sense of peace before the storm hits. Suddenly, in a dark, hidden alley, a buff guy with a glowing red spear on his back and a girl carrying a bow stand there quietly as if waiting for something. The guy looks at his virtual screen and frowns in pure shock. He actually entered and won the whole thing. This was not part of the plan at all. Hiyori Hanamaki from the Green Zone looks totally hyped. Awesome, right, senior? He even managed to take down Snyder. Do you think he can become the real Narukami Subaru? The senior folds his arms and thinks. Who knows? People are saying the new Subaru has to do everything the original one could do. Seeing the man's confused face, Hiyori explains with a teasing look. Original and new? What is that? She pouts. Blue-eyed Narukami Subaru is the original. That streamer guy is the new one. You are so behind on trends, senior. The guy brushes it off. That is just ridiculous. Besides, isn't the order totally backwards? It should be that anything the new Subaru can do, the original Subaru should be able to do as well, right? Hiyori blinks innocently. Huh? Aren't those two things the same? The man shakes his head. Totally different. Hiyori looks annoyed and mutters under her breath. What a total pain. Those blue-eye fanboys are something else. The senior ignores her and suddenly turns with a huge grin. Hey, what have you been muttering about this whole time anyway? Whatever, don't you think what happens next will be epic? He sighs and pulls the senior back. Nothing is going to happen in reality. We have a mission to finish, don't we? He walks away. Their goal was clear. We are going to catch that shoe thief. Seeing the senior walk off annoyed, Hiyori runs after him. Senior, are you mad? Hey, wait for me. But the second they step out of the alley, a bunch of mysterious cloaked shadows suddenly appear from every direction to surround them. Returning to our main character, Subaru is still streaming while the chat keeps jumping with over 11,000 people watching his every move right now. This design is not outdated at all. It is beautiful. So these are the famous shoes? These would sell for a fortune. Subaru takes off his mask. Looking thoughtful, he gently touches the shoes and whispers with emotion, like he is talking to an old friend. Shui, even in this form, I am so glad I finally got to touch you. He continues like a confession to his thousands of viewers. Thank you for the quest. Because of this quest, I didn't have to feel too much pain. The chat immediately explodes. He looks calm, but is he actually hurting inside? Never sleep on these credit addict freaks. Ha ha. The item info screen pops up right in front of him. Unique grade Teleria move speed up 25%, jump up 15%. Subaru mutters, let's see what we got. The chat is blowing up again. Weak, right? You kidding? Items that boost movement speed are legendary rare. Every ranker would kill for this. Subaru looks down at his comms device in silence. A text from manager Hasuka flashes. Narukami, haven't you finished your stream yet? I spotted a suspicious guy acting nervous. Subaru frowns, what is she on about? The next text says, please be careful. They might be coming for your reward. Elsewhere, on a street full of people dancing, the assassin Tame stands frozen in his cloak. He is clutching his head, agonizing over what he is doing for Soye's boots. It is right there. A spark of resolve flashes in his golden eyes. Tame tightens his grip. Whatever. If it has to be this way, so be it. He starts moving, his eyes sharp and full of death. Vanishing into the crowd, he mutters a dark oath where no one can hear. I just have to slice them off his ankles. Meanwhile, Subaru pulls up to a luxury building under the moonlight. He pushes into a dim bar and a familiar voice rings out. Manager Hasuka is sitting at the counter, waving him over with a look of relief and worry. Over here, Hasuka is sitting at the bar, looking elegant and totally stunning. She smiles at the champion, celebrating his big win. Subaru sits down, and she slides a glass his way. I already ordered for you. Thought you might be beat, so I went non-alcoholic. Subaru doesn't waste any time and cuts to the chase. What was with that text? Her frantic warning messages flash through his mind again. Hasuka hesitates for a second, lightly stirring her cocktail. Well, I ran into someone pretty strange in the stands. A quick flashback shows Hasuka sitting in the crowd, and right next to her is a mysterious figure in a cloak. Subaru asks, sounding curious, someone strange? Hasuka's voice turns thoughtful. It was a female gamer wearing a Narukami-style mask. She takes a sip of her drink and continues. At first, I thought she was sketchy, but once we talked, we actually hit it off. She's a fan of yours, so we had plenty of things to chat about. But then, Hasuka's face turns dead serious. She holds up a finger, but the exact moment you won, she made a face like this. She crosses her arms, analyzing. It's like she just got dumped by her boyfriend or something. If she is a fan, why look like that when you win? And then she just vanished. Hasuka sighs, remembering the chaos in the crowd. I tried to follow her, but she is a pro at hiding her presence. One thing is for sure, she is definitely not your average gamer. Subaru pulls off his mask, thinking hard. Someone skilled enough to hide their presence from Hasuka and claiming to be a fan. Hasuka suddenly blurted out, "Oh," and when I asked if she was a fan of Subaru Narukami, Subaru interrupts, "You already told me that." Hasuka waves him off with a cute little pout, "Not you of blue eyes." She taps her lip, thinking back. And then she had this totally weird reaction that I just can't describe. Like she agreed, but also didn't. She definitely didn't deny it, though. Hasuka stirs the umbrella in her glass, trying to find the words. How do I put this? If I had to describe it. She looks away, then back at Subaru with a deep look, like she was feeling nostalgic. As soon as he hears nostalgic, Subaru's pupils shrink. He bolts upright, his chair slamming hard against the floor. Without a word, he sprints for the door, leaving Hasuka sitting there stunned. Wait, what? She yells out in shock. Narukami. Meanwhile, way up on a high rooftop, a woman sits perched, her black hair whipping in the night wind, quietly watching the city under the moon. It is Kyo, the deadly assassin in her sexy gear. She sighs, sounding totally resigned. I figured it might turn out like this. Suddenly, T appears on a nearby rooftop with a mocking tone. You're getting slow, Kyozo. If you came yourself, that's one thing. But did you really think you would beat me with that move? Kyozo exhales in frustration, muttering to herself. And then the guy actually goes and wins. Back on the ground, Subaru is sprinting through the streets when a group blocks his path. The boss steps out with a smirk. Where you headed in such a rush, kid? Guess that win went straight to your head. You high on dopamine or something? Up on the roof, Kyozo is busy talking to another mysterious white-haired woman who just appeared. 10 seconds. She shakes her head. No, I can snatch it in 5. Her eyes lock in as she clenches her fist. Don't sweat it. That's the one thing he cherishes most. I won't let it fall into anyone else's hands. But then she starts freaking out, screaming in total frustration and embarrassment. I can't believe I made such a grand entrance for this. She grabs her head, voice shaking with doubt. For some reason, I just can't find the will to go that far. High on the roof, Kyozo mumbles the real reason for his hesitation, his voice getting lost in the night wind. Because everything you do is exactly like that dead guy Subaru. She covers her face and lets out a hopeless sigh. Suddenly, she just tosses her feelings aside and screams out in total annoyance. Whatever. She turns to leave, dropping a savage warning. If you dare step foot in the green zone, I won't go easy on you. Walking away, she throws one last threat over her shoulder, but this time it's different. I'll take your head next time, not just your legs. The white-haired woman just watches Kyo's back as he disappears into the distance. Kyozo turns back with a soft smile, whispering to the city. One day, I really want to talk to you. If I could just talk to you face to face, maybe I'd feel like I actually met Subaru again. With those words, her shadow fades into nothing, leaving only dead leaves swirling in the wind. Back in the alley, Subaru's gasping for air, doubled over. His mind is exploding with a new realization. Why didn't I think of this before? He looks up, dripping with sweat, as a crazy theory takes shape. What if those Talaria shoes were just bait to flush out the blue eye? He stares down at his own sneakers, his thoughts racing a mile a minute. What if Rina, the infiltration pro, was actually here to get those shoes back? He remembers that mystery girl vanishing into the crowd. That's why she was working so hard to stay hidden. A blurry memory hits him. His eyes narrow behind his mask as he senses Sigur's magic from the ice flower. Rina might actually be here. No way. A chaotic vision of 4 people falling through a vortex flashes through his mind. Are all 4 of them still alive? Subaru takes a deep breath, trying to stay chill. No, calm down. It's too early to jump to conclusions. He stands tall, scanning the crowded street while his brain goes into overdrive. If that's Rina, there's no way she'd just stand by while Joy's keepsake is right there. Suddenly, a worried voice calls out from behind. Narukami Hasuka finally catches up to him, totally out of breath. Hey, are you okay? Subaru just grunts. Look, the manager is still freaking out because you just bolted from the bar like that. Hasuka asks, wait, was it that sketchy person? Subaru shakes his head, trying to hide what he's thinking. Nah, I thought it was an old friend, but probably not her. Hasuka drops her head, looking serious and tight-lipped. She stands in front of Subaru as people push past. Then she slowly looks up. With glossy eyes, she drops a question that's straight up savage. You don't have any friends, do you? Subaru is completely stunned. Hasuka keeps going with that innocent look. Not even a girlfriend? Subaru, with a dark cloud over his head, just walks away. Let's just go. He trudges off, leaving a confused Hasuka waving her hands behind him. Wait, did I make you mad? In another alley, the senior and Hirori are still lying in wait. Hirori sighs against the wall. Phew. She slumps against the wall. Boss, my legs are killing me and I'm starving. Seriously, I'm so bored right now. She looks at the older guy glued to his screen. Hey, say something. Did we really lose the target already? The man's gold eyes flash. No. Hiyori jumps as he suddenly shoves the screen right in her face. How are you so sure? He just received a text from Kazuki. The screen says only 2 words. Pull back. Hiyori flips out, waving her arms. What? Retreat just like that? You've got to be kidding after we've waited this long. He explains calmly. He said if they were coming, they wouldn't just stand by and let someone else take the prize. Hiyori is stunned. Wait, so you're saying we were stressing out for nothing? The senior walks away slowly, looking into the distance. And besides, he continues, his voice dripping with hidden meaning. He said even if they knew it was a trap, they'd still come if it's really them. Hiyori stammers, a terrifying thought hitting her. So the real identity of the person we're hunting is. She looks at him, asking something that seems totally impossible. Didn't you say that was just some baseless rumor? The man stares at the full moon, sighing softly as he speaks. I really hoped this wasn't actually true. The senior officer's face turns dead serious. He ignores Hiyori's confused look. If Kazuki went this far, then the rumor is definitely more than just some gossip. It is the real deal. Meanwhile, bathed in moonlight on a skyscraper roof, Subaru stands alone. A dark, jagged thought begins to slice through his mind. Word on the street says Subaru Narukami died because the Blue Eye Guild betrayed him. His eyes narrow under his messy bangs, flashing with cold, calculated intent. He scans the glowing city lights below, standing silent against the biting stings of the midnight wind. Pulling up his system screen, he frowns and mutters to himself. So, this is why they all vanished? Old news articles pop up on the glowing virtual screen, exposing every single dark secret. The truth is finally coming out now. Civil war in the Blue Eyes. Did Subaru Narukami really get taken out by his own squad? The Kyoto leader refuses to comment on the internal rift. Did he step down because of that mess? What really happened on that day? Suddenly, a memory of a cloaked figure standing in a blizzard hits him. 20 years have passed since that day. Kyozo is probably somewhere unreachable now. Subaru's face hardens with pure grit. He is not backing down anymore. He tells himself that, as a rookie, catching up to Kyo will take something special, something extra. He pictures himself unleashing that golden lightning spear to crush his rivals. It is just like the weapon he saw at the tournament earlier. Recalling that insane clash with the giant monster, Subaru starts breaking down the logic. That legendary item from the second floor, the lightning spear, I actually pulled off that one-time technique. I copied it perfectly. Subaru holds out his hand. Golden sparks dance around his fingers like they are his pets. He pauses. I thought I knew everything about lightning. Then, he suddenly slams his fist shut. He crushes the electric mana with a cocky grin. Seems like I still have a lot of room to master this power. His mind drifts to ancient legends. Images of gods and giants appear with text about a massive power they all craved. It was something everyone was willing to kill for. New words appear. It is the power humans use to fight back and win the war. A glowing figure stands tall among the shadows of the greatest hunters the world has ever known. Subaru bows his head slightly. Maybe until right now. Half his face is hidden in shadow. He admits he hasn't even scratched the surface of his lightning's true potential yet. An image of a jagged, stormy mountain flashes in his head. The Cave of Thunder. Standing tall under the night sky, his back shows pure determination. Subaru finally knows where he is heading next. If I can conquer that place, I will definitely learn something new. The full moon hangs high as a witness to his vow. He will master the secrets of thunder and grow even stronger. Suddenly, the scene cuts away from the drama. We are at a fancy tea party now, packed with cakes, macarons, and delicious tarts everywhere. Hasuka, the manager, flops into her chair. Her cheeks are puffed out because she is totally annoyed. She grumbles. She glances at the tiny comms screen on the table and drops a cold line. What? I can't hear you. On the other side, that blue-haired streamer who challenged Subaru is literally face down on the floor, begging for forgiveness. He screams, I am so sorry for going too far. Hasuka ignores his pathetic yelling and enjoys her tea with her maids. She smirks. Sorry, I didn't hear a word of that. Try saying it again. The blue-haired guy snaps back. I said I went too far. Look, isn't that enough? At least pretend you can hear me. Hasuka giggles and delivers a total burn. I can't hear the voices of losers who just gambled away all their money. Hit where it hurts, the blue-haired guy lunges toward the camera lens. His face is all twisted as he yells, but you made a literal fortune off me. He starts a tragic rant. How much compensation did you pocket this time? I don't even have enough cash to pay my electric bill, lady. Hasuka, or should I say big sis, please. I am begging you. Hasuka smiles, but her words are sharp as a blade. You think you can just pay me with words? The blue-haired guy is crying a river on screen. He screams out in total desperation. What do you want me to do? Bark like a dog? Hasuka is totally grossed out. Knock it off, that is nasty. Suddenly her eyes narrow as a sharp, calculated idea pops into her head. She shifts her weight, looking serious and way too sneaky. So, will you do me a favor then? Cut to a different scene. A brass bell rings out, signaling a customer. Subaru quietly enters a bar. Behind the counter, the bartender is calmly polishing a glass. While some guy in a trashed gray cloak was busy drowning his sorrows, Subaru swaggered in and let the wooden door slam behind him like he owned the joint. Warm light from the tavern hit him as he marched toward the bar, where that same ragged guy, Snyder, sat face down next to a mug of foamy beer. Without even flinching, Subaru pulled up a chair and sat right next to him. He looked at the bartender and barked, "Give me the same thing." The barkeep just nodded and said, "Coming right up." Grabbing the mug, Subaru gave it a swirl, his eyes mocking behind the mask. "Cheap beer? I thought a big shot guild would have better taste than this." Snyder slowly looked up, showing a rugged face and a thick beard, his lips curling into a bitter, twisted little smirk. "You never change. Back in the day, I had so many teammates that buying a round would have drained my wallet in 2 seconds flat." He stared blankly into the white foam of his beer, his eyes lost in some deep, dark memory. "Now, I am used to this trash. Even if I drink the good stuff, I do not feel anything." Subaru leaned in, sounding pretty suspicious. "You always picked up the tab for everyone?" The guy just nodded, giving him a sad, pathetic little smile. "Yeah, if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to look them in the eye, right?" Subaru raised his glass, thinking back on the old days. "Those guys followed my selfish lead and jumped straight into that Thunder Cave challenge with me." The man lifted his mug and said in a low, shaky voice, "Me too, man. But back then, we were all broke as hell. We couldn't even dream of getting guild support like they do now. And our skills? Not exactly pro level. We definitely couldn't brag about hunting being easy back in those days." The vibe turned heavy as their wooden mugs slammed together in a grim toast. Beer foam splashed everywhere, a perfect match for two guys carrying way too much baggage. The man looked down, his voice heavy with the weight of a brutal reality check. "You need credits to take the challenge, but if you kick the bucket halfway through, you are toast. Every single credit you invested just vanishes." Suddenly, a memory of dry sand dunes under a dark, gloomy sky flashes before them. He kept talking. The only way players like us could survive was hunting. The memory kept flowing back, just like it did on that day. Just to grind for credits and maybe level up a tiny bit, we all went out to hunt together like we always did. A tired group of people trudged across the scorching desert. Subaru asked softly, trying to poke at that old, painful scar. That day? The guy replied, his voice cracking. Yeah. Out of nowhere, the sand exploded, and a massive sky serpent monster came lunging out from underground. Ha! With a disgusting red mouth, we realized we had just run into a deadly sky serpent. The whole group panicked, scattering everywhere against that insane power. 7 rookies like us didn't stand a chance against a beast like that. Under a bloody sunset, lifeless bodies were scattered all over the dry, dusty ground. The man's voice choked up. So, what went down? 4 people died. He corrected himself. The pain ripped right through my soul. Man. His younger face appeared, eyes wide with shock and covered in the fresh blood of his friends who just got taken out. Back in the present, his face crumpled in total agony as he gritted his teeth as hard as possible. My best friends. Subaru lowered his head, his eyes hidden in the shadows. He carefully dropped a heavy question on the guy. Did they? The man shook, his shoulders sagging under that trashed cloak. Did they hate you for it? He repeated the question, punishing himself. Did they absolutely despise me for what happened? Subaru just sat there looking at him, his eyes filled with a sad understanding. I was cursed out, he sighed. I got so sick of hearing it. Terrifying memories started choking the life out of him. Harsh accusations rang in his ears. What was so great about that stupid Thunder Cave anyway? Everything that happened is totally your fault because you were just too stubborn to listen. Subaru watched the man shaking back, repeating those nasty words from the past. Even though you basically sent your best friends straight to their graves. A bunch of twisted, demonic faces screamed in the man's head, torturing him with one bloody, haunting question. Why are you still alive? Subaru's eyes went wide as a massive wave of sympathy hit him. He snapped him out of the nightmare, leaning his hands on the table. Subaru growled, "That is enough, okay?" The man slowly turned his head, giving a self-deprecating smirk. What's this? You actually feeling sorry for me? Subaru looked him dead in the eye, analyzing him coldly. After going through all that, most people would probably just quit. The man snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with pure rage and resentment. Quit? They died because I invited them in the first place. Silence fell over Subaru. He listened carefully. The man spat out every word. If I give up now, what happens to the people who died? Their sacrifice would be for nothing, right? Snyder leaned on the bar, looking down and clutching his mug like he wanted to crush it. That is exactly why I am still obsessed with that Thunder Cave after all this time. He let out a bitter laugh. Well, I guess a kid like you wouldn't understand anyway. Suddenly, the man turned and looked straight at Subaru. His baggy, tired eyes suddenly lit up with a rare spark of life. Thanks to you, man, I can finally see some hope. Subaru was actually caught off guard. His icy gaze softened into a confused stare as he repeated the word back to him. Hope, Snyder spoke up, his raspy voice cutting through the silence of the bar. Let me fill you in on the details right now. This is what the Thunder Cave is really all about. Cut to a small wood cabin sitting deep in the thick forest, glowing under a quiet, starry night sky. Inside, the sound of slow footsteps echoed across the wooden floorboards as a moody voice muttered with a hint of worry. Please do not tell me those guys actually found out already. He kept pacing, cursing his own stupid brain for being so naive. A massive dude with long white hair appeared, biting his thumb and looking totally stressed out. If Kyojo had this whole thing planned from the start, he pulled out a glowing comms device to keep thinking. To crack Rina's stealth cloak, he frustratedly messed up his white hair as a faint magical aura flared up. His eyes suddenly turned razor-sharp and honestly pretty terrifying. A wave of pure killing intent filled the dark. The words Kojak Kazuki flashed right through his mind. He slammed his foot down hard, and a surge of ice magic instantly exploded, sending cracks flying across the entire floor. Standing in the middle of that roaring ice storm, he growled a bone-chilling threat. Do not think for a second you are getting an easy death. Suddenly, the device in his hand buzzed like crazy, making him jump. His blue eyes went wide with pure shock. The screen showed a message from Rina with a cat profile pic. I am so sorry. A flood of trolling messages started rolling in. My bad. I could not swipe the shoes. We are still cool, right? Haha. After reading that, Kazuki's jaw hit the floor, his face twisting in total shock and fury. His pissed-off scream tore right through the quiet night air. What the hell? After that weird comedy show, the next morning at a massive cathedral-like building, the system board lit up bright. Subaru Narukami just went live. The chat room immediately started blowing up. Hey, where is that? Whoa, that building is sick. A sparkling donation popped up. 10 credits from Super Tasty. You hitting the Thunder Cave today? Subaru looked straight into the virtual camera and declared, I am definitely conquering that cave. I actually started this live stream just to get that done. The audience was hyped. I knew it as soon as I got the notification. You think you can clear it on your first try? While he was busy chatting, Subaru suddenly froze when a voice called out from behind. He turned around to see a purple-haired guy in a fur coat smiling. You are that streamer Subaru Narukami, right? Subaru gave a cold reply. Yeah, that is me. The purple-haired guy just laughed. What a crazy coincidence. We also have a request here to conquer the Thunder Cave. Behind him was a whole squad of flashy, good-looking people, all dressed up like they were at some event. He suggested, since you are here for a quest too, Narukami, maybe we should party up. People nearby started whispering. He is actually taking on the Thunder Cave. Whoa, a live show? Are not those guys pretty famous? Today must be my lucky day. Subaru looked down at the device in his hand. A new notification caught his eye, an urgent message from his manager, Hasuka. Narukami, those people are just a random group trying to use your fame. There they were, the flashy squad trying to recruit him. Since you are here for a quest, Narukami, maybe we should party up. He looked straight at the purple-haired guy, his voice dropping low. What exactly do you mean by that? The other members stepped forward with friendly smiles. We are going to head to the Thunder Cave with you. I am sure we can help. The purple-haired guy waved his hands dismissively. It is not like we are trying to ride your coattails. Narukami Subaru stood silently in the middle of the vast cathedral, watching them with a cold stare. He let out a tired sigh from behind his mask. Suddenly, he reached out his hand to compromise. Fine, let us just do our best. The purple-haired guy replied excitedly, that is more like it. Subaru reluctantly shook his hand, sounding totally bored. If you guys are here on a quest, there is nothing I can do. The other guy chuckled. Haha, exactly. That is just how the system works. He turned around and started walking away, revealing sleek black and gold-armored boots. He looked back over his shoulder, eyeing the group with a chilling look, and said something that sounded absolutely terrifying. I cannot just go around killing everyone just because I am in a bad mood. The purple-haired guy broke into a sweat. Huh? What did you just say? Ignoring the guy's fear, Subaru growled. Let me make one thing very clear, though. His eyes glowed with a deadly gold light as his bloodlust flared. You are just travel companions, not allies. The scene shifted to a sturdy fortress where a deep red flag with a black emblem waved in the wind. System alert. We're currently at the Conrad Kingdom outskirts. Under the massive gate, a mob of rowdy mercenaries is gathered, making a total scene. Whispers are everywhere. Man, is it just me? Or is this place way too packed? Someone scoffs. No way this many sellswords showed up just for Thunder Cave. Then there's this absolute unit in the middle, face covered in red scars, bushy beard, looking like a tank. He glares at the paper in his hand. Rank E? Seriously? What's that Damon guy thinking? I figured even if he sucked at fighting, he'd at least have a decent eye for talent. System screen pops up. Conrad S. Rank Mercenary. Damon. The stream chat is going wild. Can you believe they're treating him like absolute bottom-tier trash here too? LOL. Damon leans down, looking at Subaru with total disgust. Oh, so you're one of those other worlders? That explains everything. He crosses his arms. People like you usually treat your own lives like they're worth nothing. Despite the insults, Subaru just shrugs and mumbles. Should we just turn these clowns into vultures right now? The chat immediately eats up the savagery. Hey, he knows all about vultures. The E-rank mercenary killer is back. You make a vulture by beating someone half to death. Suddenly, Subaru's gaze turns lethal. A splash of fresh blood hits the screen as he feels a cold realization. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Out of nowhere, a massive tattooed mercenary roars at his confused crew. A blood-red aura of pure killing intent starts swirling around him like a terrifying, dark storm. What are you idiots waiting for? Move it. Subaru realizes that's human blood he's smelling, not some monster. We cut to a completely different gathering point across the land. A majestic castle stands tall, royal blue flags fluttering in the bright sun. It's a total contrast to the chaos we just saw. Now we're at the Osman Kingdom outskirts. In the massive castle courtyard, you can feel the tension as two rival groups face off. One side has that bearded dude who looks like he just crawled out of a rough bar. Facing him is a guy with a high ponytail and a massive ego. The bearded man growls, gripping his weapon tight, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated annoyance. "What'd you just say?" The ponytail guy smirks, hands in his pockets like he owns the place. "What, you going deaf or something? I told you to pull half your men out. We're taking part in this raid whether you like it or not." The system ID pops up. It's Polly from the blue sector. Holding back his rage, the bearded guy tries to keep it together. "Is this Kaijo's direct order?" Polly leans in close, his smirk getting even wider. "You really should call him Guildmaster Kaijo, right?" He smacks the guy's shoulder, dropping a cold truth bomb. "It's because you totally screwed up the last job, isn't it? You let the guild's most valuable loot get stolen. Of course, the boss has to keep you on a short leash now. It's only natural." Ignoring the death stares, Snyder just keeps rubbing salt in the wound. "You gonna say that wouldn't have happened if you were there? Please, don't state the obvious." He keeps talking trash. It's pathetic, spending 10 years on the third floor just to get smoked by some random rookie. "If it were me, I wouldn't waste a whole decade of my life in this dump." The bald dude snaps. He can't take the insults anymore, so he levels his spear and charges. "What the hell did you just say? Just 'cause the captain is staying quiet, you think you can talk trash?" Polly just swats the spear away with one hand, looking totally bored. "Honestly, you guys should be thanking me for even showing up here. We might actually succeed in clearing the Thunder Cave this time." Shut down and embarrassed, the bald guy turns back to his captain, fuming. "Captain, you want me to put this guy in his place?" Snyder just gives a cold order. "Let him be. This raid team is full of rookies anyway. They're easy enough to replace." As he walks off, he mutters, "Actually, he's right about one thing." The priest jogs after him, totally confused. What? Out of all that garbage he just spewed, what part was right? The captain's face is a mix of pure grit and the dark shadows of his past mistakes. He tells himself they are definitely taking that cave today. Meanwhile, back with Subaru and his ragtag squad, they are heading deep into a dark, creepy canyon. Sharp cliffs loom on both sides, surrounded by dead, twisted branches. The chat is popping off even though the host is silent. Looks like he's not going solo after all. Some total losers already showed up to block his path. Narukami is absolutely fuming. And check it out, Damon the mercenary is leading the pack, the guy who called Subaru an E-rank loser. He scowls, looking around carefully. Man, this place is beyond weird. He looks up, figuring out the doors open on a set timer. Seems pretty sus. The chat starts roasting him for talking to himself like some low-budget movie villain. Who's this old man even talking to? Kinda dramatic for a boomer, right? Also, our main man hasn't said a single word this whole time. Damon's scarred eyes narrow as he signals the group behind him to stay sharp. Look at that. Right in front of them is Thunder Cave, a massive, pitch-black stone fortress. Sharp as giant claws reaching for the clouds. Constant lightning rips through the air all around the structure. That's the Thunder Cave, all right. Damon jerked his chin toward the entrance, acting all tough. Usually, massive lightning bolts would constantly strike that doorway. It was rigged so no one could enter except at specific times. The purple-haired guy pulling Subaru along asked curiously, "How many times have you been to the Thunder Cave?" Damon replied arrogantly, voice full of pride. "This will be the third time." He kept bragging about his exploits, claiming fewer than 10 mercenaries had ever challenged the Thunder Cave and made it back alive. And I am one of them. Hearing that, the purple-haired guy asked, "Wait, so you still want to try? Do not be stupid." He pointed right at them, shouting his lesson. "Unlike you guys, I do not have spare lives to go around wasting." The chat laughed. "The old man has got an audience now. He talks way too much." Purple hair forced a nervous sweat-drenched smile. "Huh? Then why are you coming with us?" Damon's eyes went dark and steady. "There is only one thing I am looking for." He gripped his weapon tightly, saying firmly, "The traces of lightning. Once I grab those, I can say goodbye to this job forever." The mercenary exhaled deeply. "I am totally sick of being a hired gun, always living on the edge of death." Hearing that, the blue-haired kid replied, "You do not actually plan on going all the way in. Who would be that crazy? You are just acting chill because you do not know a single thing about this place." He gave Subaru a side-eye, full of pure contempt. "Especially you, E-rank, do not even try to do anything. No, if you are going to die, just walk in and get it over with quickly." Subaru fans pretended to feel bad. Damn, our poor little Subaru got his feelings hurt. Ignoring the insults, Subaru's eyes remained locked on the massive stone doors currently besieged by tens of thousands of violent, angry lightning strikes. Suddenly, Damon snatched a tiny squirrel that was hiding in the bushes. He coldly declared, "The lightning will stop and the entrance will open in about 1 hour." The poor squirrel struggled in vain, flipped upside down and letting out tiny, terrified squeaks. To prove how terrifying the Thunder Cave was, the heartless mercenary swung his arm and threw the small creature toward the closed doors. The moment the squirrel flew through the air and hit the door zone, a deafening explosion rang out, and a massive lightning bolt struck down mercilessly. Damon turned back with a triumphant smirk, looking at the horrified faces of the purple-haired guy and his crew. "See that? If you do not want to end up like that, then shut up and rest until it is time." The livestream chat immediately exploded. "Crap, so we have to wait. Tell us a love story to kill time or something." While everyone was still busy gossiping, Subaru quietly started stepping toward the front. His mechanical boots made steady thumping sounds on the rocky ground. Damon turned back, annoyed, and yelled, "Hey, E-rank, are you deaf or what?" Subaru ignored the shouting, his mind already focused on a completely different thought. "This is just like the trial at Millennium Mountain on the second floor." The others started whispering with confusion and total scorn. "What the hell does that guy think he is doing? Does he want to die? Wait." Narukami Subaru stopped right before the danger zone, a golden glow of lightning mana gathering in his hand. The system screen popped up instantly. "The Heart of Thunder is resisting the Thunder Gate, countering the electrocution status effect." Immediately, a bright gold bolt exploded from within Subaru, creating a massive vortex of energy that completely wrapped around him. The crowd behind was blown back, screaming in terror. "Whoa, how is he still standing?" The notification appeared again, stating the Thunder Gate is currently evaluating your worthiness. Subaru reached his hand out, facing the violent energy of the gate head-on. Golden sparks from his body and blue bolts from the gate clashed loudly. The system status updated in real time. The lightning is reacting to the Thunder Gate. All the mana in Subaru seemed to resonate and amplify, exploding with power. Furthermore, the Heart of Thunder is reacting to the Thunder Gate. Then, as if finding a worthy master, the aggressive blue lightning of the gate suddenly calmed down. It circled Subaru's bare hand gently before vanishing entirely into thin air. The final notification appeared. The Thunder Gate vanished and the hidden traces of lightning revealed themselves. The energy storm cleared, and a golden leaf-shaped item with a glowing blue gem at the center fell gently right at Subaru's feet. The item emitted a brilliant light and a faint rainbow glow, catching everyone's eyes. The crowd was stunned. Damon stuttered, unable to believe his own eyes. The traces of lightning. He glared, grabbing the short sword on his back and roaring in total confusion. How is this possible? Subaru leaned down to pick it up. A thought flashed through his mind. Was it waiting all this time for someone worthy enough to finally show up? The chat went wild again, wondering why those items were just sitting in a place like this. Real talent is just on another level. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow lunged forward from behind. Subaru's eyes went cold as a massive axe swung for his head. Suddenly, a bright red system alert popped up right in his face. You have been attacked by a member of your own raid team. No biggie. Subaru dodged that cheap shot like it was nothing. Big man Damon stood there panting, looking greedy and straight up evil. The system updated. Self-defense mode active. No penalties for hitting back. Damon growled through grit teeth. You just got lucky, punk. Now hand over the loot. Subaru brushed some dust off his shoulder and faced the armed mercenaries. And why exactly should I listen to losers like you? Another mercenary smirked. You're just isekai trash, right? This loot belongs to the locals. Hand it over and maybe you live. A different thug stepped up, shoving his heavy axe right in Subaru's face while talking big and acting tough. Doesn't matter where you're from, you're still scared to die. Huh? Subaru tilted his head, acting way too chill. He's got a point. Doesn't matter where you're from, you're still scared to die. Huh? Subaru tilted his head, acting way too chill. He's got a point. He started overthinking the situation. Even if dying in this exam doesn't kill you for real in the outside world, that final agonizing pain, that's 100% real. He could already hear the other players screaming in his head. Not to mention the mental breakdown or PTSD that follows. This kind of trauma leaves scars that don't just disappear when you wake up. Damon gave a nasty grin, his blood-stained axe catching the light. Everyone starts begging when death is at the door. My crew and I have sent plenty of people to the afterlife already. The purple-haired guy's new recruits started shaking, faces turning pale as ghosts. Damn, those rumors about the Conrad mercenaries being player killers were actually true. I shouldn't have come here, the purple-haired dude stammered, desperately calling for his supposed champion in vain. Mr. Narukami, let's just talk this out peacefully. We can settle this like adults through a little discussion, right? Before he could even finish his sentence, the ground was already stained red. Subaru made his move, decisively slicing one of Damon's goons right in half. Subaru's eyes glinted with pure malice. Now they had a real reason to be scared. He swung his blade again, sending another mercenary straight to the respawn screen. Blood splattered everywhere. His voice sounded cold, sharp, and weirdly hyped for the fight. Let's turn these guys into vulture food. Damon's eyes bugged out, his face twisting in a mask of pure terror. He let out a pathetic scream. There's no way. That's impossible. They were supposed to be E-rank trash. What the hell is actually going on? In a flash, Subaru vanished, moving through the air like a ghost. That magic sword in his hand pulsed with a deadly blue glow as he lunged straight at a mercenary who had totally dropped his guard. The blade tore right through Damon's armor. He dropped to his knees, barely dodging the strike by a hair. Subaru paused for a second, looking down at his enemy through his mask with a cold, mocking stare. Does your precious S-rank pride not allow me to finish you off in just one swing? Damon let out a roar like a trapped animal. You tricked me, you bastard. Who the hell are you anyway? Ignoring the pathetic screams, Subaru coldly delivered a lethal strike that took the guy's arm clean off. A spray of red painted the air as another howl of pain echoed through the cave. Drained of all strength, the mercenary collapsed to the ground, his whole body shaking like a leaf. He gasped out in total disbelief. A magic sword user? Damon's eyes were full of hate as he stared at the blood dripping from the blade, still trying to act tough. You're just a coward pretending to be strong because you have a fancy weapon. Standing tall and looking down at his loser opponent, Subaru just shrugged. Don't be a sore loser. If you're that salty about it, maybe you should have saved up some gold and bought one yourself. Not that it matters anymore, since you're toast. Hearing that, Damon absolutely lost it, his veins popping as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Don't you dare mock me. Before he could finish his rant, Subaru decisively swung his sword, sending him straight to the grave. The system pinged with a cold notification. Diamond has been defeated. In the distance, the purple-haired guy and his rookies were frozen in place, looking pale as death. Staring at the pile of bodies, all he could manage to say was, "Whoa." Subaru turned back around, holding the glowing loot high as he gave the group a suspicious look. Wait, do you guys want a piece of this too? The purple-haired dude was sweating bullets, waving his hands frantically with a totally fake, suck-up smile. "No way. That's all yours, Sir Narukami. Entirely yours." The livestream chat was absolutely dying of laughter. LOL. Look at him calling him Sir now. My man just got promoted to God tier status. Right on cue, the massive gates to the Thunder Cave started to creak open, spilling a creepy, blood-red light all over the floor. It was the path to certain death. Subaru turned his back on the pile of bodies, flicked the blood off his blade, and started walking forward. "So, shall we move out?" They headed deeper inside, and man, it was creepy. Blood-red cliffs were everywhere while blue lightning crackled like crazy right over their heads. The whole group just followed behind him, walking in a nervous single file through that massive, totally suffocating cave. As they walked, the redhead leaned in and whispered nervously to the purple-haired guy, "Is it really okay for us to follow this guy?" The dude shot back, "What do you even mean by that?" She stammered, "Well, he's clearly not just some normal player." The purple-haired punk just shrugged, whispering some chill vibes. "No big deal. Just don't do anything stupid like those idiots we saw earlier and we are golden. Besides, as long as we stay out of his way, Subaru won't do anything crazy." He flashed a greasy smirk, checking his phone. These streamers literally live for the clout and fame. They have no choice but to suck up to us regulars. Ignoring the haters, the leech kept following. This guy was still living in a total fantasy world. "I am riding Subaru's coattails to the bank." He winked at the redhead, looking totally smug. "Long as those posts stay hidden, we are fine." Suddenly, massive lightning bolts slammed down, trapping them in an electric net. The rookies completely lost it. "We are boxed in. The path is gone. Wasn't it clear just a second ago?" In the chaos, Subaru remembered what the old bearded guy told him once. "Listen up. The first things you will hit in this cave are lightning wolves." Right on cue, giant beasts emerged from the shadows, growling and ready to rip them apart. He ignored their desperate screams. Subaru charged forward alone, sword out, leaving the purple-haired guy yelling in terror. "Master Narukami, are you seriously just leaving us here?" Subaru focused on the strategy. There was only one way to end this fight fast. The old voice analyzed it. Usually, the biggest one is the boss, but this pack is special. Subaru scanned the pack with sharp eyes. Target locked. The tiny one is the actual boss. The system confirmed it. The pack leader is elite. Subaru dodged a lunge, making the huge beast yelp in total failure. He put everything into his mechanical heels. System active. Cloud step. A massive burst launched Subaru high into the glowing cave ceiling. System reports airwalk for 3 seconds. Hanging in midair, he swung his blade, whispering a name from the past. "Zoe." The memory of an old friend's smile and a quiet whisper flashed through his mind. "Is this what you felt?" Below, the wolves stared up at the predator targeting their king. Without hesitation, his blade dropped like a bolt of lightning through the dark. With a perfect landing, Subaru stood right before the boss wolf. It lashed out at his back. A massive lightning blast sent him skidding away. Subaru stood up slowly, golden eyes burning. The real hunt was just starting now. The massive wolf roared and charged, but Subaru just calmly raised his blade. The system flashed. Lightning was now surging through his nameless demon sword. Black and gold sparks flew. Subaru growled, "My lightning is way faster than yours, kid." A massive vertical strike came down. He split the monster in half. Blood and black sparks painted the cave walls. Subaru stood over the corpse. The pack cowered back. The system chimed, "You have defeated the Lightning Wolf boss." Wolf morale crushed. Level up, power +1, agility +1, and stamina +1. Meanwhile, the scavenger squad was barely hanging on against the remaining pack. One guy sweated buckets. "Damn it, they just keep coming." The veteran's advice echoed in Subaru's head again. "Once the boss falls, they belong to us." Subaru let out a kingly pressure and commanded one word. "Sit." Instantly, the pack sat down like obedient puppies for their new master. "You are the boss. System confirms you have tamed the lightning wolves. You can now lead the lightning wolves in this dungeon." The purple-haired guy's jaw hit the floor, seeing Subaru chilling. Master Narukami, what the hell is happening? Subaru looked back. Time to go. He ordered his new pets to move. The lightning wolves sprinted past the scavengers, leaving them absolutely terrified and speechless. Wait, what the hell is happening? Subaru is strutting like a boss, and those beasts are guarding him like elite bodyguards. The freeloaders are totally losing their minds. Why the wolves, though? After a bit, Subaru stops dead in his tracks. He squints, cooking up a perfect, devious plan in his head. He stands at a crossroads with jagged rocks reaching out like devil claws. Lightning crashes everywhere, lighting up the dark path ahead of him. He nods to himself. Yeah, this looks like a sweet spot to set up. Those predator eyes flash again. Subaru barks an order to his furry subordinates to howl. On command, the whole pack tilts their heads back toward the sky. Their howls echo through the cave as lightning magic explodes in waves, literally tearing through the air around them. Total chaos. The purple-haired guy covers his ears, screaming in a total panic. Master Narukami, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? His whining gets stuck in his throat as a creepy red glow starts to emerge from the deep shadows. Something is coming. A massive swarm of giant bugs with nasty blue eyes comes charging in like a freaking hurricane, drawn by the noise. It is a nightmare. The noobs are terrified. They haul ass toward Subaru, screaming at the top of their lungs. Please, stop the noise. Every monster in the place is coming for us. Everything is going to swarm us. Seriously, what are you thinking? You are going to get us all killed. Ignoring their freak out, Subaru slowly pulls out his dark red blade. He swings it in a cool circle and says, "Look, this is just how I work." He looks at the purple-haired guy's twisted face and drops some cold, hard truth. You guys do not need to worry about me at all. I have my lightning wolves right here. I can handle myself. The purple guy just stammers back. No, that is not the point. What about us? What are we supposed to do? Subaru turns his head slightly, his eyes cold and ruthless like a true ruler. He reminds them of the rules from the start. I told you guys when we entered, right? We are just traveling on the same path. Nothing more, nothing less. With that, he charges straight into the massive swarm of monsters, leaving the leeches behind to get torn apart. His final words? Every man for himself. Good luck surviving. Back in the real world, inside a high-end office, a big guy and his secretary are watching the drama unfold. They are glued to a massive TV screen filled with sounds of screaming. The secretary is sweating bullets, asking her boss with a forced, nervous little laugh. I have to wonder, is doing something like this really okay? The man just smirks, looking totally amused by the whole thing. That is the streamer's call. There is no such thing as okay or not okay in this game. He makes the rules. She bites her nails, still shocked by the blood on the screen. But this seems way too harsh. On the TV, it looks like a literal scene from hell. Those freeloaders are getting ripped to shreds by giant mantises and the wolf pack. It is absolutely brutal and totally heartless. Broken weapons and limbs are flying everywhere in a pool of blood. The boss holds up his tablet, his wicked smile getting even wider. Yeah, normally he would be cancelled for this kind of thing. But this is a very special situation. They deserved it. The tablet screen shows clear evidence of what those guys were actually up to. It is all right here. A social media post recruiting people for a free ride to conquer Subaru Narukami's lightning cave. They were totally exploiting him. The description is shameless. It says, for anyone starting at Conrad, there is no better chance than this. Meet at the center at 10 a.m. First 10 people only. Below that are trashy comments from randoms. Count me in. Give me a spot on this trip. If you are at Conrad, just tag along. Narukami is going to be so ticked off, laughing out loud. It is going to be hilarious. I could not clear this before, so I am super grateful. The manager smirks, rubbing his chin. A free ride. Huh, how interesting. This is not just a hunch anymore. We actually have solid proof of their little scheme. They are caught red-handed. He stares at the screen as the leeches run for their lives from the bugs and wolves. Fact is, they are nowhere near strong enough for this cave. Even a taxi ride is not free, right? The secretary looks at her boss, feeling a little bit uneasy about his logic. I wonder if the viewers will see it that way. Wouldn't it be better to just let them follow, even if they are annoying? Just to avoid the drama? He replies, if it were only this one time, maybe. The secretary gives a curious little smile, wondering what he means. That means the manager turns away, starting to analyze the cold, hard reality of the situation. If rumors about free taxi rides get out, other players will never leave him alone. He would be swarmed by pests constantly. If you give them a free ride once, they will swarm you like ants next time. His face twists into a super sharp, cunning smile. Subaru Narukami is making an example out of them. He is showing everyone they can stop dreaming about stupid stuff like a free ride. Cut back to the blood-soaked cave. Subaru swings his magic sword, effortlessly slicing those giant bugs right in half. Total annihilation. Neon green blood sprays everywhere, lighting up the darkness. He is standing in the middle of a massive pile of monster corpses. Notifications are popping up like crazy. Your level has increased. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Focus +1. Everything is going up. Subaru's face is completely splattered with that glowing, bright green monster blood. His eyes beneath the mask are ice cold. He casually strolls through a battlefield littered with dead wolves and bugs, dryly muttering, "This is clearly a solo run." Yeah, the chat is absolutely losing it. He actually wiped them all out. Why did they even show up if they were useless? Still, I think he might be taking it a bit too far. Subaru stands tall and proud, his glowing red blades stabbed deep into the dirt. To anyone planning to leech off my progress in the future, the chat is split down the middle. Wow, that was savage, forcing a solo play like that. Honestly, I am totally disappointed. I am done watching. I actually feel kind of bad for those guys right now. Zoom in on those razor-sharp eyes, the look of a true ruler. Better get ready to meet the exact same fate as these monsters. A bloody, cold-hearted Subaru stepping on monster corpses flashes across a massive TV screen in the middle of a dead silent room. Shattering the tension, the manager tilts his head back and lets out a wild, crazed laugh, ha ha ha, making his secretary jump out of her skin. He wipes away tears from laughing so hard, his eyes gleaming with pure respect. He is not the shallow type who fails to realize how his words are going to hit the people watching the stream. In other words, every single move and line of dialogue was calculated down to the last detail. His grin stretches from ear to ear, looking completely satisfied. I have to admit it, that kid is on a whole different level, both as a pro player and a streamer. Suddenly, the phone starts vibrating in the secretary's hand, and the screen flashes the name of a powerful caller, the bossy chief. In a totally different scene, a gorgeous woman rocking a traditional meets modern look strolls down the sidewalk while talking on her phone. "Manager, I am busy, so I am hanging up now." On the other end, the manager screams so loud he is sweating bullets. It is about Subaru Narukami. She frowns, clearly annoyed, and asks again, "That Narukami guy? What about him?" The manager lowers his voice, staring intensely into the empty air. "Let me ask you something. Did you tell Narukami there was a post looking for people to join a carry run?" The lady boss narrows her golden eyes and coolly replies, "Yeah, I told him." The manager lets out a gasp. "Oh, I see. So, was this your plan from the very beginning?" The call cuts off abruptly with a cold remark. "Huh? What plan? If you are just going to talk nonsense, I am hanging up for good." The manager shrinks into a ball of frustration, staring at the dead phone screen. The manager sighs and turns to his secretary. "Well, I give up. Did you save that community post yet?" She looks at him and nods. "Yes, it is perfect." He leans on his knees, standing up with the intense aura of a pro media cleaner ready for work. "Next, let us show them that Subaru Narukami has a legit agency backing him up." Cut away from the luxury of the real world. We return to the brutal reality of the lightning cave, where a pack of wolves snarl and roar, lunging for their prey. This time, we see through the eyes of that cocky mercenary Polyen. He is wildly swinging his sword, covered in blood, fighting for his life against the pack. The guy with the long ponytail screams in a rage until his voice cracks. "Snyder." In total contrast to that panic, the bearded Merc Snyder stands as still and silent as a statue, arms crossed over his chest, a massive spear planted firmly behind him while two subordinates wait for his command. Ponytail slices a lightning wolf in half, roaring with pure resentment. You did this on purpose, did not you? Do you seriously hate me joining the raid team that much? Ignoring the angry accusations, Snyder's face stays cold and expressionless, his sharp eagle eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield. All of a sudden, his massive hand grips the mechanical shaft of his heavy spear. He mutters under his breath, "Found you." Like an arrow from a bow, Snyder hurls the blade forward at terrifying speed. The spear tip tears through the air, trailing a brilliant blue magical aura. Ponytail struggles to hold back the tearing jaws of the wolves, his face twisting with a mix of rage and terror. He grinds his teeth and hisses, "That bastard, do not mess with me." Before he can finish, a sharp metal weapon tears through the wind, burying itself in the skull of a white wolf about to bite him, blood spraying everywhere. Surrounded, the ponytail guy easily bats a wolf away with his sword, giving Snyder a provocative and sarcastic look. "Hey now, I thought you were finally stepping in, but turns out you only took down one tiny little scrub?" Snyder ignores the trash talk, standing tall and dropping a short, high-pressure command with an icy stare. "Sit down." Ponytail scowls and snaps back. "Huh? You talking to me?" Pissed off by the other guy's arrogant attitude, Polly draws his sword into a stance, growling through gritted teeth. "You have been starting trouble with me this whole time. Fine, let us settle once and for all which one of us is actually stronger." Suddenly, a terrified subordinate screams, cutting him off. "Yo, wolf." Suddenly, things get super weird. Those 7 aggressive thunder wolves just stop dead in their tracks, canceling every single attack. They all huddle up like good little puppies around the mercenaries, leaving them totally confused. What the hell is this? Long hair Polly's face goes ghost white, sweat dripping down his forehead. He whips around to stare at Snyder, eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey, what did you just do?" Snyder just stays terrifyingly chill. Snyder judges the guy's stupidity with a flat tone. "You clearly do not know jack about the Thunder Cave, do you? Actually, it is not just you. The whole high-level management at Blue Moon is just as brainless." He turns his back and walks away, dropping a savage insult that absolutely wrecks that long-haired guy's ego. "You better pack it up and run home now, unless you want to look like a total loser in front of your own squad." Polly is fuming, barely able to even stutter. What? Leaving those useless trash mercenaries behind, Snyder and his 2 henchmen charge straight into the deepest, darkest parts of the cavern. His arrogant figure fades into the red mist. Cut back over to Subaru. The real king of this cave is just taking a casual stroll. The mask on his face glows with an eerie, magical green light that flickers. Suddenly, the ground cracks open as a giant insect monster with a nasty, jagged mouth full of slimy teeth lunges out to block his path. The system screen flashes a warning. "Thunderbug boss." Totally unfazed, Subaru just leans forward and dashes right at it. It snaps its venom-dripping jaws. Subaru casually reaches out to catch the attack like it is no big deal. Boom! At insane speed, bolts of pure lightning blast out, literally ripping the monster's body into pieces. The shockwave creates a massive energy storm, wiping out everything in the blast radius. He lands softly with peak main character energy. He just stands there, dusting green slime off his gloves. Snyder's gravelly voice echoes in Subaru's head one more time. "Everything went smooth for me too, right up until I reached that specific point. It took me about 3 years just to get there. That bearded guy's whisper feels like a warning of a dark future. Then I realized that anything past that point is the real Thunder Cave. Right now, a massive, glowing red dungeon door stands before Subaru. He wonders to himself, is this the place Snyder was talking about? As if confirming this is the real deal, the heavy stone doors slowly rumble open with a deafening roar. The system screen officially updates. Entering the first Thunder Room, a massive 3D notification pops up right in his line of sight, signaling the start of a serious life or death test. The Thunder Challenge begins. Without a single second of hesitation, Subaru confidently steps right inside. Right behind him, the massive thunder wolf bared its teeth to protect its master. The huge stone wall slams shut behind them. He sizes up the situation while walking. Honestly, up to this point, the Thunder Cave feels just like any other normal dungeon. His mechanical boots thud firmly against the cracked ground. According to Snyder, this is where the real change kicks in. The system screen pops up to remind him of his location. You have entered the first Thunder Room. Right as the notification says the Thunder Challenge will start right now, Subaru spots something huge. It is a massive mural of a finely detailed, swirling dragon carved onto a giant, ancient pillar. He mumbles to himself, curiously running his hand along the ancient carvings on the stone wall. The viewers in chat are getting curious too. What is that drawing? A drawing? I only see random lines. Memories of that scarred, bearded mercenary flashback, his eyes looking distant and totally exhausted. The first Thunder Room. It took me over 5 years just to conquer that place. A close-up of those sharp carvings looks just like ancient beast claws, making everyone in the chat go wild with theories. Is that a dragon? Maybe. Looks like a leg. Small sparks of lightning dance across the mural, making one eagle-eyed viewer shout out, "Is it just me? Or did that thing just move?" Meanwhile, the echo of Snyder's words still hangs in the air like a direct challenge. I wonder how long it will take you. The giant mural suddenly glows bright. The dragon on the wall snaps its eyes open, blasting a blinding blue light directly at little Subaru down below. The judgment system is now evaluating your qualification for thunder. Shimmering golden light completely surrounds Subaru's body and his entire pack of wolves. He smirks, thinking that thunder usually means the roar of the lightning, but that sound is just one part of the storm. In the end, it is all just the same raw thunder power. The swirling dragon on the wall starts coming to life as magic surges everywhere in waves. So, if you are asking if the Thunder Cave reward has anything to do with my own lightning, under the pressure of the blue magic sparking around him, Subaru calmly analyzes the situation. I still cannot know that for sure. Even if the elements match, the skills themselves might be totally different. Finishing his thought, out from the mural, a massive magic dragon made entirely of blue lightning roars and coils violently through the air. Standing before that terrifying pressure, Subaru keeps his head high and faces the beast without flinching. A bright red system window flashes, identifying the enemy. It is Ragnello, the Inquisitor of Lightning. In this life or death moment, a memory of a talk with Snyder flashes back. The bearded man gripped his drink and warned him, "I know you beat the Wolf Warrior, but do not even think about trying to take on Jacko." Wiping sweat from his chin, Subaru gives a faint smile and thinks, "What kind of guy do you think I am? Snyder, one look tells me he is not someone I can beat. Besides, I have no intention of fighting them unless the mission actually requires it." Snyder's voice echoes in his head like a steady encyclopedia. Ragnall's testing methods change every single time. Before his eyes, the rolling thunder gathers into the glowing shape of a humanoid entity. The mercenary's deep voice describes the horror. Sometimes he forces you to endure tens of millions of lightning strikes. Other times, he seals your 5 senses and locks you away in thick darkness. An image of a tiny warrior with a spear facing a massive lightning beast appears. Or maybe he summons a giant monster and forces you to fight it. Cutting through the memories, the lightning dragon Ragnall lets out an earth-shaking roar. Its eyes lock onto Subaru as it speaks with a majestic, commanding voice. "Ancient One, so you are the challenger of the lightning trial." Looking up at the majestic dragon, Subaru tilts his chin back confidently. That is right. Meanwhile, the chat window is trolling him for trying to look cool. "Yeah, right. LOL. What a little punk." The dragon lowers its massive head, its deep voice sounding amused. "Interesting. You have already proven your worth many times over." A spark of lightning flashes across Subaru's sharp eyes as the dragon issues a command. "Show me what you are hiding inside." Subaru slowly reaches into his pocket, his mind wandering for a second. The mark of lightning? Snyder did not say a word about this part. The dragon stretches its sparking body and mutters an evaluation of the small boy. So you opened the door of lightning and walked in yourself." Subaru opens his palm to reveal a glowing stone, wondering, Is there really no one else with this? Like some bearded guy with a spear, for instance? The dragon explains with a look of pure contempt. Those people do not open doors. They just happen to find stones formed from condensed nutrients around here. Surrounded by a swirling tide of lightning mana, Subaru suddenly realizes the truth of the situation. Come to think of it, of course they don't. Because besides me, who else even possesses the power of lightning? Ragnall arches its long neck, lightning energy billowing out as it makes a formal declaration. Now, I give you a challenge. Subaru stares at the stone in his hand, looking totally stunned by the dragon's bizarre command. Swallow it. That is your trial. A system window pops up with vague info. Lightning mark. A crystal left after thunder strikes. The greedy young man starts sweating. This thing is actually worth a lot, isn't it? The viewers are dying of laughter. He wanted to sell it and retire, but now he is getting thrown into the deep end. Subaru narrows his glowing eyes to investigate. You sure you want to do this? The chat floods with hilarious comments. Place your bets. Looks tasty. LOL. The first rock-eating review of the tower is here. Subaru's hand tightens around the crystal. His brain is calculating the cost. Just because I passed the trial, there is no guarantee the reward will be better than this item. His face shows pure, painful regret. He tries to justify his own greed. Thinking about it, this really is a waste of money. But the reason I kept it was only for the next challenge anyway. Without hesitating for another second, Subaru tosses the stone into the air and opens his mouth wide to catch it. If I quit here, that wouldn't be me. He wipes his mouth like a total badass, his cold eyes filled with pride. Doing anything else wouldn't fit the style of a blue eye. With a heavy gulp, the stone slides down his throat. The system window flashes instantly to confirm this crazy move. You have swallowed the mark of lightning. Suddenly, Subaru's pupils shrink. The veins around his eyes bulge violently as a message from a god appears in front of him. The lightning trial begins inside your body. He starts thrashing and twitching wildly. Furious bolts of lightning explode from his internal organs, tearing through the night. It tortures him with absolute physical agony. The scene suddenly shifts, leaving the young man writhing on the ground. We cut to a messy room. A beautiful manager has her feet up on a chair, mashing buttons on a game while grumbling. That stupid little brat. She pulls at her hair in frustration, feeling the sting of the loss for her employee. Do you have any idea how much that stone was worth? You idiot? Narukami usually loves money so much, she mumbles in pain. Narukami, I really hope he is going to be okay. Her tablet suddenly buzzes with a call from some guy named Sion. She answers, raising an eyebrow. Hey Sion, you hitting that spot early? That fast, huh? Makes sense, I guess. You are basically right around the corner from there anyway. She tosses the phone aside and slumps into her swivel chair, letting out a massive sigh to kill the stress from that mess. But the universe hates peace. 2 minutes later, the phone screams again. She picks up, looking totally annoyed. Yo, what is it now? Hearing the voice on the other end, her face drops. She closes her sharp eyes, listening to the whisper. I am sorry, really. She snaps back with a rough, edgy tone. Just keep your promise, all right? That is the only thing that actually matters here. Do not come crying to me later to get it back. The woman on the other line fires back. Why do you think I called? To tell you there is no turning back now. You know me. I play to win. After hearing that, she sits quietly in the dim room before her massive computer screen and softly says her final goodbye to the caller. See ya. Good luck with the monitoring. Her arrogant eyes glance down at the tablet, still glowing with Sion's skill profile data. A look of calculation and exhaustion washes over her beautiful face. She is carrying way too much on her shoulders. Meanwhile, inside a ridiculously fancy and luxurious hall, a sharp-dressed guy named Sion is glued to his tablet, tracking the situation. Cold sweat is literally soaking his forehead. He mutters in total panic. No way. We see the back of a lone man in a cloak entering the massive gates at sunset. System text floats in mid-air. Level 5 of the martial arts temple. He walks forward, whispering with a hint of nostalgia. Never thought I would actually make it back to this place. Back to Subaru. His eyes are shut tight in deep thought, weirdly quiet. But that peace does not last long at all. A blinding bolt of lightning snaps us back to reality. The lightning trial is starting right inside your own body. Inside a massive pillar of light tearing through the dark, the kid gets blasted high up into the air. He takes the full, brutal rage of nature. His eyes roll back, filled with red veins from the electric shock. The system coldly drops another report. Lightning mark has been engraved in your body. Magic power increased by 1. He slams his bare feet down to stay upright. Veins pop out as the electricity tears him apart. Fatigue levels are rising fast. Current fatigue is 67. His whole body is glowing with a blinding white electrical aura. He screams silently, feeling every second of the torture. A bone-deep pain is surging through every single vein. Gritting his teeth, he clutches his shoulders to resist. No, this feels nothing like the last time. His magic flow is getting clogged up. A red alert pops up. The lightning mark is spreading everywhere. His body freezes up and stops listening. I cannot move. The lightning mark is starting to take over your body. Drenched in sweat, the kid realizes he is in deep trouble. If this keeps up, I am totally toasted. While he glares through the agonizing pain, the system suddenly sends a rescue signal. Lightning Heart is countering the lightning mark. His brain kicks into high gear. Wait, are the lightning heart and the lightning mark reacting to each other? Breaking through the paralysis, he lunges forward into the storm. Damn it, the lightning heart was supposed to be gear you wear. The system keeps stacking points, magic up by 1. Current fatigue is now at 81. He stumbles to one knee, gasping for air. His eyes flash with determination as he analyzes the mess. They look similar, but the vibe is totally different from the mark. Shaking from the shocks, he pulls a glowing yellow crystal out. He puts the pieces together. Maybe telling me to swallow that lightning mark earlier was just the start. Gripping the yellow crystal, he flexes his high IQ brain. It was a hint to force me to swallow the lightning heart too. The VIP item info panel pops open instantly. Lightning heart. Untradeable. Unique evolution grade. Adds 30% lightning resistance and 20% attack power. Nullifies shock status. No time to hesitate now. He opens wide and tosses that golden crystal straight down his throat without a second thought. He gulps it down and collapses into a puddle, wiping his mouth while waiting for the system notification. Lightning Heart is fighting the lightning mark. Suddenly, the water ripples. Gold and blue bolts twist together, climbing up from his feet. He forces himself to stand up. Power explodes. Golden sparks rip through the night, wrapping around his body as he prepares for a real fight. Watching this crazy level up, the massive dragon circling above dives down to check out the stunning change in this tiny human. Ragni brings its huge snout close, eyes glowing with electricity as it looks at him with pure approval. So, it finally clicked for you, huh? Under the massive shadow of that great entity, the kid's golden glow did not just stay lit, it freaking exploded. Muscles flexed very hard. All that golden lightning slammed together, glowing like a nuclear reactor right in the middle of his chest. He gripped his chest, heart hammering like a drum set on fire, and let out a wild shout of pure hype. The heart of thunder. The dragon narrowed its eyes, half mocking him, but also showing some real respect. Having a cheat code like that and not knowing how to use it? Man, what a total, pathetic waste. He dropped to his knees, gasping for air in the middle of the storm, while the dragon kept preaching. But hey, figuring it out on your own counts for something. Drenched in sweat like he hit the sauna, he groaned. Are you kidding me? I literally almost died back there. Ignoring the complaining, the dragon let out a roar that shook the world and blasted into the sky with gold. Leaving behind a heavy prophecy, it noted the last guy could not handle this. But this time, promising. If you are enjoying this, please give me a like, a subscription, and leave a comment. Right then, his golden eyes snapped open. Notifications started popping off like fireworks. Thunder skill level 3. Thunder skill leveled up to level 4D. Level up again. You have reached Thunder skill level 5. It did not stop there. The system went dark, then a golden spark revealed the ultimate prize. Your Thunder skill rank is now S. The scene flipped 180 degrees back to the dungeon entrance. A squad of rough-looking warriors gathered at the dark archway. Snyder stared with wide eyes, muttering about a mural. Under a blood-red sky filled with ruins, the team stared up at the empty, quiet space. Someone whispered, "It is gone." The bald monk with the spear scratched his chin. "Captain, does it seem empty? Or am I just seeing things?" The bearded captain crossed his arms and confirmed the dragon was officially gone. The bald guy jumped. "Oh, now that you mention it, I see it. Wow, you are right." Then he started grilling him. "Did you make it disappear, Captain?" The captain just shook his head, eyes locked forward. "I did not even start the trial yet." He gave a cold guess. "Someone else got in here before us." The guy with the long ponytail freaked out. "What? Someone else? Like who? Do you think that Subaru Narukami guy did this?" The captain just sat there, thinking, then said no. "But how the hell does a whole dragon just vanish?" Forgetting logic, the ponytail guy started getting aggressive. "I do not care if it is a dragon whisker or a tattoo. If Subaru passed, we move now. You really want him to snatch every single piece of loot?" The captain gave him a nasty look, voice dropping. "You seriously think I came all this way just for some shiny rewards?" The guy started sweating, but then the captain smirked with pure excitement. "Finally, a variable has entered the game. Besides me, someone else actually showed up with enough power to reach the very end of this thunder cave." He stepped forward, boots clunking on the stone. He leaned in close to his teammate, eyes full of rage. "Honestly, I am loving this. So do not even think about ruining my fun, you got it?" Ponytail guy backed off, sweating bullets. "Okay, I get it." The bald guy patted his shoulder to chill out. "No need to rush. I actually went up against that guy once in a big tournament. Even though he dropped me with one hit." The ponytail guy asked, "So what?" The bald guy looked ahead. "Because past this point, even if you had 2 Subaru Narukamis, it still would not be an easy win." The bald guy just stood there looking dumb. Ignoring his confused teammate, the captain grabbed his heavy sword and led the charge, telling everyone to focus up. To see history, stay alive. Hearing that, the ponytail guy broke into a cold sweat, screaming inside his own head. "You mean you are not planning on beating it yourself? What kind of monster is waiting for us?" The whole squad stopped in front of a massive red door that looked forged from lava, blocking the path. The captain pressed his armored hands against the heavy slab and pushed hard, his voice staying calm and steady. "Behind this door is the end of the line. And right now, Subaru Narukami is probably standing right there." The door slowly creaked open, casting a red glow over his scarred face as he finished his sentence. "Step inside and this place is massive, a freezing, Gothic cathedral vibe with a long red carpet stretching out forever." The system pings immediately welcome to the second lightning chamber. At the far end, a throne made of literal thorns looms over everything. A sketchy invitation pops up. "Please, have a seat on the throne." Heavy boots echo off the stone as the whole squad of warriors pushes deeper into the dark, creepy hall. The captain leads the way with his seasoned crew, but his face drops as he grumbles, "He is not here." The long-haired guy jumps. "Wait, what is wrong now?" The captain sighs and mutters, "I am talking about that Subaru Narukami kid." Long hair loses it and snaps, "Quit it with the whole Narukami broken record already. Maybe he just sat down and dipped to the next zone?" The captain shuts that down immediately. "No, there is zero chance of that." The lackey starts arguing again. "Why do you think that?" Right then, the bearded guy stomps his boots onto the red carpet toward the throne. Boom! The system flashes a bright warning. "You have just trespassed into the domain of the throne." Crack! A massive pillar of blue lightning slams down from the ceiling with enough power to wipe the map. The shockwave explodes, tossing the whole squad aside. The goons start screaming their heads off in total terror. Through the thick smoke and static, a cold notification appears. The Lightning Knight is about to spawn right now. Out from the middle of the blast, a knight in full-plate armor rises up, surrounded by furious bolts of electricity. The crew is losing it. A lightning knight? Is that a boss monster? Another guy is coughing up blood. How does a human being just turn into a literal monster like that? While everyone else panics, the captain stands perfectly still, his calm blue eyes locked onto the entity standing before them. You guys are not going any further unless you take down that lightning knight first. The assassin knight draws his weapon. The bearded guy whispers in awe, "It is the enemy I faced before a wall that can never be climbed." The monster's helmet glows with blue electricity as the system identifies the enemy as Peleus. The name Peleus triggers a memory of a tavern talk where he sat with Subaru. Back then, he called himself Peleus. Seems like it was the first time he ever gave his name to a challenger. Subaru raises his glass, confused. Just a coincidence? The captain crosses his arms and breaks it down. Both trials use lightning. It is pretty safe to assume they are the same person. Subaru squints. If that is true, why is it still a secret? I mean, everyone knows the name Peleus, right? The captain gives a dark smile. I was the only one who knew his real name, but I still had no clue who Peleus was. A flashback shows the captain getting absolutely wrecked, collapsing in a pool of blood under the legendary knight's spear. Now, back to reality. The veteran warrior's gaze is sharp as a razor blade now. He talks to Subaru's ghost. There is definitely a link between this lightning knight and the power you are packing. In the middle of that thick tension, the bearded captain starts sweating bullets. He watches the sparks fly, thinking, I was really hoping he beat me here. Then, the sound of heavy metal hits the floor. The lightning knight steps forward, each heavy footprint sending blue sparks through the cracked stone floor. Facing the bearded man, the armored boss levels his massive spear right at him. He speaks with a deep, crushing voice. So, you have come back again? Without flinching, the captain starts talking trash. You are waiting for someone else, not me, right? The knight replies coldly, you are a sharp one, aren't you? A cocky smirk creeps onto the bearded man's face as he throws out one more taunt. So, met the guy you are waiting for yet? The boss answers flatly, no, not yet. The smile vanishes. The captain rips his spear out and roars at his men. Oh, I see how it is. Surround him. The long-haired guy yells for everyone to charge and block the monster's exit. The lackeys charge in like idiots from every side. Seeing the chaos, the captain screams, Stop, you fools. He reaches out to stop the idiots, gritting his teeth and cursing these morons for being so reckless. Too late. The knight just makes one casual swing, sending a glowing red wave of magic through everything. In a heartbeat, the slash rips through the air, sending the team flying as blood sprays everywhere. Ignoring his teammate's torso flying through the bloody mist, the captain charges forward. He lunges forward, screaming about those petty tricks. His eyes are bloodshot with pure rage as he snarls. That garbage will never ever work on the lightning knight. Despite all the warnings, that long-haired meathead dives from midair, dual-wielding his blade to hack at the boss. He screams, Stop the yapping already, if you will not do it. His blade slams into the knight's shield, sparks flying everywhere as he lets out a cocky, winning roar. Then let me handle it. But the enemy just taps the shield, and the long-haired guy's weapon shatters into a million pieces. The punk's pupils shrink to pinpricks, cold sweat pouring down as the blade of death is pressed right against his neck. Under the insane pressure of that blue lightning spear against his throat, the long-haired guy can only wheeze in total despair. Damn it, leaving that bloody mess behind. We cut to a cave filled with sharp stalactites glowing red like molten lava. Subaru is face down, his cracked mask dripping blood and covered in scratches after taking a massive beating from those rocks. Suddenly, his closed golden eye snaps wide open, flashing with a blinding light that signals his big comeback. He stumbles, kneeling on the lightning-scorched ground while muttering to himself, How long was I knocked out for? The chat starts roasting him immediately. 30 minutes of nap time, typical move for him. LOL. Subaru finally stands up. The donation board is going wild. 100 credits. I am sick of seeing you pass out every 5 minutes. Next time you faint, go collab with Subaru Narukami since the chat is already joking along. Seriously though, is this Narukami guy some kind of assassin? Live viewers just spiked to 11,971. Memories of a talk with his blonde buddy Hawkeye flash by. His money-hungry brain starts doing the math. Working with Hawkeye is actually some pretty solid PR, honestly. If I collab with Subaru Narukami, who has even bigger numbers, would that not mean a much fatter payday for me? While counting his potential commissions, he stares at his glowing, magic-filled hand and teases the fans a little bit. All right, fine, I will give you what you want. And the crowd goes wild. Looks like we are meeting a new brother in the Subaru squad. Instantly, his personal stat window glows bright. Name, Hosoi Subaru. Level 37, Strength 38, and Agility 34. Stamina 36 plus 2, Focus 31, Magic 48, Fatigue 71. He glares at that bright red 71 fatigue score. His eyes look a bit panicked behind the mask. He mutters, "These numbers are actually getting pretty sketchy. Whatever. Time to regroup and keep moving." Boom. We cut back to the main hall where the Lightning Knight's brutal spear is coming right down for that long-haired guy's head. In the heat of the absolute moment, the bearded captain dashes in like a bolt of lightning, swinging his spear to block the fatal blow and save his impulsive subordinate. A massive crash echoes out. Both the captain's spear and the monk's polearm slam into the boss's shield and weapon at once, triggering a magic explosion that rocks the entire place. The long-haired guy is sweating buckets, his face turning pale as a ghost while he mutters in fear. Is this really the gap of a 10-star? He looks back at his teammate behind him, trembling as he asks, "Hey, you do not really think the guild sent you because they do not trust the captain, right?" The monk just stares down at him with pure contempt. He drops the cold, hard truth. You are nothing but a tool to them. A cold drop of sweat rolls down his face, his pupils shrinking as he realizes the bitter truth that he is just a sacrificial pawn. At the front of the battlefield, the captain is going absolutely wild, clashing against the Lightning Knight. The explanation cuts through the sound of clashing weapons. Everything was just a move to provoke the captain's pride. The long-haired guy looks up, muttering like he has lost his soul. Subaru Narukami actually defeated Snyder, did he not? Right then, a fiery explosion literally tears through the air. The captain's spear and the boss's blue lightning lance are grinding against each other in midair. Overpowered by the force, the bearded guy slides across the ground and grinds his teeth while cursing. Damn it, turns out I cannot even land one decent blow against this thing. His eyes are full of despair as the sweat pours off him. He wonders, in this total deadlock, just how many more minutes can I actually last? Right at that moment, the rest of the squad moves out, charging forward together. The captain grinds his teeth, estimating they have 2 minutes, maybe even just one. The boss does not even look at them, just stomps his steel boot and sweeps his spear in a perfect circle. The knight unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped wave of sword energy, blowing the whole squad into the air like leaves in the wind. Despite his body being torn up and covered in blood, the bearded captain lunges forward, putting every last bit of his strength into a wild charge right at the monster. He raises his spear high above his head, growling as he bets his entire life. Then I will put everything into this one final strike. A deafening smash hits as a blinding light explodes right at the point where his blade crashes into the knight's massive defensive shield. But life is not an anime. The captain's prized weapon shatters into 100 tiny pieces against the boss's absolute and totally ironclad defense. Bearded guy's pupils snap tight as the world freezes in the face of this absolute, brutal shock. Totally dominating his prey, the Lightning Knight towers like a god, casting a shadow that swallows the very light. You've definitely done some growing up, haven't you? Before the words even land, a jagged bolt of gold lightning screams across the room, striking a blinding path right against the knight's metal helmet. Boom! The boss's massive shield takes a direct hit from a golden explosion that rattles the entire hall. A shockwave of pure mana rips up the floor, sending the knight stumbling back as everyone watches in total disbelief. His defense finally shattered. The boss lowers his shield and turns his head to see who's crashing the party. "Who are you?" he growls. From the shadows, a black-haired kid slowly steps up onto the arena floor. A radiant golden aura wraps around him, leaving the defeated captain staring in complete and utter shock. Even though he's covered in blood and scratches from the front gate brawl, the loaded protagonist keeps his cool walk. Black and gold lightning twist together as Subaru Naruwami walks right past the captain, trembling on the ground. He looks back and drops a cold, badass line. Step back. He unsheathes a blade pulsing with golden electricity and gives the old man a look. With you looking like that, you're just going to get in my way. The tension hits its peak. The golden-masked warrior stands with his back turned, sword pointed straight into the dirt. The golden lightning roars, ready for the ultimate solo fight. No more talk. He lunges forward like a bolt of light, creating a shockwave that shatters the floor. A massive collision erupts as the golden sword slams head-on into the blue lightning spear. Two ultimate forces clash, practically tearing the fabric of the majestic hall apart. With faces inches apart behind sparking weapons, the lightning knight suddenly lets out a growl that sounds strangely deep. Long time no see, my old savior. A deafening screech of metal rips through the air as the golden blade slams into the blue lightning spear, throwing sparks across the entire hall's cold floor. Both warriors growl as they push back, the entire room glowing from the wild clash of gold and blue mana as they fight for control. Subaru glances back, acting like he knows exactly what's up. Yeah, I heard the whole story. The bald guy behind them just stares, looking like a total idiot who hasn't caught on yet. What the hell is even happening here? Ignoring the confused crowd, the knight reaches for his cold, iron helmet with a heavy hand. He bows his head slightly, his deep voice thick with a sense of nostalgia. I'm not sure if you still recognize who I am after all this time, but allow me to introduce myself to you once again. The whole room trembles as he finally pulls that helmet off. It reveals a half-demon face with jagged teeth and glowing, haunting eyes. I am Peleus. The chat is losing it. Peleus? That's really him? What the hell happened to his face? Is this for real? Peleus opens up. After that day, I had no idea where my savior vanished to, but I kept the faith that we would cross paths again in this place. Just how much time has passed since then? The undead knight gives a bitter, hollow smirk. I knew it. My savior is from another world. Honestly, I've completely lost track of how much time has passed. I stopped counting the years after the first 100. Behind his mask, Subaru's mind is racing. This trial is just a repeatable virtual test, so how can this guy actually remember who I am from before? Peleus explains calmly. Once I realized people were coming here from other worlds, I started to figure my savior was likely one of them. The atmosphere suddenly gets heavy. Subaru stands tall and asks, "What happened to the villagers? Why do you look like this?" Painful memories flood back a sky choked with fire. The giants kept attacking until the whole village was eventually wiped off the map. I'm the only one who made it out. A shot shows the handsome, young Peleus. Tears roll down his blood-stained armor. I swore I'd become strong, just like the man who saved me. A young Peleus takes his first steps into the dark cave. I went searching for the power you used, and eventually, I found my way into this cavern. In the silence, the lightning stone glows bright, and there it was. His broken hand reaches for the blue spark. But for someone like me, who had no right to it, the price for that power was way too high. Back in reality, his cursed, twisted face roars in agony. I lost my eyes and can't see the path anymore. I am cursed, stuck in this cave without taking a single step outside. Picture this knight, standing tall with a massive spear in a dead silent hall. I have been waiting forever for you, my savior, never knowing when you would finally show up. As he speaks, blue mana explodes and swirls around his spear, literally ripping through space itself. This is my one final wish for you. He points that deadly spear right at his savior. Please, just grant this poor, miserable soul some final peace. Peleus blasts forward like a bolt of angry lightning, looking for eternal release. Subaru watches with a sharp look, thinking his stamina is about to hit rock bottom. To avoid any more drama, our practical hero makes a split-second decision right now. I have no choice but to go all out. The second he speaks, golden lightning explodes violently from his chest. The system confirms the Thunderheart is active. Fatigue hits 78. Now, a blinding aura completely wraps around our masked warrior. Black and gold lightning roar all around him. Subaru loudly declares, I will grant your wish one more time. An earth-shaking collision splits the screen. On one side is the knight and his tragic blue lightning, and on the other side is the savior with furious gold lightning. These two ultimate powers crush each other in one epic moment. Suddenly, the camera cuts away to a pair of boots sliding across some peaceful, sunny green grass. This gorgeous girl with a killer body is out for a stroll. She looks worried, thinking, "Is he still mad at me?" Tears start rolling down her cheeks. She is sulking, blaming herself for not grabbing that item. It is not like she could not do it. She just did not try. She is in her feelings when her eyes go wide. A chill runs down her spine as she senses something bad is coming. The camera pans out to show a wooden cabin completely frozen shut in a total wasteland. It looks absolutely crazy against that bright red, fiery sky. She gulps hard. He is actually really furious right now, is he not? Terrified, she creeps over to hide in the crack of a giant ice block, peeking around like some kind of thief. She is scared of getting caught. The second she peeks out, she starts sweating bullets because a blast of cold air hits her. Suddenly, a bunch of sharp icicles fly at her. She jumps up and starts rolling like crazy to dodge them. She screams, "Hey, do not be so extra. Are you seriously trying to murder me or what?" Through the thick, freezing fog, cold footsteps hit the ice, making a really creepy, bone-chilling cracking sound. A handsome guy with messy hair steps out from the shadows. He is oozing, killing intent, his glowing blue eyes fixed on Rena as he calls her name. Her proud face immediately turns into a hilarious meme. Her eyes pop out and her mouth hangs wide open from all that suffocating pressure. Throwing away all her dignity, she bows 90 degrees and starts begging for her life. "You are totally right, boss. Please just take my pathetic life as an apology. I am so incredibly sorry. I am a million times sorry." The comedy dies down as the white-haired ice guy interrogates her coldly. "You lost on purpose, did you not?" Caught red-handed, she starts sweating and waving her arms around in a panic. "No way." The handsome god gives her a cold glare and demands the truth. "Just tell me." With her boss glaring at her, she starts dripping cold sweat and finally confesses. The silver-haired guy frowns and asks why. She nervously tries to explain herself. "I have not seen his face yet, but every single move he makes is exactly like Subaru. So I figured letting him win one round was totally fine. He probably is not a bad guy anyway." After hearing that crazy excuse, the ice god closes his eyes, looking totally helpless at how much of a simp she is being. Suddenly, he turns around to walk away and just says, "Oh, I see. You have been through a lot lately. Anyway, you coming back safe is enough for me to let this slide." Behind him, she is totally overjoyed and sighs with massive relief. Thinking she is off the hook, Rena gets emotional and asks, "Boss, do you really forgive me?" The boss stops in his tracks and coldly replies, "On one condition." He switches moods instantly and turns around with a bright smile. He points right at the wrecked cabin and says, "Make sure you fix this house exactly like it was before." Behind him, Rena turns into a chibi meme and screams, "What? You are the one who wrecked it in the first place." Leaving the comedy behind, we are back in the heat of battle where lightning shakes the entire earth. That long-haired guy is seriously sweating bullets. Is this really the third floor? There is no opening to sneak in at all. In the arena, Subaru and Peleus are charging at each other like crazy. Blue and gold lightning cross paths, ripping through space and forcing everyone to watch with bated breath. Analyzing the tactics from the sidelines, the bearded captain narrows his eyes and points out one fatal weakness. The biggest weakness Peleus has is that he is actually blind. Grabbing this chance, Subaru kicks the screaming zombie boss right in the chest as he loses control. The kick brings down waves of destructive blue lightning, crushing everything. His stamina bar flashes an alert as his fatigue hits 81. Subaru cooked up a real dirty plan and thought to himself, "If I mask my presence, I will create an opening." Peleus growled, like that cheap trick would ever work. Suddenly, a spear tip flew out of nowhere and stabbed his hand. Subaru turned back to Snyder and flashed a smug grin. "Thanks for being so thoughtful, old man." Outplayed. Peleus stomped his armored boot in rage and roared, "I am not done yet." The undead knight roared, swinging his other arm in a vicious uppercut that sliced through the air, aiming right at Subaru. But Subaru has that big brain energy. He flipped into the air and vanished, leaving the boss totally stunned. Subaru was now hovering right above the boss, throwing out some serious shade. Over here, Subaru kicked the air, triggering his VIP skill. Airwalk lets him step on thin air for 3 seconds. High in the air, Subaru spun and brought down a golden blade that looked like it was literally splitting the sky. It slammed into the Lightning Knight's head. A massive blast of light swept the room as the curse on his body finally faded away. He looked up peacefully and said, "Sorry for being a pain until the very end. You are my true savior." The undead shell shattered into pieces, revealing the soul of a handsome young man named Puss. He was glowing in a bright blue light, smiling with pure peace as he thanked him. A massive pillar of blue light exploded like a final goodbye, carrying the soul of the poor knight away to his eternal rest while the dust and smoke slowly faded away. Peleus's broken spear shattered into tiny sparkling shards, falling slowly onto the cold stone floor below. The giant hall fell silent once again. The other warriors stood there frozen. Subaru just dusted himself off and looked toward the massive throne at the end of the carpet. Right as he was feeling cool, a sharp dagger came flying from behind, aiming straight for the back of his head. He just tilted his head to dodge it, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light behind his mask. It was that long-haired guy. He stepped forward, gritting his teeth and talking trash about Subaru's dirty tactics. "How is this any different from what Snyder did? You are a coward for using such cheap, dirty tricks." Long Hair pointed straight at Subaru, screaming like a lunatic to get the crowd to do his dirty work. "This is our only chance while Subaru is exhausted. Everyone, attack right now." But his big, dramatic speech was met with nothing but total, awkward silence. The warriors just looked at each other, completely unimpressed. Nobody even budged. When he saw no one was moving, Long Hair turned bright red, veins popping as he screamed, "Hey, are you people even listening to me? This is the guy your great captain has been hunting forever. Just take him out already and be done with it." The entire hall stayed dead quiet. Long Hair stood there all alone, sweating bullets while everyone just stared. He clicked his tongue in frustration. His face twisted into a devious look as he glanced at Subaru from across the room. He is definitely out of juice. Not even a spark of lightning left. I have to take this chance right now. He spun around and pointed right at the bearded captain's face, snapping, "Snyder, what are you still standing there for?" Ignoring the guy's barking, Snyder stood there with his bandaged arm stump, looking totally worn out and quiet. He didn't seem to care about the insults. "Your chance for revenge is standing right in front of you, man." The bearded old man frowned, using his good hand to point at his bloody, bandaged arm stump. He sighed and gave a cold reply. "What am I supposed to do with this arm? Leave me out of this." "Shut down." Long Hair started stuttering about rewards and the guild. "Wait, what? What about the reward? And the guild is not going to be happy about this." Snyder just calmly shut him down, asking, "What are you even talking about? The reward obviously belongs to him. Besides, I only came to the blue zone to clear out this lightning dungeon. I do not care about guild politics." Long Hair stood there completely frozen and outmatched, sweating like crazy with a blank look on his face, unable to say a single word. He switched sides faster than a toxic ex. He threw his dignity out the window and turned to Subaru, flashing the fakest, most desperate smile ever. "Hey Narukami, I have got a special deal for you." Subaru just stood there with his scratched sword, listening to the bait. "Join the blue zone. If you agree, I will give you every single reward from this lightning dungeon, and then some. I promise you will get treated like a vice leader." This offer comes straight from the guild, not just me. He was a smooth talker, but inside he was sweating bullets while cooking up another dirty, sneaky plan. "I was supposed to steal the lightning power and take that spot myself. But since that failed, I have to recruit this guy." He stepped forward, trying to look like a total professional negotiator. He throws his hands out like he is our best friend. "What do you think? With a deal like this, there is no reason for us to keep beefing." Subaru tilts his head, cold eyes flashing behind his bloodstained mask, ready to shut this whole fake vibe down immediately. Why would you even think that? Before the words land, a golden streak flashes out, slicing the long-haired guy's collar while Subaru casually drops a cold "I refuse." That little proposal, fast and clean, the guy's head slides right off his neck, spraying blood like rain and soaking the entire hall in red. Subaru just drags his sword along, walking right past the collapsing body. He stands tall in the blood of the idiot who tried to sneak attack him. Subaru is radiating pure, overwhelming energy. He looks so terrifyingly cool that everyone else is way too scared to even breathe. He glances back, his sharp gaze locking onto the bearded warrior who is standing right behind him holding his breath in total silence. He asks in a bored tone, "Snyder, you coming up or what?" The bearded man looks down, his bandaged hands clenching as he fights his emotions, then growls, "I really need to see what is actually up there." The two men stand there facing each other in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Subaru tilts his chin and looks the man right in the eyes. "So, you are basically asking me to go with you now? What? Are you scared?" Snyder does not argue. He turns to his armed men and barks out a cold, ironclad final order. "All of you, pull back now." The soldiers are totally confused and start stuttering, but the old man's gaze is steady and firm. "This is my final order to you as your team captain." His voice drops, heavy with trust. "And this is also my final request to all of you, as my brothers in arms." A bald soldier starts tearing up. Snyder lets his steel-gloved hand drop to his side. Then, out of nowhere, he stabs his own thigh. Blood erupts instantly, soaking right through his clothes. He grits his teeth, cutting off any chance of retreat. "How is this for you?" Seeing that insane display of raw guts, Subaru's eyes go wide behind his mask. He is actually stunned and totally impressed by how absolutely reckless this old guy is willing to be. Ignoring the blood dripping onto the stone, Snyder limps forward with a rugged, arrogant smile that would give anyone the creeps. "Being a total mess like this makes me the perfect partner, don't you think?" Watching the old man's grit, Subaru wonders, what should we do now? Instantly, two glowing system windows pop up to seal the deal. Well, since he went that far, you really can't say no anymore. And just like a true legend, he accepts the terms of the deal. Subaru gives his sword a quick flick, turns around casually, and heads toward the massive, glowing, thorny throne standing right in front of them. Fine then. His metal boots stomp firmly onto the stone steps, leaving the wreckage of the Great Hall far behind him. Finally, the destination is right there, a massive, thorny Gothic throne glowing with an intense golden light, looking totally powerful in the middle of all that darkness. Seeing that epic sight, Snyder's eyes go wide, sweat pouring down his face as he swallows hard, totally overwhelmed by the invisible pressure crushing the air around them. Not even caring that the old man is terrified, Subaru casually walks up the stairs and flops right down onto the powerful throne, looking just like a real king. The second his back hits the seat, Subaru's eyes snap wide behind his mask and his pupils shrink as a surge of mysterious power starts flowing directly into his body. Instantly, his consciousness is dragged into a blurry vision. At that exact moment, a glowing purple system screen pops up with a final, heavy notification. You have taken a seat upon the abandoned roaring throne. As memories flood in, the vision shows the terrifying, destructive power of a mysterious figure. Subaru's eyes are wide, not daring to blink even once. Subaru gasps for air, trying to process the massive mountain of data dumped into his brain. And that is when the flashback finally begins. Subaru sits silently on the throne, bowing his head and clicking his tongue in quiet amazement. The scene shifts to massive stairs leading up to a giant gate that is glowing with a magical blue light. The massive, heavy gate swings wide open, blasting blinding light everywhere and revealing a shadowy figure slowly stepping out from the glowing, brilliant void inside. A shiny, golden armored boot stomps down onto the stone floor, sending ripples of pure, destructive power across the entire surface. Out of the light walks a man with bright red hair and jet-black gold armor, radiating the aura of a supreme ruler of the world. The red-haired man's eyes glow with a sharp, piercing golden light, They are so sharp they could shred the souls of any cowards who dare look at him. He turns around, his cloak fluttering arrogantly as his deep voice booms out. With my current body, I am unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the lightning. His powerful, godlike face looks up with total determination as he declares, "Because of that, I cannot sit upon that throne yet. One day I will return, but only once I have finally become a worthy vessel." That legendary silhouette melts into the blinding light, leaving behind one last riddle. "I only came here to tell you this, old man. Father." With those final words, the massive gates slam shut, locking away the light and ending the last fragments of a dying memory. Back in reality, Subaru's gloved hand grips the edge of the throne so hard that the carved stone literally shatters into pieces. Subaru stands up from the throne, his power erupting in a massive shockwave that topples the surrounding rocks and blasts away every last spark of electricity. The second he walks away, that massive stone throne immediately crumbles to the ground, turning into a cloud of gray dust. The chat is already roasting him, saying he sat on it once and broke the whole thing. Classic. Looks like there is absolutely nothing left there. Word is Nikki might look chill, but he carries some heavy energy, for real. As the gray dust settles, Subaru slicks his hair back and sighs, thinking so that is how it is. Even the viewers on stream missed that cutscene. He slowly turns around, and right above his head, a deep blue energy orb crackling with lightning suddenly forms, hovering in midair. Subaru reaches out and snatches the glowing ball right into his palm. The chat is going crazy, demanding a look. Show us. Show us the loot. Suddenly, a bright system alert flashes. You have conquered the lightning dungeon. He received an empty lightning heart. Behind his mask, Subaru's eyes narrow with a smirk as a flood of rewards hits the screen. Level up 3 times, strength up 2, agility up 2, stamina up 2, focus up 3. Achievement points are ready at the guild center. He lifts the glowing orb in his palm to check the stats. The item description is super blurry. An empty, lightning heart. Cannot be traded. Class-locked item. Viewers are spamming questions now. What the hell is that? Is it legendary? What does it look like? What are you gonna do with it? Staring at the vague reward, Subaru mutters under his breath. For a challenge this hard, this loot is honestly kind of trash. Could this really be the same type of item as the Thunderheart? Right then, Uncle Snyder limps over, looking totally confused while staring at the glowing object. What exactly was that just now? You're telling me something like that came out of all that dust and sand? Seeing the bearded guy is just as curious, Subaru closes his hand to hide the orb and just shrugs casually. So, what is this thing? Really, who knows? The man followed Subaru with his sword until the very end, and he still gets totally ignored. The bearded guy just stands there, face blank and totally speechless. His mouth twitches into a bitter smile as he mutters under his breath, feeling completely helpless. So even the guy who actually got the item has no clue what it is. Dropping all that competitive baggage, Snyder lets out a long sigh, looking relieved but also totally exhausted. Man, it looks like the only way I will see the end of my 10-year journey is to sit here and watch your stream until the very end. Subaru turns back with that final boss energy, dropping a reality check. The end? Man, the new beginning is just starting right now. You are finally going to leave this floor now, aren't you? Before the old man can respond, Subaru turns and walks away, pulling out his phone to do some quick business. If you're gonna watch the stream, don't forget to donate. Oh right, still got some missions. The chat is already ahead of him. It's time to cash out those rewards. Just as expected, the usual routine. Glued to his screen and collecting all the loot, Subaru completely ignores Snyder's complaining from behind him. That is the very first thing you do after clearing the lightning dungeon? Man, you really are one weird kid. The system panel dings with the final confirmation. Mission complete. 20,000 credits have been transferred. Mission complete. 10,000 credits have been transferred. Subaru swipes his screen, his cold voice signaling a very bad vibe for the viewers watching the stream. Thanks to everyone who has been watching up until this point. Now the audience smells a major bait and switch, frantically typing out their pleas. No way. No, there is no way he is actually going that far. Wait, hold on. Ignoring the desperate cries for mercy, Subaru turns around and stares straight into the camera to deliver the most brutal blow a streamer can give. That is it for today's stream, guys. The chat is absolutely exploding with rage. Hey, you traitor. Wait up, Subaru. The virtual screen flickers and goes dark, ending with one heartless sentence. Subaru Narukami has ended the live broadcast, leaving behind a silence that is totally deafening. The scene cuts back to a wooden room. A silver-haired guy sits with his arms crossed on the sofa, offering a comment. He's always like that, isn't he? Sitting next to him with a tablet, Sister Do smiles and sighs in agreement. He really knows how to tick people off. But deep down, she is thinking to herself honestly, I think that is just part of what makes him so charming. The silver-haired boss tilts his head with a knowing smile while questioning his employee. Well, what are your thoughts after finally seeing Narukami Subaru right there in the flesh? Sister J looks confused and asks back, what do you mean? What? She quickly stands up from the sofa, brushing her hair while thinking it over. He looks all right, I guess, in a way. Look, no matter how much I rack my brain, that guy is definitely not him. Is that what you wanted? Right? With that damn mask on, it is basically impossible to see what he actually looks like underneath. I was wondering if he could be the real Subaru hiding his identity on purpose. Well, I guess that is actually possible. Even I had a little hope, boss. But let us be real for a second. An image pops up of a heartthrob being chased by a mob of jacked muscle fans. Rina argues her point. Subaru absolutely hates being the center of attention. No way he would stoop to live streaming just to sell himself out. And he definitely is not bored enough to wear a mask of his own face either. A chibi meme with a massive sword pops up. She drops the hammer with the core logic point. Second, according to the tower system, unless he was reincarnated like some crazy, supernatural manga plot, he literally cannot restart his climb from the first floor. Her face goes dark as she drops a creepy truth. If that streamer Subaru Narukami actually is the real Subaru, that means he pulled off two totally impossible conditions. The tension vanishes instantly as both the boss and employee lose their cool and start cracking up laughing. Deanna just waves it off. Totally impossible. Zero chance, right? The scene shifts dramatically to floor 5, the Divine Sect. Glistening skyscrapers under the moonlight. The system introduces the Divine Sect with total majesty. A massive power second only to the Martial Alliance. Steady, heavy footsteps march down the endless red carpet as the narration swells with pride. This place is the ultimate symbol of absolute power and strength in the martial world. The guy walking is a blue-haired man in a suit. Masked guards in black uniforms escort him strictly inside. This is where I grew up, he mutters. Sandwiched between two massive guards, the blue-haired man sweats and grumbles a loud complaint. Great. Now I look like a total criminal. Got a problem? The guard snaps back. The man flinches. The masked guard shows zero respect, yanking his sleeve. Please refrain from making any unnecessary comments. He warns him. If you have a complaint, take it directly to the city lord. Fine, I am going. He shrugs helplessly and continues walking forward. He is calculating everything. That man rarely asks for favors. If he is reaching out now, it must be for something incredibly serious and urgent. That is why I am here. They stop at a massive, glowing golden gate. Two intricate dragons are carved there with precision. Heavy pressure of a ruler fills the air. Standing before the gate of power, the blue-haired man swallows hard. Sweat beads on his forehead as he wonders if he can even speak straight in front of that person. The massive golden gates slowly swing open, spilling bright light out into the hallway. The blue-haired man takes a deep breath and enters the magnificent hall alone. The interior is insanely luxurious with dragon pillars everywhere. High up on a platform, the city lord of the Divine Sect stands with his hands behind his back. Purple robes, gold trim, and a high ponytail. He gives off the intense aura of a grandmaster. He is a top ranker in the tower and the second most powerful man in the martial world. The guy bows respectfully as the lord slowly turns his head. City lord, it has been a long time. I hope you are well. The powerful city lord narrows his sharp eyes. His voice is warm but heavy enough to crush any tension. "Come here," he says. "Do not be so stiff. No need for all these formalities." He smiles kindly with a long beard. The system displays the final boss info. "Just call me uncle like you always used to," he says with a smile. Rank 6. The city lord of the divine sect. Despite the kind words from the big boss, the blue-haired guy is terrified. He nervously loosens his tie to breathe before answering. "Yes, uncle. How have you been lately? Are you living well?" He bows quickly and says, "Yes, sir." The lord stands with his hands behind his back. His eyes turn sharp as he gets to business. Blue Sky Entertainment is quite an impressive organization. That young fighter Narukami Subaru is really making a name for himself lately. Hearing his company name, Blue Hair flinches and bolts forward with a look of pure panic. "Uncle? Since when did you know I was out here grinding for Blue Sky?" His uncle just brushes it off like it is nothing. That detail? Totally irrelevant. Seeing his big secret dismissed like trash, Blue Hair loses it. He lunges forward, drenched in sweat, veins popping as he screams back. "That might not matter to you." Even with his own nephew barking at him, the master of the god sect stays terrifyingly chill. "Fine then, let us move on to a different topic." Lin Tianji continues, "The fact you crawled back here proves you must have some kind of legitimate reason for showing your face." The suit-clad guy stands tall against the powerful leader, who looks down and asks coldly, "Did you bring me Hasuka's final answer?" He looks up with solid eyes and fires back, "Yeah, I went there and heard it straight from her own mouth." Blue Hair grinds his teeth, forcing out every single word. "She said no. That is exactly what she told me." Hearing that, Lin Tianji's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits, and a freezing aura floods the entire hall. His voice drops to a bone-chilling growl. Suddenly, darkness swallows the leader, leaving only those glowing green eyes. Massive emerald energy bursts out like screaming shadow snakes all around him, thrashing and roaring wildly in the pitch black. "She refused? How interesting. Do you even realize what that question was actually about?" Stifled by the crushing pressure that makes it impossible to breathe, Blue Hair still manages to choke out a defiant response. "No." The arrogant leader snaps back. "Did you really come all this way without even knowing the stakes?" Flashback to Hasuka's cold, determined face. "My answer is a hard pass. You just make sure he gets that message. Word for word." Back in reality, Blue Hair grits his teeth against the pressure, sweating bullets while screaming internally. "Well, that is because she is a friend, and she is totally irreplaceable." Finally, Lin Tianji floats in the air, looking like a god as he passes judgment. "So you are just a messenger girl?" Cornered, Blue Hair has to admit the pathetic truth. "No, I just happened to lose a stupid bet." "Okay?" An invisible hand grips his throat, lifting Blue Hair into the air as he thrashes around in pure agony. He screams through a bloody throat. "That is why I came." Gah! The insane pressure slams him hard against the stone floor. While the shadow of the leader looms above, he drops a final order. "Then you will deliver my word too." Sprawled on the ground, bloodied and bruised, Blue Hair's eyes go wide with terror at the final threat. "If she keeps acting out like this one more time, I will not let it slide." The shadows and energy merge back into Lin Tianji's form. His voice echoes through the hall like a curse. Her home, her friends, everyone connected to her, they are all gone. Cut to a lonely street in the pouring rain. Two figures huddle under the eaves of a lit building. A girl is glued to her tablet screen. On the screen, a forum post is going viral. It exposes the toxic side of the Narukami Subaru clout-chasing squad. 7.75 million comments, 53 posts. "I used to be on a squad with a clout chaser named Vu, and that guy is total trash. He used his teammates as human shields, then bailed with all the rewards. Did not expect to see him here." Laughing out loud. The chat section below is just as heated. "I met that damn thief before too. He used decoys to steal loot. But without proof, we could not say anything. I posted the evidence in a separate thread. Go look. Holy crap, it is real. Narukami, I actually trusted you." Reading the comments, Hasuka places a hand on her chest, letting out a satisfied smile and a sigh of relief. She turns and asks, "The manager led them to do this, right? How on earth did you pull that off?" He calmly replies, "I pulled an all-nighter hunting down every single one of them." The manager rubs his head, looking stressed. At first, the vibes were bad. People asked if they were just legit players trying hard instead of clout chasers. So I leaked the fact that they are actually terrible at the game. He adds a quick self-defense. "I mean, it is the truth anyway." Standing under the eaves, the man offers some comfort. "Do not blame Narukami. In a way, what he did was actually the right move." Hasuka turns away quietly and says, "I am not blaming him. I was his fan long before I was his manager." Hearing that, the manager smirks with satisfaction. "Well then, keep that same energy going forward. A manager should always be the #1 fan." His face softens, his eyes showing some real, genuine concern. "Hasuka, you have been way more lively since you started managing Narukami. Back when you first joined the company, your face was always shrouded in such deep gloom. She is totally killing it at work now and smiling way more." Suddenly, the manager reaches out to pet her head, and she turns bright red and gets all flustered. "Streamers are a big deal, but honestly, my team means just as much to me. I really hope we can keep working together for a long, long time." Stunned by this sudden move, the poor girl just stands there like a statue. Seeing her blank stare, the manager asks what is wrong with her face. Hasuka jumps back, stuttering as she looks for an excuse to bolt. "I am out of here," she says, while her brain screams about how incredibly cheesy this guy is being. She sprints out into the pouring rain, leaving him behind as he desperately waves an umbrella after her. "Hey, take this umbrella with you," he shouts, while she just keeps running. "Forget it, just leave me alone." But deep down, she is totally annoyed. Why did he only bring one umbrella anyway? That is exactly why he is so frustrating. Cut to a cozy room where things are much more chill. Subaru is sitting cross-legged, staring at a glowing blue orb, wondering how on earth he is supposed to use this thing. He whips off the mask, revealing a top-tier handsome face, and inspects the gem. Honestly, it looks just like a piece of candy. Probably not a good idea to swallow this just to see what happens. Suddenly, a vision of that menacing red-haired guy stepping through a gate flashes through his mind. A scene only he witnessed. That stranger's arrogant face keeps haunting his thoughts, refusing to go away. It pushes him to think like he did on floor 2, where he faced that giant and finally found the answers. Would anything actually change if I met that man? Back in reality, Subaru sits on his bed with his muscular back facing the door. A woman's voice calls out from the hallway. "Lord Narukami, it is me," he replies with a cool, calm tone. "Come in." The door swings open and Hasuka peeks in, her face bright red as a beet as she tries to speak. A moment later, she is sitting on the bed right next to him, whispering that they really do not need to meet here. Subaru looks over at her and casually mentions that walking around in the rain is a total pain, right? Hasuka sits up straight, face still glowing red, as she nervously scans the room with a look of pure anxiety. All alone in Lord Narukami's private room. In her head, though, a sparkling fantasy of roses appears, featuring the masked god showing off his shredded six-pack for the world to see. Back to reality, she grabs her hot cheeks and squirms in total excitement, her face literally glowing red. Suddenly, she snaps out of her little daydream, snatches up her files, and clears her throat with a ton of nervous energy. Once the next big exam on the 4th floor is finally over, you will finally get your official ranking. While Subaru just sits there looking totally lost, she flips open her laptop on the bed. Her fingers are flying across the keys even though her cheeks are still bright pink. "Let me explain the ranking system." Subaru cuts her off coldly, saying he probably knows way more about it than she does. "Back when I was in a guild, I actually spent a lot of time studying those leaderboards." A memory flashes back showing a lonely figure standing right before a glowing, holographic system screen. The moment a player makes it up to the 5th floor, the system assigns a rank to everyone involved. Even though the exact math behind the calculation is still a total mystery, there are definitely some general rules they always follow. First off, how you perform in the exams carries the most weight. Then there is your impact on the world and what other players actually think of you. Intense battles between players are shown, including rankings like 1822 and 2325, along with your actual performance against other high-level ranked fighters in the arena. Basically, there are a million complex factors all tangled up together. Back in the room, Hasuka taps the desk with total excitement. I am dying to see what kind of rank you are going to get. Lord Narukami, your fame is blowing up lately. Viewer reactions are a huge part of the ranking criteria these days. A cute chibi growth chart pops up, showing his stream exploding from 2 viewers on floor 1 to 300 on floor 2, and finally hitting 10,000 on floor 3. Hasuka is totally shocked that any streamer could grow this incredibly fast. At our company, Narukami Subaru is really the only one who can do it. She suddenly gets serious, looking up at Subaru with puppy dog eyes. By the way, I have a massive favor to ask you. Could you please reconsider that collab with Narukami Subaru you promised the viewers? Subaru just tilts his head, totally confused. Huh? Why? Hasuka's face goes dark, a cold sweat dripping down her cheek. She whispers a shocking secret to him. Actually, Narukami Subaru has a pretty wild nickname. A terrifying vision appears of a guy in a black suit and gold mask, surrounded by waves of dark energy. They call him the King of Destruction. Hearing that edgy name, Subaru just blinks. What? He definitely does not look like the kind of guy who would have such a cool nickname. Hasuka shakes her head firmly. In a lot of ways, that guy is actually pretty incredible. A swarm of streamers pops up, all acting like they own the place. Super cocky vibes. This dude has collabed with over 20 creators so far. But check this suddenly. A literal King of Destruction drops a massive kick that blasts the entire squad away, making them glitch into nothingness while screaming in total agony. Not a single one of them is left. They all just poof, gone. Back in the bedroom, the vibe is getting seriously heavy and tense. Subaru is tripping. The streams were all fire, so there is no reason for them to vanish. So, what is the actual problem here? Hasuka holds up a single finger, looking deadly serious for once. It is like some kind of massive, high-level jinx is haunting him. Word on the street is any streamer who collabs with Narukami Subaru is basically booking a one-way ticket to hell. Subaru turns away, totally unfazed. Surely he is not the problem. Hasuka stammers back, saying, "Yeah, I guess so. After all, he has been a loyal creator for our company for a pretty long time now." After a long silence, Subaru spins around, his eyes shining with pure determination under that mask. Fine then, let us just go for it. Cut to that big collab. We are inside the massive, flashy guild hall on the 3rd floor, where bright sunlight pours through these huge windows. Subaru stands in the hall, hitting go live for 11,289 viewers, giving a lazy, half-hearted greeting. What is up? Chat immediately roasts him for looking dead inside. LOL. Wake up, dude. This is the stream you watch with an empty soul. He slings his giant sword and marches to the counter, shouting out, "Time to settle the score." The chat goes wild. Oh man, I am loving this fast pace. He gets there and this bearded clerk is just slumped over, looking totally bored. He lazily tells Subaru to hand over his mercenary card and quest certificate right now. Subaru quietly drops the paper on the counter. The guy slowly picks it up to inspect it. He pulls the paper close, reading every single line, when suddenly his eyes go wide as saucers. His pupils shrink and cold sweat starts pouring down his face. No way. The clerk jumps up, slamming his hands on the desk and leaning towards Subaru, totally speechless and stammering. An E-rank outworlder? From that Thunder Cave? Seriously? How is this even possible? Chat starts trolling immediately. Switching jobs for the 4th time? LOL. Economic recession is hitting hard. Haha. After a long pause, he suddenly starts laughing like a maniac, slamming a bright red stamp onto the quest paper with everything he has got. I have confirmed it. I cannot believe someone actually cleared out the entire Thunder Cave. A massive purple system window flashes across the entire screen. Thunder Cave quest cleared. You have just earned 300,000 massive achievement points. You passed the Conrad Kingdom exam. The viewers are losing it. 300% heresy? That is insane. LOL. 30 times the usual reward. Two short alerts pop up in front of Subaru. He has officially met the requirements. Do you want to end the exam? He turns his head, his voice steady as he asks, So, shall we get going? A beam of blue light shoots up from under his feet. His body breaks into a million glowing data bits and vanishes from the hall. Moving to floor 4, a whole new world opens up with clear blue skies, bright sunshine, and gorgeous fairy tale castles everywhere. It comes with a poetic intro, the world where all dreams come to an end. A massive kingdom stretches across rolling green hills, showing off some truly epic views. This is where the highest number of remaining players are gathered. Floor 4, Erasum. These old European buildings look like something straight out of a classic fairy tale world. They call it that because so many players eventually just end up forgetting their own dreams. Subaru stands in the middle of this perfect street, pulling out his phone to end the stream. Well, that is it for today's stream. Chat is bummed. Seeing that reward made my day, but do not keep all the fun for yourself. Dude, he looks up at a massive, towering mansion. It is ridiculously fancy and luxurious, making him mutter, Man, this place looks pricey. A girl in a sharp-made uniform walks up and asks, Why not come inside, sir? Subaru scratches his head, feeling pretty awkward. I feel a bit out of my element here. She gives him a warm, encouraging smile. Master Narukami, you are already an elite mid-tier streamer. She leads the way, adding, Please, make sure you get some really good rest tonight. What should we do about the upcoming live stream schedule? Like the start date and the exam details. Stopping at a fancy door, the maid gives a professional smile, her eyes showing total devotion to her work. I will draft the new schedule and let you know soon. But before I head out, there is one place I need to visit. As soon as she finishes, a familiar voice calls out grumpily, Hey, you are late. A blue-haired guy crouches by a stream, splashing water on his face, sounding exhausted. Sorry, I got caught up in some work stuff. She stands behind him with her arms crossed, snapping, Quit doing stuff that does not suit you, saying sorry just isn't my vibe. The blue-haired guy tilted his head, flashing a nostalgic smirk. Remember that mountain stream hidden in the forest behind the divine sect? Standing here like this reminds me of when we were little kids. We used to play until it got pitch black without even noticing. Then our bodyguards would suddenly pop out of nowhere and drag us back home. He pointed toward the crystal-clear stream as he spoke, but the girl standing behind him offered nothing but cold silence. He looked down at the water with a sad, heavy heart. I really believed that both of us had finally become actual adults by now, but it seems like absolutely nothing has changed since back then. Hearing those words, the girl suddenly shivered. Her face went pale and her pupils shrank in terror as the blue-haired guy dropped a devastating truth bomb on her. Your father, not your uncle, knows everything. He knows exactly where you've been and what you've been up to this whole time. The blue-haired guy's face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with a look of extreme worry. Hasuka, maybe we should just give up on this job for good. Leaving his heavy past behind, the scene suddenly shifts to the 8th floor of the Blue Zone Guild House, a fancy modern space surrounded by skyscrapers glowing with neon lights. A man with dragon and phoenix tattoos covering his arms sits on a sofa, clicking his tongue at the tablet on the table. What a pain. 3 sensational news headlines flash across the screen of the tablet. Streamer Narukami Subaru rejects the recruitment offer from the Blue Zone. The new Lightning Master is clashing with the Blue Zone. After one recruitment failure after another, the Blue Zone's reputation has completely hit rock bottom. The man picks up his wine glass, the amber liquid swirling inside, as he drops a cold remark. Another rejection already? The nameplate on the desk clearly reads Blue Zone Vice Guild Leader, Ikari Matosi. Suddenly, he reaches for his headset, leaning back with power while his voice turns strangely respectful. Yes, Guild Leader. The assassin's eyes, red as blood, flash with a ruthless light. A deep, commanding voice echoes out, Speaking about the high-stakes mission to recruit Narukami Subaru, we are moving to the next phase. The scene cuts back to Subaru's live stream with 5,391 viewers watching. A donation alert pops up. Mission Villa Inn sent 100 credits. What are you planning to break this time? The chat immediately starts trolling. Gonna break league? Huh? Well, they're not wrong. Subaru stands in a vast white virtual space, glancing at the system panel with total confidence. Exactly. In this place, how fast you level up depends entirely on your own physical abilities. So, I plan to climb the ranks as fast as possible. The hardcore fans agree, saying facts lol, but also adding it took them 3 years. That's a long time. For a newbie, he sure knows a lot. Looks like he did his homework. 2 purple notification panels appear above and below Subaru, signaling a fresh start. 3 credits have been paid. Initiating the level 4 challenge right now. A massive, lush green jungle appears before his eyes. Welcome to the Forest of War. The system continues to explain the rules. Here, 8 players are split into 2 teams of 4 to engage in a small-scale battle. The match map appears, showing 3 main lanes known simply as top, mid, and bot, with a massive dense jungle stretching across the middle. Every player has to protect their home base from enemy attacks within their specific zones. A spectacular explosion scene shows a main base being totally destroyed. Each player increases their personal stats by hunting down enemies and basic minions. It's a system where you ultimately secure the win by crushing the enemy's main headquarters. By repeating this, the level 4 challenge ends once you reach Challenger rank. Subaru stands right in front of his team's main base. A notification pops up. You have been placed in Bronze 3. All stats will be scaled down to 50% based on your rank. The name Narukami Subaru appears at his feet. Bronze 3. He starts marching into the dark, gloomy forest. The system notification continues. You can earn points by successfully winning battles against members of the opposing team. Subaru does the math in his head. This will take 6 months at the very least. A chart of rankings from low to high appears. Bronze, silver, platinum, diamond, and challenger. Subaru keeps analyzing. Depending on the person, the level 4 challenge is something some people might never actually beat in their entire lives. The final notification confirms the ultimate goal. The challenge ends the moment you earn enough points for challenger rank. Subaru enters the forest where 3 phantom teammates are waiting. The system issues more orders. Defeat the enemies and raise your rank. Victory is achieved by destroying the enemy headquarters. 3 real teammates appear with their names and ranks floating above their heads. Rogan, Platinum 4. Nint, Platinum 3. Victor Roman, Platinum 2. The pink-haired girl asks, huh? While a huge muscular guy snaps irritably. Hey, is this a glitch? Subaru stays silent. Bronze? The buff guy turns to the pink-haired girl, looking suspicious. Wait, isn't that the famous Narukami Subaru? The girl replies, if it was the real Narukami Subaru, he'd have been dead for a long time. He quickly corrects her. No, not that guy. I'm talking about the streamer. The meathead absolutely lost it, pointing a finger in Subaru's face and roaring. You think just because he is a streamer, he gets a free pass to ruin everything for us? The second a bronze rank gets tossed in here, we are basically screwed. Subaru fired back coldly, saying if you are going to complain, why not just leave right now? The big guy was fuming. What did you say? You think you can talk to me like that? The pink-haired girl jumped in to stop them. Come on, guys, stop fighting with your own team. We are on the same side now. After playing Peacemaker, she started giving out jobs, though she looked at Subaru like he was literal trash. We are a bit behind, but let's give it our best shot, okay? We will each cover a lane, so Mr. Narukami, please focus on scouting out the enemies hiding in the jungle. You get the gist of it, right? Subaru just gave a casual nod. Sure, he said, while secretly calculating that the jungler has to babysit every single lane. It is a total grind. Usually, this is the most strategic role, but they are clearly just terrified of letting me handle a lane by myself. The meathead scoffed at the pink-haired girl, asking how a bronze rank scrub could possibly handle high-level timing. The chat started roasting him immediately. They are calling him dead weight. LOL. Why is the strongest guy from the third floor stuck here? This sucks. A bronze rank wandering into a platinum match. The system alert flashed over the base. Minions will be summoned in 30 seconds. The other guy on the team tried to act like a leader. Well, good luck, everyone. The big guy slung his massive sledgehammer over his shoulder, muttering insults at Subaru. Look at this, bronze scrub acting all tough. Is being a streamer that cool? And that mask is so old school and tacky. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, staring ahead, his voice dropping low as he asked a question. Oh, Muscle strutted into the lane, facing a platinum 3 enemy archer and 2 minions. He figured an archer would be an easy win. I have the type advantage here. Guess there is no choice but for me to carry this entire team on my back. The long-haired platinum 3 enemy drew his bow, flashing a smug and mocking grin. Out of nowhere, another enemy named Leandri, a platinum 2, leaped from the brush, swinging a sharp blade at the big guy's back. Getting ambushed made the meathead grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he roared in total frustration. Damn it, you guys lured me into a trap, didn't you? A second later, the blonde assassin landed a massive blow to his chin, sending him flying. Right then, a sudden blast of dark energy shot out from the shadows. It tore through the assassin, making him scream in agony. What? The archer drew his bow, looking panicked because he could not see the helper. What? Where did they go? An arrow of light zipped through the air, piercing the archer's chest and sending blood flying everywhere. He only had time for one final scream. The teammate watching from a distance smirked, sweat dripping down his temple. Lucky for us, it looks like at least one person on this team is actually useful. Turning around, he froze. There was Subaru, standing tall on the edge of a jagged rock. Dark lightning still flickered on his spear. Meanwhile, in another lane, a guy was getting wrecked by enemy minions and screaming for help. Ugh! They are pushing the tower. Suddenly, a massive foot dropped down from the sky. It crushed a minion while a glowing golden trap exploded right in the middle of the enemy squad. They shrieked in pain as 2 bright purple combat notifications flashed across the screen back to back. Narukami Subaru killed R. Narukami Subaru killed Leandri. The chat went wild. That was an insane prediction shot. After clearing the field, Subaru turned to leave, leaving his 3 teammates standing there speechless, wondering what they just saw. What on earth is he doing? Muscles stood there like a statue, hammer on his shoulder, his mouth hanging open as he stammered. What just happened? The viewers started trolling. Looks like the big guy is terrified. Can't blame them for being stunned. Subaru looked back at the frozen meathead and barked out a cold command. Is there a problem? You need to clear those minions and push the tower fast. What are you waiting for? You are slower than a bronze rank. He could only mumble. Suddenly, a new mission from Mission Villa In popped up on the live stream. Mission Villa In posted a challenge. How about clearing floor B within 1 month for 20,000 credits? The audience started buzzing. Isn't 1 month a bit too fast? What is even the record for that? A vision of Subaru fighting a brutal battle in the past appeared, followed by a flurry of chat replies. 3 months? 1 month? It was not even 2 months. He is a total beast. I believe in Narukami Subaru. Another top fan posted a mission. Lord Narukami Subaru has registered a mission. I will bet 20,000 credits on that same challenge. The chat loves this drama. They say everything he does right now is a total magnet for attention. Rumor has it the Blue Zone has been stalking him forever, but he curved them ages ago. Now, a flood of bounty missions from other big shot donors are blowing up his screen. Absolute Support just dropped a mission. Add 10,000 more credits to that. Water Ak Boot Insect registered a task too. Since everyone is jumping on the mission trend, I am throwing in 10,000 credits as well. A brutal battlefield covered in bodies flashes by. The big shot just registered a mission. Things are finally starting to heat up around here. 10,000 credits. Chat is still dissecting the Blue Zone drama lol. Humans really do change their minds like the weather. The guy is a total gold digger, so he will probably cave if you pile up enough cold hard cash. A mission with a massive payout pops up. Carrying a final ultimatum, the boss has officially registered a mission. If you can beat the game in 2 weeks, I will drop 50,000 credits. If he actually pulls this off, the audience is going to freak out. Beat it. Demons. Secure assets? You serious? The dude with a 0% win rate? There are way too many fakes being set up. A massive explosion completely levels the enemy base. System alert, you have successfully destroyed the enemy headquarters. Match over. Subaru stands alone in a void of pure white. A notification appears you have earned 147 points. You have been promoted from Bronze 3 to Bronze 2. The chat is losing it. 147 points? That is a first. Is the game glitched? Usually you only get 20 or 30 points. 2 more donation alerts from his regular big spenders pop up. Boss Assess donated 10 credits. Hey, quit playing around. Boss Assess sent 100 credits. How about a side quest for a bonus chapter? A fresh mission from Boss Access hits the stream. This one comes with a savage catch. The boss has officially registered a mission. If you lose even once, you have to pay back every single credit I have donated to you so far. But if you hit Challenger on an undefeated streak, I will pay 50,000 credits. Subaru just stays silent. The chat is going insane. This guy looks totally pathetic. They are desperately trying to get their money back. Challenger is a joke. Man, you do not have to take that deal. Those eyes under the mask suddenly flash with a brilliant blue light. Subaru boldly accepts the challenge. Fine, let's do this. His diehard fans are stressed but hyped. Stop it, bro. Subaru, money is not the only thing in this world. I dig your confidence, though. Good luck, man. Another tiny donation pops up. As one last bit of hype, Boss Fates donated 100 million credits. Now this is a show worth watching. Skipping the insane betting, the scene shifts to a quiet forest under a glowing sunset. A female voice begins narrating My name is Day Dawn. A girl with brown hair and a bow, rocking a skin-tight warrior outfit, wearing a jet-black feather cloak with her hands in her pockets, stands there looking proud. My streamer handle is Mizumaiga. I cannot laugh when I want to, and I cannot cry when I feel like it. Her face suddenly twists, her mouth stretching wide to reveal razor-sharp shark teeth. Tears well up as she screams in agony. What? Is it because I am? A stream window appears with a tiny audience of 50 viewers. It is the classic low-tier mid-level streamer experience. In her live broadcast, Mizumaiga is swinging her sword and screaming at 47 viewers. No, I am serious. I feel like I can actually do it today. Why will none of you believe me? Fine. Then it is settled. A non-stop rank grind until I hit diamond. The chat is nothing but people roasting her and talking trash. You are just going to D-rank immediately, even if you make it. Hopeless. Platinum is where you belong. This surprise stream is a waste of energy. She suddenly bursts into tears, clutching her chest in frustration. What? If I was not streaming, I would have hit Challenger ages ago. I am just messing with you guys. I do not have any other way to make a living, you know? You guys know what? Flipping her mood instantly, she clasps her hands together with a bright, fake smile as if nothing happened. Aha, oh man. Do not be so mean. Now, let's get our heads in the game and fight. Just then, some strange silhouettes suddenly start glowing behind her. Her jaw drops in shock when she sees her new teammates, all big names: Doki, Diamond B, Dawn, Platinum 1, Tvik, Platinum 1, and one name she cannot believe: Narukami Subaru, Silver 4. She gasps in total disbelief. A silver player? Mizumaiga rushes up to Subaru, her mouth wide open, pointing at his famous mask and screaming that mask, "You are that rising star Subaru, right?" She immediately snaps her head away, clicking her tongue in pure annoyance. Ugh, give me a break. Of all the people to get, I am stuck with a silver scrub. If we had met just a bit later, at least it would have been some decent PR. Suddenly, a mission notification from Boss Fez pops up right in front of Mizumaiga. She reads every word, eyes wide. Boss Fez has registered a mission. I will give you 30,000 credits if you lose. She stammers out, wait, What? A bead of sweat rolls down her face, and Mizumega's lips curl into a wicked grin. Well, boss fates, thanks for the mission. Her chat is popping off already. They really trying to throw? This is shameless, LMAO. New viewers are about to raid her stream. She turns around, showing off that hot body, tugs her collar, and flashes a killer smile. Chill out, guys, seriously. Everything is fine as long as we do not lose on purpose, right? A bit later, Subaru is checking his tablet alerts. Gurren just took down Didon. His chat is getting nervous. Didon has been killed 4 times already. Master Narukami will handle it. We are good. But losing a lane is brutal, right? Subaru puts the tablet away, his eyes sharp. I guess it is finally time to face these guys. From the thicket, he watches Mizumiga get jumped by 2 enemies. She fakes a missed skill to leave a huge opening, letting out a totally staged gasp. Wow. Subaru just sighs, realizing she is straight up throwing the game. Throwing that annoying habit of intentionally leading your own team to a total defeat. Suddenly, a massive butcher swings a huge axe, blasting Mizumiga back as blood sprays. Another alert pops up. Gurren took down Deden again. Mizumiga's lips curl into a satisfied grin. Subaru's chat is fuming now. Look, she is actually laughing. You guys see that? She is throwing. Thinks she is being so sneaky. Subaru looks down from a cliff at Mizumiga's fading body, lost in thought. That was a blatant throw. I do not think a normal player would ever do that, even going as far as self-sacrifice. Who is she? A comment in chat explains it all. She is a streamer named Mizumiga. Bossfest told her to lose. Subaru draws his sword, eyes burning with determination. I get it. So that is the game? Boss access. Don't worry. The chat is thirsty for drama. I just jumped in, but this is legit. Honestly, it makes me sick. Dark electric energy begins to coil around Subaru's blade. He looks into the virtual space, his cold voice echoing. All those credits you bet on that team? I will keep them safe. In another part of the forest, a buff guy with an epic mustache snorts. I recognize that mask. He is shirtless, flexing his massive build while facing Subaru. You are that streamer, Narukami Subaru, aren't you? Subaru puts his mask back on and asks, Did you get a quest to solo me? The guy smirks. Sadly no, though I wish I had a mission like that. He crosses his arms, looking cocky. Even then, you would still lose. This is the war forest, you know? No way a diamond rank loses to some silver tier trash. Silvers are stuck at that 75% stat cap anyway. Subaru replies calmly. If stats decided everything, they would not even call it a challenge. Hearing the insult, the man grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. A purple aura explodes around him, making the ground crack and rocks fly. He roars. Looks like someone got a big head after his viewers hyped him up. His arms shift, transforming into 2 massive chunks of stone. He clenches his fists, ready to fight. Let me give you a warm welcome to Floor 4, kid. Golem arms. Subaru watches his opponent, calmly analyzing the body change. Yeah, not what you usually see on Floor 4. Suddenly, golden lightning erupts from behind Subaru. He smirks, feeling the hype. Perfect timing. I have been wanting to test something out anyway. Lightning wraps around Subaru's entire body as pure power shakes the earth. He declares with total confidence, I am pretty sure you can handle this new heart I just picked up.